Chapter 7081. Better Larkinsons. After greeting the newly returned Larkinsons, Ves led them into the rented banquet hall where they all got to enjoy a taste of xianxia IV's delicacies. Although the ED-net graduates still had not mentally and physically recovered to their old conditions, their attitudes had perked up. Each of them spent half a mech generation's worth of time in a time-warped virtual reality environment. Their only mission was to learn as much knowledge from the Red Association's abundant teaching resources as possible. Despite their new and powerful first-class augmentations, their course load was immense. This especially applied to poorly educated third-raters such as General Verl. Many of them felt as if they were experiencing a second run of their childhoods. They had been deprived of responsibility over the Larkinson clan and just needed to cram theories and practice their problem-solving skills all day. The ED-net provided a rich variety of virtual universities and academies. Some of them focused more on practical work while others delved deep into the heart of every theory. There were mech academies that taught mech pilots how to pilot first-class multi-purpose mechs from the ground up, and there were also officer academies that condensed millennia's worth of military theory into a 10-year syllabus. The teachings refined the Larkinsons. Each of them had become a reinvented man or woman. They still retained a part of their old traits, but newer ones had taken shape as well. The separation between Ves and the ED-net graduates still remained for that reason. Even now, the latter still acted as if they were time travelers who had been dumped into a completely new universe or timeline. So much had changed in so few years. They could scarcely imagine how little time it took for the polymath to go rogue and declare herself an empress, and how the Terrans and the Rubarthans gathered the guts to declare independence. They never imagined that superdimensional matter would overtake phase water as the next big resource, or how the Larkinson clan actually controlled a major source of its output. The Red Collective was still a strange and mysterious organization to them. The virtual reality they resided in was only designed to model the reality of a low-energy environment. While their dormant bodies passively absorbed E-energy radiation, their minds remained completely out of contact with this new phenomenon, causing their spiritualities to be weaker on average. At least they weren't as weak as the citizens of the cybernetic empire, who had to rely entirely on cybernetics to make up for the gaps created by systematic cultivation for the time being. As the banquet steadily progressed, Ves and Gloriana made sure to circulate around the banquet hall and engage the slightly disoriented ED-net graduates in conversation. I have heard that you are in the final stages of completing the Riot Mark III project. Dulo Voikin spoke to Gloriana. It may be too late for me to become a contributing mech designer to the project, but I would still like to offer my services to you. I have focused my time in the ED-net on deepening my specializations. Among my cohort, I am by far the best at designing spearman mechs and polearms. Let me demonstrate my improvements to you and perfect the expert spearman mech that I originally contributed to. It would be painful for me to see him deployed in battle without the optimizations that allows for Venerable Orphan to wield her battle partner as if he was an extension of her will. Gloriana, who wore a sophisticated blue dress, contemplated the proposal in her mind. This was a troublesome request, as the addition of a mech designer at this late stage of the project might cause its completion to be postponed. Yet the opportunity to have her work checked by a passionate, trustworthy and much more competent specialist in spearman mech was too good to pass over. Her perfectionism demanded that she take his offer seriously. I will permit you to assist me in the final optimizations of the design, Dulo. Please be aware that the major design choices are already set. To change them at this late stage will cause at least a month's worth of delays. That is unacceptable. If you have any suggestions to make that require more drastic redesign work, you can save them until we are ready to embark on the Riot Mark IV project. Is that understood? Dulo clearly did not like this instruction, but what could he do? While he arguably knew more about first-class mech design than Gloriana, he still remembered his place in the hierarchy. His time in ED-net training had not given him a sense of superiority over those who chose to remain behind. This was especially the case knowing that Gloriana possessed one of the best cranial implant suites that mech designers could dream of. The mentalist crystal fragments embedded in her cybernetic circuitry subtly strengthened her personality and intellectual aura. None of the mech designers who graduated from ED-net training dared to contest her leadership over the design department, especially after they learned how much she managed to learn while still juggling design work and child-rearing duties. What these Larkinsons did not know was that Gloriana had not entirely relied on her augmented learning capabilities to become so knowledgeable in a short amount of time. She had recently strengthened her qualifications to design first-class mechs by taking advantage of her access to the mech designer system. While she could not afford any of the expensive Enlightenment fruits, the cheaper ones that strengthened her fundamentals were much more affordable. The small accumulation of those budget Enlightenment fruits did wonders in strengthening her basic understanding of the principles behind the most common form of high technologies utilized in first-class mechs. It was practically unfair how Gloriana was able to acquire much of the benefits of ED-net training without subjecting her to continuous staring and years' worth of isolation from the rest of the galaxy. Ves actually regretted that he did not introduce the system sooner to his fellow mech designers. They could have remained in touch with current events and still improved by leaps and bounds if he invited them to become users of the mech designer system shortly before or after the start of the Age of Dawn. Alas, he was not psychologically prepared to share the system at that time. His reputation and prestige was also not as great as now. Without the Blue Jay fleet or first-class ace mechs charged with his protection, it would have been foolish to even hint at the existence of his mother's gift. At least all of the ED-net training provided a bit of cover when more and more of the Larkinson mech designers started to show unusual competences. It was not perfect, but anything was better than nothing. After chatting with a bunch of mech designers and officers, Ves found himself drifting back to the enchanting form of Calabast. The woman hardly looked different from the last time that he saw her in person. She always had excellent control over her appearance and presentation. She could come across as unassuming or intimidating by subtly altering her body language and behavior. This time, she chose to maintain an unassuming but charming appearance that stood out just enough to convey the illusion that she had evolved somehow. "So what do you think?" Ves asked an open-ended question. How Calabast interpreted his question and chose to answer it was a test in itself. "You got out at a good time," she replied, obviously referring to his decision to resign from office. "It is important to remember that you founded the Larkinson clan to support your activities as a mech designer. It has grown to the extent that it can already do so without requiring your supervision or leadership. You sacrificed a moderate amount of control to absolve you of most of the responsibilities and burdens that come with leading a prominent clan. That is a good exchange in my opinion. Your status is already great enough that you can easily find willing collaborators and partners for your design projects. You are no longer shackled to your own clansmen." Her words rang true to his ears. He couldn't help but nod. The Larkinsons have many limitations. They mean well, but they have yet to catch up to the likes of the Red Association in terms of R&D, strategic resource accumulation, industrial capacity and connections. My design scope has grown so quickly that the clan cannot keep up with my demands anymore. I find myself cooperating increasingly more with the established players. That is good, Calabast said. The clan is not forced to take extreme measures to meet up to your expectations. It is not necessarily detrimental if they need more time to take on greater responsibilities. As for you, your growth rate is so fast that it is impossible for you to maintain your policy of self-reliance. Unless you are willing to slow down, you will only become more dependent on the resources of the Red 3 and other powerful groups. One point I would like to commend you on is that you have done a good job at maintaining your neutrality. Maintaining friendships with all of the major players without upsetting any of them is a great feat. You have a bright future if you can continue to balance your relations equally. Ves sardonically smiled. It helped a lot that the big players maintained cordial if strained relationships with each other all of the time. They did not like each other, but they weren't outright enemies. I fear that will change in the future. The need to maintain a united front against two different hostile alien civilizations is keeping everyone in check, but who knows how much covert warfare is taking place outside of public awareness. That caused the spy to smirk. You can bet that the intelligence operatives of the Red 2 and the newly independent colonial alliances have already engaged in hostilities. It is clear that the intelligence agencies of the RA and the RF have failed badly. The mechers and the fleeters should be in a hurry to compensate. They are likely doing this by ordering their agents to become more aggressive and unscrupulous in their secretive operations. This is a means to remind others that they still have teeth. How stupid. It sounded as if the mechers and the fleeters had too big of an ego to acknowledge their failure with calm and rationality. They had to lash out just to prove they were still formidable enough. It reminded Ves of the utterly wasteful and short-lived Crown Uprising. All it did was to expose the Five Scrolls Compact to more people and squander a lot of manpower for very little if any benefit to the secretive cult. Well, it doesn't really matter to us, Ves said. Whatever covert warfare is going on behind the scenes has nothing to do with us. We have taken greater responsibility and spent most of our efforts into resisting the invading aliens. I think that has earned us enough recognition and goodwill from other parties. However, there are limits to what we can do. Your return and the return of other ED.net graduates will help, but we are still plagued by many inadequacies. I know, Ves, I have spent years keeping up with ongoing developments. I have many different plans in mind to improve your standing and the standing of the Larkinson clan, but we can talk about that on another day. Not even Calabast was immune to the immense strain that she had gone through in the past few years. ED.net training imposed so much stress on people that they needed to recover for a long time before they could even think about undergoing another session. Ves missed her company. Despite missing out on many different life-changing events, he still felt he could depend on her assistance to navigate a dwarf galaxy that had become increasingly murkier as of late. Chapter 7082, New Design Plans. After the conclusion of the banquet, the ED.net graduates needed to find their places in the clan. The mech designers among them conveniently joined their colleagues over at the terrace. The design department became a lot more crowded due to their addition. The returnees still needed a lot of time to recover and catch up to all of the current events that they failed to appreciate while they were still isolated from reality. Not everything proceeded smoothly. The ED.net graduates gained a lot of theoretical knowledge, but their practical skills were inconsistent. They lacked a lot of experience when it came to working with hypermaterials and more recently superdimensional materials. They also spent a lot of time forming their own cliques within the accelerated virtual reality environment. It was as if they spent more than a decade forging deep friendships and mutual understanding with each other. The result of all of this was that the barriers between the returnees and the Larkinsons that remained anchored in the real universe did not go down. It might never come down. Ves grew a little concerned about this issue, but Gloriana did not think it was a big deal. The ED.net graduates have indeed lived in a world apart from us. She said, this is a fact. It is natural for them to be more close to each other than the clansmen that they have not seen in 15 years or so. Give it time. I will make sure to group different mech designers together so that they can steadily familiarize themselves with each other again. The barriers will not go away, but as long as frequent contact has warmed the two groups up to each other, they will automatically diminish until it becomes harmless. Her argument made a lot of sense. They were all Larkinsons in their end. Their connections to the Golden Cat marked them out as kin to each other. The Larkinson network ensured that they would never see each other as enemies unless one of them committed outright betrayal. Just make sure that elitism must not take root. Ves said, it is important to maintain a meritocracy, but if the ED.net graduates think they deserve a greater say on matters due to their vastly improved design capabilities, then we need to prevent that from happening. Relations between the two groups will definitely sour if that happens. Every member of the design department has a place. If that was not the case, then Gloriana could always fire them in order to make room for more deserving workers. Whatever the case, the design department needed to maintain a positive, cooperative and productive atmosphere. Ves and Gloriana both depended heavily on a well-run department to facilitate their own design work. This was why they were quite sensitive towards potential problems. Their work directly suffered if they started to neglect potential problems. The pair continued their discussion. The newcomers predominantly consisted of journeyman mech designer who had acquired a lot of high-end expertise and were eager to prove their worth, both to understand their new place in the hierarchy and to prove that they had not wasted their ED.net training. Gloriana made a proposal. We shouldn't delay any further. We need to start our first-class mech design project sooner rather than later. We need to put our rejoined mech designers to good use, and I cannot think of a better way to do so than to work together on first-class multi-purpose mechs for our clan. Isn't that too soon, honey? Sure, our clan has gained valuable first-hand experience with the Dracoloids, the Omega Threshers and the E-Mules, but we have yet to test how our people will fare after wear and tear starts to take its toll. Besides, the ED.net graduates have very little personal experience with hypermaterials and all of the other new tech that has come out as of late. We need to give them time to get up to date with the latest trends in the mech industry. The situation is not perfect, but we should move forward anyway. His wife calmly argued, what you have just said regarding their lack of readiness is an advantage rather than a detriment in my eyes. The ED.net graduates have superior theoretical knowledge in many fields, but possess a critical gap in hyper-technology and e-technology. The mech designers who stayed behind or got recruited after we sent our people off to ED.net training have much greater knowledge and hands-on experience in these fields. Ves understood her cleverness. I see what you are trying to do. Both groups of mech designers have opposing strengths and weaknesses. They will benefit greatly if they cooperate with each other. Exactly. The dynamic will be similar to ours. We are highly divergent mech designers, but that allows us to complement each other well. He had to admit that her setup sounded promising. He was more than willing to let her experiment with this approach. Of course, if her idea did not work out, then she would bear all of the responsibility. Ves would not carry any of the blame. The two talked a bit more on how they thought the design department should proceed. It became clear to the both of them that their focus should remain on the premier fleet for the most part. They would not stop the other lead designers from proposing to design new second-class mechs or upgrade any of the existing second-class mech lines. It was actually good if they did so because the expeditionary fleet was still making use of far too many outdated mech models. In order to bring them into the hyper-generation, individual Larkinson mech designers manually upgraded and modified many of the older machines. This was good as the clan did not have to rely solely on the design department to update its existing mech models. This was also bad because the increased divergence of older mechs due to an absence of standardized updates meant that these individual products steadily strayed further and further from their roots. If the divergence had grown too much, then the changes became irreversible. For example, a highly modified Transcendent Punisher Mark III may no longer be able to upgrade to the Mark IV in the future because the former had changed beyond recognition. While Ves did not disapprove of allowing living mechs to develop into increasingly more unique and individualistic products, too much chaos was not necessarily a benefit to everyone. It was best to constrain the divergence rates of all of the ordinary living mechs. Exceeding it meant that a mech designer manually had to design an individualized upgrade for the unique machine. This was a cumbersome and labor-intensive task. Unless the mech pilot was so good that he or she deserved special treatment, it was not worth it to provide this special treatment. In any case, the addition of many mech designers who were able to handle much heavier and more advanced workloads granted many boons to the design department. Gloriana was already plotting to figure out how to best exploit the returning labor, preferably without letting them realize that they were getting taken advantage of by their own superior. You should be able to allocate enough manpower to work on several first-class mech design projects at a time. Ves remarked. Which sort of first-class mechs do you think the design department should tackle first? Do you want to dive straight into designing multi-purpose mechs, or do you think it is better to extend our existing mech lines to first-class territory? His wife frowned as she considered this difficult matter. The mech pilots of the premier fleet have all fallen in love with the Dracoloids and the Omega Threshers. They are genuinely good first-class multi-purpose mech models that are packed with interesting technologies. More than that, their configurations are excellent. Not everyone is able to appreciate them, but our soldiers believe that those models are underappreciated. Given this circumstance, it is logical for us to develop in-house solutions that seek to fulfill the same roles as those third-party models but better. You do not sound particularly convinced. Ves commented. His wife sighed and moved closer to lean against Ves's body. The two shared their body warmth with each other, though Ves did so far more than Gloriana due to the enormous disparity in the sizes of their true bodies. Oh well. It was the thought that counted. Gloriana's expression grew more conflicted as he tried to balance her private interest with public interests. I will not be participating in any of these standard mech design projects by myself, but if I was in the shoes of the mech designers, I would want to express my own skills instead of reproducing and adapting old and relatively feature-poor configurations. So what if we upgraded a Redlands to a first-class Spearman Lancer mech? It will turn out as a very expensive suicide weapon if such a machine ends up in a situation where its melee combat and charging capabilities will only lead it into getting surrounded by thousands of Vorabugs. I am beginning to see why the first raters like multi-purpose mechs so much. What about the first-class multi-purpose mechs then? Ves asked. It is already pretty clear that we are trying to design our own living mech versions of the three aforementioned mainstays. His wife continued to lean against his side. We should not try to design first-class multi-purpose mechs that end up as straightforward substitutes of the Dracoloid, the Omega Thresher and the E-Mule. It is best if we sit down with mech pilots, mech designers and other relevant personnel so that we can decide as a collective what sort of specializations and synergies we should pursue when designing our first-class multi-purpose mechs. That may take more than a single session. Ves warned. This is almost the same as starting from scratch. We shall see, Ves. I will schedule this meeting later this week if possible. That should give the EDNet graduates enough time to recover and provide suggestions from a fresh perspective. I will not formally start the mech design projects until we have concluded Aurelia's birthday party and leave Xianxia behind. Ves agreed with this choice. He needed to spend more time on preparing for their daughter's pivotal 10th birthday. He also needed to further the design of the arboreal project, cooperate with the mechers to define his ambition polymetal mech and finish the Riot Mark III project. At least that last part should be dealt with pretty soon. Despite the minor delays imposed by Dulo Voikin, the Spearman mech specialist suggested genuine improvements and optimizations. He had kept Gloriana's words in mind and made sure not to impose any radical requests that required a complete overhaul. This meant that as long as Gloriana was willing to dial back on family time and sleep, it should not take longer for the two of them to upgrade the broken Riot Mark II into his much more superior Mark III configuration. The significance of this job was great, and Ves did not want to compromise on quality and other factors. We won't be able to complete the Riot Mark III before our daughter's birthday, is that correct? Ves asked even though he already knew the answer. His wife nodded. That is right, it is too unrealistic to expect us to complete the entire mech design and fabricate it in the days that we have left. There is only one circumstance that I can think of where this is possible, but both Ves and his wife had privately discussed the merits of fabricating the Riot Mark III entirely within the workshop of creation. Doing so would enable them to make use of top-notch production facilities. It would also make it much more convenient for Ves to convert the Riot Mark III into AD mech at a later stage. However, there were several disadvantages to this approach. It also forced Ves and Gloriana to spend their precious ascension points. Let's just keep it simple, he said. If I feel the need to do anything special, I will take care of it myself once the mech frame is almost complete. I suppose this is the best approach, Gloriana reluctantly said. Chapter 7083, Natural Cooperation. After concluding her private meeting with her husband, Gloriana made an announcement to the design department. It is time. No more waiting. No more delays. The moment you have been waiting for has finally arrived. If you think about it, it is absurd for a clan that is founded by a mech designer and is known for publishing the most innovative mechs in both galaxies has not even fielded its own first-class mechs up to this date. The expanded crowd of mech designers assembled in the main design lab did not look too surprised. Many of them looked eager while others knew that this had nothing to do with them. The latest announcement was mainly targeted to those who possessed enough understanding of high technology or first-class mech design. As for the others, well, the design department still had a lot of demand for new and updated second-class mech designs. This also meant that it was largely the ED-Net graduates who had the greatest chance of participating in the inaugural round of first-class mech design projects. As far as ideas go, we have yet to lock in our development strategy for the mech roster of the Premier Fleet. Gloriana continued to explain. This is despite the fact that the Premier Fleet has made good use of several first-class multi-purpose mech designs originating from the Red Association. All of that only proves that our mech pilots can make use of the paradigms and systems of the mechers. We are different. The Larkinsons should rely on our own systems to win their fights. This is why we are not necessarily restricting your mech proposals to ideas that attempt to replicate the magic of the Dracoloid, Omega Thresher or E-Mule models. That was good news to more than a few mech designers. One of the most cumbersome aspects of designing a first-class multi-purpose mech was that it required a broad foundation across multiple specializations. A first-class mech designer needed to be proficient in designing melee mechs, ranged mechs as well as both at the same time. Furthermore, the mech designer also had to possess an excellent grasp and comprehension of miniaturized mech parts and understand how to cramp them all together without causing them to interfere with each other, which was much harder than people expected. Yes, we are not prohibiting you to submit mech proposals on first-class mechs that do not conform to the multi-purpose archetype. Gloriana clarified to everyone. If you have a compelling mech proposal that is only effective at one job, as long as you manage to convince us that it is an excellent addition to the mech roster of the Premier Fleet, you will have your chance to persuade us to realize your idea. That was excellent news. Specialists such as Dulo Voikin might still have a chance to make his mark in the Premier Fleet so long as his first-class Spearman mech added enough value to its mech roster. That said, we are not ignoring the potential first-class multi-purpose mechs either. We will be paying special attention to mech proposals that encompass this archetype. If you want to increase the probability that your vision will earn our approval, then I highly recommend you to team up with each other and collaborate at the conception stage. A good first-class multi-purpose mech that can handle itself well in one scenario and decently in other scenarios are often better than a first-class specialized mech that is only useful in a single instance. She reminded everyone that first-class mech combat was different from second-class and third-class mech combat. Multi-purpose mechs were nearly ubiquitous in most serious engagements because the tech existed to make them versatile without making too many painful compromises. The biggest disadvantage to them was the insane cost of miniaturizing powerful components, but the largest players were still able to afford the expenditures, at least until recently. The Larkinson clan's income may have dropped due to the deteriorating economic conditions, but so long as the premier fleet continued to win its battles with minimal losses, it should be able to make up for the scarcity of resources, the rising inflation and the partial breakdown of the shipping industry. At this time, the cybernetic empire had yet to open up its borders or deploy its vast armada of warfleets and trade ships. The economy would definitely experience a massive boost once the cybers began to engage with the rest of human-occupied space in earnest. However, all of that depended on the progress of the secret negotiations that took place between the cybernetic empire and all of the other human powers. Gloriana wrapped up her announcements. You have several days to submit your mech proposals. We could give you more time, but it is best if we know what mech design projects we will be working on before we depart from your install. If your mech concept relies on special tech, rare materials or other strange conditions, we can attempt to satisfy those demands while we still have easy access to the goods and services of this central star node. If you need more time than that to devise a good idea, then save it for next time. That is all. Now get to work. The mech designers instantly buzzed as they already began to think about what ideas they should propose. Multiple mech designers already started to gather into small groups of 2 or 3 in order to discuss collaborations on first-class multi-purpose mech designs. After all, they knew that the premier fleet needed versatility more than specialization at this early stage. It had enough first-class mech pilots that were fully qualified to make use of the more complicated multi-purpose mech models. The theoretical output of first-class mech designs of the design department was also limited. There was no way that the Larkinsons could pump out a dozen first-class mech designs in a year. Given these constraints, many mech designers came to the conclusion that specialized mech design proposals would essentially suffer a handicap going forward. Not everyone was pleased by this conclusion. Second-class mech designers who did not undergo ED-net training such as Beatrice Hendricks and Victor McMillan suffered a disadvantage because their studies had not advanced far enough to design first-class multi-purpose mechs by themselves. This caused them to cast their glances towards the ED-net graduates. Even the least academically inclined among them had learned a lot of theoretical knowledge from the virtual mech design universities of the Red Association. At the same time, the Larkinsons who mastered the same fundamentals as raw first-class mech designers also felt troubled. Their theoretical knowledge on hyper-technology and e-technology was incomplete and full of gaps due to their complete lack of practical experience. ED-net was not able to simulate the full and comprehensive effects of hyper-technology. It had been updated a few times in order to produce crude approximations, but they were completely inadequate when it came to anything that required serious engineering. It was for this reason that the returnees such as Juliette Stamaros and Tiffy Kozlone already thought about reaching out to the journeyman mech designers who had gained valuable real space experience in the past few years. The ED-net graduates may not be too familiar with these strange new faces, but if they wanted to make their mark on the most powerful mech fleet of the Larkinson clan, it became necessary for them to cooperate. It would be the greatest honor for their works to be among the first to serve under the command of the new matriarch of the Larkinson clan. Both Ves and Gloriana stood apart from the crowd and observed the dynamics unfolding in front of their eyes. "See, Ves," Gloriana smirked, "I told you this would happen. It is difficult to forge new friendships when they have no reason to do so. I just gave them one, so they are already bridging across the gap on their own accord. There is not much more we need to do. They will sort it out by themselves." He looked mildly impressed. "You are right. After the mech designers came up with their initial ideas, a few of them realized that they needed access to special tech or materials. In order to make sure that their mech concepts would not get disqualified because of an inability to satisfy a difficult condition, they privately met with Gloriana in order to learn whether their special demands could be met. Solus gas will be available in reasonable quantities," Gloriana confirmed. "Our clan has foreseen this kind of situation, so we made sure to extract as much as we could get away with before the native aliens drove us back from the planet where it is harvested. There is a good chance that we will be able to regain control of the reticulocorine system where soulless gas can be harvested. Ves added to the side. The arboreal project that I am working on with the Terrans is heavily dependent on soulless gas to produce the remarkable wood type that it depends upon. Without soulless gas, the first woodsap mech will become much more detectable and easier to lock on. In order to make sure it performs to the best possible abilities, the Terrans will definitely find a way to push back the native aliens from the Torald Middle Zone just enough to regain control over the reticulocorine system. His biggest concern was that the native aliens found out about the strategic value of soulless gas and sought to deny its benefits to red humanity by bombing reticulocorine V into oblivion. Ves and the Larkinsons still had not figured out the source of soulless gas after all of this time. They had their theories, but they were unable to verify them before they were forced to retreat from the star system. That was bad because their lack of understanding meant that there was almost zero chance they could artificially reproduce soulless gas at a different location. There was no other material that possessed similar properties to soulless gas in the Red Ocean as far as everyone was aware of. This made it vital for the Larkinsons and the Terrans to recapture the only star system where it was being produced in abundance to the point of distorting the planetary ecosystem. Soon enough, Harry Kikonen approached the director of the design department with another request. I would like to know whether our clan is able to gain the right and technical know-how to make use of the Cybernetic Empire's persistent laser beam tech or irradiator gamma laser beam tech. If it is not possible to gain access to those powerful techs, then I would at least like to know if it is possible to gain a license of the Ra's Omega laser weapon tech. That caused Ves and Gloriana to exchange looks with each other. Ves replied first. You have made a difficult request, Harry. As far as I know, the Cybers treat their energy weapon systems as their exclusive advantages. Once they sell out the tech to one party, everyone will be able to master its secrets in a matter of years. The Cybers will probably hope to delay that as long as possible by preventing any outflows of these special energy weapon systems. I can ask around, but the chance of fulfilling your first request is close to zero. Omega laser weapon tech is much easier to secure. Gloriana stated. It is also exclusive tech, but its confidentiality level is not as high, especially now that the Cybers have developed much more impressive energy weapon tech. Given our good relations with the Red Association, the mechers shouldn't demand too high of a price to give us access to Omega laser weapon tech. However, if you want to merge its design principles with that of Luminaire technology, then you are largely on your own. The mechers will not help us offer them significant concessions. You will have to justify the additional costs if you want to go through with adding Omega laser weapons into your mech proposal. Chapter 7084. Applying damage requests like the one made by Harry Kikonen kept pouring in over the course of the day. The mech designers all wanted to come up with impressive mech proposals, but it was difficult to cook impressive meals with ordinary ingredients. It was not impossible to do so. A great chef should always be able to draw out the full potential of the most basic of ingredients. The issue was that journeymen rarely if ever reached this impossible standard. They still needed access to good tech and materials in order to elevate the performance of their mech concepts. This was why they continued to knock on Gloriana's door and inquire about the possibility of making special accommodations. Her answer to these requests was relatively simple. The negotiations between the Larkinson clan and the Cybernetic Empire had not yet concluded, but there was a lot of CE tech that the former had no chance of obtaining. The Cybers understood the value of their advanced tech quite well and made it as difficult as possible to exchange them. Gloriana did not think it was a good idea to make too many assumptions before the Larkinsons secured anything concrete. She rejected most requests when it came to borrowing CE tech. Fortunately, she did not put up excessive barriers when it came to borrowing tech from the Red Association or one of the two independent colonial alliances. You can borrow the proprietary fire-breathing mechanism that makes the Dracoloid model so great at close-quarters combat, but think carefully whether you can justify its addition. It takes up a considerable amount of internal space and runs out of propellant quickly. Do not tunnel vision on function. The theme is also important. A fire-breathing dragon mech simply works because mech pilots already have a strong ability to visualize this method of attack. If you try to do the same with a humanoid mech, it simply will not work as well because humans are not able to breathe fire under normal circumstances. The differences were not too big, but any tiny shift could mean th4 difference between victory or defeat. Another interesting proposal that the Larkinsons received was permission to use small amounts of superdimensional matter. Since we are starting off by designing first-class mechs that are exclusive to the Larkinson clan, I see no reason to keep superdimensional technology out of the equation. Sarah Voikin calmly argued, generous use of low-grade superdimensional matter or sparing use of mid-grade superdimensional matter can make a large difference in the survivability of our standard mechs. We should at least consider the use of superdimensional alloys to strengthen the protection of our cockpits. She made a valid argument. It was not as if the Larkinson clan made extensive use of low-grade superdimensional matter. The use of mid-grade stuff was a bit more problematic, though. We will need to discuss this with the matriarch, Gloriana stated with a serious expression. Personally, I am inclined to approve the use of low-grade superdimensional matter in generous quantities. The material has too many inadequacies to be used as the foundation of an armor system, but it can be used as a supplement to defend against most incidental attacks. Forming an additional layer of armor out of low-grade superdimensional matter is a cost-effective idea. What about the use of mid-grade superdimensional matter, Gloriana? We do not need to expend this resource on too many mechs. The Premier Fleet can only field so many machines. We owe it to our soldiers to provide them with superior protection. Ves was inclined to agree, but he knew how much the Larkinsons burned through their reserves of mid-grade superdimensional matter. His wife knew as well. I will not support it for the time being. Our reserves are dwindling at a rapid pace. There are too many uses for it. Many of our expert mechs can benefit from an armor system that is partially made out of superdimensional alloys. For that reason, I cannot permit any further expenditures of mid-grade superdimensional matter unless our reserves have grown larger than ever. That disappointed the defensive specialist. The ED-Net graduate had come back to real space with many ideas on how to design a machine that could shrug off any damage with superior armor systems and alloys. For now, you need to make do with low-grade superdimensional alloys. Most of them still offer superior performance to transphasic alloys, though the differences are much smaller than we would wish. Gloriana stated, that might not remain the case for long. Material scientists were already hard at work trying to experiment with different combinations and proportions of superdimensional and normal materials. Low-grade superdimensional matter was the hardest to work with due to its inferior qualities. It produced a lot of problems when attempting to blend it with other materials, but that was what made this challenge so exciting. Humans did not believe that low-grade superdimensional matter would remain worthless. Even if its foundations were trash, the fact that it possessed genuine superdimensional qualities made it useful. The researchers just needed to discover a viable method to produce a good result. The Red Cabal had already proved that it was possible to elevate the properties of mid-grade superdimensional matter by half a step. If Red humanity could develop a similar trick that worked on the most abundant variety of superdimensional matter, then that would go a long way into making superdimensional tech more accessible to rank-and-file mech pilots. As the Larkinson mech designers continued to buzz over their upcoming proposals, Ves reviewed the suggested tweaks and changes that Dulo Voikin wanted to make on the Riot Mark III design. I do not fully understand what you are going for when designing this frankly absurd take on an expert spearman mech, but I do know that Rosa Orphan will be relying heavily on a Tier 3 destroyer spear as the primary source of her damage output. Wielding a high-tier destroyer weapon is a separate challenge all on its own. The two of you have made decent attempts to accommodate this weapon systems, but there are still a number of shortcomings that I think should be changed before you finalize the design. Both Ves and Gloriana gathered in front of Dulo while studying the Riot Mark III design. The design so far was very close to completion. Gloriana had worked hard to convert the expert spearman mech into a full first-class superdimensional expert archimech, one that could easily be upgraded to an ace mech by replacing a number of archimetal components if Rosa Orphan managed to break through in the near future. A number of red highlights appeared across the arms, the shoulder, the upper torso, the legs and other parts. These parts need changing the most. Dulo said, the proportions and lengths need to change in order to better complement a spear style that makes good use of the special properties of a destroyer weapon. In order to do the Tier 3 destroyer spear justice, I have specifically taken courses on destroyer technology. Destroyer technology is exclusive to the Terrans. How much do you know? Ves skeptically asked. The mechers do not have a full understanding, but they know enough to be able to model how it works more or less. I think there are very few mech designers who understand destroyer technology more than anyone else in the design department. What you need to know is that physical force is important, but not as much as with solid alloy spear tips. A destroyer spear is a weapon that relies much more on the high concentration of destroyer particles to serve as the main source of damage. It is therefore vital to satisfy two conditions: prolonging the moment of contact, and preventing the spear from backlashing against its own wielder. Gloriana studied the sections that Dulo wanted to change and saw the logic in most of the suggestions. I see. These changes will decrease the amount of physical force that the Riot Mark III can exert with his arms and upper torso, but they will also increase his ability to control his weapon. Dulo nodded. The precision and ability to maintain sustained pressure against enemy resistance is more important than the ability to generate a large amount of physical force in short bursts. Mind you, this is the opposite when it comes to wielding a naked alloy blade. When wielding such weapons, it is all the more important to be able to thrust the spear forward and punch through enemy defenses to the greatest possible extent. There may be other factors in play, such as the frequency of stabbing attacks and the recovery speed of the artificial muscles and so on. In this case, I think the Riot Mark III can perform best if he can consistently keep the speared IP in contact with his enemy. Against weaker opponents, it was not necessary to pay attention to this, as the destroyer weapon usually penetrated straight through enemy defenses. That did not work against a tougher opponent, especially those that possessed superior defensive capabilities. The best way to crack such a tough nut was to keep the dangerous end of the destroyer weapon in contact with the enemy. The contact or close proximity of an unshielded object would instantly draw the hostility of destroyer particles. The latter would definitely generate a lot of volatility that would begin to annihilate the surface components of the target. Super physical strength is not completely useless to a mech that wields a destroyer weapon. Ves noted. It can be used to plunge the tip of the destroyer spear deep into the interior of a phase lord or warship. By punching through the surface defensive layers, the weapon can do critical damage against vital parts or organs. You are not wrong, sir, which is why I do not suggest we weaken the Riot Mark III to this extent. Dulo replied. However, prolonged contact is much more reliable than repeatedly stabbing an enemy when trying to overcome Azure energy shields. I have witnessed plenty of battle footage of Terran mechs able to strip the energy defenses in record time by relying on their destroyer weapons. Even if more and more people are developing countermeasures against enemy transphasic energy defenses, it will take years at best for these solutions to become more widespread. The ED-Net graduate continued his presentation. He suggested numerous other small tweaks that could make a significant difference when combined with the rest of his order. You should think of adding a physical shield, he suggested next. My suggestion would be to add a slender tower shield that is tall on the vertical axis and short on the horizontal axis. This will not provide much cover to other mechs that may have reasons to shelter behind the Riot Mark III, but that is not the latter's job. The projection changed to show a relatively simple slender tower shield with rounded edges. Interesting, Ves remarked. It is too much, though. The Riot Mark III is designed with two-hand spear wielding in mind. Adding in a tower shield, no matter how helpful it seems, also comes with additional complications. The relatively hefty bulk of the Riot Mark III grew even more unwieldy with the additional slab of metal in his hands. The added burden exerted more stress on the arms and joints. The arm wielding the Tier 3 destroyer spear also suffered a lot. The Riot Mark III was not able to stab enemies with as much force as possible, and his control would also suffer. I agree with my husband. Gloriana backed him up. The scope of these proposed changes are too large. Save it for the Riot Mark IV. I think that our clan will be in a much better position to improve the mech further. That answer disappointed Dulo, but he did not fight back against this judgment. Well, it was worth a try. I shall reluctantly keep my more radical ideas at bay. If finishing the Riot Mark III project is still our highest priority, then I will limit my suggestions to quick and easy fixes. Chapter 7085. Spatial Anchor Field Generator. Although the returned Dulo Voikin did not convince Gloriana to accept all of his suggestions, he at least managed to show a glimpse of his attainments. He had spent his time in the ED-Net well. He not only learned much of the advanced principles of the high technologies that were common in first-class multipurpose mechs, but also focused much of his studies on strengthening spearman mechs to the greatest possible extent. I will be the first to admit that I am not as amazing as Kedis when it comes to mastering a single mech archetype. Dulo said, my companion spirit has not engaged in any willpower cultivation, if that is the correct term. I am not a warrior, so I am not arrogant enough that I can design a better spearman mech if I master the art of wielding this weapon. I only attended a handful of basic training courses on spearmanship. The downside of training in the ED-net is that your body does not develop the muscle memory and physical growth that is associated with physical training. The ED-net is only truly good for theoretical studies. Ves looked interested. You should have chosen a more specific development direction for yourself. What is your vision of spearman mechs? What are their signature features? Why should a customer prefer your products over ones designed by others? You just mentioned Ketty's earlier. She has already done a good job making sure that each of her swordsman mech designs possess their own compelling value propositions. What have you done in the RAW's accelerated virtual learning environment that has set you up for success? Before undergoing ED-net training, Dulo Voikin had always been known as the less impressive of the Voikin siblings. He was much like the late venerable Imon Ingvar in that regard. Dulo Voikin certainly did not regret his decision to specialize in designing spearman mechs. It was a narrow specialization, but spears and the mechs that wielded them had their uses in combat. Ves actually felt that spearman mechs should experience a light resurgence in the next decade or so. This was due to the high-end resource requirements to elevate the lethality of their weapons. A mech sword usually possessed a thick and hefty blade in order to keep it in one piece as it hacked into armor or energy shields. The blade also had to be long enough in order to give its wielder enough reach. All of this meant that a long and thick transphasic blade required a hefty amount of phase water in order to make it effective. Sure, the producers of transphasic swords could cheap out by only making them with single edges and only infusing phase water in the top half and other strategic places, but that always resulted in uneven and inferior results. A good transphasic sword should be impregnated with an even amount of phase water throughout its entire structure aside from the edges, which needed to be even sharper in order to reinforce and retain its sharpness. All of this consumed a considerable amount of resources that many people would rather spend elsewhere. A spear was usually a lot more frugal in this regard. No matter whether the speared IP was long, short, flat, three-dimensional, diamond-shaped, leaf-shaped or so on, it never matched a mech sword blade in terms of mass and volume. It took much less phase water to turn it into a proper transphasic weapon. Sure, the shaft was relatively weaker if it lacked phase water reinforcement, but that was not a big deal. The shaft could be made thicker in order to increase its durability the stupid way. It could rely on alternative and more easily available exotics and hypers to grant it greater resistance against transphasic weapons. The simplest solution was to do nothing and treat the shaft as disposable. So long as the salvaging parties were able to retrieve the most precious transphasic spear tips after the end of an engagement, everything would remain fine. There was another reason why Ves believed that spearman mechs would experience a resurgence going forward. It was an easy weapon to get started with. Mastery was a different story, but poorly trained mech pilots and more importantly Karman mech pilots only really needed to learn how to stab with their spears. Given that the native aliens did not field anything equivalent to mechs themselves, it was not important for mech pilots to learn how to parry or sweep their polearms. They just needed to thrust their spears forward at the right time and retract them quickly so that they could launch another attack. All of this had already become fairly relevant due to the relative scarcity of phase water, but it became especially more pertinent with the introduction of superdimensional matter. The Larkinson clan could afford to allocate a generous amount of low-grade and modest amounts of mid-grade superdimensional matter to upgrade its mechs, particularly the first-class ones. In this area, the spearman mechs favored by Dulo Voikin was clearly the most cost-effective choice compared to the swordsman mechs favored by Ketty's. Perhaps the latter may be stronger and more versatile as far as melee mechs were concerned, but the former used up considerably less phase water to deliver performance that was close enough to earn a passing grade. This dynamic was already important when it came to arming mechs with transphasic weapons. It became even more relevant with the introduction of superdimensional weapons. Ves knew that sooner or later, the material scientists would figure out cheap and cost-effective low-grade superdimensional alloys. Even if their performance fell far short of the high-grade stuff that enabled the first Sword Mark III to defeat a greater phase lord outright, the low-grade superdimensional matter happened to be abundant enough that it was the most suitable materials to use for limited mass production. In fact, if the Larkinsons obtained enough mid-grade superdimensional matter, it was even possible to reserve sizable quantities of it to develop even more effective superdimensional spears than normal. There was a serious gap in performance between the low-grade and mid-grade stuff. If the Larkinson clan could justify the expenditure of the latter by minimizing its usage in the development of a new first-class spearman mech, then Ves would definitely applaud such an addition to the Premier Fleet's mech roster. It would certainly make a very clear distinction with the Dracoloid mech model. The Larkinsons had always favored the use of humanoid mechs. That was not to say that beast mechs were bad, but they lacked the familiarity and versatility of articulating hands. As far as phase water expenditure was concerned, a quadruped beast mech could be quite frugal so long as its claws and fangs were not too long and exaggerated. However, Ves worried about the relatively slow skill ceilings of such machines. Many beast mechs lacked the articulating arms needed to engage in more complex actions that humanoid mechs took for granted. I would like for my updated vision for spearman mechs to remain a surprise. Dulo mysteriously said, it would make a better impact if I introduce it alongside the mech proposal that I am working on. My ideas are dependent on what is possible with different technologies, including hyper-technology and e-technology. I need to investigate further before I can finalize my presentation. Though Ves felt a bit frustrated that Dulo did not provide a straight answer, it was fine so long as there was a payoff at the end of a delay. You will have your chance to present your ideas soon enough. Ves said, our clan is negotiating with multiple parties over access to technology and support. The situation might change any day, especially when I have an appointment to make with a liaison of the cybernetic empire. Both Dulo and Gloriana reacted in surprise. You did not tell me that you are about to meet with a cyber. His wife said with a tinge of unhappiness in her voice. The cybers just confirmed the time and date of this appointment. Ves responded. Besides, a personal meeting had always been on the horizon since the Larkinson clan started to negotiate with the cybernetic empire. We know that the cybers have already sent a sizable delegation to Xianxia. The talks between our clan and the new empire have advanced to the point where we can choose from a limited selection of advanced CE tech to obtain in order to give the cybers access to future mining runs into the blue dimension. Strictly speaking, the cybers did not necessarily have to pay tribute to the Larkinson clan for this benefit, but it was good manners for them to provide a hint of compensation for gaining access to the incredibly valuable opportunities of mining extra-dimensional materials. There was more behind the negotiations. Ves had been spending a bit of time in the last few days to prepare for a more consequential talk that had direct implications for his progression as a mech designer. Dulo certainly perked up when he heard this. Does this mean that it is possible for you to obtain the CE techs that I and my fellow colleagues have been asking for, sir? Don't call me sir. I am no longer the patriarch anymore. As for whether I can obtain the goodies that you have requested for, I cannot make any promises. The cybers are only giving us access to a fraction of its complete technological library. We also have to make heavy concessions if we want to obtain the more valuable tech. Finally, I am not the final decision maker on this matter. The new matriarch will have to approve the final list. Is there any special tech on your wish list that you wish to bring to our attention? Dulo briefly paused as he went over all of the CE tech that he knew of. He knew most about the techs demonstrated by the three warfleets, but the cybers had revealed a number of other promising technological advancements after the initial battles. If you can, I would like you to see if you can gain access to the Space Supremacy Tower's spatial anchor field generator. If you cannot obtain the blueprints to produce them, then I would be happy to settle for purchasing fully produced modules from the cybers. I just want to have access to these devices. They are true game changers for mechs and particularly melee mechs in the Red War. Good choice. Ves was impressed by Dulo's apt choice. Gloriana on the other hand had to retrieve the information from the galactic net. From the scant information that I am able to obtain, the spatial anchor field generator is basically a warp interdiction field generator that is shrunken down to be able to fit inside or onto the exterior of a mech frame. That is true, but that is not the complete story, honey. Their working principles are the same, but a spatial anchor field generator simply cannot interdict enemy phase fighters of warships. On an individual basis, its range is too short and its power is too low. That is why the polymath designed it to function en masse. Hundreds of mechs equipped with this module are supposed to spread out across a region of space. When their spatial anchor field generators are all active and perfectly in sync, they can combine their effects and essentially produce a distributed version of a warp interdiction field. In other words, the spatial anchor field generator tried to reproduce the effects of a warp interdictor field without relying on a sizable starship that contained this large and powerful device. They also posed as the next evolution of space suppressors. The fact that spatial anchor field generators were able to build upon each other to produce a compound effect completely set it apart from the much simpler space suppressors. Even if Dulo did not issue this specific request, Ves was sure that other mech designers such as Kedis possessed a vested interest in the acquisition of this tech. Chapter 7086. The disadvantages of transactional relationships on the surface. The spatial anchor field generators sounded as if they functioned the same as the space suppressors that had become ubiquitous in every high-end mech. However, while their roots were identical, the cybers had iterated on the tech and fundamentally improved how multiple units worked together with each other. Multiple space suppressor fields stacked in close proximity generally resulted in a linear increase in how well they were able to stabilize the surrounding fabric of space. 2 space suppressors were twice as effective as 1. 4 space suppressors were 4 times as effective as 1. That was simple in how it always worked. Yet the cybers somehow found a way to generate a similar but different type of field that synergized very well with each other. They reinforced the effects of an identical field, thereby resulting in an exponential relationship, at least up to a limit. There were many more nuances to this tech, such as saturation of nearby space anchor fields and how to spread the spatial field to effectively interdict warp travel across distances that far exceeded the range of a warp interdictor field. However, there was not much point in thinking about them when the clan had yet to secure these devices. "We will keep this tech in mind," Ves told Dulo. "The spatial anchor field generator is a massive upgrade for all melee mechs. In fact, even if our clan doesn't fight for it, I am sure that the other players will be eager to acquire this tech themselves. The Terrans especially come to mind due to their preference for melee mechs." The development of the spatial anchor field generator was one of the more characteristic benefits of giving the polymath lots of time for her to conduct research and development. Its existence represented a pure technological breakthrough without relying on any fancy new resources such as hypermaterials or superdimensional matter. As far as Ves understood it, the spatial anchor field generator simply utilized the properties of phase water in a smarter and more effective way. This was human technology at its finest. How many other major technological breakthroughs did the polymath attain during the time of isolation? 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, nobody knew the answer, and that was scary. The uncertainty surrounding the cybernetic empire's technological lead caused everyone to default to the higher end of their estimated ranges. It was more prudent to overestimate the new empire's strength than to do the opposite. This was also part of the reason that allowed the cybernetic empire to throw its weight around and force everyone to play nicely with it. The cybernetic empress had what everyone wanted, and that was superior tech. Dulo Voikin left after he was done with making his request. Ves and Gloriana still remained in thought as they thought about the imminent meeting with a representative of the cybernetic empire. "Do you think the cybers are interested in engaging with us for more reasons than just access to superdimensional matter?" Gloriana asked her husband. "Most definitely," Ves responded. "The polymath and I have a history. There's also the living machine tower to contend with. The cybers over there should definitely be interested in cooperating with me. I think that will be one of the topics under discussion during my upcoming appointment. I am not sure how extensively the cybers want to cooperate with us, though. It is impossible to predict the polymath's thinking and intentions. There was a basis for cooperation between the two parties. The Larkinson clan eagerly wanted to obtain advanced CE tech. The cybernetic empire wanted to secure the rights to harvest superdimensional matter and possibly gain assistance in the development of living mechs. However, Ves could not ignore the mixed personal dynamics between himself and the polymath. He had opposed her plans once, and had contributed to her fall from grace. He had also taken over her iron-resonant crucifix crown and absorbed her fragment of the metal scroll. Though he had reasons to believe that he had done her a favor more than anything, who knew what this powerful star designer truly thought? Was she truly as rational and devoid of emotions as she liked to portray herself as, or was she as spiteful and vindictive as any other woman? Then there was the biggest issue, which was that the polymath was the outsider who understood best of what it meant to possess a fragment of the metal scroll. Perhaps she never interfaced with her fragment in the form of the mech designer system, but she most definitely gained a lot of benefits from it in one way or another. Given how Ves was progressing just as rapidly as the polymath during the same stage of her life, she should know how much promise he possessed as a mech designer and maybe more. A ruler in her position could not ignore his potential and would take steps to secure his cooperation if not allegiance. Ves was not afraid of the former, but the latter was a different story. In order to prepare for the upcoming meeting with the cybers, he decided to pay a visit to one of his advisors. It had been a long time since he last met with her and spoke in total confidence, but Ves already felt reassured as soon as he entered the secure chamber and set up all of the jamming and interfering devices. Who created these devices? The returned director of the Black Cat spoke as she sat on a plain metal chair. No, don't answer. I can recognize the distinctive visual design of the Red Association anywhere. Ves looked up at her. Do you think they are compromised somehow? Calabast shook her head. No, I only suspect as much. Do you understand this tech? Have you been able to modify or upgrade it to your liking? I have not gotten around to doing that. Ves honestly admitted. Then I suggest you think about it as soon as possible. Secure communications is vital to us. Do you have any alternative means of communication that is more secure than relying on devices issued by the Red Association on a planet that is almost completely under the control of the mechers? I can think of a few ways, but I cannot completely say for certain whether they are secure. They could rely on the Larkinson network or a design network connecting Blinky to Calabast. However, just because spiritual manipulation was fairly uncommon among humans did not mean that nobody outside Ves had mastered it. He could not forget that the RA was originally an offshoot of the Five Scrolls Compact. Many mechers actually worked part-time or full-time at the Red Collective. Ves recalled his recent meeting with the web mistress. Her claims, though outrageous, rang with truth, and that was not because the star designer manipulated him into thinking this way. No network was truly secure from her senses. The web mistress probably harbored more secrets than any other star designer, the polymath included. It would be foolish to rely on a spiritual network and assume their communications would be completely secure from the web mistress, especially when she was still present in the Xianxia central star node. Ves eventually shrugged. The mechers have given assurances that they did not tamper with the super-class jamming devices. That does not stop them from developing devices that can counter their own tech. You have a point. I have also deployed my own interference devices for added security, though their effects are not as good. This is the best I can do for the time being. I guess we'll just have to hold this discussion with the assumption that the mechers can eavesdrop on us. We should avoid any overly sensitive subjects. That most certainly meant avoiding any discussion about the system and the fragments of the metal scroll among other subjects. Both of them settled down in Ves's temporary office. Despite the imperfect security arrangements, Calabast maintained an air of confidence and self-assurance that eased Ves's concerns. So how was the ED net? He asked. Illuminating. She spoke with a smile. The ED net is most famed for quickly raising highly knowledgeable and competent mech designers, scientists, engineers and military officers, but it still has plenty of value to a woman of my profession. Has the ED net truly taught you how the mechers engage in spycraft? The older woman chuckled. Of course not. The mechers never reveal their true secrets to outsiders such as us. We only gained access to less sophisticated theories, techniques and technologies. That is more than enough for me to chew on. I can compensate for the rest through other means. That is also why I wanted to talk to you. The Black Cats have done decently in my absence, but their methods and technologies are too rudimentary, especially now that I have gained a glimpse on how first raters spy on each other. I will not bore you with all of the details, but we need better tech, most notably stealth tech, but also sensor and scanning tech. You want your agents to be able to improve their ability to hide from others and keep them in observation, is that what you are saying? Calabast nodded. This does not even come close to dragging the Black Cats up to the standard of the biggest players, but it is a decent start. Our clan is in a precarious position, Ves. Sure, you have made yourself valuable to everyone, and the Larkinsons have built up friendships with every human group of significance, but how many of them are truly willing to stand by us if we are threatened or disgraced? Ves grimaced. No one, I guess. My clan and I have built good relations based on mutually beneficial exchanges. I scratch their back, they scratch mine. Aside from the Golden Skull Alliance, none of our allies and business partners has the will to help at their expense. I guess this is the reality of relying so heavily on transactional relationships. There is no need to put yourself down, Ves. You did better than many people in your position. Transactional relationships are simple and straightforward. The truth is that all of the other groups rely on mutual benefits to maintain friendly relations with each other. The moment there is no more profit to be gained, they will not hesitate to stab each other in the back if an advantage can be gained. This is one of the underlying reasons why the Red Split occurred. Ves nodded in understanding. I know. If this can happen to the Red too, it can happen to our clan as well. That is why you need to move beyond this method. Calabast said as she leaned forward. A truly enduring group such as the Terrans and the Rubarthans rely on more than benefits to bind people together. They rely on higher-minded concepts such as loyalty, faith, honor and so on to persuade people to sacrifice their personal interests to advance their common cause. Our clan has actually been doing a decent job at this. Our clansmen will not hesitate to back each other up, and our partners in the Golden Skull Alliance can also be relied upon in a pinch. It is not enough, though, Ves stated. The spymaster nodded. Right, at this stage, it is fine for us to continue our current policy of trying to remain friendly and useful to every human power, but that only means we are surrounding ourselves with fair-weather friends. We need to forge closer relationships with parties that are powerful enough to protect us when everyone else has turned against us for whatever reason. There are risks involved with this strategy, but I would rather take this on than to face the possibility of being abandoned by the entire Red Ocean due to missteps. No matter how unlikely this scenario may be, Ves did not want to get caught off guard if it happened to come to pass. Ves could think of several reasons why this might happen in the future. From leaking the full breadth of the mech designer system to exposing his potential misdeeds in the Milky Way galaxy, he was aware that his place in society was not stable. This would especially be the case once he became a master mech designer. Once he realized his design philosophy, every other mech designer would be able to learn how to design living mechs with far greater ease due to the invisible help of the Red Kingdom. Ves needed to prepare for this situation ahead of time. He needed to be ready to navigate a society where he was no longer irreplaceable. Chapter 7087. True Allies. Who are your closest allies at the moment? Calabast asked. List them out for me. Do not think too much at this stage. Ves tried his best to obey her instructions. Let's see. You already know about the Golden Skull Alliance. Although I haven't interacted with the other Alliance partners for a while, Keddies and the other Larkinsons over the expeditionary fleet are still fighting alongside them as we speak. Next, I have been cooperating with the Red Association for a fairly long time. I have also gained the friendship of the Red Fleet, though this relationship is a lot more shallow. I am also friendly with the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact, but for different reasons. Can you explain them, Ves? Sure, let me start with the Terrans. I have spent a good amount of time on New Constantinople 8 and have grown especially close with the Devos ancient clan. Oh, I am also friends with the Strian ancient clan, though that is largely because of my relationships with General Axelar Strian and her granddaughter. I am also friendly with several other Terran ancient clans, but that is mostly transactional in nature. I cannot say we are close enough that they will back us up if we get in trouble. Only the Devosans and the Strians give me hope of helping us beyond the expectation of an immediate reward. How certain are you that the Terrans are willing to make sacrifices in order to save you and the clan? That was a difficult question to answer. Ves did not truly know what the Terrans were thinking. He could only look back on the deals they made and how much they had helped each other fulfill their objectives. If the situation has truly grown desperate, then the Devosans will likely not be of too much assistance. Ves reluctantly admitted, we grew close to each other mainly due to proximity and the benefits that have resulted from that. Now that we have left their territory, I expect our relations to cool, though we are still cooperating on stuff like the Arboreal project. As for the Strians, I have a special relationship with General Axelar Strian. Even if we haven't talked to each other in a long time, I am fairly confident that he will do us a favor even if it is to the detriment of his ancient clan. You sound more confident when you mention the Renewer of Terra, she said. Ves smiled. It helps that he is a peak ace pilot with ambitions to become more. High-ranking ace pilots are not always trustworthy or friendly, but so long as you win the trust and friendship of one, you can rely upon it unless you cross the other party's bottom line. Calabast looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding. All right, if you think that General Axelar Strian is a dependable partner, then we will take him into account when we draft our next plans. Do you think the rest of his ancient clan is as friendly to us, or is this mainly a personal thing? The latter, unfortunately, he admitted. The other Strians don't know why I am so close to their leader. That may lead to a problem down the line. General Axelar has reasons to help me when I am in need, but if he goes against the wishes of his entire ancient clan, then that will put him into a bind. He has a duty to lead and protect his fellow Strians. How can he do so if he disregards their wishes? Personally speaking, I do not want to subject him to this dilemma. He deserves better. I see. What is the Rubarthan side of the equation? For reasons that I cannot get into at the moment, I have built up a good relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds. I dare say that we are good friends with each other. Her title makes her sound scary and unstable, but she is actually delightful to be around. The only reason why I haven't been able to deepen our friendship and remain in more frequent contact with her is because she holds immense responsibilities. She is one of the most powerful protectors of the Rubarthan Pact and all of its people. Each mistake can consign millions or billions of people to eradication. It would be far too selfish of me to take advantage of our special relationships to take up her valuable time. You are quite noble in that, Ves. I know many people would not hesitate to milk a friendship with a god pilot for all it is worth. He snorted. God pilots possess such excellent insights into other people that they will never remain friends with such personalities for long. These powerful beings greatly prize sincerity. They have become so powerful, but they must always remain true to themselves. Honesty is not just a virtue to them, but a necessity. Dealing with mortals who lie as easily as breathing must be frustrating for god pilots, as they need to wrangle around obvious false truths and delusions while also remaining true to their ideals. I think this is also the reason why they are so detached from mainstream society. Calabast looked rather interested in his insights and his irreverence towards god pilots. Most people did not even dare to speak about them for fear of dishonoring them or accidentally offending their entire group. Ves on the other hand spoke casually about them as if he met them every weekend or whatever. Let us get back to the Destroyer of Worlds. If you have become an enemy of mankind, will the Destroyer of Worlds agree to shelter you against everyone's ire, or is there a limit to her generosity? Ves tried to think hard on what she would do. I think she is a protector and a woman of principles. It will ultimately depend on who is at fault. If I am unjustly accused, she will protect me even if all of red humanity is calling out for my blood. If I am being persecuted because I got caught while committing a misdeed, then she may leave me to my own fate. Very well, then we have to make sure you remain as upright as possible. Calabast said without going into too much detail. That was not a conversation that they could hold at the moment. The protection of a god pilot is vastly more preferable to that of a peak ace pilot. The Destroyer of Worlds enjoys an unparalleled status in the Rubarthan Pact. It is good that you have made plans to travel to the Rubarthan Pact. We will need to seek out opportunities for you to intersect with her somehow. He did not disagree with her. He was eager to meet with the god pilot again and talk about a number of important topics. However, meeting with a god pilot was much easier said than done. The Destroyer of Worlds had become busier than ever as she tried her best to stem the tide of invading Vorabugs. Already, stories emerged in the media about how many planets she had blown up as of late, both to deny valuable resources to the Vorabugs and to cull their numbers by eliminating their planetary strongholds. It was extremely wasteful and desperate for her to blow up so many planets, but this was one of the few short-term solutions the Rubarthans could rely upon to reduce the pressure of this new enemy. In any case, the Rubarthans would only need to worry about paying the price if they survived the current crises and experienced a resurgence in the future. So what if the border region had become devoid of life-bearing or resource-rich planets? The Rubarthans would just have to move past the desolated areas and colonize other territories. Since I want to help the Rubarthans repel the Vorabugs, I think it is not impossible for us to meet with the Destroyer of Worlds during our stay over there. We can form more integral plans if we are able to meet in private. The premise is that we show her goodwill and make sure we are meeting with good intentions in mind. It would be disastrous if we seek her out for the wrong reasons. Then it is good that you are a principled mech designer. Calabast gave Ves a mysterious smile. You should think of ideas where the two of you could collaborate upon. The more active your cooperation with her, the more you can rely upon her when times are tough. You cannot afford to take her friendship for granted. Ves nodded in agreement. I do not. So what about the Red Association, Ves? You are cooperating most actively with the Mechers from what I have been able to determine, but I suspect that you do not trust them that much. Ves grimaces and waved his hand around the room. Careful now, Calabast. We are making use of their devices while residing on one of their planets. She chuckled. You do not need to remind me of that. Do not worry, Ves. The Mechers are listening to so many conversations that they cannot act upon all of them. It is impossible. They also understand that just because people are bad-mouthing them does not necessarily mean they are enemies. Strategically voicing our mistrust and discontent to the Ra can serve as a signal that encourages them to address their problems. So who among the Red Association do you trust the most? I consider Jovi Armelon to be a genuine friend. Ves said without hesitation. I have known Vector Loban for a shorter amount of time, but we are friends as well, even if we do not have that much of a shared history. The only problem with the two is that they are still low to mid-ranking mech designers in the vast hierarchy of the Red Association. They have no weight in the organization. We will need to appeal to the high-ranking leaders in order to receive the Ra's genuine protection, but I am not particularly close to any of them at the moment. What about the Blue Jay fleet? We both know the soldiers and officers of the Blue Jay fleet are far more loyal to the Red Association than myself. They will not hesitate to withdraw if they received instructions from their headquarters. The Saint Commander had a plan to subvert their loyalties, but this plan became a lot harder to realize now that the new matriarch had opted to stay behind with the premier fleet in Terran space. Which god pilots and star designers do you have a relationship with? She asked. Leave the polymath out of the picture for now. Who among these exalted figures can you petition for protection if your situation has grown precarious? That was a difficult question to answer. I have met with both the xenotechnician and the web mistress. Both are difficult figures to talk to. I would very much prefer to keep my distance from them. The Fist of Defiance is a pretty awesome guy. He is completely transparent and unpretentious in his dealings with others. I cannot exactly say that we are close, though. He probably feels gratitude to me for helping him further his own goals and ambitions. As for the evolution witch, Calabast slowly raised her eyebrows. Go on. Ves shook his head. I think it is best if I do not go into detail of how I evaluate her and my relationship with her. The short story is that it is complicated. As you know, she is one of the leading figures of the Oblivion Gate Consortium. She is probably friends with my mother, who is based in the old galaxy. So you can say that Divine Lucy Miyazaki will probably bail me out if I am in a pinch, but it will not be without a heavy price. She is one of the more volatile god pilots that I know of. You can never predict what she might do, especially in a dwarf galaxy that is becoming more chaotic by the day. Chapter 7088. Investing in personal friendships. So what is the point of listing out our closer and more dependable allies? Ves asked. The returned spymaster smiled and spread her arms. You should have been able to guess already. I have conducted a deep analysis on the accelerating changes to our society. I have tried to match that with your development trajectory and how it may likely collide with future trends. To sum everything up, I foresee with a reasonable confidence level that you will not be able to maintain friendly relations with everyone in the long run. Is it because I refuse to take sides? That is part of the answer. You are willing to help everyone as if you are a principled mercenary, but what you do not realize is that others are able to figure out what you are doing. To them, you can be a helpful ally on one day, but an infuriating opponent the next day. Each of them are able to perform calculations which allow them to estimate whether your relationship balance is positive or negative. If the sums dip too far into negative territory, then whatever help you provide to them is not enough to make up for the disadvantages. Ves furrowed his brows as he thought about what she described. This is very abstract to me. It also sounds as if it won't be a problem until a decade or a few decades later at the very least. I am just a senior mech designer for now. Many people have an interest in living mechs, and I am the best person to popularize this innovative approach to mech design. It will not be until I have become a master that it will be more difficult to maintain friendly relations with everyone. Since you can foresee such a future, then it is better to make preparations in advance. Calabast argued. You do not want to be caught flat-footed when you are inevitably betrayed yet again. A mech designer with your colorful history should know better. Do you really think that it will come to that, Calabast? I do. Red humanity is on its way to fracturing, and you do not want to be caught in the open when that happens. Think about it. Even if I am wrong in my assessment, can you truly gamble on an optimistic outcome? It is better to make preparations in advance. When push comes to shove, you need to be ready to flee to a strong and dependable ally. Look, it would be best if our clan can stand on its own 2 feet, but that is simply not possible for the foreseeable future. Ace pilots are not enough to shelter us all in this day and age. Only god pilots or those close to them can grant us near absolute security in the Age of Dawn. That would not always be the case, but Ves could think about that in the future. There is a problem with your proposal, he said with a frown. Right now, I have done my best to maintain a balance between my relationships. That has worked out well so far, even if the others know that I am unlikely to commit to their organizations. If I start to act on your intentions to build up a closer relationship to one ally over another, the balance will be skewed. Go too far and it will break, not because of external geopolitical events, but due to my own actions. Isn't this counterproductive? At least you are being proactive about it, Ves. If the universe changes according to your actions, then you are still in control. The surprise factor is no longer as threatening as before. Does that not sound preferable to the alternative? She made a decent point. Ves instinctively felt that there was a problem with her argument, but he could not articulate why he had misgivings about her proposal. Okay, let's say I am willing to follow your advice. What should I do in concrete terms? Should I stop trying to make friends with everyone? Not exactly. Calabast shook her head. I am not telling you to completely abandon your neutrality posture. Favoring one ally is different from trying to make enemies for no reason. You should maintain your current relations strategy, but begin to show more bias towards 2 or 3 allies that you favor more than others. You cannot remain subtle about this. You must make a commitment in order to show that you are being serious. And this gets me what? It will cause your relationships with multiple parties to cool, but you will also forge much more dependable ties with those that you favor. This may not sound like a good deal to you, but it may very well save your life and that of your family when everyone else has turned against you for whatever reason. You have only 2 choices to make. First, you can completely isolate yourself and go into hiding. Second, you can take shelter with an ally that is willing to overlook your supposed transgressions just enough to defy public opinion. What would you rather like, the first or the second scenario? The second, of course. As a mech designer, I cannot afford to become completely rejected by society. I can only sell my products to the masses if I remain in good standing with the people I serve. Calabast gave him a cold smile. Then you should know what must be done. Let us go back to the names that you have listed. If my judgment is correct, your top 3 allies are the Destroyer of Worlds, the Renewer of Terra and the Evolution Witch. We have a Rubarthan, a Terran and a Mecher. That is correct, but that is too simplistic of a description. Ves said while shaking his head. The Destroyer of Worlds was originally a second-rater. She has become an adopted Rubarthan, and takes her responsibility of guarding the Rubarthan Pact seriously, but she does not come across as a nationalist to me. From what I know, the Spacelock is the quintessential Rubarthan and a diehard loyalist. I have the feeling that there is a certain degree of friction between the 2 god pilots due to their radically different backgrounds. Calabast grew a lot more excited than before. Her eyes glinted with intrigue as she processed his gossip. How certain are you about this information? I haven't actually met the Spacelock. Ves admitted. I only have second-hand descriptions of him. He is not that mysterious of a god pilot, though. His public persona is well defined. As for the Destroyer of Worlds, she doesn't show up as much in public, but that doesn't matter when I have met her in person and talked to her on numerous occasions. I can absolutely imagine that the 2 cannot really get along. It is only their shared mission that is keeping their relations cordial. Interesting. Calabast began to grin. If this is the case, then it is imperative that you cultivate your relations with her, preferably on a personal basis. The Renewer of Terra should be put on a lower priority. Relations between the Terrans and the Rubarthans have warmed up considering that they are 2 peas in a pod, but that may change in the future. Whether General Axelar Strian is able to survive a breakthrough or not is also a point of concern. If he makes his attempt and fails, then you will instantly lose your most dependable ally among the Terrans. Isn't that a good reason to invest in my relationship with him? Ves pushed back on her argument. In my current state, I cannot offer too much direct assistance to Divine Irene Mox at this stage. She is too strong while I am too weak. The power disparity is much lower with the Renewer of Terra. So long as I provide him with material aid, his gratitude will be much greater. Sure, there is a considerable risk that my investment will end up in vain, but what if the good general succeeds? His spymaster grew thoughtful as she considered his argument. You are correct to an extent. It does not hurt to try and see if you can help him in a material fashion, but I do not think it is the correct decision to put all of your eggs in this shaky Terran basket when you already have a much more solid Rubarthan one at your disposal. If you have to make a choice between the 2, which one do you prefer? Ves genuinely looked conflicted. He could not bring himself to favor one side over another. If the Terrans and the Rubarthans remembered their historical grievances against each other and turned hostile for this reason, then Ves really did not want to pick a side. Calabast obviously noticed his discomfort and dismissively waved her hand. Never mind that for now. You are correct in stating that the Terrans and Rubarthans are in the same boat. It is detrimental for them to rehash old conflicts when they are being threatened by new enemies. Ves relaxed after hearing that. The Red Ocean was supposed to be a new start for immigrants. It made little sense to import old conflicts from the Milky Way. It would be better if everyone left that behind in the galaxy they abandoned. What about the evolution witch? What do you think my stance towards her should be? He asked. The evolution witch is an ambitious god pilot. The spymaster analyzed. You are correct that she is younger, brasher, more radical and less predictable than the other god pilots of the Red Association. However, I see that as an advantage rather than a disadvantage. Because she is not all that beholden to the constraints of her organization. You know her history. You know how much the establishment led by the chosen human has always opposed her and hindered her at every turn. Her actions after the Great Severing proves that she has a very different vision of what humans should become. So long as you can find common ground in her ambition and choose to help her in any way, she will not turn against you, especially considering that she already maintains a profitable relationship with your mother. Ves blinked. He never saw it this way. Calabast rephrased the facts to portray the evolution which is a much more dependable ally than he previously thought. In hindsight, he let his personal dislike of her nosiness and her habit of dictating orders to him taint his evaluation of her. As a woman who had lived on the edge for most of her life, evolution which did not care about superficial matters. This often caused her to give off a rude and maybe even antisocial impression. Was she truly as scary as Ves imagined, or was it all in his head? As long as he understood her entire logic, she no longer appeared as chaotic as before. I think I understand what you mean, Ves said as he rubbed his hairless chin in thought. There is actually a lot of potential for further cooperation. It also helps that the evolution which has always been rather estranged from mainstream mechers. This means that if the Red Association has forsaken me, the evolution which will not automatically follow its lead. She is her own person. Ves also suspected that the evolution which may harbor intentions to go independent one day. This was not as outlandish as it sounded. The cybernetic empress had already taken this step in advance, and the head of the hunting association was only a few steps away from making the critical break. So long as the Red Association became a hindrance to her one day, she probably would not hesitate to break away. If Ves had to make a choice between which side he should favor, he would be much more inclined to support the evolution which than the remainder of the Red Association. Compared to the more impersonal and transactional relationship he maintained with the Raw, Ves had much more faith in maintaining a stronger and resilient friendship with divine Lucy Miyazaki. There was one more powerful individual that the two Larkinsons had yet to mention. What about the polymath? He asked. Chapter 7089, A Star Empire Devoid of Honor. One of the reasons why Ves wanted to talk to Calabast was to determine how to manage his relationship with the cybernetic empire. A discussion on the polymath could not be avoided for that reason. For better or worse, she had become the singular most powerful star designer in the Red Ocean. She not only possessed the most versatile specialization among her kind, but she also commanded the most technologically advanced empire, even if it was technically confined to a single massive star system for the time being. She also had a lot of uncommitted military forces at her disposal. Anyone she chose to reinforce with her massive armada would definitely be able to endure the pressure of one or several massive alien threats. Yet was the polymath willing to send her soldiers straight into the meat grinder only for others to reap most of the benefits? Ves did not think she was that noble or altruistic. She would only go out of her way to others if they had a purpose in her master plan. Even then, whether she would actually put in the effort to save others depended on whether she completed a favorable cost-benefit analysis. She was definitely the sort of person who would instantly end a 100-year-old friendship and stab her former comrades in the back if she believed that. Calabast smiled. Ah, the polymath. I am not entirely aware of the relationship dynamic between the two as I am not privy to all of your information. However, I can read the clues and make my own judgment. As far as I am concerned, the polymath is neither your enemy nor your friend. That means she can be used. The spymaster leaned forward. What I mean by that is that you can continue to engage her as if you are a free agent and a mercenary. I can see that you have very little trust in her, but that you also have little fear that she will strike against you. This means that it is best to maintain a detached relationship with her and her empire. You can cooperate with the cybers, but you must ensure that you do not commit too heavily to your relationship with them to the point where it may seem that you are taking their side. Ves frowned. What if I fail to do so? What if I become too friendly with the cybers? Then that will strain your relationships with others. The polymath is the most polarizing star designer in the Red Ocean. She has easily surpassed the xenotechnician and his suspected ties to the cosmopolitan movement. That should tell you how the public outside of Bridgehead 1 sees her at the moment. Since they have appeared, the Cybers have quickly developed a reputation for being stingy, greedy and unwilling to send out most of their forces to save Red humanity. Compared to the Red 3 and the newly independent colonial alliances, the cybernetic empire completely lacks their honor and nobility. That caused Ves to chuckle. He. Figures. That is what you get when you put the most rational star designer in charge. She may have worked with many mech pilots over the years, but I doubt she truly understands what drives them. The emotional connection simply is not there. Humans do stupid things all of the time that make our race seem flawed, but so what? Not all flaws are deplorable. It is a mistake if the polymath thinks she can replace honor with technology. Perhaps this is another reason why the Cybers have produced very few high-ranking mech pilots. They have replaced faith in themselves with confidence in their own tech. Of course, he wouldn't be saying this if the cybernetic empire's technology was a lot more advanced than what it had shown on the surface. There came a point when superior technology produced such crushing advantages that no honor and glory could overcome the massive gap in strength. Let us get back on topic. Calabast said, the cybernetic empire currently suffers from bad PR. If the Cybers want to address this, it is not enough for them to take action directly. It is much more effective if they can convert outsiders into agents who can vouch on their behalf. I predict that in the following years, the Cybers will try to cultivate a network of friendly associates that can serve as a humanizing interface between themselves and the wider public. They may even take over a few states if they see an opportunity. What does that mean for me? Do you think that the Cybers will try to win me over? Calabast seriously nodded. That is what my analysis has revealed. You are popular and a proven innovator who cannot translate all of his ideas into reality because you lack access to advanced tech and robust R&D support. The cybernetic empire happens to have all of the tech and researchers in abundance, but it lacks a popular mandate. You have to remember that the polymath did not ascend into power in a very legitimate fashion. This does not matter in the long term, but for now she is still regarded as a thief and an opportunist more than an actual empress. He agreed with her. When people thought of the current star emperor of New Rubarth Empire, their minds would immediately get overtaken by all sorts of myths and feelings. The emperor was not a star designer or a god pilot, but he was a sovereign who was larger than life in his own way. Nobody thought that way when it came to the polymath. The masses may respect her and look up to her for her many accomplishments in mech design and other fields, but what did that have to do with governance? Even if people were clamoring for her massive armies and advanced tech, that did not automatically cause her to be seen as a good ruler. It took more than that to acquire legitimacy. So the short version is that we happen to be able to address each other's deficiencies, is that right? Right, Calabast confirmed. There is nothing inherently wrong with trying to help each other out, but you must take care not to turn a transactional relationship into a ruler-vassal relationship. If Her Imperial Majesty is truly rational and seeking greater advantages for herself, then she cannot ignore the substantial benefits she can obtain by bringing you into the cybernetic empire. If you meet with the cyber representative tomorrow and receive a lucrative offer that will try to bind you into making long-term commitments, you must be vigilant. Ves frowned. Do you think that it is an attempt to ensnare me into becoming a subject of the cybernetic empire? That possibility does indeed come to mind. Before we talk any further, please answer this question to me. Do you object to becoming a citizen of the cybernetic empire? You should know that with your current status and prestige, any star nation will be glad to absorb you into its ranks. Why would I even consider this option, Calabast? If you think that it is too tiresome to dance on the tightrope all of the time and constantly have to worry about putting the safety of your family at risk, then joining a major power is not a bad idea. The cybernetic empire is a great choice all considered. It has just merged from a greater spacetime bubble and is in urgent need of outside talents such as yourself. It is located in one of the rearmost positions of human-occupied space and has transformed into the most fortified star system by an enormous margin. So you and your family will be safe. Above all else, so long as you integrate into their mech industry, you will gain access to many advanced technologies. Do you not feel tempted? Ves would be lying if he said no. Yet the thought of serving the whims of the polymath immediately caused him to feel unsettled. He vigorously shook his head. No, absolutely not. I do need access to advanced tech and so on, but I do not want to do so if I have to sacrifice my freedom for it. The cybernetic empress is very clear about the necessity of handing over absolute power to a single ruler, which happens to be herself. Others can advise her, but dissent is taboo. When I founded the Larkinson clan, I did so with the conviction of never putting my life in the hands of an uncaring ruler who can betray us at any time. While I am willing to be flexible and accept certain arrangements, I doubt the Cybers are willing to extend the same courtesy. This did not surprise the returned spymaster. Then the answer is clear. Since you are unwilling to trust Her Imperial Majesty and the Cybernetic Empire, then you should maintain a healthy distance from them as best as possible. Do not agree to any invitations to visit or settle in Bridgehead 1. If they propose an exchange that binds you to them over several years or decades, try to find a way to reduce your obligations. You must signal your unwillingness to bind yourself to their upstart star empire. Ves looked pensive. He could understand what she was getting at, but what were the consequences of trying to remain aloof towards the cybernetic empire? Won't I offend the Cybers if I do this too much? Calabast shook her head. No, negotiations can get ugly at times. The Cybers have no reason to turn against you, and you can leave most of the talks to the Larkinson clan. At most, you can list out your demands and what you are willing to do for the Cybers and send it to our negotiating team. That sounded like the more prudent approach, but Ves still wanted to talk to a Cyber at least once in person. Much of what he knew about the cybernetic empire came from third-hand information. That was not a solid basis to formulate a policy that determined his future. Do you think that it is a mistake for the Larkinsons to engage with the Cybers in the first place? He asked. Calabast did not answer right away. It is not my place to tell the clan what to do. That is what the matriarch and the other governing institutions are for. In my professional opinion, the cybernetic empire is too new, too volatile and too ambitious. It is a disruptive force that is only tolerated because Bridgehead 1 is unassailable and because the polymath can still help red humanity resist the alien tide. You can potentially obtain massive advantages if you are willing to assist the Cybers in expanding their influence across the Red Ocean, but your obvious distrust towards them precludes this course of action. Ves firmly nodded. I think they can be described as a necessary evil. The Cybers are not as threatening as the unambiguously hostile aliens that are pressing past our border regions, but their vision for red humanity is one that has completely surrendered to the polymath's rule. That is a vision that I cannot accept. He would rather see red humanity fracture and split up into many diverging groups than to accept unity under the cybernetic empress. Whether he was able to prevent that from happening remained to be seen. After talking a bit more with Calabast, he came away with a much more solid idea on how to approach his upcoming talks with the Cybers. Of course, Ves also thought about Calabast's underlying intentions. Ever since she and the other ED-Net graduates came back, Ves could not help but grow suspicious about whether the Ra had compromised them in any way. From tampering with their cranial implants to subliminally hypnotizing them during their sleep cycles, Ves could think of 100 different ways the Mechers could subtly subvert them into advancing the interests of the RA over the Larkinson clan. So long as the manipulation was subtle enough, neither Ves nor the Golden Cat would be able to pick up any ill intentions from their words and deeds. Was the Calabast trying to cautious Ves to maintain a healthy distance from the cybernetic empire because she thought it was best, or because it was the outcome that the Red Association favored the most? Chapter 7090. Meeting the Cybers. Ves shook his head. He felt he was being a bit too paranoid for his own good. The Red Association would not try to take the stupid risk of earning his ire and forever proving that it could never be trusted by trying to tamper with his people. Though it had not happened as of yet, so long as the Ritternese entered the Saint Kingdom of a Larkinson ace pilot, it would immediately become clear whether they were compromised in any fashion. There was very little that could circumvent the sharp intuition of a battle-hardened saint. Even without this check, the other Larkinsons were not stupid. The clan had its own security protocols and should be able to pick up anything suspicious with a good degree of effectiveness. The Larkinson network might not be as infallible as Ves thought, but it was anything but a useful component of the Larkinson clan. Perhaps Ves should take his time to complete his examination of the information provided by the web mistress and acquire other pieces of relevant knowledge to upgrade the Larkinson network. It may never reach the level of performance that Ves desired, but so long as it worked well enough to prevent mundane infiltration and subversion, that was enough in his book. In any case, after Ves concluded his strategy session with his spymaster, he sought out Lucky and changed to a more formal version of his uniform. I know you haven't been of much use in the last few meetings I brought you, but this time it will be different. Ves said as a bot carefully fixed up his hair. Meow meow. Lucky tilted his head. We are about to meet with the Cybers. Have you looked at them? Their bodies are heavily augmented. There are way more alloys and circuitry inside their bodies than normal human flesh. I am not asking much from you. I just want you to do your usual thing, but also monitor the bodies of every cyber that you can perceive. If you have detected anything interesting, you can try to notify me in a subtle manner if you think it is important, or just hold your thoughts until we have concluded the meeting. I am relying on your observations to inform me if you have detected anything suspicious or alarming. Got it, buddy? The black archimetal cat looked concerned. Meow, meow. I am not expecting trouble since the cybers are merely guests. The mechers are keeping a close watch on them. They may have enjoyed a shared history once, but that is over. After Ves fixed up his appearance, he and his gem cat moved to an underground hangar bay and boarded an armored shuttle. The vehicle lifted off and flew to another hemisphere under escort. The flight was rapid and short despite traversing a considerable distance. When Ves stepped out of the shuttle, he and his guards entered a luxury resort that was located in one of the quieter park areas. Real estate was expensive on Xianxia IV. Many mechers resided on this planet, and plenty of them had the money to build an opulent palace for themselves. The luxury resort must cost a fortune, but it was worth it as it not only provided tranquility to its guests, but easier security due to its fairly remote location. This was where the cyber delegation resided for the time being. Ves heard that the envoys from Bridgehead 1 had yet to receive permission to travel elsewhere in the Central Star Node. This was why he had to take the trouble to travel to this resort instead of receiving a visit at his temporary compound. I know, the security measures here are insane. Ves could only observe so much due to the thick foliage of the surrounding woodlands and the structures blocking his view, but he could already spot hundreds of security personnel and dozens of mechs in the open. Of particular interest to Ves were the soldiers hailing from the cybernetic empire. Ves did not know which mech regiment or warfleet the cyber mechs belonged to, but each of them possessed the same distinctive traits and design that showed a divergence in mech philosophy and development. The largest mechs possessed a clear defensive focus and all seemed to have remote shielding capabilities. The smaller mechs possessed a combination of ranged armaments, ECM and ECCM modules, making them suitable for scouting, detection and concentrated firepower. There were a number of other visible mech models. Their approximate functions ranged from energy supply, missile support, communications and battlefield repair. The cyber mechs were definitely geared up for both protection and warfare on a limited scale. Ves found it regretful that he was not able to observe too many details of advanced CE tech. There was only so much he could observe from a bystander's perspective. One distinctive mark that each of them possessed was the symbol of a moon and an eye. That was probably their unit emblem. Ves soon passed through the main entrance of one of the larger resort structures. There, he went through a thorough security check. Lucky did not trip any egregious alarms, courtesy of the effects of soulless gas alloy that he had devoured. Of course, no one was under the illusion that he was as harmless as an ordinary mechanical cat. Instead of ordering Ves to leave his cat behind, the guards instead attached a glowing neon ring around the abdomen. Lucky looked anything but comfortable after his archimetal body got wrapped by this strange electronic cuff. The device transmitted constant locating signals that prevented him from sneaking away undetected. It also produced a strange energy field that hindered a number of his functions. We shall remove his restraint upon departure, one of the guards said. Ves wordlessly nodded in acknowledgement. He did not object to their reasonable security measures. It was actually a surprise that he got away with bringing Lucky with him whenever he met with important figures. This showed that the cybers were different from the other groups that he had met. The polymath subject did not let their feelings and subjective opinions dictate their actions. As Ves observed the guards, both the lighter and more heavily armored ones, he could tell that they were much more mechanized than the civilians of their star nation. Even the ones who looked like they wore smart suits were actually armed to the teeth. Their defenses were not light either. Their body structure largely consisted of expensive alloys and they most definitely carried their own integrated personal energy shield generators. They could subdue any ordinary guest, but Ves and Lucky were different. Ves should be able to crush them by relying on brute force while Lucky could adopt a hit-and-run approach while piercing through one helmet after another. Yeah, I have the same feeling. Ves knew that the cybers had only revealed a fraction of their combat assets on the site. There had to be a lot more soldiers and mechs hiding inside an underground complex. There also had to be at least a dozen soldiers hiding in stealth nearby. Ves did not mind. He strode into the next chamber with confidence. Lucky floated right behind while twitching his tail in a nervous manner. He entered a large but empty exhibition hall. The pale white walls, floor and ceiling did not look particularly warm and inviting, but it granted a clean aesthetic that focused his attention to the few visual elements of note in the room. A single projection was active at the center. It showed tantalizing glimpses of the various impressive sights of Bridgehead 1. From the powerful Dyson swarms and spheres that captured the vast amounts of energies generated by Bridgehead 1's 12 stars to the technologically sophisticated translocation gate, Ves gained a sense of scale and grandeur despite not having come close to the contemporary version of the original central star node. A single figure wearing a white and blue smart suit stood next to the projection. Ves immediately recognized the white hair and glowing blue cybernetic eyes of Hugo Fournier, batch human and journeyman mech designer of the Living Machine Tower. He already guessed that he might meet with the mech designer in person during his visit to Xianxia. It made sense as Ves often felt more comfortable when interacting with other mech designers. Their shared background and scientific acumen meant that it was easier to pick up on each other's meaning. They could also save up a lot of time by skipping needless explanations on concepts that mech designers already mastered. Professor Larkinson, Hugo's artificial voice broke the serene silence. It is an honor to meet with you. On behalf of the Cybernetic Empire, I greet you and convey the well wishes of all of my colleagues at the Living Machine Tower. Many of them have fought hard to be able to earn this privilege, but my superiors have seen fit to assign me this role after we successfully concluded my first remote conversation with you. Come closer. Let us make ourselves comfortable. Ves looked bemused. He stepped forward until he stood in front of Hugo. Both of them shook hands. The hand felt soft and warm at the touch, but Ves could easily sense the hard alloy bones underneath. Ves had the feeling he could interface directly with Hugo if he possessed the right cybernetic implants. It was a pity that his evolution as a phase lord had made that a lot more problematic. After they completed their handshake, both of them sat down on a pair of floating chairs that materialized on the spot. Hugo even summoned a smaller platform to give Lucky a comfortable perch. Though Lucky did not hesitate to take advantage of the floating cat bed, he never ceased his observation of Hugo and the surroundings. Since the gem cat did not voice anything of concern, Ves did not have any immediate concerns. Before we proceed with discussing substantive topics, I would like to present you with a gift. A gift? Ves blinked. Hugo raised his hand. A head-sized container appeared in view. The metal box looked sturdy and was definitely made with high-quality materials. It soon floated towards Ves before stopping in front of him. Even if the cybers hadn't covered it up in gift wrapping, it looked incredibly inviting. Ves spotted a simple mechanism at the top. May I, please go ahead, Ves. May I call you that? This is your gift. You can open it at any time. Since that was the case, Ves did not act pretentiously and manipulated the mechanism until it unlocked. As the top split open, Ves immediately became exposed to a hefty blast of fire energy. Lucky immediately jumped into the air and adopted a vigilant posture. He stood ready to claw apart the electronic restraint and unleash his full power. Contained within the box was a nucleus that glowed like a miniature star. The amount of fire energy it released at this time had become a lot more muted. Ves noted that the nucleus was not a simple object. Ves could spot obvious artificial manufacturing details. This was an artificial fire heart. It was the object that he had dreamed of obtaining for the Prometheum Mark II project. Ves had actually been waiting for the owners of the phase whale fire heart to lose his patience and lower his price. He was reluctantly willing to exchange mid-grade superdimensional matter for a modest quantity of fire heart tissue. Right now, he forgot all about it. The artificial fire heart gifted by the cybers met most if not all of his criteria. It was small, it was controllable, but it was also capable of outputting a large amount of fire energy. How did the cybers manage to produce such an amazing device? Weren't they supposed to be bad at hyper-engineering? How much did it cost to make this contraption, and how many copies did the cybers have in reserve? Chapter 7091. The Children of Fire. The representative of the Cybernetic Empire kicked off this meeting with a big gesture by gifting Ves an object that he had sought out for a long time. Sure, he never really specified whether it should come in this specific form, but he had been eager to look for a powerful source of fire energy. The artificial fire heart crafted by the cybers most definitely satisfied this condition. Ves had only glimpsed at it for a minute, but he could already tell that it checked all of his boxes. It was small, self-contained, stable, easily integrated and easy to hide. As Ves touched the uncoated metallic contraption from multiple sides, he could feel a bit better how much raw power it held back through ingenious and expensive mechanisms. There was a small but powerful source of fire energy buried in the center of the artificial heart. That was the true source of heat and fire attributed E-energy. The exotic and hyper-alloy components around it solely served to control and regulate its output. Many people outside Bridgehead 1 have developed the mistaken impression that the cybernetic empire has been lagging behind in the development of hyper-technology, E-technology and cultivation science. Hugo Fournier softly spoke. That is not entirely correct, but it is not entirely false either. During the time of isolation, we had access to at least one powerful source of E-energy radiation. Furia. Ves mentioned the name of the mysterious fire elemental that served as the power source of the spark reactor that granted the dominion of man so much power. In order to convert the dreadnought into a living warship, Ves hatched an insane plan to convert the fire elemental into a human deity. Her power served as an essential source of fire energy that was needed to substitute the role of human blood to establish the first variation of a blood pact. Even after the dominion of man received a lot of upgrades from the polymath and the cybers, the venerable living dreadnought still relied on the same power source to maintain her activity levels. Given that there was no need for the godship to exert her potent firepower and teleportation capabilities inside a closed star system, Furia had a lot of spare energy left. Rather than allow it all to go to waste, Ves could easily imagine that the cybers found ways to capture her spare fire energy and find ways to utilize it for their own purposes. Ves briefly worried about Furia's condition. Getting cut off from the wider universe meant that her growth must have slowed down to an extent. She must have sustained herself entirely from the faith of the cybers trapped in Bridgehead 1 over the years. That was good. Due to certain complications, Furia's transformation had never been entirely complete. Just like Ves, Furia's form hid a completely hostile alter ego. Her new human-friendly personality was a late addition. If she failed to maintain the upper hand by absorbing the faith of enough red humans, her original fire elemental self would regain control and instantly try to break out of the spark reactor. The dominion of man would break apart and explode if that happened. How is Furia doing? Have you guys encountered any problems with managing her condition? Hugo responded with an apologetic smile. I am sorry, but I am a mech designer. I am not involved in the maintenance of our soul-living dreadnought. I have spoken with those that have worked on the dominion of man, and they have noted that Furia has done her best to stay dormant and hibernate during the time of isolation. The more she sleeps, the less dangerous she becomes. There have only been a handful of incidents over the years where the crew of the living dreadnought has encountered difficulties in preserving the spark reactor. While she remains under this condition, her energy output is also reduced to a fraction of her potential. We never had enough fire energy to spare, but enough to conduct research, cultivate fire hyper materials and develop specialized applications. Ves threw out a guess. I see. This must be one of the reasons why the energy weapon tower is the most powerful and prominent among the 13 towers. This is because Bridgehead 1's limited access to fire energy is most easily adapted to power sources and energy weapons. The Gamma Scorchers held back a lot more than everyone thought. They never showcased any notable hyper-technology during their public debut on the battlefield. Hyper-technology could make a substantial difference in warfare. Sure, the use of hyper-materials and hyper-tech alone did not directly produce insane performance boosts, but they could enhance other tech and strengthen them by one of two mech generations. What was even more important was that hyper-technology and E-technology created a whole range of new possibilities. Ves's living mechs was only one application among many. There were many other wondrous uses for fire energy. Ves would not be surprised if the cybernetic empire secretly founded a cabal of chi cultivators that excelled at wielding the fire element. Wait, he suddenly said, why reveal this secret to me? Don't you cybers want to maintain this secret longer? We never expected to be able to preserve this secret for long. Hugo admitted, we do not mind letting this information spread to the public. We initially held it back because we do not want to overwhelm and frighten the masses outside of Bridgehead 1. Now that they are starting to accept our presence in human space, we gradually intend to expose different aspects of our society. By releasing information through word of mouth and other low-key channels, Red humanity will gradually gain a better understanding of our strength without generating too much controversy or concern. This was a sound strategy. The cybernetic empire had evolved in a weird direction and built up a lot of mechs and warships. People may easily fall victim to scaremongering if the cybers presented far too strong of an image. Of course, plenty of people at the top knew better than to believe in the sanitized image that the cybernetic empire presented on the surface. Ves may have failed to anticipate that the cybers had been working with fire-attributed E-energy for over half a century, but he vaguely guessed that they had held back a lot of goodies. Even now, he still did not think that the cybers had exposed more than the tip of the iceberg. For example, Hugo did not mention anything about the First Flame, who had long been known as the oldest and the most powerful god pilot in the Red Ocean until recently. Although most people believed the Fist of Defiance could beat the First Flame into pulp after the former's god Mech received a full superdimensional makeover, Ves did not dare to discount the latter so easily. The First Flame may not be a powerful fire elemental that constantly produced a lot of fire energy merely by existing, but the god pilot's willpower was completely attuned to the fire element. He should definitely be capable of producing a constant output of fire energy, especially when he had purportedly gone into hibernation in the center of one of Bridgehead 1's 12 stars. The more Ves thought about it, the more it seemed obvious that the cybernetic empire possessed a strong connection to the fire element. Its name, its sophisticated metal war machines and the polymath's background as a mech designer gave out the mistaken impression that they were the manifestations of an empire of steel. Yet the real truth was that its abundant stars and its potent fire energy sources granted the cybers a powerful advantage when it came to exploiting heat, energy and fire. "We are the children of fire," Hugo proudly stated, making it clear that he had not just made it up. "We are the masters of the stars and the keepers of the final flame. Our energy weapons can burn entire planets and evaporate the phase water from the body of an entire ancient phase whale. This artificial fire heart that we have gifted to you is one of the countless applications that we have devised in our attempts to harness the power of the fire element." Ves looked down at the dormant heart. It did not look as if it had much association with the much grander and more destruction vision espoused by Hugo. The contraption looked small and delicate in its dormant state. "How common are these artificial fire hearts?" he asked. "I can clearly tell that this is an artisanal product. It is not a masterwork and it is not alive, but I can feel a small ember of life buried deep within." The cyber journeyman looked mildly impressed. "That is perceptive of you, Ves. The heart is actually modeled after the spark reactor, which you may have already surmised. Instead of trying to contain and harness the energies produced by a complete being of fire such as Furia, this heart instead attempts to do so with a small seed that she has freely given to us. These fire seeds are special and Furia is unwilling to produce too many of them given her condition at the time. It is therefore not necessary to produce a device as large and all-encompassing as the entire spark reactor. It still took decades for us to be able to miniaturize the heart to this extent. How impressive! This head-sized device should have been at least half as large as the power reactor of a mech, but instead took on this much diminished form due to cyber science and ingenuity. Ves would have loved to disassemble it and study its internal structure in detail, but he feared that the spiritual fragment of Furia might go out of control once it was freed from its restraints. After studying it for another minute, Ves carefully closed the floating container and set it aside. Lucky curiously flew closer and began to sniff the container from various angles. The gem cat had taken an interest in the artificial fire heart. It remained a mystery what exactly attracted his attention. Ves had already moved on. He could drool over the artificial fire heart later. Right now, he needed to put on his political thinking hat. "Thank you for this gift. I accept it in the spirit with which it was offered. It is the least that we owe you for introducing the concept of living mechs to the mech community and for doing what we previously thought impossible by bestowing life to the dominion of man. If not for you, we would never have been able to harness the power of the fire energy to our current extent." Ves smiled, but inwardly he thought how much the cybers intended to rip him off by withholding the compensation that he deserved. There was no way the cybernetic empire would pay him back in full. The sum was too astronomical to behold. The cybers would probably treat this case like they did when they appropriated everything else in Bridgehead 1. They brazenly stole the property of others and relied on their immense power and mystique to deter the victims from demanding full repayment. The best that creditors like Ves could hope for was to obtain a few cents on the MTA credit. It all depended on the generosity of the cybernetic empress and her subject. Now that the gift-giving ceremony had passed, the representative of the cybernetic empire soon turned to actual business. "Thank you for coming here so that we can speak in person, Ves. We invited you in order to discuss further trades and potential cooperation opportunities. We are already on our way of developing an understanding with your Larkinson clan, especially when it comes to the harvesting and distribution of superdimensional matter, but you and your services merit special attention." "What do you want?" Ves straightforwardly asked. Hugo reciprocated this directness. We want your Bloodfire mechs. Chapter 7092, Candidate Carmen Mech Pilots. There it was. The Cybers would not go out of their way to meet with Ves and gift him a precious artificial fire heart if they did not seek to exploit their relationship with him. They wanted him and sought to secure his services. Ves was not principally opposed to that. Collaborating with the Cybers on a mech design project, even an important one, was not a big deal if it was just a singular instance. The question was whether they were willing to leave it at that. Ves had a feeling that the Cybers wanted a lot more out of him than this single request. Ves briefly glanced at his cat. Lucky remained intrigued by the artificial fire heart. It looked as if he was resisting the temptation to take a bite out of the construct. After confirming that Lucky did not detect anything amiss, Ves turned back to Hugo and thought on how he should respond to the current inquiry. Bloodfire mechs, he finally said as he broke the silence in the chamber. I am not too surprised that you know about them, especially given that you guys owned the dominion of man for half a century. I have a question. Did you guys not attempt to create your own Bloodfire mechs? I mean, your living machine tower has raised plenty of journeyman mech designers who specialize in living mechs. Their fundamental capabilities should not be that much worse than mine. The dominion of man serves as a working example of a Karman system based on the fire element. It may be difficult to do this, but it is not impossible to derive a working Bloodfire system from what you already have. You just need to possess a bit of ingenuity and a decent grasp on cultivation science. His words caused the cyber mech designer to look sheepish for a moment. We tried. We failed. What you have done to the dominion of man is exceptional and completely unreplicable considering the variables involved. We tried to take inspiration from your work and develop simplified versions of what are called Karman mechs, but we have mostly disappointed Her Imperial Majesty. This tech remains exclusive to you for the time being, and that is why we desire to seek your cooperation. Ves felt surprised that the Cybers were being frank and honest about their difficulties in attempting to reproduce Karman mechs and Bloodfire mechs. It would have been better for the C's negotiating position if they tried to make it sound as if they had other options aside from collaborating with the father of Karman mechs. Then again, showing weakness in one area might enable them to gain advantages in another area. Ves just couldn't figure out their game at the moment. I am a busy mech designer, he said. Our design department is also fairly limited in capacity, especially for high-end projects like the one that you are talking about. Besides, if I want to collaborate with another party on developing the first Bloodfire mech, I do not necessarily have to turn to your living machine tower for cooperation. I am sure that there are plenty of other parties that have a strong interest in Karman mechs that can wield the power of fire deeper than other machines. I bet that I can even convince the Red Fleet of the necessity of helping me develop Bloodfire mechs, as their Bloodfire systems serve as the foundation of converting their warships into living monuments of human supremacy. As Ves issued his counter-argument, Hugo merely smirked in response. Come now, Ves, would a mech designer truly share responsibility of one of his most powerful works with the fleeters of all people? No, forget about the RF and every other group that you can think of. We are the only suitable partners for this project. Let me explain the reasons to you one by one. First, we have spent 50 years studying and mastering the power of the fire element. Furia is more than a source of fire energy in Bridgehead 1. She is a mentor and a benefactor. She did not only bestow us with her fire seeds. She granted us a more precious gift, knowledge. It sounded as if Furia did not remain completely dormant during the time of isolation. Given that she was constantly being brainwashed by the prayers of millions if not billions of citizens of the cybernetic empire, it did not seem outlandish that she would try to act on their beliefs and serve as the benevolent guardian of her worshippers. Teaching them how to harness her favored element fit right into her portfolio. Okay, so you guys know how to play with fire. You are not the only ones, Ves said while doing his best to look unimpressed. The Red Collective understands fire as well as many other elements. Hell, even I know a thing or two about it. Even if my understanding has yet to reach an acceptable standard, I just have to allocate more time on it until I am capable of solving all of the problems myself. Hugo still continued to smile. A mech designer such as yourself is certainly capable of solving nearly every design problem, but is it a good use of your valuable time? That is much less certain. Even Her Imperial Majesty cannot design, produce, sell and repair every single machine in her dominion by herself. She needs our labor just as we need her intelligence. We are already accustomed to helping clever and innovative mech designers realize their ideas. We can provide you with all of the support you need. Support like what? Ves asked. We offer multiple distinct benefits. First, we can contribute theoretical and practical knowledge on how to wield the power of the fire element in your Bloodfire mech designs. We have developed many specialized applications that make use of fire energy to produce results that you cannot imagine. We already have a good selection of mech designers from our living machine tower and outside of it that possess helpful specializations that can upgrade your works to the next level. I believe you, but as I have mentioned before, there are others that can provide other insights in the same field. What else can you offer that others cannot easily replicate? A reserve of mech pilots for our new collaborative works. Hugo mentioned next. The Cybernetic Empress has anticipated the release of your Bloodfire mech early on. Developing and releasing these fine Karman mechs is not enough. You need to pair them up with Karman mech pilots that can safely channel the power of fire energy through their bodies. Our candidate Bloodfire mech pilots have already integrated the necessary cybernetic implants and body components that are highly resistant against heat and fire. They have also studied the theory and practice of piloting mechs in advance. With the help of their brain augmentations, it will take as little as half a year for them to reach the standard of a professional mech pilot, if only barely. Those were hefty claims. Ves raised his eyebrow. Are you saying that your empire has started to train specialized Bloodfire mech pilots far in advance of the release of this possible Karman mech? When Her Imperial Majesty makes a prediction based on extensive data, she is always correct. You are on the path of designing a Bloodfire mech. In fact, you already intend to design one for your reconstructed ace pilot, correct? Saint Isabel Coden is one of the most perfect choices to bring out the full potential of such an unprecedented machine. As long as you are able to deliver a powerful ace Bloodfire mech, you can use the data and experience from this project to design Bloodfire mechs for the wider audience, in a manner of speaking. We can be that audience. Hugo Fournier sounded earnest in his appeal. When he spoke, he was not just representing the will of his star empire. He spoke on behalf of the many preparatory candidates for a Karman mech variation that did not yet exist and may never exist if Ves acted contrary to the polymath's prediction. That took guts. Ves could not imagine how many of these candidates the cybernetic empire had accumulated. Was there an entire mech regiment in waiting? What about a mech division or an entire mech corps? Perhaps the numbers were even greater. Ves felt both flattered and pressured by how much the cybers had banked on one of his future works. It made him feel guilty. He did not want to disappoint all of the hopeful candidates who may have waited multiple decades to get their chance. How many? At least tens of thousands can be mobilized right away when you are able to deliver a finished Bloodfire mech design. Hugo replied, tens of thousands more can rapidly be trained or retrained into piloting a Bloodfire mech. The greatest hurdle is the conversion to a complete cybernetic body that can fully withstand continuous exposure to dangerous fire energy. Though Ves did not want to admit it, hearing that the cybers placed so much faith in his Bloodfire mechs to the point of training tens of thousands of their own people into making good use of them as soon as possible sounded incredibly encouraging. If Hugo's opinion represented the majority opinion, then Ves could look forward to satisfying the wishes of Karman mech pilots who put so much faith in his works that their lives would be ruined if he failed to fulfill their dreams. Okay, Ves said. Having a good number of candidates waiting to pilot a Bloodfire mech as soon as the design is ready is convenient. It is not entirely necessary, though. You can transfer low-aptitude mech pilots or even third-class mech pilots and prep them to pilot my Bloodfire mechs. Since they already have a foundation in general mech piloting, they only need to learn a fraction of the theory and skills to pilot a Bloodfire mech. They lack the implants and body that can withstand the potentially lethal pressure of an active Bloodfire pact. The cyber mech designer reminded Ves. Yes, that is indeed the case. Ves felt annoyed at this demand. Was it truly necessary to go through such extremes just to satisfy a condition of piloting Bloodfire mechs? What if he found a way to reduce the load on the physique of the mech pilot? What if he found a substitute for raw fire energy that was much less onerous to the human body? He grimaced. He could not think of a way to lessen this demand. Fire energy was too essential to the functioning of the Bloodfire system. The whole point of its existence was to take advantage of a medium that was more powerful than simple human blood. Ves could not think of many particle or energy types that could satisfy all of the necessary conditions to design a Karman system around. He also did not want to complicate the progression of his design philosophy by deviating from his relatively straightforward plan. 5 elements. 5 elemental Karman mechs. Simple. There is another argument why it is best if you choose to cooperate with us, Ves. Hugo said while leaning forward. The pitch of his voice began to lower. You are a mech designer. A true mech designer. Your life's mission is to serve humans. All humans. As many of them as possible. We are already aware that you are actively working to design a woodsap mech with the cooperation of the Terrans. Ves nodded. This was not a big secret, though the Terrans did not actively advertise it either. We are making good progress on that. The first results of the arboreal project should be out within a quarter year if everything goes right. It may take a bit longer if we have encountered a few unexpected problems. The results of this project will go on to help me design the other elemental Carmen mech design projects. Hugo nodded and continued. We are also aware that you have reached an accord with the mechers on co-developing a polymetal mech that is partially based on our tech no less. Although we do not like it, we can understand why you prefer to cooperate with the mechers on this particular project. Of the 3 available choices that are left, there is only one that truly fits our cybernetic empire. No one else is more suited to collaborate with you on realizing the concept of a bloodfire mech. Make the logical decision. Chapter 7093. Multi-timeline chess. Ves frankly felt annoyed at how the cybers politely but firmly pushed him into collaborating with them on bloodfire mechs. Their logic was impeccable, but did they have to be so aggressive about their supposed claim to fire-aspected Carmen mechs? This was the frustrating thing about the polymath. She made deductions and acted upon them without sparing much thought on whether the other side agreed to cooperate. Star designers shouldn't be that stupid. The more likely explanation was that she modeled his reaction towards her Star Empire's proposal and thought its logic was too strong for him to ever refuse. After all, Ves had much to gain and little to lose from cooperating with the cybers on the development of bloodfire mechs. He tried his best to find a flaw in Hugo's arguments, but he failed to find one. Perhaps he could invent a lame excuse or two, but it would be intellectually dishonest for Ves to engage in such behavior. It also went against his principles as a mech designer, which was even more egregious. As a mech designer herself, the polymath knew exactly how to corner Ves into cooperating with her living machine tower. Ves felt as if he was playing chess against an opponent who was intelligent and meticulous enough to rank in the top 3 of the Red Ocean. If that was not enough, the polymath had 53 whole years to move her chess pieces while Ves was only able to make a couple of moves at most. By the time he finished moving a handful of pawns, the cybernetic empress already put him into checkmate. It was infuriating, but what could he do? He definitely needed to rely on external research support in order to successfully develop his bloodfire mechs. This was practically mandatory if he wanted his bloodfire mechs to reach the same standards as his future woodsap and polymetal mechs. When Ves tried to think of alternatives to cooperate with, he could not think of any group that could compete against the accumulated advantages of the cybernetic empire. The Red Association. It might be possible for him to be able to cook up a powerful bloodfire mech design if he obtained minor technical support from the Lord of Thermodynamics or the Limitless provider, but the advantages weren't as great. An even greater issue was that Ves felt very reluctant about letting the mechers gain control over another elemental Carmen mech type. The Red Fleet. Their understanding of energy was quite profound, but Hugo was correct in saying that it was ridiculous to turn to the fleeters for help with matters relating to mechs. There were bound to be angry fleeters out there who would do anything to sabotage this collaboration effort. The Rubarthan Pact. Perhaps the Plasma Shaper and her network may be able to develop a plasma weapon-focused bloodfire mech that may prove powerful in its own way. However, Ves had very little experience with designing mechs based on plasma weapon technology. The Red Collective. Their knowledge and mastery over the fire element may be more varied due to their much more comprehensive understanding of chi cultivation, but their grasp on high technology was much weaker. Any bloodfire mech he designed with the help of the collies would probably rank at the top of the weirdness scale. Ves briefly considered a few other groups, but had to disqualify them for one reason or another. If he set aside his biases and made a completely objective evaluation based on fair criteria, then the cybernetic empire ranked so high that it was meaningless to take a look at the alternatives. Ves needed the cybers as much as they needed him. That did not mean he wanted to surrender so easily. I need to think about it, he told Hugo. This is a big decision. I need to talk to my advisors and hear how this cooperation will affect my clan. The cybernetic empire does not exactly have a good reputation at the moment. I do not want to offend my existing allies or cause them to lower their trust in me because of my decision to cooperate with you on an important mech design project. Hugo did not accept these arguments. Ves, you are exaggerating. Everyone seeks to cooperate with us. Anyone in your position would have accepted our offer without hesitation. Your other allies will understand your situation. Besides, they have no right to dictate your actions. Do not let their selfishness prevent you from doing what is best for you, your clan and your customers. Agree and you will receive greater access to our exclusive technologies related to our deep studies of fire energy. Your works will become all the more stronger for it, enabling them to fight against the native aliens as well as the mutated vorabugs with greater effectiveness. And I suppose that all of those bloodfire mechs will exclusively be piloted by the citizens of the cybernetic empire, right? Ves sardonically asked. Hugo nodded and smiled. That is only fair since the Terrans and the Mechers are unwilling to release their exclusive woodsap mechs and polymetal mechs to us. We are aware that your clan is exempted from this exclusivity rule, and we have no issue with adopting this condition as well. If your clan cannot benefit from your own work, then it would be hard to guarantee that you will be doing your best. I am not sure whether you are aware of this, but the exclusivity conditions on those other two mech design projects only apply to a single elemental Karman line each. Ves calmly stated. For example, no one aside from the Terrans and the Larkinsons has authorization to produce, sell or pilot the arboreal project mechs, but that does not stop either party from designing and making use of their own woodsap mechs. There will come a time where I will design other woodsap mechs in order to meet the demand of the rest of red humanity. Others may follow suit once they have mastered the right methods. I do not think it is right to withhold the benefits of my elemental Karman mechs from large parts of the human population. Ves hoped that the cybers might object to this demand, but Hugo made an accommodating gesture. We agree with your sentiment. Bloodfire mechs should be accessible to every human. Our star empire merely desires to make the first move and establish a strong foundation in this elemental Karman mech type. The added competition will give our mech designers plenty of stimulation to maintain their lead. We are absolutely confident that no one will be able to design superior bloodfire mechs than us. Even you may not be able to match our results if you choose to design one without our involvement. We are the children of fire. We harness the flames like no one else in the Red Ocean. Hugo expressed a lot of confidence, but he was right to sound this way. The artificial fire heart that he gifted to Ves was unmistakable proof that they knew their business when it came to understanding and manipulating the fire element. Fine, Ves said. If you are willing to put so much on the table in order to collaborate with me on designing a bloodfire mech, then I may be agreeable to do so, but only if I gain access to the advanced techs you intend to put into our collaboration project. I want licenses for all of the advanced components and give me the right to produce and make use of them as I see fit. I still need to talk to Matriarch Casella Ingvar in order to hear what she has to say, but so long as you are sincere enough, you have a good chance of earning her approval. Given how eager the cybers wanted to cooperate with him, Ves wanted to make sure he earned a meaningful profit from this venture. Hugo began to frown. You have made a heavy demand. Do you realize what you are asking for? Our tech is 2 mech generations ahead of the Red Ocean in most cases. Our advantages in the understanding and manipulation of fire energy is also exceptional. We have invested decades worth of labor and stretched our limited resources to the extreme to develop our high technologies. We intend for our bloodfire mech design project to benefit from all of our advances, but if you insist on this demand, then we may no longer be willing to freely share all of our technologies. That is your problem, not mine. Ves crossed his arms. You guys need to stop being so stingy about sharing all of your technologies. I know what it is like for outsiders to take advantage of the fruits of your hard-earned labor. However, the mech industry thrives on open sharing of knowledge and technologies. For a long time, the MTA and subsequently the RA have maintained a policy where they have propagated many technologies, and that has benefited many mech designers including myself. You can at least trust the mechers to be noble and promote the mech industry whenever possible. Since your cybernetic empire has taken over a central star node that was partially under their administration, you guys have done very little of the sort. Hugo grimaced. A person as young as him had no bearing on the policies of the cybernetic empire. Even if he agreed with Ves, he could do nothing to change its course. I shall speak to my superiors on this subject, but there is only one individual who possesses the final word on this matter. She is not so easily swayed by your words than others. I can provisionally tell you that we will do our best to meet you halfway on this issue. We will not keep all of our advanced technologies to ourselves. I am not asking you to share absolutely everything. Ves said in a softer tone. Not even the mechers are crazy enough to do so. I am just asking you to take on greater responsibility over the mech community and introduce strategic innovations that can accelerate the pace of mech development. Everyone benefits when mechs become more powerful than before. I will need time to let my superiors consider your requests and formulate an answer. Ves nodded. I will send a message to our Saint Commander so that she can be brought up to speed on our talks. A comfortable silence had fallen into the White Chamber. As both of them waited for their higher-ups to issue their verdicts, Ves thought about taking further advantage of this situation. Since their negotiations had already come to this point, he might as well take it a step further. He began to think whether he should invite the Cybers to participate in the Prometheum Mark II project. He owed it to Saint Isabel Coden to design the best possible iteration of her ace mech. Even though she managed to gain a new and powerful body out of her ordeal, Ves noticed that her mental state was not all that strong compared to other saints. Getting paired with an inferior and more flawed ace mech may cause her confidence and mental health to take a further hit, thereby leading to severe consequences with regards to her progression as a mech designer. Ves eyed an expectant-looking Hugo with greater scrutiny. It would be helpful if he could gain the support of the Cybers when designing the Prometheum Mark II project. It should serve as a nice practice run for designing a Bloodfire mech that was suitable to be used by the masses. The biggest downside was that it would be difficult to maintain confidentiality in relation to one of the Larkinson clan's most powerful products. This was a very serious risk and was extra relevant for ace mechs. If an enemy studied the Prometheum Mark II's design and managed to defeat the ace mech on the battlefield by taking advantage of leaked information, then that would heavily damage the Larkinson clan's future. Chapter 7094. Live by the Mech. Ves called for a short recess in order to discuss his options with the Saint Commander and other advisors. He knew that his communications with his clan could easily be intercepted, but he didn't really care about that. When dealing with the big players, it was always safe to assume that they eavesdropped on every remote conversation. Lucky meanwhile continued to perch on top of the container holding the artificial fire heart. The gem cat clearly yearned to take a bite out of its metallic shell, but he knew better than to ruin such a precious work. So what do you think? Ves asked the projected figures. General Verl, who had spent the days since his return to catch up with the soldiers who had gone through many battles since the Great Severing, voiced his opinion first. Your demands are harsh, but beneficial to everyone aside from the cybernetic empire itself. Licensing their exclusive tech to us effectively means exposing it to the public, if on a delay. This goes far beyond enabling us to design additional mechs that are able to wield the power of fire more effectively. It will give the rest of Red humanity access to all of the aforementioned CE tech, enabling them to upgrade their mechs and warships when possible within a span of a couple of years. This will make a substantial difference over time as the firepower of every defending force will experience a boost ranging from 10% to 50% if we base out estimates on the more optimistic scenarios. A firepower boost of 50% was enough to flip many losing battles into winning ones. In fact, an increase in just 15% was enough to shift the balance of the Red War. Unfortunately, there was a huge caveat to General Verl's argument. This disparity in performance will not last long. Director Calabast retorted to her fellow returnee. The Cosmopolitans will steal our new tech and surrender it to the native aliens in time. Their large and ponderous industries may not be as fast at incorporating cutting-edge technologies in their phase fighters and warships, but their production volumes are so immense that we will eventually become confronted by new hardware that is able to damage our assets much more effectively than before. Everyone grimaced at this reality. The native aliens had done it before. They could do so again. Their contempt and resistance towards adopting superior human tech had worn away with every innovation they stole from their enemies. It was frustrating beyond belief to realize that almost every technological advancement was temporary in the end. Ves felt grateful that the dynamics around mechs such as the Red Kingdom and the uniqueness of mech designers made his products unreplicable and unusable by aliens. This meant that Red humanity would always be able to trust that their advantage in mechs would be preserved. Sure, the native aliens constantly improved their phase fighters with every passing year, but everyone still considered them inferior to mechs aside from a few very narrow cases. Ves therefore felt he had a greater responsibility than most people to help Red humanity survive and win. Warships were fine and all, but aside from maybe living warships, the native aliens could easily copy all of the tech that made human vessels so strong. The same did not apply with mechs. The stranger the machines, the less the aliens were able to emulate them with their phase fighters. As far as weirdness was concerned, his elemental Karman mechs most definitely possessed an abundance of weird and unique traits that had the potential to grant humans enduring advantages. Although Ves had yet to complete any of his elemental Karman mech design projects, he already had a vague idea of what he could get out of it. The past performance of the Elegant Rage, the Zeal and the Dominion of Man partially showcased the insane performance boosts he could expect out of his future endeavors. That was the reason why he staked the future of his design philosophy on them in the first place. He had made the firm decision to commit to higher-end machines that had the potential to break the balance between humans and aliens. Perhaps the native aliens may be able to copy much of the cybernetic empire's exclusive technologies in time. General Verl conceded. However, do not forget about our second adversaries. The Vorabugs are also a potent threat. While they are famed for their relatively high resistance against heat and extreme temperature fluctuations, it is not feasible to rely solely on physical ammunition to kill them all. Any force that relies on kinetic weapons will run out of rounds long before they can kill every last Vorabug. Advancements in energy weapon technology are essential to suspending the tide of native aliens. He made a decent point. The Vorabugs simply did not do human technology. At most, they might be able to replicate human biotechnology, but other than that, their science and technology worked on radically different principles that were largely based on their fast adaptation speeds. Fighting the Vorabugs required an entirely different approach. What sort of approach that may be, nobody knew as of yet. The Vorabug threat was still too new to everyone. Does anyone have any reasons to object to the deal as presented by Ves? Saint Commander Casella Ingvar finally spoke. Her authoritative voice instantly brought everyone back to the topic at hand. I do not have a concern about cooperating with the Cybers so long as it is confined to a single project. Calabast said, what I am concerned with is Ves's proposal to co-design the Promethea Mark II. This is an ace mech. We cannot let an external party gain so much access and understanding of one of our trump cards. Why not, Calabast? Ves frowned. We have already done it with the first Sword Mark III. Kedis only managed to design this iteration by cooperating with the mech supremacist faction. I do not think that it is a bad idea to reject every form of cooperation. We should try our best to seek different partners for different high-end mech design projects, though. We can't put all of our eggs in one basket. The Saint Commander looked slightly approving. There are legitimate concerns with how much trust we are putting into our partners. They do not have to become outright enemies to compromise our ace mechs. Data theft and clandestine leaks are enough to expose the strengths and weaknesses of the machines that guard our independence. In an ideal situation, I would forbid the tendency to work with non-Larkinsons on core mech design projects, but that is not possible. Ves, can you give me an estimate on the performance gap between a Promethea Mark II that is designed in-house and one that is the product of a collaboration with the Cybers? Ves frowned. I cannot give you any solid estimates given that I have yet to obtain any solid details about all of their fancy tech. However, if I make very loose estimates of the technological superiority of the cybernetic empire in the relevant fields, then I am willing to believe that the performance gap between the two versions may be as much as 30 to 300%. That is, an enormous range. General Verl commented, I cannot help it, there is too little information that I can use to narrow down this range. However, based on what I have already seen from CE Tech and what the Cybers have hinted at, I think that this range covers 95% of the possibilities. At minimum, the Promethea Mark II will be 30% stronger than if we design her in-house. At most, the Ace Rifleman mech may perform 3 times stronger, particularly if we make full use of the gift that the Cybers have given me. This artificial fire heart is an amazing component and one that synergizes extremely well with the Promethea. Casella briefly fell into thought as she considered the numbers. I think that it is more profitable for us to demand the Cybers to collaborate with us on the Promethea Mark II project. If the Cybers ever leak or take advantage of the known gaps and shortcomings of our Ace Rifleman mech, then that is not a disaster. Think about it. If the Promethea Mark II has become 30% stronger with the help of CE Tech, then the deliberate exploitation of her weaknesses may end up decreasing her combat effectiveness by 15 or maybe even 30%. Do you understand what I am saying? A stronger mech will still retain much of its power even if it is put in an unfavorable situation. If the initial performance boost is 100% or 300%, then we would still maintain an enormous advantage even if the Promethea Mark II can only unleash 40% of her effective strength. Her calculus was sound. It may be a bit dubious to sling around so many numbers when they did not have enough information to make any solid estimates, but Ves agreed with the logic behind it all. The expected gains from utilizing superior technologies far outweighed the possible downsides from exposing the design to their rivals and enemies. Calabast let out a sigh. Fine, then, we can try to avoid the most unfavorable scenario by compartmentalizing the design. Project. Our mech designers should split up the design in different sections and only make the cybers responsible for the less critical ones. Gloriana will not like that, Ves said with a frown. Me too, for that matter. With tech like this in a mech design as complex and intricate as an ace mech, every single component is connected to other components. You cannot simply split it up and design all of the sections on a separate basis. Doing so will only lead to a disjointed, unbalanced and horribly unoptimized mess of a mech design. If our goal is to deliver the best possible ace mech to St. Isabel Coden, we need to bring the cybers fully on board, the same as Kedis has done with her mecher collaborators. This was a tough decision, but one that he fully supported. Compared to the past, Ves was no longer as stingy with holding secrets as before. According to his principles, he wanted to deliver the best possible ace mech to St. Isabel Coden. Cooperating with the party that possessed superior technology, especially in the field of fire hyper-technology, would definitely make that happen. Doing this also advanced the Larkinson clan's diplomatic goals. Given that the Larkinsons extended so much trust to the cybers, they would definitely be more willing to reciprocate an offer to integrate much more powerful technologies in the Prometheum Mark II design. Perhaps they might do so only because they needed to know how to integrate their advanced technologies into their own expert or ace Bloodfire mechs in the future, but at least the Larkinsons benefited from this exchange. The matriarch of the Larkinson clan did not spend too much time before making up her mind. We are a clan that lives and dies by its mechs. We can cooperate with the Cybernetic Empire on both the Prometheum Mark II project and a new Bloodfire mech design project. Time will tell whether we have made the correct decision. If we did not, then only a limited amount of our mechs will be compromised. This is not a disaster to us as we have many more machines that we can depend upon. Ves smiled. The Saint Commander made the right decision in his opinion. He was already starting to look forward to how much better the Prometheum Mark II project would become once he started to collaborate with the cybers. This upcoming ace mech would serve as the ultimate proof of concept of the Bloodfire mech that he originally envisioned. How soon can we obtain the first results of this cooperation? I am not sure, but I think we can push the timeline forward if we are working together with the cybers. Ves responded, if they are being serious about this, then they will allocate an abundant amount of manpower to support our collaboration effort. The Prometheum Mark II project may be finished in as little as 3 to 4 months if we are being optimistic. Even if my estimates are off, then it will probably take no longer than 6 months to be able to field our upcoming ace mech. Chapter 7095. Direct connection. After Ves and Lucky returned to the central chamber, the talks resumed. While the gem cat settled on top of the floating container holding the artificial fire heart, Ves presented both of the Larkinson clan's proposals. A part of him felt he was wasting time reiterating information that the cybers already knew, but the necessary steps needed to be taken anyway. I have been in contact with the heads of the Living Machine Tower. Hugo said, what you have demanded goes far beyond what we are authorized to give. You are asking us to share more than a fair share of advanced technologies. We have the tech and the means to design mechs that are much more powerful and better equipped to defeat the native aliens of the Red Ocean, but we do not run a charity. The rest of Red humanity is suffering, particularly those stationed at the border regions. Ves calmly responded, I have been a part of a few of those battles myself. Soldiers are fighting and dying with every passing day. Your home, Bridgehead 1, is located far away from the front lines. You have only sent out a fraction of your armed forces to help withstand the pressure of alien aggression. Not everyone is happy with the fact that you are freeloading off the suffering and sacrifice of all of the mech pilots and other soldiers, many of whom belong to the Terran Alliance or other states. Don't you owe it to them to contribute to the war effort in your own way? If you do not want to send out more soldiers, then you can still help by sharing your tech or producing mechs and warships and selling them to those who are brave enough to do their duty. The batch human almost scowled. Ves's words of criticism hit a sore spot. We are limited in what we can do. We cannot single-handedly upend our diplomacy. The only person that holds this power is the Cybernetic Empress, but she has her own burdens to bear. It may seem to you that Bridgehead 1 has been able to remain self-sufficient for half a century without a problem, but that cannot be further from the truth. We have more energy than we know what we can do with it, but we are horrendously short on materials, both low-grade commodities and high-grade materials. These constraints have led us to make many sacrifices. Now that we have broken from our isolation, we can finally enact one of our plans, which is to exchange the tech that we have worked hard to develop to their present forms with abundant material concessions. Ves merely leaned back in his seat and crossed his arms. That is not my problem. Look, Hugo, I can see the merits of cooperating with you guys on the development of Bloodfire mechs. Yet from the way I see it, you want to take advantage of my exclusive tech, which I am willing to give you access to, but you cybers are not willing to reciprocate by giving us access to your exclusive tech. Perhaps it can be argued that my Bloodfire mech concept is not as valuable as your proven tech, but we do not have to cooperate with you guys. Your need for my advanced Carmen mech is greater than our need for your tech. This was not part of the plan, but Ves felt he would not do his bargaining position justice if he did not try to push for more. Ves had already gained the suspicion that the cybers were actually a lot more eager and maybe even desperate to secure their own Bloodfire mechs. There had to be a good reason why they fixated so much on one of his future products. Perhaps they sought to tap into the powers of Furia or maybe even the First Flame. Whatever the case, Ves believed that he held quite a bit of leverage in this negotiation. Enough to pry more juicy CE tech from the stingy cybers. Living in an isolated space for 53 years is not easy, but at least you managed to live an entire childhood free from the fear of total extinction. Ves retorted, the Red War is much more acute for the rest of us red humans. We have been feeding lives and hardware to the front lines, yet only managed to keep up the 5 defensive bands for so long. Once they collapsed, entire zones have fallen, with much of the population that was unable to secure evacuation routes perishing in the process. The survivors are not necessarily better off as they have lost everything and have to start over again, likely while in debt and stuck in overcrowded refugee settlements. Hugo's expression turned impassive, his attitude towards Ves had changed. The cyber previously saw the legendary father of Carmen mechs as a hero that was larger than life. It was only now that he realized that his idol or whatever was not necessarily on his side. The stakes were huge. Any piece of CE tech traded away would effectively propagate to the rest of red humanity. What was worse was that the native aliens would eventually find a way to obtain it as well, thereby invalidating yet another technological advantage. The cybernetic empire may have developed so many advanced technologies that it could continue to maintain its technological lead under those circumstances, but there was a finite amount of times they could do this before they lost their edge. Just as Hugo was about to respond to Ves, he suddenly paused. Ves immediately suspected that one of his superiors had finally deigned to intervene in person. Lucky went from dozing off while resting on the floating container to becoming fully alert. What is it, Lucky? The gem cat suddenly detected an uncommonly powerful communication signal forming a direct connection to Hugo. This communication signal was so strong and obvious that there was no way of hiding it from Lucky's senses. Ves tried his best to sense it as well. He failed to detect anything unusual until he experimentally roused his lesser Arsis organ. Though it was normally responsible for generating electricity, it also came with fairly basic senses that somehow enabled Ves to perceive a measure of the powerful signal being transmitted to this chamber. Ah, I can feel it now. The signal was powerful, but also contained a huge amount of data. The density of information was so high that Ves could not even begin to decrypt it. Perhaps this was how the polymath coped with the awareness of the web mistress capabilities. So what if the latter star designer could tap into every possible communication network? So long as the polymath transmitted an astronomical amount of data under her best possible encryption, it would take far too much time for the web mistress to decode the actual message. Ves admired the solution. While it was still fallible, trying to decipher it by relying on brute force was more trouble than it was worth. A change occurred in the chamber. The atmosphere became so heavy that Ves immediately shot up from his seat. Hugo had changed. Ves went through a number of possibilities, but quickly ended up with one horrifying explanation. Hugo's artificial eyes no longer glowed blue anymore. They shone like piercing bright purple stars. Hello, Polymath. We meet again, Ves Larkinson. The journeyman mech designer no longer spoke with his own voice, but rather that of a certain female star designer. As soon as her voice rang throughout the chamber, it was as if everything else had stopped. Even Lucky froze in place, not daring to make a move in the presence of a star designer. Hugo was able to pull off a good expressionless face, but from the moment he underwent this shift, it became completely cold. This was reflective of the true god that was currently possessing Hugo's artificial body. Of all of the star designers that Ves knew of, he preferred to meet with the polymath the least. Though Ves did not get the sense that they were outright enemies, their goals did not necessarily align with each other. So long as that was the case, there was always the possibility that the polymath would hinder his plans. He refused to accept a future where all of red humanity answered to only a single sovereign. Nice trick. How many cybers can you take over like this? Ves asked. All but the children. The polymath did not bother to hide this capability. You do not understand what makes my subjects different from other red humans. These cybernetics are not for show. They allow for an unprecedented level of interconnectivity and data sharing. Once the growth spurt of a teenager has run its course, he or she is ready to undergo the final phase of brain upgrades and conversion. That is when a true cyber is born. The subject will always belong to the cybernetic empire, and by extension myself. Ves looked horrified. This was a level of control and usurpation of human rights that broke one of the most fundamental taboos of human civilization. This was not one of the more casual violations such as fielding gamma laser weapons. The taboos relating to those prohibitions originated from the Big Two. The act of implanting a permanent means to usurp control of a human body by remote violated a much older and more profound taboo. It was the taboo that prohibited aliens, and humans for that matter, from enslaving human individuals. The polymath clearly knew what Ves was thinking, and did not care for his opinion. She gave him an explanation anyway. Every cyber has voluntarily accepted this transformation. The cybernetic brain that I have designed is one of my more exquisite works. Each recipient will become much more intelligent and capable of absorbing and processing large amounts of data and more complex information. The systems responsible for accommodating my descent are unique and only accessible to myself. They are fundamentally tied to my identity and the soul of my subjects. This is not the manifestation of slavery. It is the manifestation of a permanent blessing. Every cyber is connected to me, and I am available to every citizen. You can think of it as a multi-dimensional and multi-phase version of your kinship network. Whatever the polymath had done went way further than a kinship network. At least the Larkinsons still remained fully in control over themselves. The golden cat could never arbitrarily take them over. At worst, he could always cut off his connection to the Larkinson network if he feared for his freedom and autonomy. A cyber on the other hand could not escape the polymath. This brain transformation stuff sounded incredibly invasive and was probably an irreversible operation. Once their cybernetic brains had reached their final forms, it became virtually impossible for them to escape the cybernetic Empress reach. You, monster. Ves couldn't help but lose control. Have you lost all your humanity? This is insane. Hugo's eyes flickered back to their normal blue cast. His expression gained a touch of warmth that had disappeared earlier. The polymath's heavy presence faded for a moment. Ves, Her Imperial Majesty does not want you to understand our situation, so she has seen fit to task me with giving you an explanation. The batch human said as he maintained a stiff and straight-backed posture. When she described our permanent connections as a blessing, she spoke the truth and nothing less than that. We all consider it to be a blessing to serve as a vehicle of her vast attention. It is uncommon but not entirely unheard of for her to descend upon one of us in order to facilitate our research or clear our doubts. Unlike the Rubarthan Star Emperor, the Cybernetic Empress is much more accessible to the common citizens. Do you not want your rulers to remain in contact with both ends of the hierarchy? Normally, that is the case, but not like this. Ves almost threw his hands up due to how Hugo was unable to acknowledge that this disturbing arrangement should never happen. Our methods may seem strange and repellent to you, but we have evolved beyond such fears. Hugo said with a smile. Besides, one of the other reasons why we are happy to open up our cybernetic brains to our Empress is because even a fraction of her divine intellect can expand us in ways that we cannot describe. Now that I am blessed by Her Imperial Majesty, my cybernetic brain will perform faster, better and more intelligently than before. For a mech designer to be blessed by our sovereign is to inherit a spark of the divine. We become closer to her in this fashion, and that is more than we can ask for. Many of my fellow cybers will envy my blessing until the end of days. Chapter 7096, The Voice of the Empress. The polymath's compulsion for control knew no bounds. When she gained control over Bridgehead 1 and ensured that she remained in charge for just over half a century, she took steps to consolidate her rule. From dissolving the Big Two to founding a new star empire, her ambitions were clearly great. In order to prevent herself from repeating the mistakes of the past, she proactively sought to strengthen her grip on her new subjects. Her unparalleled control over the cybernetic empire enabled her to implement a more thorough solution than normal. She not only mandated every citizen of the cybernetic empire to adopt cybernetic brains that granted the star designer permanent backdoor access, but also created a culture where this was regarded as a blessing rather than a curse. This was the most subversive and objectionable aspect of her actions. The polymath had deliberately altered the culture and beliefs of the cybers to such an extent that they violated a fundamental human right. Their right to remain fully in control of their own minds and bodies. This was one of the central tenets of human supremacy, and it had stood strong for multiple millennia. The human race had learned the hard way that compromising this principle in any way usually opened them up to exploitation and maybe even eradication. The polymath should definitely be aware of the historical baggage and the lesson of truth it centered around, but she completely violated this old wisdom and imposed her own rules. This was why Ves found it difficult to recover from this latest shock. Once the other groups learned of what she had done, they would definitely harbor even greater mistrust towards the self-crowned sovereign. I did not descend into Mr. Fournier's mind in order to account for my decisions. A very distinct female voice continued to utter from the mouth of a man. I came here because you provoked me into coming here. This was what you wanted, Professor Larkinson. Your wish is granted. Now speak. Ask your questions. Demand my tech. Do not hold back on my account. Ves shuddered. Inwardly, he felt like crying. He did not want to summon her at all. She was his least favorite star designer in the Red Ocean, and he meant that. Meeting with her was like playing with fire. Yet, the polymath may be many things, a lot of which possessed negative connotations, but she was not a liar. She was the star designer who embodied the concept of truth. Much like how the xenotechnician embodied the concept of assimilation and the web mistress the concept of networks, the polymath could never betray what she stood for because she had effectively evolved to become one with this fundamental force or rule. Of course, that did not necessarily mean that everything she said was 100% correct and totally factual. Truth was relative. Multiple truths could exist at the same time depending on the cognition of different people. It would be far too restrictive for the polymath to only be able to voice the complete objective truth. Yet given that the polymath was the smartest individual in the Red Ocean, her words were able to ring with truth even if she did not rely on any mysterious abilities inherent to her status as a star designer. If she spoke the truth, then, at least a part of Ves truly desired to talk to the polymath. From the moment he considered this possibility, he knew in his heart that it was true. He feared the polymath and wished to avoid her as much as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to come into contact with the star designer and have a frank discussion on highly sensitive topics. Both could be true at the same time. Ves couldn't help it. The part of him that sought answers pushed him to ask questions about her fragment of the metal scroll and how extensively the iron-resonant crucifix crown had warped her cognition. Yet he knew that this was most definitely not the time and place to talk about a subject of such magnitude. He was still on Xianxia IV, a planet that was fully administered and defended by the Red Association. Although the polymath or her people had probably secured this entire facility from eavesdropping, Ves still felt it was far too dangerous to talk about overly sensitive topics. I won't ask any stupid questions such as why you took over Bridgehead 1 and founded your own empire. He slowly said as he continued to gather his thoughts. Let me ask a more fundamental question. Are you still human? It sounded like a simple and easy question, but that was not the case this time. Hugo's eyes glowed purposefully at this moment, which signified that the polymath was in control this time. Yet the polymath took an unusually long time to break the silence. When she finally spoke, she added a hint of her true emotions into her words, as if she remembered that she was more than a rational entity. I still consider myself a member of the human race. I am more than a human, but I have not forgotten or forsaken my roots. There is no need for you to be concerned that I shall abandon my human identity. That would be a fundamental betrayal of my identity. I can understand why you have entertained this falsehood, but do not insult my intelligence. Your humanity is just as questionable if not more. Ves grimaced. He did not appreciate her reminder of his problematic phase lord physique. Since you still consider yourself human, why are you not being more forthcoming in sharing much of the advanced technologies that you and your subjects have developed over the years? Why are you being so reticent about sharing even the most basic versions of your tech? I thought that star designers were supposed to rise above politics and contribute much of their works to their race and civilization. Hugo's expression grew sterner. Technology can play a decisive role, but uncontrolled proliferation can end our race just as easily. Not everyone deserves access to every tech. My subjects have all learned from my lessons and embody the ideas that I have espoused. The rest of red humanity does not deserve to gain access to my mechs. People must earn it first, and so far I am not impressed. You insist on maintaining this selfish stance when there are many mech pilots and warship personnel that are dying in droves across every border region. Where is your humanity? You claim that you have not lost it, but you have already become a lot more disconnected to it than usual. My humanity is still very much intact, Professor Larkinson. Advanced tech must be earned. I cannot and will not gift all of the advancements that I have made. I no longer believe that all humans deserve my tech. Too many of you are unguided projectiles. Without enough central direction, you are prone to making illogical and suboptimal decisions that wastes too many lives and resources. Only my own subjects are obedient and intelligent enough to follow my directions without casting doubt or undermining my plans. Only they can make full use of my technology. Ves grimaced. The polymath still identified herself as human, but she no longer bore a sense of responsibility towards red humanity as a whole. She effectively absolved herself of responsibility for those who she could not control like a puppet. This attitude practically excused her dereliction of responsibilities towards her race. Only the humans she recognized. Were the humans worth protecting in her opinion? This was a dangerous regression and one that bent or outright violated one of the fundamental responsibilities of a high-ranking mech designer. Of course, the polymath was not a pure mech designer anymore. From the moment she became a star designer, she had transcended the rules and limitations of her previous profession. There was no blueprint or map that dictated the progression of a star designer. Once they reached the stage of a true god, they needed to figure out how to proceed by themselves. Ves was not sure what the other star designers had chosen, but the polymath had likely intertwined her subsequent cultivation to the cybernetic empire and her many subjects. He knew that there was no chance he could persuade her to abandon her current course. The polymath had already become entrenched and held many advantages. There was no reason for her to give them all up and surrender the power that she had worked hard to accumulate. Did you really have to impose this level of control over your subjects? Yes, the polymath said through one of her citizens' mouths. Traitors among our own kind are one of our greatest threats. I cannot afford to let my technology fall into the hands of incompetent humans, or worse, our alien adversaries. Only by taking extreme measures are we able to achieve maximum discretion. Not a single one of my subjects will be able to leak any important knowledge or technological secrets. The rest of red humanity may share their inferior tech freely with their alien opponents, but my cybernetic empire shall always preserve its technological superiority. We are the failsafe that may one day rescue you from your own mistakes. Her high and mighty attitude grated on Ves. She truly saw herself as the only human with eyesight while being surrounded by the blind. The polymath never even considered the option of working together with others in order to fulfill their shared goals. Will you share the tech that I have requested? Ves finally asked. Hugo's purple eyes bore into Ves. It was as if the polymath tried her best to penetrate through Ves's head in order to see what was going on in his mind. I have underestimated your greed and foolishness. I did not anticipate your outrageous demands. However, you are in luck, because I can accept one scenario where I am willing to give you access to our technologies that are relevant to your Bloodfire mech concept. You must convince the Oblivion Gate Consortium to accept my entry and promise at least 10% of the transportation quota of all future exchanges between the galaxies. Ves reacted with mild shock. She certainly knew what to ask for. From what he knew, the Oblivion Gates were about to commence a third exchange very soon. The Evolution Witch and her hand-picked personnel were in the later stages of upgrading the Red Oblivion Gate with modest amounts of superdimensional matter. Successful implementation of this wonder material should hopefully enable much greater volumes per intergalactic swap. There was a huge amount of resources that people wanted to import from the old galaxy. At the same time, the Red Ocean offered plenty of unique materials and treasures that had great value to the people of the old galaxy. A single trade could earn both sides a huge amount of profits. The polymath clearly could not ignore the potential of this kind of trade and sought to regularize it whenever possible. I cannot decide on this matter. Ves slowly replied. The Evolution Witch and my mother are the only ones that can make the call. So long as they approve, I will authorize the deal, but only if you deliver on all of the promised tech. Also, permanent access to the Oblivion Gates goes too far. The polymath had made a hefty counterproposal, but one that Ves was forced to take seriously. One did not casually turn down a star designer. Her demand was also not entirely unreasonable. I will convey your demands to the leaders of the Oblivion Gate Consortium. He replied, I cannot guarantee that they will accept you into their fold. Their goals and priorities are different from yours. You may need to make further concessions in order to join their club. I understand, Professor Larkinson clan. I shall speak with them directly if necessary. Chapter 7097. A tentative agreement. Ves happened to possess another powerful piece of leverage. He was peripherally involved with the Oblivion Gate Consortium. Sure, he was not one of the people in charge. His voice had no say in front of the powerful true gods that controlled the two gates and decided what should be exchanged between the galaxies. However, that did not change the fact that he was the son of the holder of the Black Oblivion Gate and also happened to possess a somewhat friendly relationship with the holder of the Red Oblivion Gate. One word from him should be enough to make one of them consider the possibility of inviting the polymath into the Oblivion Gate Consortium. Ves looked carefully at the polymath. She and her mini-empire had a lot to offer, but her demands were also great. Being able to conduct trades with the old galaxy would definitely help her satisfy her needs for ultra-rare materials and devices that could not be found in the new frontier. The truth of the matter was that the Red Ocean was too small for her. There were too few major players that could trade with the cybernetic empire on an equal level, and each of them feared that it might take them all over one day. It would be much more convenient if the polymath could trade with her old buddies in the Milky Way galaxy instead. There were so many god pilots, star designers and other notable figures in the old galaxy that plenty of them should be willing to exchange their extremely powerful specialties. Much of the cybernetic empire's superior technologies just so happened to have little to do with phase water technology, hyper-technology or e-technology. The time of isolation almost caused much of its local tech scene to regress to an low-energy environment that had much more in common with the Milky Way. In other words, the value of CE tech was even greater for the powers of the old galaxy, whose limited access to phase water and hyper-materials prevented them from utilizing many of the most recent technological advancements in the new frontier. Ves could easily foresee that the polymath could make a killing through conducting strategic trades with her friends from the old galaxy. The question now was whether Ves was willing to see her become an active participant in the trades between the two galaxies. A 10% volume quota was a heavy concession considering that the amount of stuff that could be traded each time was quite limited to begin with. Every cubic meter mattered. Giving her a quota meant depriving it from others. On the other hand, Ves saw a great opportunity for the Oblivion Gate Consortium to earn a profit from the cybernetic empire. Sure, the polymath spent half a decade transforming an original Greater Beander Gate into a so-called translocation gate, but he was pretty sure that it was not able to cross intergalactic distances. The Oblivion Gates only managed to work because Master Moira Willix designed both of them to synchronize perfectly with each other. Even if Ves was not an expert in this field of spatial and dimensional physics, he could figure out that it was much harder to reach further distances with just a single gate as opposed to a pair of gates. So long as the polymath was not able to compete with the Oblivion Gate Consortium, his mother and the evolution which could impose a ludicrously high tax on every exchange of goods, the wealth and knowledge of the cybernetic empire would go on to benefit his allies. Since that was the case, it did not hurt to give the polymath a chance. I can put you in contact with my mother, he eventually said. You will have to negotiate further with her in the evolution which if you want a piece of the action. They will not listen to me. They will make their own judgment. The polymath, who still possessed Hugo's body as if it was nothing but a convenient tool, did not quite agree with his assessment. That is not true, Larkinson. You are the glue that connects multiple disparate parties together. I am in a much better position than your mother in providing material aid to her child and grandchildren. We can bestow you with superior tech and a well-equipped force to ensure that her bloodline remains protected in this dangerous dwarf galaxy. This is a compelling exchange for a mother. Introduce me. Give me your recommendation. Your approval will influence your mother's verdict. Ves was not so sure about that. His mother had always been adamant about how he should fix his own problems rather than seeking external help all of the time. Perhaps she thought differently this time. The only way to find out was to bring her into the conversation. Ves reached into one of his suit pockets and retrieved a small metal statuette of the superior mother. He always kept a collection of these within easy reach in case he needed to consult one of his design spirits. He tried his best not to ignore the Hugo, or rather the polymath's unnerving stare, and did his best to attract the attention of a particular incarnation. "Mother, I need you to come. The polymath over here wants to discuss a deal." The idol began to glow and grow in power. Whatever the polymath had done to flood the chamber with communication signals did not hinder the superior mother from manifesting a small part of herself into the statuette. The ancestral spirit was unable to descend to the same degree as the star designer. The statuette was too weak and tiny to compete against Hugo Fournier. Fortunately, Ves did not call over the superior mother because he needed to borrow her strength. He could immediately feel the superior mother's aura coming into contact with the polymath's more powerful presence. The air became a little more charged. The tension in the chamber increased. True gods were supremely powerful individuals. They were usually long-lived as well. Their thinking was completely different from that of a mortal. Who knew how they regarded each other? There was a small chance that they might decide to wage war against each other for reasons that escaped people like Ves. This was why he and Lucky remained still. They did not want to do anything that could trigger them to lash out or whatever. The air became more active. Ves could sense a faint buzz in his head, but he was lacking a crucial component that could capture and translate the signals into a form that he could understand. Ves already guessed that the polymath and the superior mother were communicating with each other on a higher level than normal methods. Several minutes passed by in relative silence. Seeing that neither of the two had lashed out against each other, Ves and his cat slowly relaxed, though they did their best to pretend as if they were static background pieces. "Very well." The polymath eventually broke the silence through her human puppet. "We are in agreement. You will not regret your choice. In time, our provisional agreement shall evolve into an alliance. My empire and yours shall join hands across two different galaxies. With the resources and technologies of both galaxies at our disposal, we shall dominate our respective galaxies in time." The statuette of the superior mother pulsed a single time before losing power. Seeing that his mother had withdrawn without telling Ves anything, it became clear that he needed to learn what the hell had just taken place from the polymath. "Great." Ves carefully slipped the metal statuette back into his pocket and gazed at Hugo's purple eyes. "From your previous words, I take it that you have managed to forge a tentative deal with my mother." Hugo nodded and responded with the same icy female voice. "Your mother has agreed to a trial. We will be conducting a number of limited exchanges in the future to establish whether there is truly grounds for cooperation between us. She will find that cooperation is the superior option. Once we transition into a more permanent arrangement, I will join her Oblivion Gate consortium, pending the Evolution Witch's approval." Damn, Ves had a number of apprehensions about this development. Letting her become a fixed trading partner of the Oblivion Gate consortium would definitely enable her to grow stronger, thereby causing the balance of power to shift in her favor. That was not all. The polymath would definitely become a more regular fixture in his life. This was exactly what Calibaste had warned about during their last meeting. To be fair, the polymath did not have to go through him in order to reach out to the Oblivion Gate consortium. She could have found a way to make contact with the superior mother through the Hex Federation or the Evolution Witch through the Red Association. She chose to do it through Ves because she calculated that this would give her the biggest chance of achieving her goals. Whatever deal she struck with Cynthia Larkinson must have caused her to become incredibly satisfied, because she soon began to explain the benefits that she and her star empire owed to Ves. "Your mother has entrusted me with your defense. A part of the escort force that has accompanied my empire's delegation to Yurnstal shall be reassigned. They will join your Blue Jay fleet as the latest addition to your protection duty. Mr. Fournier shall act as my liaison since you are already accustomed to this relationship model. Since he is a living mech design specialist, he shall also be intimately involved in the development of your Promethea Mark II and your upcoming Bloodfire mech design project. These two projects will receive ample access to our technological library. We shall grant you the licenses that you demand, but only on stricter terms than the Red Association demands. If you wish to profit from our superior tech, then you must pay a considerable premium to us for every advanced mech you sell. The additional price would definitely hurt future sales, but that was still a hugely generous demand considering the value of her advanced tech. Ves was surprised that the polymath conceded so easily. Did his mother promise her a massive benefit, or did the star designer never really care that much about making the relevant tech available to the rest of Red humanity? I would be happy to welcome your contribution to the Blue Jay fleet so long as your forces can come to a mutually agreeable arrangement with its existing composition. Ves said, I am also happy to be accompanied by Mr. Fournier. He is a bit inexperienced, but he has the heart of an earnest living mech designer. Good, because you will need his assistance to properly integrate our advanced tech into your mech designs. If Mr. Fournier does not possess the relevant expertise yet, then he will quickly acquire it one way or another. The residue of this temporary condition shall ensure that. We hope that you can work briskly to complete the 2 Bloodfire mech design projects. We must field your Bloodfire mechs as soon as possible. Ves definitely had the sense that his Bloodfire mechs were important to her somehow. The cybernetic empress did not bother to hide her interest in a mech concept that still had no basis in reality at this time. Please answer this question for me. Why do you care so much about my Bloodfire mechs? What is so special about it that you are willing to make so many concessions and accommodations? Hugo's head shook back and forth. This is not the time and place to answer this question. We shall reveal the importance of your Bloodfire mechs at a later date. For now, you may rest assured that you will become part of a great endeavor that will have wide implications for the future. We shall be in contact. The air suddenly cleared. The polymath abruptly withdrew her presence. The journeyman mech designer's eyes finally shifted back to their regular blue glow. The conversation was over. Chapter 7098. Ves, the tribe leader hosting a small part of the vast mind of the polymath, was a big deal in the cybernetic empire. Hugo Fournier looked dazed and overwhelmed after the star designer ended her possession without grace. A normal person would have felt concerned whether he or she had become compromised by a being that was too powerful to resist. The cybers were not normal people. It became clear that Hugo had not been kidding when he and his fellow cybers regarded the temporary and unsolicited hijacking incident as a positive rather than a negative event. Thank you, Hugo shakily said as he steadily tried to get a grip on himself. I have always dreamed of letting my brain become a host to Her Imperial Majesty. This is one of the greatest honors that she can bestow to her subjects, and now I have become the latest person to receive her blessing. Even now, I can feel my cybernetic synapses work faster and more effectively. My data retention and recall has improved by multiple times and I am able to perform faster calculations. More importantly, I have been able to make deductions on theories and problems that I have struggled with for months or years. My next breakthrough has come much further within my reach. While Hugo kept gushing about his rare but incredibly valuable privilege for receiving the polymath's blessing, Ves and Lucky both remained suspicious as they scrutinized the other mech designer for any potential issues. I can sense it as well. Hugo Fournier was a creation cultivator of the 1st major rank. The polymath was a creation cultivator of the 3rd major rank. The gap between them was vast, so much so that the latter had left permanent traces in the former. The cybernetic empress may have indoctrinated her subjects into believing that hosting her powerful divinity may have been a blessing, but Ves referred to this phenomenon with a different term. Contamination. A small but potent sliver of the polymath's insanely powerful intellect had incidentally rubbed off onto Hugo's mind and spirit. This most definitely caused his cognitive functions to grow and expand, allowing him to tackle greater intellectual challenges with considerably greater speed and ease. Yet the price of this blessing was not trivial. Because the polymath was so strong, a part of his personality and design style would begin to echo hers in strange and subtle ways. Ves could not tell for certain how impactful the contamination may be without seeing Hugo in action, but he could definitely predict that Hugo would adopt a more dispassionate and analytical approach to his work. That was not necessarily a good development for a mech designer who specialized in living mechs. Life equated to passion. Cold logic could exist without life, but the same could not be said for emotions. This was why Ves had long developed the belief that the capacity to feel strong emotions was essential to living mechs, whether it was designing or piloting them to the fullest extent. Ves actually felt sorry that Hugo had turned into the polymath's unwitting victim. He felt responsible. Hugo would have never ended up losing a part of himself to the star designer if Ves did not push him into making greater concessions. Perhaps there was a way to fix or mitigate the damage. So long as Ves kept a close eye on the cyber journeyman's mental state and carefully prodded him in specific ways, he could reignite his faded passion and help him remember his true calling. Whether this was possible or not, Ves was not sure, but he intended to give it a try. What was he just thinking about? Ves looked at Hugo's condition from a different angle. He recalled Calabast's warnings and reflected on how easily the polymath managed to get past his suspicions. What if the polymath deliberately arranged a personal meeting between Ves and Hugo, only for her to descend into the body of the latter just so that she could mess him up in a way that aroused sympathy? As a passionate mech designer, Ves held a lot of empathy towards people of the same kind. He found it completely plausible that she deliberately set up this situation to promote a closer relationship between the two. The polymath definitely gained a lot of advantages if one of her loyal subjects managed to worm his way into developing a close relationship with Ves. Did the star designer truly plan ahead and deliberately engineer this specific circumstance? Ves could not say for certain. The only reason why he was considering this possibility was because Calabast had told him to watch out for any attempts to bind himself to the cybernetic empire on a more permanent basis. The polymath certainly pushed for this, just like his spymaster had predicted. Getting involved in the trade between the two galaxies was one way to pull Ves and his extended network into her orbit. Trying to turn Hugo into a close associate and confidant was a subtler and softer means to bring Ves closer to the cybers. It was a brilliant scheme, because it worked even if Ves had figured out the star designer's ulterior motives. Ever since he learned about the living machine tower and how many difficulties its mech designers had to deal with compared to their colleagues at the other towers, Ves couldn't help but sympathize with the plight of his descendants. Each of them tried to get started on the rough and unproven path of designing living mechs. They all believed in the promise of living mechs, and were willing to forsake many easier and more solid specializations. All of them must have done so voluntarily, or else so many of them would not have been able to reach the rank of journeyman mech designer. Having met Hugo Fournier in person, Ves could confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the cyber truly gained the capability to design a living mech, though in a very different style and direction. This made them kin in a professional sense. To put it in a different way, they belonged to the same tribe. Ves was its founder, and the mech designers of the living mech tower had become its latest members. It did not matter to Ves what motives they possessed or whether they were acting under orders of another authority. So long as they belonged to the same tribe as him, Ves felt responsible for them and their works. As long as Ves was not a completely selfish bastard, he could never ignore Hugo's plight. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Ves was not going to start to turn Hugo into his direct disciple or anything. He still remembered that he needed to remain vigilant towards the cybers, especially after finding out that the polymath's control over them was more absolute than he could have imagined. How these cybers remained completely fine with knowing that their benevolent dictator could unilaterally wrest control over their bodies at any time, Ves did not know. So long as that remained the case, Ves needed to treat them as extensions of the polymath rather than completely separate individuals. The cybers actually had more in common with the mutated Vorabugs than Ves initially thought. Both of them had fallen under the sway of absolute rulers. The Vorabug Queen permanently controlled the actions of every Vorabug. The polymath's control over her own subjects was a lot less direct, but no less scary. Ves needed to think about this a lot more. For now, he needed to wrap up his meeting with the cybers. I believe it is best to discuss the specifics of our upcoming collaboration projects on another day. Hugo Fournier said in his normal voice this time. Since you have yet to embark on either projects, we can take the time to prepare for them properly. We will need time on our end to select the most relevant technologies and organize support from the relevant research teams. I understand, Ves said with a nod. Much has changed today. The New Deal has many implications for everyone involved. Before you go, we would like to bestow you with an additional gift. Didn't you already give me one? Ves asked while pointing his thumb at the floating container box. This is different, sir. We did not originally intend to transfer the item to your possession, but the magnitude of our new agreement calls for an additional gift. A bit of time passed before the entrance slid open. A pair of heavily armed cybers moved forward while escorting a larger and much colder container. It was clear that they had just retrieved it from a cold storage vault. Once the guards had come close enough, they stopped. The chilled container came to a stop as well. What is this? Ves curiously asked. Hugo did not answer straight away. He moved forward and fiddled with the electronic locks. The box soon slid open to reveal a wooden doll. That was not quite it. Ves frowned as he tried to figure out what he was looking at. It looked like a small elf whose body was made completely out of wood. Despite the inherent rigid properties of normal wood, Ves bet that this creature's biology was somehow flexible enough to make movements without relying on hinges, just as was the case with the arboreal project. Lucky looked confused. On the one hand, he could trace metals inside the creature's wooden construction. On the other hand, what was he supposed to do with a miniature life form, and why did it end up stuck in a chilly container? What you are looking at is a life form that has spontaneously come into existence as far as we can tell. Hugo seriously said, it did not originate from our star empire. We cannot claim credit for its identification, capture and dismantling. We do not know as much of them, but we did discover that they are not born from older elves, for lack of a better term. This creature spontaneously formed into existence. How many of them exist? How prevalent are they, and do they require special environments to grow to an enormous tree? Hugo smiled as he gazed down at the elf. I was not aware of their existence, but according to the information package that I have received, these mysterious elves are exceedingly rare, to the point where there are less than 5 properly documented encounters. This particular specimen did not originate from Bridgehead 1. We actually managed to obtain it through one of the grand auctions that we attended. I see. So what can this elf do for a mech designer such as myself? We are not entirely clear of this, but we believe that we can make optimal use of it in our research. However, this is not a matter that deserves our full scrutiny. We are still willing to present it to you as a gift. We believe that you can find a means to add its strength and special properties to the birthday gift that you have reserved for your firstborn. The cyber journeyman made it sound as if Ves was running a protection racket or whatever. He distinctly disliked this analogy. I will accept this gift, just like I have done with the other one. Ves said as he solemnly closed the lid of the freezer container again. There was no need to tempt fate and risk escape. I would appreciate it if you can transfer as much information you have on it as possible. I will look for references in the RC's internal library, so you do not need to check it on my behalf. That is acceptable. The meeting finally ended after Hugo dismissed Ves from the chamber in order to send all of the messages. As Ves and Lucky boarded their armored shuttle, the two kept staring at the pair of floating containers. Now what? Chapter 7099. Junior partners. Suffice to say, the rest of the Larkinsons had mixed feelings about the outcome of the negotiations. Ves got pulled into another virtual meeting to discuss the implications of what happened. Bringing in the Oblivion Gate Consortium has turned our clan into a junior partner. The Saint Commander said with an air of complaint. I know why you had to do it, Ves, but involving your mother and the evolution which has made us lose a measure of control over our relationship with the cybernetic empire. We have also gained their protection. Ves argued back. Our previous deals were guaranteed by our own soft and hard power, which are limited and not a real deterrent to a major power. Now that my mother has directly negotiated terms with the cybernetic empress, the former implicitly extends her protection to us. The polymath has even less reasons to stab us in the back, because doing so will not only offend my mother, but also lose access to the Oblivion Gates. What if she no longer needs the Oblivion Gates to conduct her intergalactic trades? Calabast voiced. Have you ever considered the idea that a star designer who has already transformed a greater Beander Gate into the Translocation Gate has the capacity to construct her own competing intergalactic transportation channel? Ves frowned for a moment as he mulled over the Spymaster's words. What you just said sounds plausible. The Oblivion Gates are incredible feats of cutting-edge science and engineering. Scientists and researchers from both galaxies have come together to figure it all out and construct a pair of devices that can connect two very distant galaxies together. However, we shouldn't forget that the Big Two originally developed the Greater and Lesser Beander Gates in the first place. Even if the polymath was not personally involved in their development, she possesses the intellect to study the gates and deduce how they work. So long as she can solve the distance problem and finds a cooperative partner in the old galaxy, it is possible that she can build a pair of ultra-long-distance Greater Beander Gates or whatever, thereby turning her from a client into a direct competitor of the Oblivion Gate Consortium. I have no doubt that your mother and the evolution which is aware of the polymath's frightening ability to innovate. Calabast slowly said, what we can think, they can do so as well. If both of them agree to go forward with an agreement, then they assume that they will still gain more than they lose out of this arrangement. You can trust them to demand a heavy price from the star designer. My personal guess is that they will ask her to hand over a large amount of advanced technologies to the Oblivion Empire and the transhumanist faction. They may also demand technical support in the effort to improve the design of the Oblivion Gates. Giving up the monopoly on intergalactic trade between the Milky Way and the Red Ocean comes with its own advantages. General Verl couldn't help but voice. The value of this trade network is immense, but that has also made many powerful groups envious. The Oblivion Gate Consortium cannot afford to attract so much heat. It is actually more beneficial for the polymath to start her own gate consortium so that she can divert this heat and lower the overall value of owning a gate network. Ves frowned. His argument was sound, which meant that so long the Oblivion Gate network remained the only one that could facilitate physical trade between the galaxies, his mother and Veronica would always remain in great danger. There were good reasons why the Oblivion Empress was so eager to return to the Five Scrolls Compact and take shelter in their ruined temple. The cooperation with the polymath can drastically increase the quantity of goods being exchanged between the two galaxies. Ves described, "This is good for red humanity as a whole, as the old galaxy still has plenty of good stuff such as destroyer particles and a large variety of super-class exotics. We can also acquire the services of many possible star designers so long as we pay them in red ocean exclusive goods such as phase water and superdimensional matter. This is what we need in order to strengthen our civilization and repel the invasions of the native aliens and the Vorabugs." The Saint Commander remained silent for a time, but she was definitely weighing all of the arguments. "Let me be honest," the Ace Commander said, "everything I have learned about the Cybernetic Empire and its leader so far does not instill me with a great amount of trust. The polymath is an excellent star designer, but her lack of principles and her philosophy towards leadership is highly problematic to say the least. My greatest concern is that she is only concerned with protecting her interests and the interests of her subjects whenever it is convenient. She has openly forsaken her responsibility towards our greater race and civilization. That is a dangerous admission. It leaves open the possibility of a face turn whenever it becomes logical for her to take this course of action. It would take a lot for the polymath to abandon all of the benefits she secured while cooperating with multiple parties, but if there was one leader that would do so without suffering a long moral quandary, it was the most heartless star designer in existence." Ves frowned and scratched his head. "This is too big for us. I suggest we let my mother and the evolution which worry about all of these greater concerns. Our clan is not strong enough to become a full participant of this high-level game of theirs. We should focus on doing what little we can control while preparing for contingencies in case the worst happens." That was general good advice, but it also meant surrendering a lot of initiative. "Let us do so, then." Casella Ingvar decided. "Ves, please contact your mother and learn what she expects from our cooperation with the Cybernetic Empire. The more information you can obtain, the better. We do not inadvertently want to cause any unnecessary friction or contradictions." Ves grimaced in response. "Don't expect her to be forthcoming. There is a large chance that she will say nothing and leave us to figure it out for ourselves. That is her usual response to my inquiries. She hates it when we turn to her for answers. I think in this case she expects us to use our heads. Still, it doesn't hurt to try. Perhaps she has specific instructions." They talked a bit more, but there was only so much they could talk over a relatively unsecure communication channel. "My stay in Yurnstall is coming to an end," Ves eventually told the others. "Aurelia's birthday is coming up, and I really need to spend my remaining time on preparing her birthday present. I have already gathered a good selection of interesting trinkets and materials with the help of the local trade brokers. The expenses are not light, but they are definitely worth it. Keddies, when will you open up another entrance to the blue dimension?" "It will not be much longer," she says. "I cannot give you an exact date, but there is a sense of momentum building up. It should be within 2 months according to my own judgment. This time will be bigger than the previous 2 times. We have already expanded our mining fleet in anticipation of the greater window of opportunity." "Do the other mining partners know?" "Yes, but my credibility will suffer if it turns out that I am mistaken." Neither Ves nor Keddies considered this to be a problem because they were in control. The Larkinson clan had a great need for an influx of superdimensional matter. The Larkinsons not only had to replenish their spent reserves, but also stockpile more high-grade superdimensional matter to cover the material needs of the conversion of more high-ranking mechs. The virtual meeting eventually came to an end. Ves leaned back in his chair and cast his glance towards Lucky, who had been keeping watch on the 2 containers. Of course, Ves was not stupid enough to retain the original containers used by the Cybers. He had transferred the artificial fire heart and the bizarre wood elf into much more robust containers he made by hand in his temporary workshop. Ves was not entirely certain whether the Cybers had sneaked any secret listening bugs or monitoring software into the artificial fire heart, so he took the time to surround it with a layer of soulless gas-impregnated alloy as well as a layer of mid-grade superdimensional alloy. No signals should be able to go in and out of this container. If Furia maintained a secret connection to the fire seed buried inside the contraption, then the container should be able to interfere with it to a good extent. So what do you think, Lucky? Meow meow. Yes, I agree that if I want to make use of the artificial fire heart, it is best to create my own version to contain the fire seed. I am afraid it is beyond my capabilities to replicate it, let alone deduce its working mechanisms. I have only taken a brief look at it, but I have already detected dozens of design nuances that exceed my understanding. The only other choice he had was to make use of the artificial fire heart in its current form, or forcibly create an inferior bootleg version of this construct. Neither option sounded ideal to Ves. If he had to make a choice, he was inclined to choose the former. No matter how compromised the artificial fire heart may be, once it became an integral component of the Prometheum Mark II, the third-order living mech should be able to override its secret functions. If the ace mech was not powerful enough to force the artificial fire heart into compliance, then Saint Isabel Coden's willpower should definitely be able to get the job done. This was why Ves did not harbor too much concern about the reliability of the first gift. The second gift occupied his thoughts a lot more, though. He had never heard about the existence of these mysterious elves. Personally, he felt that the term Phi may be more appropriate to describe these strange life forms that were more spiritual than material in nature. Whatever the case, he was pretty sure that all of the scriptures he read about the ancient past never described their appearance. Could it be that these small elves were unique manifestations of Messier 87? When Ves moved over and briefly opened the frozen container, he studied the small life form. The wooden life form possessed a pair of wings, but otherwise looked remarkably humanoid. Why this shape? Why did it not come in the form of a nunzer or a jerg? Had this elf been spawned from an environment that was strongly influenced by human beliefs? There are far too many questions and far too few answers. The value of this specimen was inestimable. It may actually exceed the value of the artificial fire heart because it could only be found, not produced. The research value of this wood elf was enormous, yet Ves did not possess the patience or the motivation to turn it over to the Larkinson Biotech Institute and tell the researchers over there to examine and experiment the hell out of this little fellow. It would take far too much time to get anything useful if he chose this course of action. He instinctively felt that he could gain a much more immediate result if he somehow used this captive wood elf to upgrade the flower parasol. An idea came to mind. Perhaps Ves did not know anything about this mysterious elf, but what about a high-level artifact? He summoned the flower parasol from the Vault of Eternity. As soon as it appeared, it immediately detected a special presence and instantly flew closer until it hovered right above the frozen wood elf. From the way the flower-patterned umbrella eagerly shook up and down, it was safe for Ves to conclude that much could be gained by combining them with each other. Chapter 7100. Heavy gift. The time had come for Ves to recraft the flower parasol. It was already a fairly powerful high-level artifact when it emerged from the wishing fountain, but it was designed to accommodate a different wielder in a different time. The object was based completely on ancient technology, if you could even call it that. It contained no modern technological marvels that could have vastly expanded its power and utility. Although that could be an advantage in certain circumstances, Ves felt it was a waste of potential. This was why he had been thinking about reforming it for a long time. The biggest problem was that he wanted to do so in a way that preserved as much of its original features as possible while changing it enough to massively upgrade its performance. Trying to balance these two demands was a nightmare. Ves knew that the most important priority was to preserve the rune structure that was embedded onto the surface and possibly the underlying structure of the wooden shaft. This meant that he could not replace it for anything else. That was a big constraint, but one he could work around. As Ves entered his workshop, he took a seat and called up a projection of his current design. It had gone through a lot of changes and evolutions. The latest version already incorporated a lot of new tech and materials that he managed to obtain during his stay in Xianxia. The new umbrella should give his daughter all of the essential features she needed in her daily life. The goal was to turn the revised version of the flower parasol into a life relic of sorts that could grow stronger and evolve as Aurelia continued to grow older. The new umbrella had to provide her with a lot of protection as well. This was non-negotiable even if his daughter could already rely on other forms of protection. It never hurt to add redundancy. Ves mainly wanted to rely on the flower parasol existing mystical defensive features to bear the brunt of the burden. However, He also wanted to integrate a small personal Azure energy shield generator in order to provide an additional layer of defense. Ves had to find a way to integrate the components into the artifact without making it too long, thick and unwieldy. He also sought to add other tech to the artifact such as a sensor system, a communication system, a jamming module as well as a few other electronic components. He also attempted to add other modules such as a compact luminaire crystal gun, but he failed to add it to a design that met his standards. Oh well, Ves believed that the upgraded umbrella would definitely serve an excellent companion to Aurelia. Not just because of its hard features, but also its symbolism. The new umbrella needed to look distinctive enough to become a recognizable artifact when viewed by outsiders. It would be best if Ves changed the canopy images from exotic flowers to a more majestic and relevant theme. Should he place embroidered images of cats instead? What about mechs or something even more pretentious? A good symbol conveyed the right meaning without relying on words or exposition. People who became skilled at understanding and interpreting them could glean a large amount of information despite the absence of any spoken or written words. Ves had been struggling with trying to figure out the artistic direction of the birthday present. He could settle for the default choice to adopt cats as the dominant theme. However, this was a decision that appealed more to Ves. If Aurelia wanted to build up her own brand, then she needed to rely on a symbol that he would never choose on a voluntary basis. Maybe I should change as little as possible and stick to the existing theme of flowers. This was the safest choice, but not necessarily the most born other hidden dangers. He still failed to make up his mind on selecting a theme, so he chose to set this matter aside and wait until he discussed this issue with others. Ves checked the materials that he reserved for this project. He intended to layer weapon-grade superdimensional alloy over the original shaft of the flower parasol. He also intended to create a decorative handle that should look elegant as well as functional to an extent. What was important was that the superdimensional matter should also host electronic components inside of it all. There was no space to do it the regular way. Of course, this was an extremely difficult technological feat. Red Humanity's grasp on superdimensional technology had barely advanced to make this possible, and Ves could only create a device that ran on electronics hidden in the higher dimensions if he manually assembled it by hand. Doing so would be worth it, though. The new umbrella had to remain light and fairly delicate in appearance. It would never serve as a good companion to Aurelia if it looked like it could only be lifted and held by a giant of a human. Ves worried about the long-term stability and reliability of multidimensional electronics. He was not entirely certain whether the results would remain stable over time. He had little choice but to take the plunge and use this instance as a test case on whether he could build electronic artifacts that were much smaller than what their capabilities ordinarily merited. After studying the design and examining most of the concrete steps he needed to take, Ves decided it would be best if he called in additional assistance. Ves briefly thought for a moment before he chose to summon his direct disciple. He thought about calling in additional mech designers such as Ves Larkinson, one of the ED-Net graduates, or even Hugo Fournier. Yet he ultimately rejected all of these options in favor of summoning the mech designer he trusted the most when it came to their specialization. When she entered his temporary design lab and workshop, she quietly presented herself to Ves. "You're here. Good. Have you done what I have requested?" Ves asked as he continued to study and make very fine tweaks to the design of the reformed artifact. Alexa held her hands behind her back as she relayed her findings. "I have done my best to research the mystery surrounding the frozen wood elf. I have consulted both modern and ancient sources. I have accessed the libraries of the Red Association, the Red Collective, the Terran Alliance and more. I did not have the time to conduct a thorough search, but even with the assistance of ICE, I truly found no description that matches what the cybers have gifted to you. I have become more and more convinced that they have made a mistake when they handed over such rare and precious prize." "The cybers did not make a mistake, Alexa. The polymath most definitely authorized this decision in person. A woman of her intellect most definitely understood the insanely high research value of this, yet that did not stop her from giving it to us. Have you considered the reasons why she handed over a prize that the cybers won at a grand auction at great cost?" This question caused the former Terran mech designer to furrow her brows. She had been trying to search for the logic of this decision for multiple hours, yet still failed to come up with a plausible explanation. "I am sorry, Ves. I tried my best to uncover the truth, but it still does not make sense from my perspective." The woman responded with clear frustration in her voice. Either the polymath did not have all of the facts before her when she made the decision to designate the wood elf as a gift, or she holds us at an unusually high regard. Personally, I refuse to believe that the polymath has made a misjudgment, so the latter explanation is more likely than the former. Ves slowly nodded as well. I like to believe that she has based her decision on exclusive information. Now that he thought about it, the polymath's gift only made sense if she knew about the mech designer system and its insane potential to accelerate the progression of its users. Out of all of the outsiders that could have guessed that Ves and maybe other Larkinsons took advantage of such a priceless boon, the polymath ranked at the top of the list. Only a holder of the fragment of a metal scroll understood another holder of a similar fragment the best. Instead of using this information to blackmail Ves or put him into an uncomfortable position, the polymath instead chose to make a very strong gesture of goodwill. This action conveyed her goodwill towards Ves. Ves took this to mean that she intended to keep the secret related to his own fragment of the metal scroll. Of course, she did not intend to ignore this crucial piece of information. The wood elf would serve as an excellent bribe to make Ves more inclined to share the good stuff at his disposal to her cybernetic empire. Ves felt as if all of the pieces fell into place. This was the most likely explanation that had driven the polymath to select such a priceless second gift. He did not truly know whether he was even close to the truth, but it was the best he could manage under the circumstances. Ves moved beyond the polymath's motivations and focused on the frozen specimen itself. What have you found out when you conduct lab tests on the tiny bugger? Far less than I would have liked, Ves. The scans detected ordinary wooden structures that are consistent with a typical tree branch or slender trunk. If we did not know any better, we could have mistaken it as an exquisite wood carving. It is anything but an ordinary carving, Ves said. It is very young, yet has already taken a form that only makes sense if it is already capable of higher-level thinking. I have felt tempted to unfreeze it and let it move freely. That is a terrible idea. We do not know the means this wood elf has at its proposal. Perhaps she will instantly teleport away as soon as she regains her consciousness. There is great potential for collecting additional information, but it is not worth the risk of letting it fly out of reach. Alexa was right. Ves truly could not afford to take this chance. It was a frustrating reality because they would never be able to obtain an answer from the mouth of the mysterious wood elf. Assuming that it was intelligent and familiar enough to talk, Ves and the Larkinsons could potentially discover a lot of facts and educated guesses about her kind, but only if they unfroze the small life form. Ves hesitated for a moment before he released a sigh. I have a feeling we may be doing a great injustice to the scientific community of our race, but we shall keep the wood elf frozen up to and maybe including the procedure where we incorporate it into my new design. The umbrella will devour it until it disappears entirely, just as it had done with other high-quality wooden constructs. Alexa reminded him, the wood elf may disappear entirely as a result, thereby forever denying us valuable research initiatives. Ves was reluctantly willing to bear this loss. Despite all of the recent changes to the geopolitical landscape, he never got rid of his sense of urgency. There was still an argument to be made about sacrificing long-term benefits to secure more immediate short-term benefits. I truly hope that Aurelia will be able to appreciate all of the sacrifices we intend to make in order to fashion this personalized gift. Ves began to hold a more substantive discussion on how to tackle the upgrade run. He mainly wanted her to prep the materials, which needed to reach the highest standards. Do you need my help when it comes to shaping and carving all of the alloys? No, leave this to me, Alexa. Unless you become a phase lord yourself, it will be difficult to control all of the variables. Chapter 7101, Alien Innocence. Alexa began to familiarize herself with Ves's ambitious design for the reconstructed artifact. She gazed down at the flower parasol that Ves had placed on a worktable. Her fingers touched the pink canopy which was decorated by colorful flowers. The whole ensemble looked elegant and unmistakably feminine. Do you truly want to replace the canopy of this artifact? It would be a shame to get rid of it, Ves. It looks so beautiful and it is clear that this object has a strong association with flowers. Its damage resistance is also impressive. What if the umbrella's special abilities can no longer be channeled through the replacement fabric? That is why I don't intend to get rid of it, Alexa. Ves said as he began to process the imperial banner of the disaster star. My intention is to unravel the threads of both the canopy and this banner. I will combine all of that with threads made from wood hyper materials as well as a small amount of metal threads made from a stable version of weapon-grade superdimensional alloy and weave it all into a thicker and more robust cloth. and to weave it into a thicker and much more robust cloth. That sounds questionable, Ves. Are you certain that the cloth will be able to combine the properties of all of those materials without interfering with each other? Ves shrugged. To be honest, I am not. This is only a tentative plan. I will improve if the resulting cloth is weaker than anticipated or tries to tear itself apart. I can lower the proportion of superdimensional threads or add more stabilizing materials. I am not too insistent on sticking to precise ratios. My only demand is that the new fabric must retain its effectiveness in channeling wood energy while also being at least 5 times more resistant against damage when it remains in an unaugmented state. I want the best for my daughter, which means that trying to integrate superdimensional alloy into the entire umbrella is imperative. Are you not afraid that adding so much metal to a strong wood artifact will weaken its ability to channel E-energy? That is why I have been feeding the umbrella with mutated exoplants for the last week. He explained. It is actually considerably stronger than it was before. Even if the new product has a lower affinity towards the wood element than normal, then it should at least remain functional. Besides, I do not necessarily think that will happen. We have the frozen wood elf, remember? I am not sure about the effects of integrating this strange life form inside the artifact, but I am reasonably confident that it will cause an evolution that will substantially improve its affinity towards the wood element. There was not a lot of information about the frozen wood elf, but Ves was still able to sense its amazing closeness to the wood element. If the theory about how such an amazing life form spontaneously came into existence, then it was not wrong to describe it as a child of heaven. Ves felt it was practically sacrilegious to sacrifice this rare and innocent life form to empower an artifact. He was not the only one to feel that way. As Alexa directed her glance towards the new container that kept the wood elf in a frozen state, she looked a little conflicted. This wood elf, are you sure you are doing the right thing, Ves? He sensed the discomfort in her tone. He ceased his current activity and turned around to face his disciple with his full attention. You have misgivings. I do, Alexa responded. This wood elf, this organism, is just a baby. It barely came to life before it immediately got captured. It never even had a chance to experience life and prove itself useful to us. Why don't we give it a chance and see whether it can be trained? I think that a living and cooperative wood elf is a much more wonderful birthday gift for your daughter. Ves frowned. To be honest, he had thought about doing this as well. The value of the wood elf actually exceeded the value of the flower parasol, especially if the former had a lot of growth potential. The current state of the wood elf was still at its infancy. It could grow a lot stronger if it was given enough time. I understand your sympathies, but do not be fooled by its tiny humanoid appearance. He calmly said, you are not looking at a human baby. You are looking at a spontaneous manifestation of life birthed by the exotic radiation of a supermassive galaxy that is unquestionably hostile towards red humanity. Sure, the child may not necessarily align with its parent, but are you willing to take the risk? I am not sure about you, but my response to this is no. I am not going to unfreeze the wood elf. I am not going to give it an opportunity to speak, only for it to disappear and slip from its confinement. When the cybers gifted me with this, they sternly warned me not to give it a chance. I am not going to ignore the advice of some of the smartest people in the Red Ocean. Alexa's expression drooped a bit. She already expected that he would shoot down his suggestion, though she secretly hoped that he would give it greater consideration. So we will effectively be sacrificing a young and innocent organism to empower your artifact. Are you sure it is a good idea to stain it with sin before handing it over to your daughter? What if she will suffer the consequences for your crime against nature? Ves crossed his arms and snorted. Crime against nature. Funny. We humans are a race that rose up by exploiting, depleting and abusing the natural universe around us. We raise planets as well as reshape their entire ecosystems. We develop ever more sophisticated technologies to live centuries longer than our natural lifespans. We develop FTL drives and superdrives that allow us to travel faster than the speed of light. We design mechs that can help turn humans into gods. Nature is a wonderful machine, but that does not mean that everyone has to follow its rules without question. Besides, the wood elf is a product of Messier 87. We may be making use of its E-energy radiation, but that does not mean it is our benefactor. It is quite the opposite in fact. It considers us to be a foreign infection. Alexa accepted his argument, though she obviously did not feel good about it. The more she stared at the wood elf, the more she found it to be cute and completely undeserving of the fate that Ves had in store. Unlike him, She would have given it a chance, even if doing so would give it a chance to escape and cause the Larkinsons to lose a precious gift. Alas, the direct disciple knew who was in charge, and it was not her. Ves had a very different opinion. Her appeal failed to sway his decision on the matter. To Ves, the wood elf was not human despite its shape. It was an alien, and that meant that people like Ves had no obligation to respect human rights. Doing so without question was what a cosmopolitan would do. One of the central tenets of human supremacy was to never extend one's sympathy towards the members of an alien race. Doing so would deprive humans of the care and attention that they deserved. The actions of the cosmopolitan movement had already proved that this was a zero-sum game. Their ideals did not match reality as they repeatedly betrayed human interests in order to promote alien interest. Ves was not about to repeat their mistake out of a mistaken sympathy towards an alien creature that just happened to look like a miniature wooden human body. Of course, Ves was not that extreme. He was actually a bit more open-minded than ordinary humans because he cooperated with multiple alien entities in the past and present. He considered xianxia and the Phase King as his good friends and reliable allies, for example. However, the difference in those cases was that he was in control and understood his alien partners quite well. He also confirmed that they had no reason to harbor any hostility towards humans. Perhaps the wood elf might possess a lot more similarities to those non-human design spirits than Ves expected, but he could not take the risk. The truth would remain buried inside the frozen specimen. Are you not afraid of inviting retribution? Alexa questioned. Nope. Messier 87 already has a very low opinion of me. Sacrificing one of its wood elves will hardly change my situation considering that it already holds me in contempt. What if more wood elves arrive in the Red Ocean and find out what you have done to one of their kind? There is no way that humans will be able to capture all of them as they can appear anywhere that is exposed to exotic radiation. More of them will arrive and grow up to become formidable creatures that may one day wield the power of gods. Ves smirked. Then let them come. I am not afraid of them. Humans have their own saints and gods. I am confident that our high-ranking mech pilots will be able to deal with these challenges. The wood elves will just be the latest enemies that we have to contend with. We will solve them just as we are in the process of solving the native aliens and the mutated vorabugs. Humans during the Age of Conquest never backed down despite the fact that they were a small player in a big galaxy that was filled with powerful alien civilizations. He had considered the possibilities described by Alexa but still did not change his stance. He mistrusted the existence of these elves because they were intrinsically tied to Messier 87. Of course, that did not automatically mean that they were servants of the heavenly authority that had shown open hostility towards Ves and Red humans. There was a chance that the wood elves could be nurtured into Red humanity's greatest allies if they were raised and indoctrinated from infancy. Yet Ves was unwilling to take this chance. He did not understand this strange new life form and how they were birthed. He had no insight into their capabilities or their growth phases. He did not even know whether they were born with inherent memories and techniques or whether they started off as blank slates. In short, the main reason why Ves was unwilling to take a chance to convert the wood elf into a pet or ally was because he lacked too much information about this strange new life form. Ves had tried to probe it or see whether he could make alterations to it while it remained in a dormant and frozen state, but he failed. That alone caused him to put up his guard and no longer contemplate any unrealistic fantasies. So how exactly do you intend to integrate this wood elf into the artifact? Alexa asked next after she accepted that she would never be able to make Ves change his mind. Will you carve it up and use it to form the handle of the reformed umbrella? Will you chop it up and turn it into a pulp that could be used for multiple different purposes? None of that. Ves shook his head. I have already communicated with the flower parasol on how it could make use of the frozen wood elf. We will be saving this step for last. The artifact itself does not know what will happen once it integrates this magical creature, but it instinctively understands that it will receive a major upgrade. And you are willing to take the artifact at its word? Ves grinned back at Alexa. Yes, unlike this dubious wood elf, I am much more willing to put my trust in this artifact because I understand it a bit better. Objects are simpler to figure out than alien creatures. I am willing to trust in my judgment and my intuition. Chapter 7102. Superdimensional craftsmanship. Though Alexa Strian asked a lot of troublesome questions, Ves did not mind her behavior. She did not blindly accept his judgment and showed enough spine to question his decisions. That was a good trait in a mech designer. Obedient drones never progressed that far in the mech industry. Only those who were inquisitive and brave enough to question the assumptions of other mech designers possessed the qualities of a high-ranking mech designer. Ves was more than willing to tolerate her doubts so long as it kept her inquisitive and skeptical. Of course, there was a limit to everything. A mech designer that constantly questioned everything and never believed in the facts would not be able to make it. Their progress would stall because they rejected far too much existing teachings. The mech industry grew by relying on constant technological accumulation. This enabled latecomers to skip the process of researching old solutions and gave them the time to innovate newer and better design applications. Ves would have never been able to design his living mechs so easily during his lifetime if not for the 4 centuries of mech development that took place in the previous age. Every mech designer stood on the shoulders of giants. The earliest mech designers who plied their trade during the tail end of the Age of Conquest were no exception. They based their works from the progress made by humanity's existing scientific process and blended it with the mysticism of the metal shrine. From what Ves had learned about the secret history of the 5 Scrolls Compact, mechs themselves arose out of a rejection of the prevailing order. Neural interface technology had matured to the point where it became possible to pilot war machines directly with the human mind, but people remained reluctant to embrace this application for a long time. It was not until a number of brave pioneers and innovators fought against the status quo and dared to believe that they could do better that mechs finally earned a place in society. What Ves and his assistant were working on today did not have any direct relations to mechs, yet there was enough common ground. Ves moved over and picked up the flower parasol. This artifact is a copy. It is not the original, only a pale memory of one. Our goal for today is to fix that and bestow it with its own identity. You have studied its design. You familiarized yourself with the updated technologies that I have managed to obtain from the cybernetic empire. You understand the materials that will be used to elevate the performance of this object. Do you have any further questions or doubts about our current project? This is the last opportunity that I am giving you. If you do not think there is anything worth discussing anymore, we shall proceed according to our current plan. Alexa frowned but did not voice any further doubts. I do not agree with all of your decisions, but your plan is cohesive. I think that you are doing the best with what you have managed to obtain. The only thing is, why did you bring over a mechanical cat? She gestured towards a cat that was lounging right next to Lucky. The new construct looked similar to Lucky at first glance, but anyone who took a good look would soon learn that they were very different creations. The black-plated masterwork noticed her attention and raised a friendly paw. NYOW. That is Ferrum, he said. It's a cat avatar that I recently built for infiltration and sabotage missions. My companion spirit is already possessing it. While I originally designed it for field missions, it can also be used to assist my work. It will be like having an extra body operate production machines and handle compatible tools. If I don't make use of Ferrum, we will be here all night. If we are met with unexpected failures and complications, we may not be able to complete our work in time for Aurelia's birthday. There is no way that my wife will agree to reschedule the big party, especially when we have already sent so many invitations. While Ves had been working on preparing his daughter's birthday gift, his wife had become completely obsessed with organizing the upcoming birthday party. She contracted services, she commissioned custom furniture, she hired highly renowned entertainers, and she made sure the venue was fully secured with the cooperation of the Red Association. Word about the birthday party circulated more and more throughout high society. It was looking more and more that it would turn into an elite gathering of representatives from the groups that truly mattered. Invitations had become extremely desirable. Nobody who received them was willing to trade them away, not that this was possible as they were all tied to specific names. Gloriana refused to open the doors to people who did not come with invitations and hadn't been fully vetted. Ves was more than happy to let his wife organize the perfect birthday party. He was not that obsessed with ceremonies and did not think that Aurelia needed so much flair and pomp just to mark the day she became 10 years old. However, he recognized that the party was a great opportunity to increase the visibility of the Larkinson clan and forge newer and stronger connections with the dominant powers of Red humanity. Even the cyber delegation had accepted the invitation to attend the birthday party. This alone had fueled the hype surrounding this event. Too many people wanted to get a glimpse of the cybernetic people and try to strike up a lucrative business deal with the folk who possessed technology that was generations ahead. Ves shook his head and shoved aside his concerns about the scope of the birthday party. He had a more important job to do, and that was to craft an unforgettable gift for his girl. Shall we begin? Alexa asked. Yes, let's get to work. They began to do so. Blinky, who was currently possessing the body of Ferrum, began to extend a spiritual connection to Alexa. This brought Ves and his discipline into a familiar design network. The latter immediately had a better impression of what the former was trying to make. As Ves began to process the weapon-grade superdimensional matter that he had reserved for this project, Alexa began to unravel the imperial banner of the new Rubarth Empire. She did not hold any special sentiments towards this historic object, but she still felt reluctant about unmaking it. Though its existence was tied to a controversial ruler, it still held a lot of significance as a relic of humanity's past. Even a former Terran like herself did not like to dismantle a physical mark of history. However, Ves needed its threads more than the object as a whole. Alexa had questioned earlier whether he would lose more than he would gain if they unmade the imperial banner. His response was succinct. Much will get lost in transition, but not all. The threads will still retain a semblance of the beliefs and sentiments of the Rubarthan people, and we will let the flower parasol devour the pole. An echo of Rubarthan majesty will still live on in the new artifact. Hours went by as the pair continued to work. While Alexa handled the easy and miscellaneous work, Ves had thrown himself straight into the most difficult assignments, most of which had to do with processing superdimensional matter. The weapon-grade variety was the most powerful but also the most volatile variety to work with. It took a combination of hardened production equipment and the extraordinary senses of a phase lord to overcome many of the complications. The most difficult part of this entire session was to carve and integrate electronic components within the extra-dimensional space of the thin superdimensional alloy components. Ves had already made ample preparations in advance. He borrowed technological insights from his wife and other sources. The new alloys that the resonance smith had created to enable the integration of superdimensional matter with Architect also happened to work well with conventional technology. He also consulted the latest scientific journals, both the public and more secret ones that were exclusive to the Red Association. Armed with so many new theories, Ves already conducted a number of simple experiments in order to verify that his plan was viable. Ves proceeded to create multiple different varieties of superdimensional alloy. Each of them held different but important functions. There were dense solid blocks of superdimensional alloy that were hard enough to resist the most damage. They were ideal when used as the outermost layer of the shaft. Then there were lighter but much more stable superdimensional alloys. What they lacked in toughness, they made up for it by providing greater stability when integrated with electronics. As Ves created these materials and shaped them into various components, he made sure to include other materials such as high-grade exotics, hypers, phase water and solus gas whenever appropriate. Combining so many different materials with all kinds of different properties in a single handheld object should not have been possible under ordinary circumstances. Many materials had a tendency to produce violent or unstable activity when exposed to other volatile matter. Yet Ves was able to get a handle on it from beginning to end because he knew what he was doing. He had done his homework. He had verified many of his assumptions by gathering empirical data. He was not only making full use of his extraordinary senses as a phase lord, but also borrowed the expertise and insights of Vulcan. His dwarven avatar had already descended into his mind. Unlike the instance where the polymath squeezed a part of her powerful presence into the mind of a journeyman, Vulcan's possession was a lot more refined. Part of that was because the spiritual life form was not as powerful as a star designer. Another part of it was because the design spirit's compatibility with Ves was near perfect. Vulcan was one of Ves's external incarnations. Even if the former developed differently from the latter, their roots remained the same. There was no friction. There was no disagreement. Both of them were in complete alignment with each other. The only major difference was that they approached their work from different angles. Vulcan's contribution was incredibly important to Ves. The incarnation which had currently adopted a dwarven form brought a huge amount of expertise and instinctual familiarity with artisanal work. Ves's hands remained precise and exacting without slowing down to an excessive degree. With Vulcan exerting his exquisite skills, Ves seemed no different from a master smith who had plied his craft for over a century. Slowly but surely, his work was coming together. What he was doing went beyond the capabilities of all but the most powerful developers. Ves seriously doubted that many people and teams outside of star designers could replicate what he was doing. He might not like his phase lord cultivation so much, but its synergy with phase water technology and superdimensional technology had redeemed it in his eyes. Ves was willing to put up with the complications created by Sev so long as he could leverage his expanded senses to create exceptional superdimensional products. It was too bad that integrating electronics into very thin superdimensional matter like this could only be done by hand. The machines that could automate and scale up this amazing production method did not exist yet. It may take years before the first ones emerged, and their cost would probably exceed everyone's imagination. Without the ability to scale up this production method, Ves did not think he could apply it to his mechs. Not yet at least. Perhaps he could ease his burden by turning more mech designers into phase lords. He briefly glanced at Alexa, who looked back in confusion. Nothing relevant. Let's get back to work. We need to finish this first before we can tackle other problems. Chapter 7103. Resizing Tech. It was amazing how much Ves could get away with by exploiting the advantages of superdimensional materials. He improved greatly since he last worked with superdimensional matter. Ves glanced at Ferrum. The superdimensional cat avatar functioned properly and could put up a mean fight if cornered, but with the knowledge he possessed today, the construct looked completely inadequate according to his current standards. If he was able to apply the tech, knowledge and methods that he wielded today, then he could have easily stuffed at least 30% more components into the cat while also increasing its overall durability by at least 50%. Ves should take the time to rework Ferrum and update him to modern standards. It was not time yet, though. Superdimensional technology was still in its infancy. Vast performance boosts would continue to happen over the course of the following months and years as everyone rapidly figured out new and amazing tricks to get even more out of this wonder material. Perhaps in a month or 3, Ves would gain access to a newly devised alloy formula that increased the defensive power of superdimensional alloy by another 20% while also providing several other benefits such as increased spatial stability and greater extradimensional space for accommodating components. Instead of trying to upgrade a single device every handful of months, Ves felt it was better to wait for a year or 2 before initiating a much more substantial upgrade. He already applied the same approach to his mechs. He disliked the impulse to revisit their designs and update them as soon as nifty new tech or materials got released. Just because human technology advanced to the point of presenting new possibilities did not mean that older products based on outdated tech became trash. Other groups did not adopt technology at such a fast pace. Mechs that were designed and built before the Facewater generation still saw usage to this very day, though often with aftermarket modifications and upgrades. Starships were even worse at keeping up with the times. It was perfectly normal for starships to be seen as relatively modern even if they were built half a century ago. Many people had no problem entrusting their lives to vessels that entered into service before their grandparents were even born. Ves recognized that in this era of frenetic technological progression, he needed to be patient and time his projects based on other needs than attempting to keep up with the latest trends. Powerful ace mechs such as the Dark Zephyr Mark III, the Amaranto Mark III and even the First Sword Mark III had already become outdated by his current standards. The Larkinson clan could make them so much stronger with the means that Ves and Gloriana recently obtained that it would be as if they had already entered a new mech generation. Alexa realized this as well. She continually looked over towards Ves to observe his inscrutable craftsmanship at work and knew that she had no way in hell of matching it anytime soon. Just the absence of the Loco's organ prevented her from observing what she was doing when she attempted to work her tools across dimensions that could not be observed with normal human senses. Amazing, she could not help but utter while she was in the process of scanning the recently processed parts for flaws and inconsistencies. I always knew that you could exploit the properties of superdimensional matter to create machines that do not take up space in the material dimensions, but to see you do this so quickly after the introduction of superdimensional technology is still impressive. Even when she tried to glean his thoughts through the design network, Alexa was still unable to keep up with his work. Her inability to observe his work and understand the more profound truths of superdimensional theory caused her to know enough to recognize his attainments, but lacked the means to replicate them in her own way. Ves felt proud for being able to create a superdimensional product to this extent. He had easily overtaken many professionals who managed to obtain samples of superdimensional matter for R&D purposes. Compared to those amateurs, Ves was able to create a device that should have been the size of an adolescent human and shrink it all down into a slightly thicker umbrella. It had been worth it to expend one of his remaining favors to allow Gloriana to go on an audience with the Resonance Smith. The meeting may have concluded quickly, but the star designer did not shirk his obligations. He had seriously imparted Gloriana the necessary theories and alloy formulas to allow her to merge superdimensional matter with architect. At least that was the case on the surface. It was only now that Ves recognized that the resonance smith had not been as perfunctory as he initially thought. The star designer most definitely knew that Ves was a human phase lord. He possessed a locos organ that was able to perceive all sorts of spatial phenomena, including ones related to superdimensional matter. The resonance smith may have calibrated his teachings to Gloriana with the implicit understanding that Ves may be able to take greater advantage of them than their initial recipient. Without the resonance smith passing on his teachings, Ves would have struggled for many more months or years before he could produce a comparable result. Ves owed the star designer. Perhaps he should prepare a gift in return for his covert assistance. The resonance smith does not demand a gift from you, Alexa said as she read his thoughts through the design network. If he chose to bestow you with more useful knowledge than expected, then the best way to reciprocate is to make good use out of it. Show him that you are smart, inventive and brave enough to come out with works that realizes the potential of what he has taught. Star designers are guardians of civilization. They do not protect us by fighting the most difficult enemies on the battlefield like god pilots, but arm us with the right combination of tech, knowledge and works that allow us to complete our goals by ourselves. Her words added more perspective on the role of a star designer in human society. What the resonance smith had done was not much different from what the polymath was doing. Although they kept their best methods to themselves, they selectively released simpler and more easily adoptable technologies to society so that they could make red humanity stronger in a directed manner. Unfortunately, the difference between the two was that the polymath clearly cared much less for people outside of her little star empire. This was a huge regression compared to her previous positioning. It was one thing for Terran or Rubarthan star designers to care for their own people more than other humans. It was another thing for a mecher star designer and one who originally came from the survivalist faction no less to shrink her area of responsibility. She might not have violated a hard rule in the mech industry or anything, but what she had done was a clear rejection of old traditions. Not every tradition was detrimental. Ves was a believer in the rules, customs and expectations of the contemporary mech industry. Mech designers started off their careers as mostly self-centered and ambitious graduates. As they grew older and climbed up the ranks, those who not only gained greater means but also developed a greater sense of responsibility towards society had a higher chance of continuing their rise. Once they reached the ultimate rank of star designer, it had become an expectation for them to rise above their loyalties to any secularist power and serve their civilization without bias or distinction. While the Terran and Rubarthan star designers were much more resistant to this particular custom most of the time, they did not completely deprive all of their innovations to the entire human race. They wouldn't have been able to make it this far if they were truly narrow-minded to this degree. The issue with the polymath was that she had already overcome this hurdle and no longer needed to keep up with pretenses in order to retain her power base. She could act openly and allow her policies to convey her true thoughts on different items on the agenda. The resonance smith is perhaps one of the more pure star designers among the ones that are present in the Red Ocean. Alexa softly commented, he is an unbounder, a star designer who believes that the Big Two and now the Red Two have outlived their usefulness and need to be broken apart in order to unlock the full potential of our race. To that end, it is in his interest to empower third parties who are not supporters of the establishment and can benefit from its collapse. Ves fell into thought. I can totally see this as a subtle play meant to shift the balance of power in the Red Ocean. I don't think it is necessary to read too much into it, though. Our clan is still small. Even if we can become stronger by relying on his technological assistance, our lack of numbers, territory and heritage will continue to hold us back for a long time. You do not need to do anything on the scale of what the polymath have done to make a meaningful difference in the Red Ocean. I know, Alexa, but I still wonder at times. Anyway, enough idle talk. I need to put my full concentration into what I am doing next. More hours passed by as Ves continued to work miracles with his hands, his superdimensional tools and his phase lord senses. Alexa continued to make herself useful as well. She had worked with him enough times to know when he needed to get his hands on specific tools or materials. She also scanned and documented everything in order to make sure that if Ves did anything amazing, they would be able to study the records and derive a clear explanation of what occurred. Meanwhile, as Ves continued to engross himself into his work, he became more and more familiar with superdimensional technology. Being able to work with real solid superdimensional materials added much-needed practical experience to his growing theoretical understanding. The two complemented each other in a way that raised his overall mastery of superdimensional technology. That produced several notable benefits, one of which was to lift the veil of one of the features that he had been coveting for a long time. "I think," he said before briefly pausing, "I am on the trail to discovering the secret of how certain objects can dynamically resize themselves from infantry grade to mech grade or greater. The principles should be similar to how a phase lord is able to fold his body into other dimensions, but there are key differences. Relying on phase water produces an inherently weaker result than relying on superdimensional matter. Does that mean that you have gained the insights needed to design a mech that can expand to the size of a juggernaut without compromising its structural integrity or the functioning of electronics?" Ves frowned and shook his head. "I doubt that it would be that easy. Certain parts should never be scaled on a dynamic basis. Think of power reactors and so on. I suspect that we need to develop an entirely new paradigm around the design of resizable mechs and products. That is too much of a burden to red humanity at the current stage. We can only apply this hypothetical method to small-scale artifacts, preferably ones that do not contain too much electronics. Can you work that feature into the umbrella that we are currently working on?" Alexa asked. "Not this time. I will need to redesign it from the ground up, and will likely require additional supporting technologies. I need to conduct a lot more research in order to become confident enough to incorporate this possible application into this precious relic." Chapter 7104, The Ultimate Transformation. The new artifact neared completion. As Ves put all of the parts together, a new umbrella took shape. Both he and Alexa took a moment to admire the near-finished product. The shaft no longer showed any visible wooden structure. Ves had not dared to change it considering that it anchored complex runic sequences. He merely covered it up with multiple layers of thick superdimensional alloys. The metal sheathed the shaft and provided an enormous degree of physical protection. They also contained very thin electronic components that Ves had somehow folded into the extra-dimensional space of some of the layers. Although this technique compromised the defensive power of the superdimensional metal in question, it effectively allowed Ves to fit in electronics without taking up any space in the material dimensions. Ves was most proud of being able to do this. He knew that he had mastered a rare combination of skills and abilities that synergized particularly well with each other. If he wanted to earn a lot of extra income, he could advertise his capabilities to high society and accept insanely lucrative commissions to supply a rich and powerful clientele with much more powerful weapons and defensive tools. However, Ves quietly rejected this course of action. It would take far too much time from him. He was a mech designer, not a weaponsmith or anything. He needed to avoid this trap and go back to completing his current slate of mech designs as soon as possible. He was already looking forward to fabricating the Riot Mark III. "It looks beautiful," Alexa said. "You have preserved the feminine look of the umbrella, but also elevated its class. Any girl would be lucky to own such an exquisite ornament." Even though Ves was not a woman, he had a little more understanding than most people do to possessing a female cat avatar. Of course, Veronica did not really have many ways to show her feminine side due to being a cat and a mechanical one at that, but she still possessed a different mindset. He had spent a considerable amount of time and effort to make the shaft and handle look delicate and thin. That limited the volume of electrical components he could fold into the superdimensional layers, but he found it important not to make the shaft too thick and bulky. He also tweaked the superdimensional alloy and mixed in trace exotics until he was able to produce an alloy that possessed a bright silver exterior, especially when polished to a shine. Ves had taken the time to carve and mold the shaft into an asymmetric twisted vine structure. The deliberate asymmetry and messiness of this pattern should have caused the shaft to look sloppy and haphazard, but it had the opposite effect. Ves and Vulcan channeled all of their artistry and craftsmanship to carve a pattern that used chaos to produce a sense of organic harmony. Perhaps an isolated section of the shaft might look disorderly, but when taken as a whole, the twisted vine structure looked oddly soothing, organic and seemingly made out of plant matter. Of course, that was not actually the case. It was just an illusion as the exterior was still made of metal. However, Ves hoped that this surface pattern would continue to retain the umbrella's strong association with the wood element. The handle at the end deserved special mention as well. Ves had shaped it into a hook to make it easy to hang it on an arm or use it to retrieve an object that was out of arm's reach. It also looked nice. Ves tried his best to mold and carve it into the shape of a leaping cat. He had to be a little more creative with the angles and such, but he felt he did a good enough job. The handle also functioned as a subtle control panel. In order to activate the tech incorporated into the artifact, Aurelia could do so through two different methods. She could press the physical buttons that Ves had cleverly shaped into paws and other natural features. She could also send electrical signals through direct skin contact, although that required her to augment herself with cybernetic implants that she had yet to install. To be honest, it was not strictly necessary for her to manually activate the personal energy shield or any other technological system. This was a high-level artifact, which meant that the artifact spirit was already capable of activating its own functions. This autonomy was what separated low-level artifacts from high-level ones. While the shaft and handle looked refined and elegant when held by a woman, Ves was most proud of the new canopy that adorned the strengthened superdimensional ribs of the artifact. Since Ves used up so much more fabric than before, he opted to turn it into a two-sided affair. The bottom side was meant to reflect its original incarnation as the flower parasol. Its base color was gold, but much of its surface area was occupied by pink cherry blossoms and other pink flowers. This time, Ves had opted to eschew chaos and purposefully aimed for an orderly, symmetrical and perfectly circular visual style. Anyone who looked at it would find it difficult that it was made by the same creator who designed the shaft. One quaint little feature was that the pink petals possessed a subtle glow by default. It would be difficult to observe it in brightly lit areas, but it still produced a minute color cast that should make anyone who was holding the umbrella over the head look cuter and more feminine. Of course, Aurelia could easily strengthen or dim this pink glow if she wanted to by pressing the right buttons on the handle. The top side of the canopy looked completely different. Ves had turned the base color into black, which provided a sharp contrast to the lighter colors underneath. Naturally, Ves had tried to liven it up by adding a variety of different cats. Each of them looked realistic and almost lifelike. They consisted of different breeds and featured many different coats and patterns. Each of them possessed stances that looked anything but static and boring. They instead looked playful and whimsical. He tried his best to add a different kind of harmony into this vista. He meticulously determined the sizing, positioning, angles, stances and other features to make every cat look a part of a whole. Each of them might look like separate individual creatures, but when they were depicted together like this, it became clear that they belonged to a single unified clouder of cats. The duality between cats and flowers in the visual style of the artifact reflected its past and present. This duality extended to its practical features, which relied on both ancient runes and modern tech to produce a variety of powerful effects. Old and new blended together to form a new artifact that would hopefully remain strong and useful enough to accompany Aurelia for the rest of her life. At the very least, the new umbrella possessed a lot of growth potential. Ves tried his best not to damage the artifact spirit. He instead did everything he could to nurture it, though he did not have too many means of doing so aside from feeding it exoplants and other high-quality wood materials. The Larkinsons could continue to feed the umbrella with more extraordinary plants, though it became increasingly harder to yield greater improvements. The flower parasol was a voracious eater that possessed an endless appetite. Ves had the feeling that it could devour all of the forests of an untamed planet yet still not undergo any qualitative transformations. Either the efficiency of this feeding mechanism was too low, or Ves was not feeding it with the right kind of organic materials. Ves suspected that the latter was the more likely answer. Despite having reworked this artifact to a drastic degree, he still lacked a lot of understanding of its nature and working principles. "We have reached the final step." Alexa broke the silence. "Yes, please bring the case that contains the final ingredient." His assistant moved over and retrieved the floating container that kept its contents in a frozen state. Meow. Lucky had kept guard over it and continued to watch over it with vigilance. As Ves unlocked the container, he took a deep look at the tiny human-like wood elf that was safely nestled within. The upgraded artifact shook on the worktable. It eagerly awaited this step since the first time it perceived the wondrous life form. Ves manipulated the workshop's gravitic projectors to lift the wood elf out of its container. Cold mist continually wasted off its frozen body. He was well aware taking it outside of its frozen home would continually raise its temperature, but it would still take a lot of time to break free from its icy imprisonment. He gestured with his arms. The wood elf slowly floated over to the umbrella. "What do you think will happen, Ves?" "I have no idea, but that is what makes this so exciting," he said with a smile. "The artifact clearly wants to absorb the wood elf, so it has to be beneficial in a profound way. I am willing to put my trust in it and believe that the outcome will benefit us in the end." The time for doubts and second-guessing had passed. Ves did not pause his actions, but accelerated them instead. Soon enough, the wood elf came close to touching the umbrella. The artifact made its move. It rose from the worktable and floated in the air on its own accord. The beautiful cat-shaped handle abruptly split apart and exposed a wooden tip that was a direct extension of the original rune shaft. The tip of the shaft proceeded to stab into the frozen wood elf. The tiny creature was unable to respond or defend against this attack. Before it could wake up from its frozen state, the artifact swallowed the entire wood elf by expanding the size of its wooden tip and enveloping its helpless prey. As the artifact absorbed the wood elf, Ves and Alexa both felt as if the surrounding air had grown violent and unstable. Ves especially felt as if something inside of himself had suddenly snapped. It felt distinctly uncomfortable despite his best attempts to appear nonchalant. What is going on? Alexa lost her composure. A temper tantrum from Messier 87 would be my guess. I always guessed that killing or defiling this wood elf would displease the supermassive galaxy. That it happened confirmed that this wood elf is a very important existence. To kill it while it is still in its infancy is an egregious violation of its rules, whatever they may be. I am not sure what consequences I will incur, but there is not much it can do from a distance. Ves would worry a lot more about Messier 87's hostility if he was actually present in the supermassive galaxy. Since that was not the case, Ves believed he could endure the consequences. It was not as if his already poor relationship with Messier 87 could dip much further into negative territory. Ves focused on the upgraded artifact. It shook and convulsed while at the same time growing stronger on a spiritual level. It continued to grow in both strength and quality to the point it easily crossed the masterwork threshold as if it was a trivial affair. The umbrella is complete. You turned it into a masterwork. Ves confidently smiled. That was never in question. What I am truly curious about is what the artifact is capable of once it completes this transformation. Several minutes went by as the explosive growth spurt finally ran its course. As the artifact stabilized in its new level of power and physical state, not much appeared to have changed from the outside. Then, the newly completed artifact triggered an entirely new feature that Ves had definitely not added to its original design. The entire umbrella shimmered as powerful energies wrapped around it. Soon enough, it released a bright pulse of light before completing a mysterious transformation. Floating before Ves, Alexa and Lucky was a young human girl of normal proportions who wore a traditional robe that matched the topside of the artifact's canopy. This dark-haired girl who exuded charm, elegance and cuteness in a perfect balance gradually opened her glowing golden eyes and bowed in front of her creator. Thank you for bestowing me with the gift of true life. What? Everyone who observed this transformation became confused. Chapter 7105. A new kind of artifact. Of all of the possible outcomes, Ves never expected this to happen. Where was his artifact? Floating in the place of his latest masterwork was a human girl, or at least something that appeared human. The workshop's scanners automatically went to work. They scanned her body and her garments with meticulous care, but they had clear problems with detecting anything meaningful. Had the girl inherited the properties of soulless gas impregnated in much of its materials? Whatever. Ves did not need to gather any data to confirm his suspicions. She was floating right in front of him. He could use his eyes to form his own judgment. This was not a falsehood. The artifact somehow acquired a fully functional human body. None of it was an illusion. Everything was real. Of course, her body did not conform to a baseline human standard. Instead, everything was infused with E-energy, reminding him of the physique of a primordial human. This was not a human girl. This was a girl who could wield E-energy like a chi cultivator. Her robe, which looked traditional and oriental in style, fit and form, happened to mimic the appearance of the upper side of the canopy that Ves had meticulously embroidered with the help of Vulcan and Ferrum. What was impressive about the black robe with golden accents was that it depicted the same cats that Ves had added to the canopy, but resized them and repositioned them to retain their harmony on the artifact's new human form. All of this showed that the transformation had not been random. It had been directed by a force or an intelligence that had excellent artistic vision and attainments. The way the human form and the garments that covered it had deliberately adapted the visual design of the original umbrella in a humanoid form made Ves feel as if a star designer had secretly intruded into his workshop and completely reinvented his masterwork creation. Ves had no idea what external influence had magically bestowed his artifact with a new shape. He already recognized that it was pointless to chase for answers. This external being was way more powerful than he could imagine, and it would take a long time before he became strong enough to get to the bottom of this particular mystery. It was already enough for Ves to confirm that the umbrella had not turned hostile or mutated into a much more awful iteration. When the floating girl straightened up again, she gazed at Ves with the adoration of a daughter looking up at her father. He may as well be one, given that he had remade her and gifted her the crucial ingredient she needed to undergo this unprecedented transformation. Please bestow me with a name, my progenitor. She made a reasonable request, but Ves was not quite ready to fulfill it. He had far too many questions in his mind. How could he give her a name when he had yet to understand her new nature? Not yet, he said. I would like you to offer clarification first. First, are you an artifact or a human? The former. The humanized artifact responded as she elegantly shifted a lock of her silky hair. I can pass off as a human more or less, but I am still fundamentally an artifact, just as you originally intended. This form is a complement to my original shape. I can switch between them at no cost as both of them represent my existence. However, I will always remain an artifact no matter how human I appear. In order to prove her words, she reversed her transformation. The floating girl was gone. A masterwork umbrella took her place. Alexa already activated the workshops. Scanners and meticulously tried to record meaningful data, but failed as they encountered the same hindrance as before. This at least provided proof that the umbrella was likely the original one that Ves had designed and made. The artifact switched back to her human incarnation. As she did so, Ves tried his best to figure out whether the wood elf had exerted a concerning influence on the artifact. When you devoured the wood elf, what exactly did you gain from this? He asked next. The floating girl waved at her robed form. As you can see, gaining an alternate human form is the most important benefit. The absorption has also improved my awareness, strengthened my artifact spirit and strengthened the wooden structure of the inner shaft. These are the changes that I can detect. There may be other improvements that I have yet to notice or will take time to manifest. I cannot supply you with any further answers than this. I instinctively know that devouring the infant wood elf was beneficial to me, but I cannot explain the exact reasons why. I only have a limited amount of imparted knowledge at my disposal. I see. Are you still loyal to the Larkinson clan and committed to protecting and serving Aurelia as I intended when I remade you into your current form? The floating lady seriously nodded and bowed again. I have already pledged my service to your firstborn daughter. We are tied together by destiny. Whether I would be able to transform into this human form or not, I would still end up in her possession one way or another. It is my pleasure and my honor for me to serve my purpose on behalf of the most elegant and lovely girl in this dwarf galaxy. Would you have served another lady if I commanded you to? Ves asked. Not after I have made my pledge. Aurelia is the maiden that I have promised to serve, and I shall do so for as long as she remains a lovely woman. If you did not introduce me to her, then I suppose I can settle for pledging my service to other ladies. No men. What about men who underwent a full-body conversion into a female form? The humanized artifact's expression turned distasteful. I may consider it if the lady in the present has the heart and soul of a woman. I will not accept any ambiguity over this matter. I would rather be discarded or be placed in a vault than to serve the whims of a man. If not for the existence of an invisible contract that has imposed obligations onto myself, I would have never indulged in your attempts to wield my abilities. Ves had definitely noticed that the flower parasol maintained a lukewarm attitude towards him when he tried to use it in the past. It was very much an unhappy marriage, which was one of the reasons why he had been waiting to hand it over to Aurelia. He originally intended to craft a magnificent and utterly unique birthday gift for his oldest daughter. What he managed to make this time vastly exceeded his expectations. Whether this unexpected result was beneficial or not remained to be seen. When you are in your current form, can you access or activate all of your features? She nodded. I can, though it may manifest in a different form. The humanized artifact proved her words by activating the features in sequence. She raised her palms and projected several different energy fields that could easily block powerful attacks. She activated a powerful jamming module that interrupted signal traffic a bit better than what the device was originally capable of. It turned out that the sentient artifact was able to figure out better an additional means to produce interference. She picked up a block of wood with her pale hand and threw it into her mouth and crunched it before devouring the entire mass. She also transformed a hand into a sharp superdimensional blade, and easily sliced through a block of transphasic hyper-alloy as if she was cutting through a slightly dense mass of butter. Each demonstration caused Ves and Alexa to grow more impressed and afraid. This girl was a monster in the form of a growing girl. This is amazing. Alexa couldn't help but make the same remark again. If the wood elf gifted by the cybernetic empire is responsible for this, then I am afraid the polymath and her cyber subjects did not truly understand what they have given away. If they knew that they could turn any powerful artifact into a deceptively innocent girl, they would have never chosen to give it out as a gift. You have received an enormous benefit from the cybernetic empire. This may lead to problems. Ves winced for a moment. I am not too sure about that, but you are probably right. There shouldn't be any problems if the cybers knew that integrating a wood elf into an artifact can produce this result. If they were ignorant of this particular fact, then, they will regret it for the rest of their lives. We need to go above and beyond when we engage in our cooperation with the cybernetic empire. I think I will show a lot more sincerity when it comes to designing our collaborative Bloodfire mech design project. They haven't told me why they care so much about Bloodfire mechs, but I think they will appreciate it a lot if I can apply unique and meaningful improvements. You should collect more information before you do that, Alexa advised him. I am afraid the cybers may decide to execute a radical plan involving Bloodfire mechs at the polymath's behest. They could think about that later. First, they needed to wrap up the current project. I have one more question to ask before I am ready to bestow you with a new name. Ves stated as he turned his full attention to the floating girl. If a circumstance takes place where the only way to save my daughter's life is to sacrifice your own, will you do your duty without flinching? Yes, the artifact responded. I may appear human, but I do not possess your human weaknesses and shortcomings. I was made to protect the lives and innocence of maidens. I cannot offer absolute protection, but I will do my utmost to keep your daughter and possibly others she cares about safe. This is the meaning of my new existence. Ves became satisfied with this answer. He had no way of judging her sincerity with any hard data, but he was willing to take her at her word. As a mech designer and a craftsman, he felt confident in his judgment. He remade the artifact to fulfill this exact same purpose. It would have been more surprising if the Umbrella adopted a completely different mission for no apparent reason. Ves turned his head and glanced at the exquisite rectangular storage container. He originally intended to stow the artifact into the cushioned interior, but he felt that this was inappropriate now that his creation had gained a semblance of humanity. Alexa, please handle her stay with us. Keep her company and settle her in. Do not try to give away her true nature if you can help it. We can treat her as a guest or better yet a member of the Larkinson clan. Try to keep her well away from Aurelia and the other kids. I want her existence to remain a surprise until the birthday party. Can you do all of that, Alexa? I will take care of it. Your daughter will not suspect anything. Good, he said before turning back to the humanized artifact. I have collected enough information to figure out a name for you. After much thought, I would like you to become known as Marigold. Marigold Larkinson. Both Alexa and the newly named artifact looked surprised at his choice. Even Lucky was taken aback at Ves's unusual choice of names. That is a human name, Marigold remarked. I know, I don't really care too much about whether you are a human or an artifact or both. Here in the Larkinson clan, we treat every sentient and intelligent life form with respect. We cannot promise completely equal treatment to everyone whether they are human or not, but I like to think that we are much better at it than others. As far as I am concerned, you are Larkinson and that is all that matters. The floating girl closed her eyes for a moment before her expression exploded with contentment. I accept. Chapter 7106. Elf Desire. Now that Ves had completed his daughter's birthday gift, he had met all of his obligations for his daughter's birthday party. The evening before the big event was scheduled to begin, the kids all exhibited a lot of excitement. They had changed into their pajamas and sat on the floor while being surrounded by plushies, toys and cats. The girls and boy frequently giggled as they speculated on what sort of birthday gifts their eldest would receive. I bet that you will get a Carmen mech from Papa, Andraste said, though only in case your genetic aptitude is not good enough. If it is, he probably has a different gift in mind. Marvane shook his head. I don't think so. Aurelia doesn't want to pilot mechs as badly as you. I think it will be a new cat, a cat of her own. Lucky and Clixie are nice and all, but Lucky belongs to Papa and Clixie belongs to Mama. The Rubarthan Sentinel cat objected to this description. Her original owner had abandoned her because of the perception that she was not good enough anymore. Clixie wanted nothing to do with Gloriana anymore. Meow meow. Lucky leaned over and nuzzled his head against Clixie's agitated body. The two cats soon settled down and began to lick each other's bodies. "What do you think you will get, big sis?" little Marvane asked. Aurelia cutely scrunched her face as she hugged a large green bear. "I have no idea, but that is what makes this fun. Papa and Mama will definitely prepare an unforgettable gift. My birthday party has become a big event. They have invited so many people that we are not acquainted with but hold important positions in society. We will only be embarrassing ourselves if we do not let them go back with a stellar impression of our clan. As for what my gift will be, I do not really care." "Huh, why not, sis?" "Because having Mama and Papa's love is the best gift that we could ever have, hee." The children continued to talk with each other as their parents held a very different discussion in a different room. Gloriana looked down at the floating golden-eyed girl with utter perplexement. "Are you saying that you made her?" she asked in a slightly dangerous tone. Ves immediately raised his hands. "It's not what you think. I created her by accident. That makes it worse." Marigold looked curiously at her progenitor and his wife. She was already familiar with the two, but she had never appeared in front of the latter in this particular form. Before Ves could make this any worse, the humanized artifact chose to intervene. Without prompting, she instantly switched over to her new umbrella form. This immediately interrupted Gloriana's tirade and caused her to look at Marigold's current form with considerable shock. "Is that the new flower parasol? That was what I was trying to tell you all along," Ves said with an aggrieved voice. "I tinkered around with new and not quite tested methods and accidentally produced an artifact that can change into a human form. Do not be fooled by her human facade. She is not actually a human. She just looks like one on the surface. She is still an object, just one that can walk and talk like as if she wants." His wife completely froze at this time. She clearly had trouble processing this immense revelation. Ves had already gotten over his shock, but the same did not apply to Gloriana. Ves actually felt a little satisfaction at seeing her react in this manner. How? It's a bit of a story. It started out with a gift that I received from the Cybers." Ves quickly summarized the sequence of events, making sure to convey much of the information he had about the frozen wood elf, which was not a lot. She instantly latched onto its importance. "What a waste!" she cried. "Why did you use up this priceless treasure in a hurry? Why did you not do the sensible thing and conduct an exhausting examination of its properties before you decided to feed it to an umbrella of all choices? No offense, Marigold, but there are many other choices that can exploit this ability to turn into a human much better. Why did you not save it up for one of your woodsap mechs that you are working on? It would have been easy for us to smuggle a mech indoors and in places where their entry was prohibited. This was just one of many possible cases where the ability to humanize a construct could be useful." Ves actually wondered whether there was a limit between the size of the humanized form and the size of the actual object in question. For example, what would happen if he tried to merge a wood elf with a wooden bioship? It seemed ridiculous that a warship that measured several hundred meters long could shrink to the size of a little girl, but who knew whether this fell within the scope of the wood elf's capabilities? Ves truly did not know the limits, and that was why he agreed with his wife. He had been way too careless about making use of the frozen wood elf so quickly after it had fallen into his possession. His ignorance about its capabilities would remain because he hadn't taken the time to conduct an exhaustive study on this rare and priceless specimen. "I know I screwed up," Ves said in contrition. "If I knew that a wood elf could impart the ability for an object to turn into a human, I would have definitely reserved it for a mech. It is just that I did not think that such a possibility could exist." The wood elf had a special story behind it, but it was so small and weak that it didn't give out any clues of its true capabilities. That is why you must always conduct thorough and exhaustive investigation, Ves. Only you of all people would disregard common sense and use up a gift that the Cybers had painstakingly won at a grand auction. Even if the previous owners had little idea of what they acquired, they most definitely had the intention of examining it for a number of years before they can even think about using it up in a project. Its rarity is too high to be wasted on a premature experiment. Ves sighed. "You do not need to lecture me about this, Gloriana. I will do better next time." "Will there be a next time? From what you have told me, these wood elves are exceedingly rare." "That is right. From the scattered information that I have obtained, these wood elves are apparently a manifestation of wood-attributed E-energy radiation. Due to randomness or a confluence of coincidences, a large amount of wood energy may pool into a single coordinate and ultimately coalesce into a spontaneous life form. Such incidents have happened very infrequently. There are only a handful of reported sightings and probably a dozen or more unreported sightings of this phenomenon, though not always a wood elf. This phenomenon can also result in the birth of fire elves and water elves apparently. There is not enough data to provide an estimate how often these elf birth events take place across the Red Ocean, but it should be quite numerous when taken as a whole. The problem was that it could occur anywhere in a dwarf galaxy. Even if the Red Ocean was far smaller than the Milky Way, it still represented thousands of light years of mostly empty void. It was impossible to catch all of the elves that continued to emerge in the Red Ocean because red humanity simply couldn't cover so much territory. In fact, the native aliens had a better chance of capturing them because they were still in control of much of the new frontier. Gloriana could figure out at least that much, so the probability that we can obtain a second wood elf or other sort of elf is abysmally low. He nodded. When we unveil our birthday gift to our daughter, I do not intend to hide this feature. We will have to offer an explanation to the public, and we owe it to the cybers and the others to tell them the reason why Marigold has gained her latest capabilities. This will start a frenzy on elves and make other parties much less reluctant to trade them away. Why would we disclose this information? Shouldn't we keep it for ourselves? No, that will not work. I reshaped the flower parasol into her current form by making use of the workshops loaned to us by the Red Association. Do you truly believe the Mechers are ignorant of our every move? Xianxia IV is one of their most important strongholds. I am very sure that the essential information has already fallen into the hands of their leaders. That will mean that the other groups will soon find out as well, as there is no way an organization as large as the Ra is able to prevent leaks. Gloriana's expression soured further. Being able to keep this secret was the best chance for them to potentially hoard these mysterious elves. Alas, it was not to be. Once the major players all understood what an elf could offer to them, they would never trade their captured specimens to others. The female mech designer gazed at Marigold with a thoughtful expression. There is no use crying over spilled milk. We need to do better next time. Compared to most other groups, we still have all of the data collected from your scans, correct? Ves nodded. Yes. Alexa and I made sure to do so. I am not that stupid. She looked at him as if she did not entirely believe in that last statement. Can we use the data that you have collected from the frozen specimen to develop a specialized scanning device that can search for other organisms that share many of the same traits as the wood elf? Ves put a bit of thought into this proposal. It is not impossible, but there are several problems. First, the data may allow us to find other wood elves, but it would be much harder to detect fire elves or water elves if they exist. We do not know which properties are common to all elves and which ones are exclusive to the wooden kind. Second, the range of this scanner will likely be disappointing. Even if we can extend its effective range to several light seconds, that only covers a fraction of the Red Ocean. The only way we can realistically find another elf is to mass-produce these new scanning devices and distribute them to as many places as possible. Our starships and the planetary branches of our clan can help monitor the space around different locations, but even then their coverage will remain relatively minor. She understood his arguments and did not have a good answer for them. It is better than doing nothing. I need these elves. Just one is enough. I want to know once and for all whether they can be used to impart a human form to a mech. Now that Gloriana understood the true value of Marigold, her attitude towards the humanized artifact visibly improved. She even bent forward and reached out to take Marigold's delicate pale hands into her own as if she was a nice auntie. Wow, you truly do feel like a human. You are so incredible, Marigold. I do not understand the magic that has resulted in your current form, but do not worry. Once I obtain additional elves, you will be joined by multiple brothers and sisters. Is there any possible way you can help us find more elves? Marigold slowly nodded. I cannot help as much as you would like, but I can tell you that I have inherited at least part of the abilities of the wood elf. It will take a large amount of time for me to explore them and train them into usable abilities, but for now, I should be able to detect the presence of other elves as long as they are close enough. I should be able to look past most forms of deception. Chapter 7107. The microplanet. The day of the birthday party had arrived. It was the biggest event that took place in Xianxia on this particular day. Of course, it was not the only notable event to take place. Many other people celebrated their birthdays, graduations and product releases on this day. Yet each of them seemed to have faded into the background as Aurelia's birthday dominated the conversation. This was not much of a surprise. Aurelia herself did not produce any notable achievements as of yet, but the story was different for her parents. Nothing needed to be said about Ves's attainments. Even if people did not care about his mechs and Carmen mechs, they could not ignore the significance of the Larkinson clan, which had risen up to become one of the most prominent and successful organizations that did not rank among the major players. The Larkinson clan's unprecedented access to superdimensional matter was reason enough to cozy up to it. Everyone wanted to befriend the Larkinsons and exchange their specialties for superdimensional matter. Stories already circulated how the Larkinson clan's oldest and most dependable allies among the Golden Skull Alliance already managed to obtain samples of low to mid-grade superdimensional matter. Even if they had yet to secure the high-grade variety, they were already better off than the vast majority of other groups that had no chance in hell of obtaining any scrap of superdimensional matter. This was why so many different parties eagerly sought to get invited into Aurelia's birthday party. They could care less about the young lady herself. They just wanted to get close enough to Ves or another important member of the Larkinson clan so that they could pitch an attractive business offer. Whether they would have their wish or not remained to be seen, but they at least wanted to fight for their chance to rise above their peers. Even those who lacked invitations of their own tried to get inside despite knowing that security would be tight. This was why an awful lot of shuttles and other vehicles hovered in orbit of Xianxia IV. Their intended destination was a small globe that circled around the planet. The microplanet. It was named this way for a good reason. Although it superficially looked like a very tiny moon or asteroid, it was actually neither. It was a planet that the mechers created from scratch. They distilled the essence of what a planet possessed and stuffed them all into the smallest possible package. They relied as little on advanced technologies to compensate for its various shortcomings as possible. Although the expense was considerable, the attempt succeeded. The microplanet turned into a pretty impressive marvel of human creation. It was able to support the existence of continents, ocean, standard gravity, an atmosphere and even a fully functional ecosystem by itself. The mechers only needed to institute a minimum amount of advanced tech to reduce various imbalances and make sure the ecosystem did not go astray all of a sudden. Even this measure was not strictly necessary. The only reason why these additional measures were needed at all was because the microplanet had become a popular and prestigious destination to hold high-profile events. Not just anyone could reserve an entire microplanet in order to host an event. It was only due to the Larkinson clan's excellent reputation and friendly relationship with the Red Association that this possibility existed. As such, the microplanet had turned into a large event space that offered more than enough space for every invited guest. In fact, if the Larkinsons wanted to, they could open up entry to the rest of the public, though they were unlikely to make this decision due to security concerns. Whatever the case, the microplanet had become the focal point of the Xianxia Central Star Node on this day. Multiple fleets from the Red 3 had arrived to surround the entire venue and patrol the entire surroundings. Traffic from third parties were no longer allowed to get close to the microplanet. Almost all of the guests that wanted to attend the party had to transfer over to specially designated transit shuttles that were completely harmless. Only the Larkinsons and a few other special organizations could skip all of this trouble. In any case, the microplanet was so small that it could even be protected against bombardment by less than a dozen ultra-large Titan shield generators. As the shuttles continued to touch down the specially designated landing zone at the southern continent, it became clear that there was a very important division between guests. All of the general visitors were those who possessed a bit of status and wealth, but nothing that merited any specific attention from the Larkinsons. They boarded the largest and least luxurious passenger shuttles. The ones that were more important and could offer meaningful benefits to the Larkinsons were able to board middle-tier shuttles that were a definite step up in luxury. However, only the most elite and powerful guests were able to board the smallest and most luxurious of shuttles. In a handful of cases, they were even able to bring their own shuttles. They were also accompanied by stronger escort mechs that vigilantly scanned the surroundings for any threats. The Larkinsons and many other parties had legitimate security concerns. There were many reasons why people wanted to strike against the Larkinsons and the people invited to the microplanet. None of the guards dared to slack off. They knew that any opening might provoke those with dishonest intentions into launching an attack. Ves had already survived an unexpected assassination attack from the mysterious Deathborn. Now that Calabast had returned from ED-Net training, He had especially assigned her the responsibility to research this strange group and figure out a way to counter any future attempts. That could wait for later. Ves fully trusted his Larkinsons, the members of the Blue Jay fleet and the local authorities that were in control of Xianxia to do their best to keep the entire place secure. He knew that the visible security measures only scratched the surface of what was really going on. There were way more protectors in the dark. This allowed him to ease his nerves and relax. He chose to bring Aurelia and Clixie over to one of the reception halls that was located right next to the VIP landing zone. Both Ves and his firstborn daughter were dressed to impress this time. Ves wore a gold-embroidered black suit that was not meant to attract too much attention. Images of cats and other objects added a playful element to his outfit. His only indulgence this time was a pair of green soft and textured Puelmer leather boots. His daughter looked much more resplendent than him. Gloriana had personally commissioned the tailors and stylists to create a blue and gold dress with a patterned front and an exquisite emblem of the golden cat on the rear. The fabric was not only incredibly soft, but also partially woven with weapon-grade superdimensional thread, the same as Ves had done for his latest project. Of course, the use of superdimensional matter into the weaving of Aurelia's dress was mainly to show off the wealth and excellence of the Larkinson clan. It definitely possessed defensive value, but that was not the focus of the dress, as it kept portions of the shoulders and neck bare. Those places needed to be open in order to show off the brilliant jewel-encrusted necklace, the earrings and various other gold-colored jewelry. Gloriana had personally handmade each of these jewels in her spare time in order to present her daughter in the most impressive possible light. She had blended in a tasteful mixture of high-grade exotics, hyper-materials and more recently superdimensional alloy to create an ensemble that was valuable enough to purchase an entire planet, if not a star system. Most of the VIPs that passed through this particular reception hall were more than perceptive enough to recognize the remarkable value as well as the craftsmanship of the jewels. Even if not all of them were masterworks, Gloriana successfully showed off her love for her child and her dedication towards perfection. Meow. Even Clixie, who kept Aurelia company during this important moment of the year, looked considerably more impressive than usual. Her iconic golden collar that was set with one of Lucky's gems remained unchained, but a team of pet caretakers had carefully washed, combed and fluffed up her fur until it shone with the light. Instead of weighing her down with jewelry, the women had tied ribbons to her waist, her limbs and most importantly her legs. These ribbons were light in color and were adorned with a handful of intriguing symbols. They also moved on their own accord, making the Rubarthan sentinel cat look mysterious. Despite looking cuter than ever, Clixie remained fully alert. She scrutinized every guest or other individual that came close to Aurelia. "Professor Larkinson, it is good to see you again." Master Viro Goldstein spoke when he arrived. His head remained gleaming bald, but he had changed into a more formal clean white business suit that was partially covered by his practically trademarked purple cape. "Thank you for attending, Master. We were not quite sure whether you would be able to make it this time." The survivalist grimly nodded. "My responsibilities have become heavier than ever. The defection of the polymath and many colleagues originally stationed in Bridgehead 1 has left the rest of us scrambling. It is not a pleasant time to remain a part of the Red Association. Ahem, I did not come here to complain about my workload." This must be the young lady in question. "Hello, little Aurelia. I am one of your father's good friends and supporters in the survivalist faction. Have you heard of us, young lady?" Aurelia made a small curtsy with her magnificent blue dress. "Welcome to my birthday party, Master Goldstein. I have indeed heard of you. My father has spoken about you a number of times, and I have studied your record along with other notable leaders of the Red Association. You are one of the highest-ranking mech designers that still remain in the survivalist faction." "Alas, that is so." Viro genuinely sounded tired. "Our faction is not that popular at the moment. I believe in our mission and ideals, but what sets us back is that we all have different ideas on how to fulfill our overarching need to safeguard red humanity. Who is right, and who is wrong? Which decision will lead us to salvation, and which choice shall one day become our unmaking? The stakes are too high for us to be able to afford a mistake. Yet it is due to these high stakes that many of us are far too prone to resorting to extremes. The polymath is a product of that environment. It sounds as if your faction has become unmoored." Aurelia analyzed. "The unorthodox exit of the polymath has led to a crisis in confidence. Your leadership is being openly questioned. Neither the xenotechnician or the Fist of Defiance are known as reliable and trustworthy leaders. The polymath was the only one who came close, and there was still a chance of redeeming her, but all of that has become a faded dream once she chose to found her own star empire that openly violates many of your taboos. Master Goldstein almost winced. What a sharp observation. You are bold to speak these words openly. Not everyone has the courage to criticize a star designer, yet that is what we need more during these trying times. I wish you a happy birthday and success in your life. Just know that it is not enough to hold critical opinions. The Age of Dawn is an age of heroes and gods. If you want to enact meaningful change and shape the future of our civilization, then you must either be one or the other. Learn from your parents. They represent the future of red humanity, of that I have no doubt. You are lucky to receive their care and attention. Aurelia swelled with warmth. I know. I am surrounded with love. I wish that more people will be able to enjoy this treatment as well. Then let us all work together to realize this ideal future of yours. Chapter 7108. An overdue response. A man as important as Master Viro Goldstein did not just drop by the microplanet to pass on his well wishes to Aurelia. He had many goals. He wanted to show his face to Aurelia and make sure that Ves's political heir would remember him like people remembered trustworthy brands. He also wanted Ves to maintain a good relationship with the survivalist faction, which certainly needed its friends more than ever. How is the survivalist faction doing these days? Ves idly asked. Not good, Ves, but you should already be aware of that. I cannot discuss any of the specifics with you, but our members have begun to question whether we are on the right track and whether we should learn from the polymath. Ves mildly frowned. That did not sound good at all. The polymath was too extreme for her own good. She meant well, but her overly heavy data-driven and logic-driven decision-making caused her to pursue extremes that any sane person would question. Unfortunately, Ves was well aware that the polymath and the survivalist faction shared a lot of similarities. They were two peas in a pod, so it should not be a surprise that there were many sympathizers among the survivalists. Instead of offering an answer himself, he turned to his girl, who looked impeccably prim and proper in her lovely dress. I haven't told you everything I know about the survivalist faction of the Red Association, but you should still possess a basic understanding of this situation. What do you think about the issues plaguing the survivalists? Aurelia did not need to spend any time on thinking to issue her response. Ideology, she stated, surprising both Ves and Master Goldstein. Your ideology sounds clear at first glance. You work and fight for the survival of red humanity and its civilization. Yet there are too many strategies you can choose to achieve this goal. You can advocate for uniting red humanity under a single banner, as the polymath obviously favors. You can also choose to go on the offensive, which is a solution that has earned the support of the Fist of Defiance. Then there are survivalists that support the xenotechnicians' plan to do the unthinkable and abandon the ideals of human supremacy. Now that I have listed these divisions, it is clear that the central problem of your faction is the absence of a united direction. Ves looked incredibly impressed. He hadn't thought that far about the survivalists themselves. He knew that they had grown messier due to all of the recent events, but he did not trace them all to a clear origin like his insightful girl. This can be considered a leadership problem. He commented. The survivalist faction has a single cause, but at least 3 major sub-factions and tons of minor sub-factions. The absence of the polymath has not solved this division. Not only are the Fist of Defiance and the xenotechnicians still in power, I bet that the people who originally aligned themselves with the younger star designer have not fundamentally changed their stances. Master Goldstein's expression grew sterner. You are correct. Both of you are correct. We are concerned that the former followers of the polymath, particularly the more loyal and dedicated ones, may choose to defect to the cybernetic empire. Yet keeping them in our faction is not a good solution either. They feel vindicated by their patron's radical actions and will try to steer the survivalist faction into supporting the cybers over other strategies. What do you think we should do, young lady? The master mech designer truly recognized Aurelia's vision and insights at this time. Even if she was still lacking in knowledge and life experience, her wisdom was already far beyond most if not all of her peers. Aurelia understood the gravity of the situation and did not rush to offer the first thoughts that came to her mind. She remained silent for a dozen or so seconds before she offered a measured response. For better or worse, the polymath has become a traitor. It would be detrimental to let her remaining adherents stay within your faction when they now harbor double loyalties. Do not retain them. They are no longer comrades, but time bombs that will explode sooner or later. You must use one of 3 approaches to solve them. The most ideal one is to convert them and let them willingly join one of the other two sub-factions. If that is not viable, then the next approach is to cast them out. Let them join the cybernetic empire. They shall still serve red humanity, just under a different banner than before. As for the third, there was no need for Aurelia to mention the third and most suboptimal solution. Yet it was an option that had to remain on the table. Not every mecher could be allowed to defect to the cybernetic empire without concern. Perhaps they mastered incredibly sensitive knowledge and skills of great strategic importance, particularly in the new fields of science and technology. Letting them run to the cybernetic empire would cause it to strengthen much faster than before, and that was detrimental to the Red Association. Perhaps the defecting mechers could not be allowed to go for other reasons. These could include knowing classified information that was particularly sensitive. If they leaked their secret information to the polymath or the public, a large scandal might erupt that would cause the Red Association to become embroiled in controversy. Master Goldstein shook his head. Your solutions are sound, but only in the case where the subjects in question remain ignorant, which they certainly are not. If you are able to conduct this analysis, then you can expect the followers of the polymath to be able to make the same deductions. We cannot make the moves you have suggested because our adversaries will be making their own moves in response. For example, the cybernetic empress has already conveyed poorly hidden hints that she would not appreciate it if we purge her former followers within our faction. That has put us in a deadlock as we cannot tolerate betrayal, yet we cannot afford to offend the star designer turned sovereign either. All of this complexity caused Aurelia to frown. Even she was unable to figure a good way out of this crisis. This isn't even the full picture, Ves said to his daughter. Real politics involves every stakeholder that has even the slightest amount of involvement in the matter. There are many other groups that also have a stake in how the survivalist faction deals with its infighting. The other raw factions, the Red Fleet, the Red Collective, the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact, the Hunting Association and many more are watching the survivalists carefully. If the latter ever make a mistake, then all of their rivals will mercilessly exploit the gaps that may appear. Aurelia continued to frown, but suddenly smoothed her expression. Then it is good news that the fate of the survivalist faction does not rest on my shoulders. Its fate rests on your shoulders, Master Goldstein, yours and that of your gods. The raw master mech designer smiled indulgently at her. That is true, for better or worse. I do not relish in the responsibility of managing the survivalist faction through its current problems. I am a mech designer, just like your father over here. Both of us would rather have people of clear hearts and sound minds such as you resolve these difficult political affairs, but the circumstances do not allow it. We have entered a new age that is governed by a different set of rules. Intelligence is not enough to effect change. As the polymath has proven with her deeds, it takes power and the will to enact change in order to become a truly effective leader. After passing on those words, Master Goldstein moved on so that he could transit to one of the other continents of the microplanet. Several more VIPs arrived, each of whom paid special attention to Aurelia. Each time, the young girl comported herself as a woman who had at least several more years of training and experience under her belt. Even if she did not manage to impress the arriving guests, she at least did not make any mistakes or leave a negative impression behind. A bit of excitement occurred when a party dispatched by the Hunting Association arrived. Deep Wanderer Soto Nil, Ves greeted the new arrival. I haven't seen you for a while. I am still glad to see that you have decided to accept our invitation. The hunters wore outfits unlike any other. Instead of wearing refined suits of fabric, they instead adorned themselves with the pelts, hides or scales of their defeated prey. Since every noteworthy hunter fought against different exo-beasts, their outfits came in all sorts of colors and styles. There was so little harmony and unity in their appearance that they looked chaotic. But not weak. The Deep Wanderer with the scarlet suit of armor smiled at Ves. We have been preoccupied. We still are, to be honest. The rise of the mutated vorobugs has led to the rise of an entirely new category of prey that has overwhelmed many of our hunters. We have taken to hunting their stronger and more strategic prey, yet for each one of their powerful bugs we slay, 100 more will take their place. The swarm does not hunt. It devours. It overwhelms. It devastates. No planet is left untouched. The vorobugs indiscriminately plunder all life and many of the minerals needed to support a strong ecosystem. We cannot stand such a race. The mutated vorobugs are a threat to all life. We are all prey to them, as they are designed to fight us in a completely different manner than other predators. Ves did not expect the hunting association to harbor such strong hatred against the mutated vorabugs, but it made sense now that he thought about it for a few seconds. To the hunters, life-bearing planets were sacrosanct. Only untamed planets that possessed rich and diverse alien ecosystems could produce the mutated beasts and calamity beasts that they loved hunting the most. The mutated vorabugs threatened to spoil their game forever. Without planets filled with life and biodiversity, how could hunters obtain any prey for them to sacrifice and gain greater strength as a result? You know, the elemental Carmen mech design project that I have pitched to you guys may be the answer to your problem. Ves spoke. My mergewater mech concept not only gives every hunter the ability to pilot a mech regardless of their genetic aptitude, but also offers them a means to strengthen their life-bound machines by devouring the organs of their defeated prey. You can easily prepare your mergewater mechs by hunting prey that possess abilities that are well suited to kill large swarms of weaker enemy units. Although your hunters could settle for piloting yellow jackets or other Carmen mechs that are already configured for this purpose, I think you and your hunters would rather wield the strength of the prey you hunted in person. The expressions of the hunters remained stoic. These were anything but savages despite their violent vocations. We apologize for the lack of notifications regarding our decision-making process concerning your mergewater mech proposal. Soto Nil eventually responded in a quiet voice. Given the rapid changes that have taken place, we have sped up our discussion concerning our response. These talks are progressing much swifter than before. If we are fortunate, then I may be able to offer you our definitive response to your collaboration invitation. Rest assured that you will not have to wait any longer to hear whether we have decided to accept your proposal. Ves smiled. Thank you for your consideration. I do not mind the delay. My design schedule is already so busy that I will need to reserve time in the future in order to allocate enough attention to any possible mergewater mech design project. Even so, I still hope to work together with the Hunting Association on this mech concept, as it is precisely tailored to fit your customs. Chapter 7109, Cadet Athena Jameson. Of course, not all of the guests who arrived at the microplanet consisted of adults. The guests brought plenty of children as well, most ideally kids within the same age range as Aurelia. Everyone had a certain degree of expectations towards the oldest child of the father of Carmen mechs. Even if she did not show any inclination of following the footsteps of her parents, the advantages of her upbringing alone ensured that she would never end up as a forgettable figure in high society. No matter whether she stood to inherit the Larkinson clan or took over leadership of another prominent organization, it was never too early to befriend her and build up good relations with her. Who knew whether this small investment would pay off big time in the future? One of the more notable children that arrived was a girl who wore the uniform of a cadet of one of the Red Fleet's many officer academies. The young dark-haired fleeter officer maintained a straight posture that spoke of military training starting from a young age. She gazed at Aurelia with an undisguised mixture of interest, challenge and respect. It was as if she regarded Aurelia as an equal peer. Ves meanwhile greeted the adult who accompanied the young RF cadet. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson, it is good to see you again. How is the RF doing these days? Likewise. The officer of the 5th Enforcement Fleet responded with a curt nod. The Red Fleet is undergoing a period of turbulence, as you may have surmised. We do not like to air our dirty laundry to the public, but so I shall not speak any more of it. You can trust us to solve our internal disputes without affecting our obligations to human society. Yeah, right. The Red Fleet was such a mess at the moment due to losing its absolute hegemony over all of human civilization. The loss of the dominion of man alone was equivalent to a stab in the kidneys. Our current problems do not affect our determination to strengthen our fleets and take the fight to our alien adversaries. Astrid Jameson continued, we would like to enter into a more substantive discussion with you and the new matriarch of your clan. The time for contemplation and delays is over. Now is the time for action. The fleeters were afraid that if they procrastinated any longer, other rivals such as the Cybernetic Empire might completely overtake them like they had done to the Five Scrolls Compact during the previous age. History had a way of repeating, and the fleeters absolutely did not want to turn into losers who lost almost all of their power and had no choice but to hide in the dark and inaccessible places of the galaxy. I have been approached by multiple parties today. Ves informed Astrid. I expect to close many deals today, so take that into account. If I am not able to free up enough time in my schedule, one of our other Larkinsons may meet you in my stead. That is not acceptable. The proposal that I am tasked with presenting to you is related to the future of our dreadnoughts. We also intend to reveal our latest measures against the mutated Vorabug threat. Mechs are actually not suited to fight against the overwhelming swarms of this alien race. The enemy has fully embraced a doctrine that focuses almost solely on overcoming obstacles by throwing excess quantities of cannon fodder to the enemy. Mechs are unable to cope with so many opponents, and even high-ranking mechs eventually suffer from exhaustion if they are active long enough. Ves raised his eyebrow. And you believe warships can do better? Yes, the lieutenant commander stated with confidence. Warships are faster when traversing longer distances. They have much greater endurance in combat than small and capacity-limited mechs. With the right configurations and appropriate training, warships can fight day and night at low intensity. Personnel can rotate in shifts to make sure that the vessel is always adequately crewed at all times, unlike a mech that becomes dormant unless the mech force is able to bring along spare mech pilots. A warfleet can repel a swarm trying to devour a planet on a permanent basis, especially if there is an adequate supply depot present in the star system. Her arguments made sense. She was not wrong to claim that it was much easier for warships to remain active on the battlefield for much longer periods of time. Wear and tear also had much to do with it. Mechs were generally more fragile and more prone to suffering breakdowns and such if they were being rotated in and out of the battlefield too often without undergoing a deep maintenance cycle. Warships were much bigger and more robust in every way. They had a lot more capacity to spare on redundancies and more effective and long-lasting components. They were inherently designed with a huge amount of redundancy and compartmentalization in mind. No matter whether they incurred damage or not, any purpose-built warship was a metal beast. Interesting, Ves said. I look forward to learning what you fleeters have in store for the mutated Vorabugs. Anyway, who is the kid? Astrid smiled and placed her palms onto the younger girl's shoulders. This is Athena Jameson, an RF cadet and one of my nieces within the Jameson Spaceborne clan. She may be young, but she has already shown an exceptional aptitude towards the manipulation of E-energy radiation. Our Spaceborne clan is already in the process of expediting the issuance of a companion spirit fruit so that she can double her effectiveness in this aspect, but we have a considerable interest in contracting your bespoke service. I don't really offer that service all that much anymore. Ves said, it is a bit of a hassle to create a custom companion spirit for a younger and less mature individual. You can attain much of the same results if you just make use of a standard companion spirit fruit. You may not be able to program the result in advance, but the organic growth and adaptation process will ensure that the fit between Athena and her companion spirit will remain high at all times. We are aware of the pros and cons of either approach, but we would still like to make use of your services, Larkinson. Please do not reject our request before we have revealed our compensation if you choose to accept our commission. Ves looked deeply at Astrid. He found it rather strange that a descendant of the famously stodgy Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson had completely reversed her earlier rejection towards extraordinary phenomena and actively embraced concepts such as chi cultivation and companion spirits. He could easily tell that both Astrid and Athena Jameson had made a lot of attainments in chi cultivation. Given that they were members of one of the strongest lineages of the Fleeters, they had access to far greater knowledge and cultivation resources than the masses. It would be surprising if they did not manage to experience much growth in the years that systematic cultivation became available. Ves still found it hard to separate the current Jamesons from the old-school Fleeters who used to reject the supernatural so much that they even opposed the existence of high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers. Alas, even the more reticent and suspicious of Fleeters could not resist the overwhelming trends of the Age of Dawn. So long as E-energy radiation remained at its current level, everyone was forced to leverage this ubiquitous new energy source, because their rivals and opponents certainly would not hold back. Ves wondered how these changes affected the factional strife between Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle and Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson. Common sense dictated that the two should have grown closer to each other after their differences on this subject had shrunk, but they still had other reasons to be at loggerheads against each other. At this time, the two young ladies started to exchange words with each other. You are about ready to attend a more serious school, correct? Would you like to enroll into my academy and become my classmate? Athena boldly offered. Aurelia reacted with mild surprise. Pardon, you would love it there. From what I have read about you, you aspire to be a leader, but your interest in mechs is not that great. That leaves you with two options. You can try to gain leadership through civilian means, but this is difficult to accomplish unless you become a noteworthy mech designer like your father. A much better choice in the current age is to become a military officer. That is, not an option that I have considered. Warlords are the future rulers of red humanity, Aurelia. If you do not wish to become a mech commander, then become a naval commander instead. Aside from learning the same leadership and management classes that are part of a civilian curriculum, you will also be able to attend classes on military history, warship operations, the science and engineering behind warships and other relevant subjects. I am sure you will graduate with excellent marks. Once you do, you will most definitely be able to earn a combat posting on a good vessel. Do well enough, and you will be able to earn consistent good evaluations from Archie and promote up the ranks. You may even end up commanding the Red Fleet one day. That sounded theoretically possible, but it was much more complicated in practice. Aurelia should know better than to believe it would be straightforward for her to enter the Red Fleet and become its latest fleet admiral within a generation or two. The other RF officers are no pushovers. Still, the option to join a naval academy and pursue a career in the Red Fleet was indeed a viable alternative to remaining a civilian and starting out as a politician or administrator. Such vocations used to attract considerable respect in the previous ages, but now that red humanity had entered into a full war footing in order to fight for its own survival, civilian leaders rapidly begun to lose respect and authority. Outside of cases like the polymath, it was pretty hard for leaders without any obvious military background to retain the support of the soldiers who were fighting on their behalf. As long as a leader lost the trust of the troops that were fighting and dying in droves, it became untenable for the former to remain in power. Perhaps this was one of the many reasons why Ves had to make way for the Saint Commander. It was certainly not the main reason, but Ves was not blind to the fact that the new matriarch's approval rating surpassed his own among many of the mech pilots and other servicemen of the Larkinson clan. This was despite the fact that Ves could put up a mean fight if he wanted to. He was a phase lord, after all. He could beat most mechs into scrap with his fists. Though Ves disapproved of the trend of favoring military leaders over civilian ones, he knew that it would be difficult to counteract this trend. The more setbacks red humanity suffered, the more people favored security over other privileges such as a prosperous economy, a rich and vibrant cultural sector and affordable housing for everyone. I think you should take Athena's proposal seriously. Yes, Aurelia, he told his daughter. Knowing how to contribute in a fight will do you a lot of good going forward. Serving as an officer as part of a serious naval service is an honorable calling. We need naval officers just as much as we need mech pilots and so on. That does not mean you automatically have to join the RF after you graduate. I am sure that the fleeters and us can come to an arrangement that will allow you to come back to our clan and begin to lead our own warships and naval units. His daughter looked thoughtful. She did not immediately reject the possibility. Chapter 7110. The Western and Eastern continents. After Ves and Aurelia had met with dozens of VIP delegations, they finally called it quits and left the reception hall. They had already met the representatives of the most important groups. Those that arrived late for one reason or another had no one to blame but themselves if they missed out on greeting Ves and the birthday girl. The microplanet was divided into 5 continents, each of which were placed in a simple grid. Everyone arrived on the northern continent. This was the place where guests arrived and went through mandatory security checks before they could proceed any further. It also hosted a large exhibition hall. It presented many different copies of LMC mechs, both older ones that harkened back to its beginning in the Komodo Star sector to the most up-to-date commercial models published by Ves Arquettes. Although the Larkinsons did not show off their exclusive mech models, they still presented selective pieces of footage of famed machines like the Dark Zephyr Mark III and the Amaranto Mark III in action. The exhibition hall provided guests an excellent way to deepen their familiarity of the unique kind of mechs that the Larkinsons contributed to society. Those that wanted to do more than admire stationary mechs had to move elsewhere, though. The Western continent was almost completely dominated by a simulated war zone. Here, the Larkinsons along with a number of cooperative partners prepared hundreds of LMC mechs as well as first-class mechs sold by other mech companies. Mech pilots could apply to book a time slot where they could take the mechs out for a spin and fight a variety of different second-class or first-class opponents. The most notable aspect of the war zone was that it was filled with simulated opponents. Face fighters zipped through canyons while mutated vorobugs crawled through a jungle. Mechs had to be careful and on their guard in order to fend off clever ambushes and repel attacks from numerically superior swarms. Of course, none of the fighting was real. The cost would be far too great, and the risk of suffering heavy injuries was also unacceptable. The war zone instead relied upon cutting-edge raw combat simulation technologies. The mechs had all been modified with advanced damage tracking. If they detected they incurred a hit that would cause them to get crippled, then the appropriate parts would shut down without incurring any permanent damage. The simulated alien opponents all looked and behaved realistically enough. Each of them were modeled after their counterparts in reality. Advancements in physical projection technology also enabled them to gain more substance and manipulate the environment as if they possessed real mass and strength. This extensive real space field simulation system was not that revolutionary, actually. It instead provided mech pilots with a great experience by combining the strengths of many small and narrow technologies together. Since this occasion was supposed to be a birthday party, mech cadets received special priority. This was one of the few occasions where they could pilot real combat mechs that behaved and fought differently than the training mechs that they mostly used unless they were in their last years at the Mech Academy. Just as expected, the Western continent proved to be a particularly popular destination. People grew fascinated at the sight of living mechs such as the Valkyrie Redeemer IV fighting against highly realistic simulated enemies. Many people had already seen phase fighters and mutated vorabugs in combat by watching the live footage and archival combat footage posted on the Galactic Net, but this was a different experience. The phase fighters appeared much more powerful and difficult to handle in reality. Their Azure energy shields kept absorbing hit after hit when most machines would have succumbed from the damage already. Veteran mech pilots led small teams of mech cadets in mock engagements. The guidance of the former helped the latter avoid a few mistakes that would have caused them to get knocked out sooner, but that did not always help them get defeated by their difficult opponents. Either they got abused by fast-moving phase fighters, or they got overwhelmed by swarms of vorabugs who surrounded them from all sides. Not even a full squad of veteran mech pilots could guarantee success in every combat scenario. The simulated battles in the war zone therefore proved surprisingly educational to the audience that were able to observe the engagements from safe and elevated vantage points. I never understood how challenging it was for our boys to defeat the native aliens, let alone the vorabugs. Our enemies seem so weak and easy to defeat given how our mechs often gain the upper hand in battle, but I understand now that our mech pilots always have to work hard and brave great danger in order to succeed. The gap in skill and experience between the veterans and ungraduated cadets may be large, but both groups are making use of the same mechs. This shows that training certainly matters, but what is also interesting is that good mechs alone are hardly enough to guarantee victory. It is the soldiers that can turn mechs into the guardians of humanity. Perhaps we should invest more into the training of our own troops. Have you noticed how the mech cadets perform noticeably better when they are piloting those second-class LMC mechs? Their simplicity may be a contributing factor, but the fact that these mechs are alive, by a given definition of the word, should also be a factor. If this performance difference is truly persistent, then we may be able to rush the graduation of older mech cadets and have them pilot living mechs to compensate for their shortcomings. Many insightful discussions took place on the Western continent. Meanwhile, a growing number of eager mech cadets lined up at the queue while the children below the age of 10 looked on with stars in their eyes. Just like Aurelia, these children had yet to undergo their genetic aptitude testing. None of them knew whether they had what it took to pilot a mech. Fortunately for them, there was still a way out for them if they lacked the genetic aptitude. The father of the birthday girl had single-handedly granted each of them the option to pilot a single Karman mech from beginning to end. Even though it was not as convenient and conventional as standard mech piloting, the release of the Yellow Jacket and an increasing number of variants had opened up a new future for young norms who refused to give up on piloting mechs and received the support from their parents to fulfill their dreams. Up until now, not everyone could attend mech academies that especially catered to Karman mech pilots. The parents of the aspiring cadets had to cover the cost of acquiring and maintaining the Karman mechs on their own. The Yellow Jackets may be relatively cheap compared to other machines, but they were still unaffordable to the general public. The cost of using them during a mech cadet's stay at the academy was also costly. The Karman mech pilot could not make use of other machines, so the Karman mech slowly had to transition from a full training mech configuration to a full combat mech configuration over time. The machine also needed regular repairs that it had gained from routine scuffles and accidents. The Yellow Jacket was actually not the most ideal to use as a training mech. It was too cheap, fragile and not optimized to undergo the rigors of clumsy training exercises that spanned over a decade. These complications and more explained why mech academies that catered to Karman mech pilots had yet to take off on a large scale. In any case, many children had flocked to the war zone in order to gawk at seeing all of the cool mechs in action. They also got a much more realistic glimpse of the enemies that they may be tasked with fighting in the future. Such a place would have seemed like a great place for Andraste to hang around, but she had not stepped foot on the western continent. She instead chose to flock to the eastern continent. This landmass had been converted into a busy shopping district that hosted a variety of chain stores as well as quaint boutiques. Yet what attracted most people were the collection of mech arenas that had been built at the very center of the continent. The largest arenas were all dedicated towards mech battles. Some of them held matches between famous and established mech athletes. Their competition mechs were highly tuned to win tournaments and could always be trusted to produce a spectacle within the fighting zones. However, there were also plenty of other mech arenas that hosted tournaments between the guests who signed up to take part. Each of them took this opportunity to measure up against each other. Many of them had not seriously fought against enemy mechs for years, as open conflicts between human groups had vastly diminished since the start of the Red War. I missed this. Fighting against the native aliens is just not fun. They don't have any melee combat capabilities. It is all about hit and runs for them. They always try to fly away if you try to get close. We should be grateful that the native aliens haven't been able to present their own substitute for melee mechs. Their over-reliance on more traditional strike craft makes them consistently weak against our own melee mechs, if they are able to catch up to their enemies. The mech arenas attracted sizable audiences. This was largely due to the allure of seeing the new LMC mechs in action. Even if they were just second-class machines, they had a growing influence in the middle zones. They also gave observers a good portend of the performance of first-class living mechs. Yet what also intrigued the guests a lot were the smaller arenas. Instead of hosting matches and tournaments around mechs, they instead enabled human infantry to showcase their personal combat skills. From reformed sword practitioners who were eager to showcase their extraordinary sword skills to chi cultivators that had mastered mysterious combat spells, they fought against each other or in certain cases alongside each other in one of many matches. Although their weapons and abilities were not constrained during the matches, their high-quality suits were made with modest amounts of low-grade superdimensional matter, which was more than enough to resist most forms of incoming damage. Any attacks that threatened to overcome this level of protection would always be met with powerful Azure energy shields that were always poised to activate with as little delay as possible. It was here where Andraste eagerly signed up for one of the kids' tournaments. Though the duels between children were figuratively child's play in the eyes of adults, they still showcased the skills and abilities of the next generation heroes and leaders. Plenty of people held a good amount of interest in Andraste's combat capabilities. What she displayed in the arena exceeded all of their expectations. Ha, stay down. That's not fair. I didn't lose. You cheated. You used a pistol in a sword duel. Andraste arrogantly huffed. Did you even read before filling in your submission form? The weapon restrictions of this tournament never mentioned anything about choosing one over the other. So long as their total mass does not pass a threshold, I can bring all of the weapons I want. There are kids who have swords that can be thrown and automatically return to their hands like boomerangs. There are also kids who brought bayoneted rifles. They were not disqualified, so there is no reason to eject me from this contest either. Enjoy your loss. Of the 3 children of Ves and Gloriana, it was not a secret that Andraste was supposed to be their martial heir. She truly embodied her role better than practically any other child her age. What impressed people the most was that she had not only acquired the essence of Katiz's reformed swordsmanship, but did not reject the use of ranged weapons, as evidenced by her skilled and precise handling of her laser pistol. Chapter 7111. Roger Sully. Andraste's participation in one of the arena tournaments could be considered her unofficial debut to the public. It was the first time she earnestly fought and showcased all of her combat skills that she had developed up to this point. She did her Larkinson heritage proud. There had been plenty of people who assumed that Andraste would not be able to amount to much as a fighter due to the fact that both of her parents were mech designers. How could a pair of nerds possibly understand how to nurture their child into a warrior? It turned out that those expectations were completely inaccurate. Sure, Ves and Gloriana might not be true warriors, but their clan was filled with skilled and honorable soldiers. Each of them had imparted their skills and instilled them with their martial values and principles. Ketiz and the Sword Maidens had especially shaped her views towards combat and her place in society. This became evident in how Andraste carried herself and presented herself towards a growing number of viewers. Andraste possessed the typical confident bearing of a Sword Maiden. Her blade fell into her hand as if it was an extension of her body. Whenever she fought, her movements were fast, purposeful and unpredictable. She did not maneuver around the arena ground as if she was flowing through water. She was too impatient and did not possess a methodical mindset. Instead, she surged forward like lightning and struck with thunder. Her blows were fast, discordant and difficult to defend against at the best of times. Such erratic and powerful movements should have strained her young body and drained her stamina in an instant. Yet her unnatural physique was so remarkable that she was able to keep this up for a long time, easily outlasting all of her dueling opponents as if she was the only adult in the room. None of the children in her age bracket stood a chance. Many of them had received at least rudimentary training, but the intensity was often disappointing. They were still children, after all. How could they possibly turn into warriors in just a handful of years? Even Andraste did not train her martial skills most of the time, but she still managed to crush every kid that was assigned to fight against her next. With each victory on her record, Andraste gained more and more courage. Her grin turned increasingly maniacal as the young girl relished in the glory and honor that she was earning with every thrust of her blade or the pull of trigger. None of the kids stood a chance. A few even cried when Andraste dismantled their proud fighting skills within seconds. While Andraste clearly favored her sword, she did not insist on defeating all of her opponents in a sword duel. She used her laser pistol whenever it was convenient. Even if the protective suits worn by the duelists were able to resist a lot of damage, Andraste's aim was impeccable. No matter how well the kids tried to dodge out of the way, she was able to land repeated laser beams onto the same spot or protective zone. If her opponent did not try to close the distance or eliminate her directly, then she would definitely be able to finish the fight by focusing her ranged attacks and landing all of her shots on the same armor sections. If this fight took place between adults, then her opponents may be able to whip up a technical or non-technical solution. That was not the case. The other children that participated in the competition needed twice as much training to even have a chance of winning a fight. And the winner is Andraste Larkinson. The young lioness of the Larkinson clan has once again disabled another challenger. Who remains that shall be able to stall her momentum? Even the commentators started to hype up Andraste as if she was already ordained for greatness. Andraste grinned as she basked in all of the attention she received. She understood to a much better degree why soldiers fought for glory recognition. This is too addicting. In the end, Andraste easily managed to win her tournament. She even earned the qualifications to join a tournament that pitted teenagers from each other. These children were considerably older and more difficult to outfight. They were taller and possessed genuine skills. Their augmentations were also more extensive and powerful. All in all, these kids finally managed to give Andraste the pressure she needed to excel under pressure. Her opposition was much greater this time. Perhaps they were taken aback when told to fight against a younger and shorter child, but they did not hold back out of respect and out of a desire to win against a woman who was bound to become a hero in the future. "You fight well, young girl." A man spoke as he held a plasma rapier in his grasp. "Yet do not dismiss the rest of us so quickly. We have our own pride." Andraste looked frustrated as she laid helplessly on the ground. Her suit of armor worked against her and froze in place when it registered that her opponent's plasma rapier had expertly dismantled her limbs in rapid succession. She felt she would have been able to win this bout if she had been on guard against his speed. He moved too quickly. The teenage boy, who should be at least 5 years older, possessed a lithe but athletic build that was clearly geared towards speed. He maneuvered like a ghost and evaded most of her ranged attacks as if he was able to react several times faster than herself. This was also the first time that she had met her match in swordplay. While her own superdimensional sword was able to resist the damage inflicted by the plasma rapier, the latter's much lighter mass meant that it was easier for the boy to outmaneuver her own blade and land her hits. He had taught Andraste a good lesson about fighting while being overmatched in the physical department to such a considerable degree. The young lady gazed at the boy with a more speculative expression. Now that she went over what she had initially seen, the boy had deep attainments in training, augmentations and also auxiliary chi cultivation. He was able to unite all of these strengths into a cohesive package that was ready to tackle the future as Red Humanity's latest champion. "Who are you?" she asked. "Did you not recall my name when it was announced?" The boy looked half offended but also amused. "My name is Roger Sully. I am one of many descendants of the Sully ancient clan of the newly independent Terran Alliance." The mention of the Sully ancient clan struck a chord inside the combat-obsessed girl. "Your ancient clan is in charge of SKL Mech Industries, one of the largest mainstream mech manufacturers. Roger smiled as if he had heard this reaction far too many times. You have heard of us. That is good. We are indeed one of the controlling interests in SKL. While its business has suffered due to all of the economic shocks our society has suffered in the past few years, we hope this decline will end this year. Our company will recover in time and supply our customers with mechs that shall eradicate our enemies with our updated product lines. I see, Andraste said, not at all interested in the business side of mechs. You fought well even when compared to other boys of your age. Are you a mech cadet? No, not a formal one, at least. He responded, I am a norm, originally destined to become a civilian or a staff officer or whatever. Your father has changed that. He has enabled people like us to gain the chance to pilot a mech. A real mech, even if it comes with many strings attached. Not everyone in my ancient clan believes I am making a wise decision by trying to become a Carmen mech pilot, but I have no doubt that I am doing what is right for myself. Have you already formed a blood pact? Not yet, Roger responded with an expectant smile. The yellow jacket is beneath me. I am waiting for your father to complete a more advanced Carmen mech design project. According to what I have been able to hear, your father and his Terran collaborators are making rapid progress, so I do not have to wait much longer. In the meantime, I can continue to strengthen my piloting credentials by studying and mastering the theoretical course load of a mech cadet. Roger's life trajectory was undoubtedly harder and less straightforward than that of a norm, but at least he was still able to pursue his dream. Andraste knew how much his father had single-handedly changed the rules as far as this was concerned, but this was one of the few times she became exposed to such a case in person. I am glad that my father is able to give you so much hope for the future. I don't know how far ahead he is in his mech designs, but I hope that he will give you your hope sooner rather than later. The two continued to strike up a conversation as they retreated from the arena ground together. Both of them had to prepare for their upcoming matches. Roger would be continuing on in the winner's bracket while Andraste had been cast down to the loser's bracket of the tournament. Each of them still had a chance to win the championship of this competition. Andraste grew determined to defeat Roger in fair combat next time. Still, even as they strategized against each other, they still maintained their friendly demeanors towards each other. So you are a reformed sword practitioner? Yes, but only to a point. Roger replied in his cultured voice. My ancient clan was still too hidebound by tradition during my younger years. I received swordsmanship instruction from hand-picked tutors and veteran mech pilots. It was only a year after the Age of Dawn commenced that I was able to persuade my parents and elders that there is greater merit in studying traditional swordsmanship practiced by your clan at the time. I never regretted this decision. Roger Sully's swordsmanship therefore turned into a blend of clean techniques interspersed with a handful of extraordinary moves. He was able to use the former to keep tricky opponents like Andraste at bay. He was able to rely on the latter to surprise her and overpower her more than once. Andraste truly became convinced that Roger would turn into a fierce swordsman and ultimately swordsman mech pilot once he matured. Whether Roger had a future as a swordmaster or a high-ranking mech pilot remained to be seen. Even Andraste knew better than to predict such breakthroughs. Willpower cultivation was not considered the hardest cultivation approach by far. How is it that you were able to block my laser pistol attacks so easily with your plasma rapier? She asked him next. Its blade is so thin, but you were able to maneuver it into place before my weapon discharged the energy beam. Roger smiled and tapped the side of his head. The magic is not that sophisticated. My cranial implant and auxiliary chi cultivation have both enhanced my reaction speed, precision and other traits from different angles. When combined, the whole is greater than the sum of their parts. This is what children of our age range have to worry about. Only elite descendants such as Roger received such expensive and luxurious treatments, but this kid truly showcased what the next generation of children had in store. I am not even the best fighter among my classmates, Roger admitted. There are impeccable fighters among us who can consistently defeat me because they have the edge in body constitution. Andraste's eyes almost popped when she heard that. She had struggled greatly against Roger earlier. To think that Roger was not even the best. Andraste grew both fearful and excited about the prospects of challenging these growing elites. Chapter 7112. The Other Continents. The birthday party continued to unfold. Although the microplanet seemed more like a theme park than anything, it at least did a good job of entertaining most of the guests. Aurelia was happy that people enjoyed her birthday. She wanted people To come and have an excuse to set aside their burdens and remember that there was still plenty to enjoy in the Red Ocean. The threat posed by the native aliens and the mutated vorabugs did not magically disappear, but the guests could afford to add more levity and joy in their lives. People became far too prone to losing their humanity the longer they became embroiled in a difficult conflict. They slowly lost their ability to regard people as individual lives and increasingly treated them as disposable numbers that they could shift around on a grand chessboard. Such resolve may be necessary to defeat the alien threats arrayed against red humanity, but it was also an attitude that caused people to become increasingly alienated from each other. I think that is one of the reasons why the polymath has turned into a horrible but effective despot. Aurelia said to her father as both of them stood on a floating platform that moved across the different continents of the microplanet. A squad of first-class multipurpose mechs surrounded their platform in order to guard it against any attacks. The precaution was sadly necessary despite the existing security measures. It becomes more and more difficult for powerful people to retain their empathy for the common folk. Ves said, in fact, a lot of successful people are born into positions of wealth and privilege. Their ability to understand the plight of those at the bottom is poor to begin with. That is not always a demerit, but it will make it a little more difficult to formulate decisions that helps our entire society instead of those who rule at the top. He turned and directed a measured gaze towards his daughter. Ves and Gloriana were already highly successful by the time Aurelia came to life, and they only became wealthier and more powerful when their other two kids arrived. Though Ves and Gloriana had both taken a lot of care to raise their children correctly, it was impossible as well as highly unsafe to expose them to the conditions of the bottom layers of society. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane truly had no idea how third-raters went on with their lives. Ves was afraid that his 3 children considered third-raters to be literal space peasants on account of how many of them populated the Red Ocean and how little value they contributed to society. However, these numbers did not convey anything particular of what third-raters wanted and how much they felt excluded from the progress made by the rest of human society. Although Ves himself fell victim to the same phenomenon, he at least experienced a childhood in a third-rate state, so he was not as clueless about this matter as everyone else. This was why he had tried his best to instill a basic sense of respect for the lives of every human no matter how modest they may be. It was not good as letting Aurelia experience their lives firsthand, but at least he tried. So far, Ves felt that his efforts bore fruit. His daughter had personally pushed back against her own mother when it came to certain decisions about how to organize her birthday party. If Gloriana had her way, they would not have invited people who would ordinarily not be qualified to attend an event of this magnitude. She would also skip the chaotic fighting and other boisterous activities in favor of hosting more refined events such as ball dancing and theater programs. Boring. Well, perhaps not for everyone. These were activities that should be familiar to the members of high society, but what about others? Aurelia did not want to hold a birthday party that solely catered to the tastes of the elites. Hence why the Larkinsons went out of their way to book the microplanet. This was one of the few event spaces in Xianxia that was large enough to accommodate all of the activities taking place today. While the western and eastern continents were dedicated towards combat and mech combat, the southern continent was quite different. Instead of hosting a large biome filled with dangerous exo-beasts and simulated enemies, part of the southern continent had been transformed into a jungle that only contained a single species. Cats. So cute. Here, kitty, your fur is so soft. Many young children had flocked to the cat forest, mostly under the supervision of their parents, and began to climb the low trees or roll down the grassy hills. Mie www, miawowu. Nao nhaaauu. The kids eagerly chased after running cats or sat down and petted the ones that walked over looking for affection. For many of them, this was the first time they got close to actual living cats. Many of them had fallen in love with the animals and eagerly pestered their parents to adopt their chosen fur buddies. On the other side of the southern continent, many different fights took place. Instead of hosting mech arenas where children and adults got to beat each other up in violent but controlled fights, children with an interest in mechanos could assemble their own simple machines and throw them into shrunken arenas where the machines clashed against each other while remote-controlled or driven by ice. The children who were into mechanos took these matches extremely seriously. They relied on their ingenuity to quickly assemble their mechanos together before relying on specific strategies to defeat their opponents. Many of these children had clearly been raised with the expectation of becoming scientists, engineers and most notably mech designers. Their grasp on science was much better than average, and they easily manipulated the Meccano's parts as if they had been playing with them all their lives. The polymath may have defected from the Red Association, but not even the Mechers could reject how well Meccanos could impart the basic principles of mech design to the future generations. Marvane found a lot of new friends at the Meccanos arena. Wow, your hands move so quickly, yet they are so precise. Thanks. Your Meccanos look really cool. Do you always try to put the biggest guns imaginable on your creations? Yes. Firepower is justice. Why bother with trying to let enemies get close when you can blast them apart from afar? Mechs with guns are much more awesome than those that swing blades around. Aren't you afraid of hostile Meccanos getting close enough to chop at your works with blades? I will just tell my Meccanos to detonate all of its remaining munitions and take the attacker down with it. Blow everything up, ha 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 ha. I do not think that is a good strategy. The Meccanos arena was a place to have fun as well as a place for children to compete against each other in their ability to design the best Meccanos. Mech designers visited this particular venue more often than other adults. They all grew curious at how their potential successors shaped their Meccanos and how much skill and ingenuity they put into their works. In many cases, the Meccanos that the children put together in a matter of hours surpassed their expectations. When I was their age, the Meccanos that I could make were not even close to reaching the level of sophistication of these new creations. Why are they so much better? Do you have children of your own? No. That explains it. The answer is systematic cultivation. There are multiple auxiliary methods that are safe to practice from a young age. Each of these children have managed to exercise their minds. Hasn't it been proven that chi cultivation and auxiliary chi cultivation is virtually useless to young children? That is the rule, but exceptions always exist. So long as these children possess the right augmentations and are meticulously taught to prevent their minds from getting distracted, it is possible for them to make limited attainments in cultivation. However, children have only been able to make progress in the simplest of cultivation methods, so their advantages are not too great. It is still interesting to see that many children are able to build up a greater head start than the people of the previous generations. While the Meccano's arena was particularly popular among children who loved to put stuff together, not all kids possessed an interest in this activity. If they loved cats, they flocked to the cat forest. If they did not like the furry animals for whatever reason, then they could always play at one of the other playgrounds on the southern continent. From immersing themselves in a projected reality field that was themed after popular cartoon shows to hugging and playing with thousands of AI-controlled plushies, there were plenty of ways for kids to play with their friends and entertain themselves. Ves and Aurelia continued to observe all of this activity from above. Their floating platform turned transparent in order to give them a better view of what was taking place on the surface of the microplanet. It is almost time, he told his daughter even as he placed his palm on her slender shoulder. In less than an hour, it will be time for you to blow your birthday candles. It will also be the time to determine your genetic aptitude. Are you excited? ... Maybe. Oh, what is on your mind, Aurelia? Genetic aptitude is not supposed to mean as much to children like myself anymore, but you feel like possessing the right genetic aptitude may still force you to become a professional mech pilot even if you do not have much passion for the job. Ves threw out a guess. That, and other concerns. I do not know whether I want to attend a mech academy. She said with a conflicted voice. I know that they are the best places to learn how to pilot a mech, but they are awful when it comes to teaching courses that are not directly related to mech piloting. Is that what you are concerned about? This is not a big deal, my dear. We can arrange for half you to spend much of your time attending courses at a general university, and spend enough time at a nearby mech academy to attend the most essential piloting courses. This way, you can keep up with your regular studies while also developing a basic foundation in mech combat. Does that sound acceptable to you, or do you want to accept the Red Fleet's offer to attend one of their naval academies? Aurelia frowned. I have not decided yet, Papa. I want to wait until I have the results from the genetic aptitude test before choosing where to study next. That is a sound idea. As the time for the big event neared, many children and adults flocked to transportation shuttles that quickly brought them over to the central continent. There, a giant crystal pyramid was located at the center. The construction was terraced, with seats and tables positioned on the exterior. This was the open-air banquet space that the Larkinsons and the Mechers had prepared. The crystal pyramid was completely transparent, but was still difficult to look through due to being riddled with complex tunnels and other shapes. It was clear that the crystal pyramid had another purpose aside from offering interesting seating arrangements to the arriving guests. The arriving guests were delivered at the bottom, which meant that a lot of guests had to climb up multiple flights of stairs before they could converge on their assigned seats. If people did not know any better, they would grow suspicious at why the banquet was held on the surface of a pyramid of all things and why the seating arrangements looked so weird. From an elevated perspective, it looked as if the guests were all voluntarily taking part in a large-scale ritual. This was partially correct. Most people remained ignorant about it, but the more perceptive and knowledgeable of guests somehow managed to figure out that the pyramid had quietly been turned into a vast occult ritual assembly. Chapter 7113. The significance of a 10th birthday. Many people began to converge upon the central continent. This was the site where the highlights of the birthday party would take place. Most people remained ignorant about the significance of the pyramid structure and the hefty amount of hyper-materials used to construct it all. They just found it pretty and interesting without putting any deeper thought behind its purpose and meaning. Yet not everyone could be fooled so easily. A high number of elites attended the birthday party. They could spot the clues and string them together easily enough. To those with the right knowledge, it became abundantly clear that the crystal pyramid was akin to a gigantic formation anchor. What was its purpose? Was this secretly a trap? If not for the security guards approaching them and discreetly conveying the message that the Red Collective under the supervision of the Red Association was responsible for creating the crystal pyramid, numerous concerned people would have tried to call in help in case of trouble by this time. Fortunately, most guests received enough reassurances to continue to take their assigned seats. This entailed quite a climb to those who possessed greater status than the norm. The higher their prestige, the more they needed to climb to reach their places at the upper sections of the pyramid. Whatever weirdness the Larkinsons had in store, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Even if it was, the groups that attended this event had already made the appropriate backup measures. As people continued to arrive from the different continents and took their seats, the pyramid grew increasingly livelier. Many of the arrivals ordered drinks, which were delivered from bots that emerged hidden entrances. Close to the top of the crystal pyramid, many of the people here consisted of high-level VIPs and important acquaintances of the Larkinsons. Aurelia and her siblings even reunited with some of their classmates back at the Joan de Vos Elementary School. Of course, these guests were all aware that the crystal pyramid possessed a lot of hidden depth. It was only because they trusted in the integrity of the Larkinson clan, the Red Association and the Red Collective that they had set aside their misgivings and chose to take their seats. Both Ves and Gloriana had gathered together to see everyone coming together to witness their daughter's biggest moment. Aurelia currently stood at the highest layer, offering her an excellent view of the people standing or seated below. Lucky and Clixie flanked her as if they were fulfilling the duties of an honor guard. "She has grown so much," Gloriana wistfully said. "She used to be so small that I could effortlessly hold her in my arms. Now, she is about to embark on puberty, more advanced study and forming her own circle of friends. About that, have you thought about where we should enroll her next?" Ves quietly asked. "I have not. We should wait until we obtain the results of the genetic aptitude test before making further considerations. Whatever the case, it has to be her decision, not ours." Gloriana insisted. "That does not stop us from making recommendations, but she should be allowed to make the final choice without any pressure. I do not want to compromise her enthusiasm towards her studies by forcing her to attend a school that is not within her consideration." Ves looked mildly surprised. "I thought for sure you would insist on making this choice on her behalf." She responded with a grim smile. "Is that what you think of me, Ves? That I am such an overbearing and controlling parent that I have to micromanage my daughter's entire educational trajectory?" Her expression softened. "You are not entirely wrong. I push hard because I care about our children. I do not want them to go astray or see them suffer and hurt because of the consequences of making the wrong decisions. You can't keep that up forever, you know. Our children must have room to grow up and learn how to deal with responsibility themselves. That is one of the reasons why I will let Aurelia decide where she should study in the following years." Gloriana admitted. "Another reason is that she has grown remarkably quickly in both intelligence and wisdom. If she was a more typical 10-year-old girl, I would have insisted on choosing her next school myself. That is not the case. I have raised Aurelia so well that she is more than capable of performing her own evaluation and drawing her own conclusion." Though Gloriana sounded a bit self-aggrandizing, Ves happened to agree with her assessment. The whole point of parents was to take care of their children and make decisions that the latter was not mentally capable of understanding. Aurelia clearly fell outside of this scope, as she was definitely smart and perceptive enough to pass off as a child who was at least 5 years older. Ves couldn't help but nod in agreement. Aurelia is a smart cookie, all right. She has plenty of schools to choose from. Any place would love to have her. The only issue is that if she decides to study outside of the Larkinson clan, we need to stay on good terms with the owners of that school. That goes without saying. I would prefer it if Aurelia remains close at hand, but our clan cannot offer her the quality of education that she deserves. Gloriana felt disappointed at that. No matter how much the Larkinsons spent on recruiting better teachers and improving their teaching facilities, there were limits to what they could do. They simply could not match the long teaching heritages of heritage institutions with histories dating back thousands of years. Even if the schools in the Red Ocean mostly comprised of branches that had been established in the last decade, they still inherited a lot of good stuff from the old galaxy. The Larkinsons were unable to match these old institutions in this regard. Whether Aurelia would choose to stay close to her parents and siblings on the Tarrasque or attend a prestigious institution located on a planet, her choice would change her life forever. It was only fair that she would get to decide on her own future. Ves and Gloriana kept talking about their daughter as the Crystal Pyramid continued to host more people on its terraced sides. Once most of the guests that traveled to the central continent had found their places, silence automatically fell onto the site. A light shone at the very top of the structure. Ves and Gloriana had stepped up and stood by their daughter at this time. Many projections soon came to life. Each of them gave the guests a very clear view of the people standing at the top of the pyramid. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." Ves greeted everyone with a smile. "Thank you for attending my daughter's birthday party. 10 years have passed since she was born. This is an important turning point for her life, as is the case for countless other people. The genetic aptitude test that we will soon be conducting on our daughter will determine once and for all whether she has the correct aptitude for piloting mechs." A brief pause. "Standard mechs, that is," he said with a grin. "As you are all aware, children like Aurelia no longer have to rule out the possibility of piloting mechs entirely. My Carmen Mechs grants every human a new option. Although I have only released the Yellow Jacket line so far, rest assured that I am working together with multiple different partners to develop high-end Carmen Mech models that will cater to a more discerning audience." This was not a surprising revelation to well-connected people, but it still provided a lot of relief for many norms. The Yellow Jackets were simply not good enough in their opinion. While they were more than adequate for common folk who could never afford to purchase a real mech, the Yellow Jackets were completely incapable of fighting at a higher level. They simply weren't designed and optimized to be used in such an intensive way. Many mech designers had since developed variants of the Yellow Jacket models, but the more they deviated from the original designs, the more difficult it became to keep the Carmen systems of the modified machines in working condition. Ves promised to deliver them a better alternative. The only problem was that he did not give them a solid timeline. Hopefully, he would not keep them waiting for too long. As such, the availability of Carmen Mechs has reduced the significance of a 10th birthday. He continued to address the audience. Far too many times, these occasions may seem cheerful, but were actually games of chance where the results were far too often skewed in the favor of the house. Which one of you had not experienced a moment where your whole universe collapsed after you learned that your genetic aptitude was not up to par? This is practically a shared trauma of 96.5% of you. So long as our genetic aptitude did not fall within a very narrow range, we learned that we were not the protagonists of the Age of Mechs. Ves crossed his arms. "It is a good thing that we have transitioned to the Age of Dawn. With the successful widespread adoption of my Yellow Jackets, more and more norms have signed up for military service or joined one of the many private outfits. The days where we have to treat norms as second-class citizens or the like have been completely removed. Since the release of my historic works, genetic aptitude is no longer the sole variable that can end or create one's aspiration to pilot a mech. A birthday like this no longer needs to be held at such an enormous scale." That was right. They could have celebrated Aurelia's birthday like they did in the previous years. It was already good enough to hold a family-friendly event. Yet still we insisted on holding our daughter's birthday party on the microplanet. Why? It is because we wanted to remind you all what you had lost during the fighting. Our rapidly changing circumstances have enabled us to develop wonderful new technologies, many of which have wide implications to us all. The fact that one of those inventions has single-handedly turned a child's 10th birthday into just a regular celebration, then that is perfectly fine in my opinion. Ves smiled wistfully as he thought back on his own 10th birthday. The 10th birthday is not a proper celebration to most people who lived in the previous age. It was a virtual execution. Many children's dreams abruptly ended on their 10th birthdays. It was not until I caused the fall of the genetic aptitude tyranny that we have become liberated from its oppression. Birthdays like these will continue to be organized by the groups that can afford it, but no longer will the growing boy or girl find their path to becoming a mech pilot closed. They will have to take a cumbersome detour in order to reach their destination, but that is already enough. Many people genuinely felt grateful to Ves for changing the future of many people, particularly children. Enough time had passed for his works to definitely prove their ability to break the genetic aptitude tyranny. Karman mechs were the real deal. So long as Ves hurried up and completed his next Karman mech design projects, his influence on red humanity would reach a height that very few mech designers could match. That would be the day when Ves ascended to the rank of master mech designer with a huge amount of momentum propelling him upwards. This would be his true repayment for all of the time and effort he put into realizing this bold dream of his. Nothing would validate his works better than to become a master mech designer at a fairly young age. There was nothing wrong with being a senior mech designer, but events in the Red Ocean escalated so much that Ves urgently needed the power of a master mech designer in order to realize his goals. Chapter 7114, Genetic Aptitude Testing Device. Ves did not specifically invent Karman mechs for the sake of his children. Yet they benefited from his works regardless. Many future children owed a lot of gratitude to Ves. Plenty of adults felt grateful to him as well due to giving them a chance to pilot mechs in their lifetimes. His speech was aimed at all of these people. He wanted to remind them who was responsible for tearing down the genetic aptitude tyranny and how much better their lives had become now that a single attribute of theirs no longer dictated their ability to pilot mechs. Of course, this birthday party was supposed to center around his daughter, so he did not linger too long on this subject. He reached out with his arm and lightly guided Aurelia to take a few steps forward. The projected view shifted their focus from the former patriarch of the Larkinson clan to his firstborn child. Aurelia looked resplendent in the light that perfectly accented her blue dress. With a pair of lovely cats by her side, the young lady presented an ideal visage of elegance and youth. She looked cute but in a classy way, just as Gloriana had intended. Like many parents, I worry about my daughter. Ves spoke in an emotional tone. I look at red humanity's place in the new frontier and see how the other alien races have tried their best to eradicate us and take away our living space. Even now, many soldiers are fighting and dying at the front lines just to be able to secure a stable future for children like mine. Their bravery and willingness to do their duty should be honored. Their sacrifice gives our future generation a chance to grow up in this hostile dwarf galaxy without fearing total extinction for themselves, their parents and the people that make up our society. The mood grew solemn at the Crystal Pyramid. Each of them were able to sit here in total comfort and peace because many mech pilots, spacers and other servicemen chose to put their lives at risk for a goal that was greater than themselves. These troops exemplified the collective spirit of red humanity. While there were plenty of soldiers among them who had to be drafted into service, that did not change the fact that they ultimately complied and confronted death in the eyes to buy a chance to secure the future of the children of red humanity. We must all do our part, Ves said in a sincere tone. People like myself and many others are not soldiers, but we can still do plenty of work that can give our soldiers a better chance to repel enemy invaders. From researching new technologies to designing better mechs, we owe it to our protectors to provide them with war materiel that can give them an edge over their opponents. The more we contribute, the less our children have to suffer for our decision to immigrate to the Red Ocean. Many people actually regretted their decision to pack up their bags and move to the Red Ocean. If they stayed in the Milky Way, then they would never have put their lives and the lives of their families at risk of extinction. What most people did not know was that the Milky Way was not a pleasant place to be in anymore. Humans had once again turned into their own worst enemies and began to tear apart the rules and stable order that persisted for over 4 centuries. What made this situation even more outrageous was that Ves bore prime responsibility for upending the old galaxy. Of course, there was no reason for Ves to share this particular piece of information. After speaking for another minute, Ves proceeded to the next phase of this ceremony. A simple birthday cake floated over. 10 candles haphazardly stuck out of the cake. While it looked rather messy, it made the cake look personal. Ves reached out with his finger and activated a small spell that caused a flame to spurt from the tip. He lit up every candle one by one. Today, we have gathered to celebrate the birthday of one child among many that we are fighting to protect. Aurelia is not a mech pilot. She is not a spacer, or a mech designer, or a scientist, or even a humble mech technician. She is greater than all of them. She is a child, an infant who possesses infinite possibilities. Whether she can become another cog in the machine or the savior of red humanity in the distant future, nobody can say for certain. Yet it is through children like her that we are securing the continuation of our race and civilization. Without enough children, red humanity is effectively dead, just on a delay. It is therefore vitally important that we protect their lives and give them a chance to enjoy a proper childhood. He turned and gazed down at Aurelia with pure love in his eyes. "Dear, would you like to make a wish?" She nodded. She had been preparing for this for multiple weeks. The girl recognized the value of this opportunity and became determined to make an unforgettable first impression to this crowd of distinguished guests. "My fellow humans, I am honored that you have come to join this celebration." She spoke with much more refined cadence and dictation. Not every child that turns 10 years old today and in the future is able to host a birthday party as elaborate as this, but I hope that I can represent them in how grateful we feel for being able to grow up far away from a war zone where missiles and broken debris can fall down on our heads at any point. She was very cognizant how lucky she was for being born as the child of Ves and Gloriana. She could hardly pick better parents among all of the ones available in the Red Ocean. Each day that went by, she felt grateful for being showered with love from all sides. "For my birthday wish, I do not want to make a wish on behalf of myself, because I already have more than I could ever want from my parents." Aurelia calmly spoke. "There are many more children and adults who possess needs that are far greater than mine. I would like to make a wish on their behalf. I do not ask for much. I only wish for people to recognize that even if they are moving further apart from each other, they still remember that they are brothers and sisters of the same race. Please be more generous in lending each other a hand. The survival of one is tied to the survival of all. If the mutated vorobugs devour the Rubarthans wholesale, all of us will be next. I hope that it will not come to that. Please let children like us live without fear of getting eaten by vorobugs." This was a political plea disguised as a birthday wish, but few people had a problem with that. Aurelia demonstrated keen political instincts and did not voice anything that would make her sound selfish or arrogant. Of course, just because she made an appeal to the collective did not mean she had instantly won over everyone's respect. She was just a child. Her parents could have easily written her speech on her behalf. Aurelia proceeded to blow out her candles with one vigorous breath. Fireworks began to shoot up from below and explode in dazzling displays. Many people stood up and clapped for the occasion. If nothing else, Aurelia expressed a very noble sentiment. During this celebratory moment, she represented the best of red humanity. After the excitement died down, a doctor emerged with a helmet contraption in his hands. This was the most high-end version of a genetic aptitude testing device that the Red Association had available. It was one of the latest models and it received refinements that could not only measure a child's genetic aptitude with a greater degree of precision and certainty than other devices, but could also collect other relevant data such as E-energy affinities. Of course, there was little need to measure this data because Aurelia already knew what she and her companion Spirit were good at. The helmet only needed to measure the young lady's genetic aptitude. The air grew heavy with expectation as the white-robed figure stepped forward and held up the helmet. "Do you consent to letting us measure your genetic aptitude and announce the results to the galaxy?" "I do," Aurelia solemnly said. Not every child was eager to reveal their genetic aptitude to the public, but the problem was that this vital piece of information could never be hidden. There was a strong taboo against falsely claiming to possess the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. This was why there was a tradition that essentially turned a person's genetic aptitude into a matter of public record. The doctor proceeded to place the helmet onto Aurelia's head. It was a perfect fit as it had already been modified to accommodate the dimensions of her cranium. The device began to light up. Multiple orange lights came to life. It even began to produce interesting noises that did not have much purpose besides telling everyone that it was still active. Soon, a single orange light turned green. Then another, and another. Once all of the lights turned green, the helmet produced one more beep before automatically shutting down. The white-robed doctor gently removed the helmet from Aurelia's head and solemnly read the data readings it had produced. The genetic aptitude testing device has successfully taken the measure of Aurelia Woden Larkinson of the Larkinson clan. I am pleased to announce that this device has measured with 99.66666% confidence level that her genetic aptitude is rated at E+. I repeat, her genetic aptitude is measured at E+, almost falling into D-. Everyone remained silent as they processed this result. Many people either expected Aurelia to fit into one extreme or another. Possessing no valid genetic aptitude was the norm. There was nothing wrong with not possessing the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs, especially in this new age where the existence of Karman mechs had made this deficiency a much less serious concern. There were many people that actually expected more from Aurelia. She was the first among a new generation of exceptional children that had grown up in an environment that was filled with exotic radiation. E-energy radiation had a definite influence on the growth and development of children. This influence became even more pronounced when they practiced very simple chi cultivation methods. Aurelia excelled in this area. Her family facilitated her spiritual development in many different ways to the point where everyone who met the girl in person could immediately tell that she was far more special than other children of her age. The fact that she was born with a companion spirit only made her spirituality even more remarkable. Yet, whether her abnormally strong and developed spirit had any influence on her genetic aptitude was not quite clear. If the genetic aptitude testing device found out that her score reached as high as A+, then that was definitely not a coincidence. Alas, the hopes of all of those people were dashed. Her genetic aptitude fell into a very awkward range between E and D+. In the past, this was often considered as one of the most miserable places a child could fall into. This was because they possessed enough genetic aptitude to pilot a mech, but possessed such poor talents that they were unable to control most machines well enough to be useful on the battlefield. This was why these were the most miserable potentates in existence. Most mech academies did not even bother to train them as the graduates often struggled to get hired. Those with D-grade genetic aptitudes at least had a chance to pilot cheap and disposable frontline mechs. As for those with E-grade genetic aptitudes, their restrictions were so great that all they could do with their meager talent was to pilot display mechs, industrial mechs and other civilian machines. A genetic aptitude score of E+ should have caused many people to sympathize with Aurelia's misfortune, but the rules had changed. Chapter 7115, The Crystal Pyramid. After numerous years of waiting, Aurelia and her family finally obtained an answer. Her genetic aptitude was not completely unqualified, yet it did not measure up to a good standard either. Instead, Aurelia fell into an awkward category. Her genetic aptitude of E+ basically meant that she was barely a potentate. If she tried to become a mech pilot with her awful genetic aptitude, she would face an uphill battle from the very beginning. Movements that other mech cadets could learn in a matter of days would take weeks for her to achieve the same results. As for trying to operate more advanced mech systems or performing faster maneuvers, a terrible potentate like her could forget about mastering such operations. There was no way for a mech pilot to ever fully overcome such a poor genetic aptitude. Aurelia had already grown to the point where her initial brain development had reached a stable condition as far as this property was concerned. Even if Aurelia continued to grow in various ways in the next decade, her genetic aptitude was pretty much set in stone. Aside from the personal intervention of the chosen human, there was no known method of improving one's genetic aptitude after it had been measured at the age of 10. Back during the age of mechs, such a genetic aptitude was enough to shut the doors of almost every mech academy. Unless her parents or grandparents possessed a lot of wealth or a large amount of pull, it was impractical to find any educational institution that would bother to seriously try to train a potentate as untalented as Aurelia in the art of mech piloting. Yet all of that was in the past. Ves had single-handedly rewritten the rules when he invited his Karman mechs. The most basic version of the blood pact that many humans gradually became familiar with did not rely on a neural interface to form a traditional man-machine connection. The blood pact instead exchanged a lot of data through mysterious means by relying on the ritual exchange of blood. While nobody fully understood the mechanics behind this confusing system, the results could not be argued. A blood pact enabled a Karman mech pilot to exchange data with a Karman mech through the spirit, thereby skipping any physical and related mental processes that could pose a hindrance. Karman mech pilots never had to be afraid of excessively overloading the brain to the point of frying its nerve cells. The use of a neural interface became optional. If there was no effective way for them to use it to control their machines, then they might as well skip it entirely, thereby also getting rid of all of its associated problems. This was a crucial advantage and one that completely bypassed the need to possess the right genetic aptitude. A Karman system therefore served as an excellent complement to potentates with very poor genetic aptitudes. Unlike norms who did not possess a useful genetic aptitude, children such as Aurelia could still make use of a neural interface, if only barely. If Aurelia combined the neural interface with a working Karman system, then she could combine the advantages of both and effectively gain a little more control over her machine than most other Karman mech pilots. Of course, potentates with much better genetic aptitudes became even more effective if they chose to form a blood pact, but that would limit them to using a single Karman mech for the rest of their piloting careers. Most potentates with decent to good genetic aptitudes could not bring themselves to make such a heavy commitment. There were no known means of bypassing the restriction of a blood pact. This was a promise made at the level of a soul. The only way to overcome it was to tinker with a Karman mech pilot's spirituality, and that was extremely dangerous. Aside from exceptions such as Venerable Rosa Orphan and first-class mech pilots sought to earn the qualifications to pilot more advanced first-class multipurpose mechs, pretty much every qualified potentate ignored the existence of the Karman system. That was fine. Ves did not specifically develop the Karman system with this group in mind. Instead, his Karman mechs catered much more to people who possessed low to non-existent ability to pilot mechs in the first place. Perhaps it was fate that Aurelia's genetic aptitude ended up in a barely qualified range. This would have become a source of great shame and frustration if she still lived in the age of mechs. Instead, she had a promising future as a Karman mech pilot if she chose to spend at least part of her time at a mech academy. The question was whether she intended to make use of her meager genetic aptitude and choose to pilot a Karman mech. Ves and Gloriana exchanged glances. If their daughter truly wanted to become a part-time or full-time mech pilot, then they would put their full effort into designing a unique one-of-a-kind Karman mech for their girl. Standard mechs simply did not cut it for a young lady of her status. The miracle couple would gladly spend the effort they put into designing a high-ranking mech into giving their girl a mech that she might not even spend much time with. No matter whether she invested her time and passion into becoming a serious mech pilot, she would at least have a strong and dependable living machine by her side. Enough time had passed for the public to take in this result. Their expressions revealed a mixture of regret and tentative happiness. They felt regret that Aurelia, almost, gained a good enough genetic aptitude that she did not have to make use of a Karman system. They felt happy because children like her still had a chance to pilot a good mech due to that very same invention. Everyone eventually began to clap. Any child with rich parents could afford to pilot a Karman mech, but Aurelia just so happened to be the father of Karman mechs. It would be ridiculous if she still did not pilot a mech later in her life. She had the best possible opportunity to do so due to her parents. Ves took the word again. Before you can begin to enjoy your birthday cakes and other meals, I would like to hold your attention for a little longer. You see, this crystal pyramid is special. We have already informed a number of you about this, but this structure that you are sitting or standing on is actually a giant formation anchor. Many people looked clueless. They had little exposure to the Red Collective's less straightforward heritages. Much of the public these days had grown quite familiar with the repository's collection of safe, modern and accessible chi cultivation methods. This was not the saws with more esoteric specializations such as chi formations. Formation masters may as well be wizards due to how difficult it was for people to get started with their unique approach towards chi cultivation and energy manipulation. The crystal pyramid is not just a formation anchor. Ves continued. It is the center of a large chi formation that is spread across the entire microplanet. A giant projection appeared in the air that showed the microplanet in all of its glory. Dozens of points lit up in red beneath the ground or under the ocean. Each of these dots represent the locations of formation anchors that the Red Collective has buried underneath the surface of the microplanet. These anchors have effectively turned the entire globe into a net that can absorb a large amount of energy radiation. That stirred a lot of concerns. Was this safe? Had the collies tested their own chi formation in advance? Why would the mechers permit the RC to turn the entire microplanet into a chi formation? I understand if you have any concerns. Ves said, if you want to leave for whatever reason, you may do so in various ways. However, I can assure you that the relevant experts of the Larkinson clan, the Red Association and the Red Collective have thoroughly examined every aspect of the chi formation and declared it safe to use. The purpose of the chi formation is not anything scary either. Its function is quite simple, which also means that there is almost no chance that it could go wrong. If you have decided to stay, then I wish to thank you for your trust. Each of you shall not only bear witness to a unique event, but also contribute to it in a small way. Once he was done with warning his audience, he turned and looked at a woman who was slowly floating to the top of the crystal pyramid. Her traditional red robe and her iconic masterwork astral mirror that had been baptized with the blood of the spacelock made a strong impression to those with good eyesight. This was one of the Red Collective's most accomplished formation masters. Once the Farseer reached her position, she activated a function of the astral mirror and began to manipulate it with intense focus. The air began to stir. The crystal underneath the guest started to glow. Strange crystalline sounds came from within as hidden mechanisms came to life. Soon enough, a growing golden light shone from the pyramid. At the same time, all of the other formation anchors became active as well. Each of them linked up with each other, forming a mysterious utility spell array that possessed unknown functions. The air stirred more as the active spell array began to absorb a large amount of E-energy radiation from the surrounding environment. It was as if the entire microplanet had turned into a vacuum that continually sucked in E-energy radiation without any sign of slowing down. All of that energy started to channel through the formation anchors and spell array, fueling multiple different effects that remained obtuse to the average bystander. However, there was one effect in particular that all of the guests were able to feel. They started to feel lighter, less exhausted and less burdened by depressing considerations. It was as if the light emanating from the crystal pyramid gradually cleansed their bodies, minds and spirits of impurities. At the same time, these people became so entranced by the spectacle that their thoughts and emotions became increasingly more attuned by the active ritual. It was as if they had become willing participants to a ceremony that they did not understand. Whatever the case, everyone was experiencing the benefits of the purifying light of the heavens. The top of the pyramid happened to shine the brightest. It became harder and harder to observe the Farseer as she continued to manipulate the active spell array into converging much of its energies towards a single coordinate. As the light shone so much that azure energy shields had to come to life in order to avoid blinding any of the guests with unaugmented eyes, Ves finally made his move. He retrieved the birthday gift that he had prepared from his system space and tossed it towards the top of the pyramid. The reinvented flower parasol in its fresh and magnificent masterwork artifact form automatically opened up while spinning around its axis. It stopped right on top of the tip of the pyramid. Its petal-ardent underside began to absorb a huge amount of light and E-energy channeled from below. The artifact absorbed so much energy that it rapidly began to grow in power in other ways. It, or rather she, was definitely not weak after Ves had completed his comprehensive overhaul of the high-level artifact, but the enormous spell array empowered it in a way that was unprecedented. Although much of the energy actually went to waste, what little remained useful still contributed to a lot of growth, allowing the artifact to perform its functions considerably more effectively than normal. As the power channeled by the ritual reached its apex, the Farseer abruptly activated a command that caused the concentrated light to burst before fading away. The crystal pyramid no longer released any light. The air returned to calm. The formation anchors no longer remained in an activate state. As the environment returned to normal, more and more people saw that the beautiful umbrella had disappeared at one point. In its place was a lovely girl wearing a robe that just happened to resemble the canopy of that artifact. Chapter 7116. A miracle of human engineering. As Marigold Larkinson made her debut to the guests and the wider public, Ves inwardly sighed in relief. The ritual was actually a bit riskier than he portrayed. It had to be in order to fulfill several objectives at once. Not even Ves knew what the ritual was fully capable of. Only the collies under the leadership of the Farseer understood the chi formation from top to bottom. The RC's impressive formation masters had joined forces with its resident ritualists to turn the entire microplanet into a giant ritual. It was not easy for the two groups to work together. This had to do with their approach towards E-energy manipulation. Formation masters were akin to physicists and mathematicians that tried to calculate precise solutions on how to exploit predictable and consistent E-energy characteristics to produce specific outcomes. Their chi formations were remarkably stable and consistent, but they were also finicky and demanding. It took a long time to develop them, and it was also troublesome to deploy them at different locations. Ritualists were completely opposite in this regard. Most of them were not educated in science or engineering because this kind of knowledge interfered with their ability to view the universe in idealistic terms. Those who chose this extraordinary profession often had a religious background. They were men and women of faith who believed that the power of prayer and belief could do anything. While they were too weak and inexperienced to come close to omnipotence, they still managed to cobble together vague methodologies that enabled them to conduct elaborate rituals that produced a desired effect, most of the time. Their lack of scientific rigor and inability to standardize their own rituals made their output inconsistent. Repeating the same ritual under the same circumstances could lead to wildly different results due to random chance or changes to one of many different variables. Despite these disadvantages, ritualists still managed to earn a place within the Red Collective. The threshold to become a ritualist was not as great as that of a formation master. It was easier to train them in large numbers. Since many of them possessed unique and unconventional perspectives, it was easy to promote the ones that managed to become more successful while encouraging the failures to transfer to a different specialization. Over a short period of time, the RC managed to raise a cadre of ritualists whose self-made delusions somehow worked quite well more often than not, though nobody could explain why. What was important was that the ritualists might be a lot sloppier in their work than formation masters, but could often produce results that were otherwise unattainable through pure calculations. This was the power of idealistic thinking. Aside from high-ranking mech pilots, ritualists were the only cultivators that weaponized their imagination to the fullest. It was a tall order to ask formation masters to work together with ritualists to transform the microplanet into a gigantic multipurpose chi formation, yet the Red Collective somehow managed to make it work. The collies went above and beyond in order to impress the founder and the chief upper counselor of their super-organization. Aurelia's birthday party served as an excellent venue for the collies to prove their rapid progress in cultivation science in the relatively short time they managed to establish themselves. Far too many people still considered the Red Collective to be a weak organization that was only at the start of its lengthy maturation cycle. Their impressions were not wrong, but they underestimated how quickly the collies managed to convert forgotten and obscure scriptures into real power. The successful conclusion of the Grand Spell Array successfully impressed their audience. Even though the cost of constructing the Crystal Pyramid and other formation anchors was massive, the gains were more than satisfactory as many distinguished guests quietly raised their evaluation of the Red Collective. The more perceptive among them sensed that the massive chi formation did far more than power up the mysterious artifact. The light and purifying energies generated by the active spell array had swept through all of the guests, purifying and cleansing them in ways that they could not explain. It was very hard to measure any differences between their past selves and current selves, but many of them felt they had benefited in one way or another. Their stress had eased. They withstood the pressure of the responsibilities a little better. They had greater hope for the future of Red humanity than before. The differences sounded minor, but they could make a huge difference in the coming weeks and months. Without enough hope, how could Red humanity ever survive when being hammered by two powerful alien civilizations at once? Aside from pepping up the guests, the chi formation also had other functions, though Ves had not been informed about the specific effects. From what he managed to observe, at least one of the desired effects was to identify those who would rather work with the enemies of Red humanity than to serve their own race. Ves did not believe that any traitor could make it past all of the background checks and rigorous inspections, but exceptions always existed. Who knew whether prominent leaders with stellar reputations had already sold out their own race? The cosmopolitan movement had largely been repelled from most of the large organizations that had erected their own kinship networks, but that did not mean they had disappeared from human society. There were still many common folk who did not belong to any of the big star nations or super organizations. These people might not be highly placed, but they were still able to monitor a lot of important activities such as industrial output and technological proliferation. Among the thousands of invited guests, it was a statistical inevitability that a handful of them harbored impure thoughts. The Red 3's security forces likely managed to identify them and planned to observe them or arrest them after the party had come to an end. In any case, one of the most important phases of the birthday party was still in progress. After much fanfare, Marigold Larkinson had finally debuted in public. Almost everyone was shocked. Was Marigold Larkinson an artifact or a human? Nobody knew. All they understood so far was that Marigold was either a human who could transform into an inanimate object, or the other way around. Even the birthday girl herself became stumped by the sight. Is that the flower parasol? Ves nodded as he placed an encouraging hand on her shoulder. Yes, my dear, the base version of the flower parasol was not up to standard, so I upgraded it. One thing led to another, causing me to accidentally give it a human form. This is neat, huh? I have reinvented the artifact. Its features are too numerous to count, but the most important part is that I have reinforced it with superdimensional alloy and incorporated modern electronic systems into its extradimensional space. That is not the biggest upgrade of this artifact. You are right, Aurelia. The use of a rare material has unexpectedly caused the artifact to gain the ability to transform into the human form you see before you. Marigold Larkinson has transcended her origin. She is no longer a pure artifact anymore as far as I am considered. While she is not technically a human, she has gained so much humanity that I already consider her a member of the family. She is like one of our cats in this regard. This was not nearly enough to explain Marigold's actual condition, but further explanations could wait for later. By now, Marigold floated before her destined owner and partner. The humanized artifact still contained an excess amount of E-energy that she was not able to digest at the moment. This caused her to light up and exude a charged aura. The contrast between Marigold and Aurelia was striking. The former looked like a warrior maiden who looked ready to smite the infidels. The latter appeared like a calm and composed young lady who would rather spend her time sipping tea rather than get her hands dirty. It didn't look as if the two of them were compatible at all, yet as they continued to stare into each other's eyes, an invisible connection formed between the two. They already accepted each other into their lives without needing to exchange any vows. The two girls raised both of their arms and held each other's hands. Warmth flowed through both of them. Marigold's skin felt so real that Aurelia truly couldn't detect anything that was suspicious enough to be fake. I am yours, Marigold whispered to the birthday girl. I shall protect you and accompany you for as long as you will have me. I was made to shield you from any harm and to care for your physical and mental well-being. You will never be alone anymore. With me by your side, your enemies will never succeed in bringing you harm. Will you accept me into your life? I do, Aurelia responded without delay. My father has made you for a purpose. I will not deny your desire to fulfill your duty. Can you change back to your other form? I can. You do not need to ask. Just hold the intention in your mind. I can read you well enough to switch whenever you wish. Marigold smiled one more time before she instantly transformed into her decorative umbrella form. The change happened within eyesight of many powerful and knowledgeable people. The mech designers and scientists were all amazed. They had used their augmented eyes and cranial implants to record as much data from Marigold and her transformations as possible. While the data was hardly comprehensive due to the limited hardware, they were still able to perceive that Marigold did not teleport away while a different artifact quickly shifted into place. Their sensors detected no signs of any distinctive spatial readings of teleportation and displacement events. It appeared as if Marigold possessed two physical forms that she could seamlessly transition into. A significant amount of E-energy was involved, which meant that this transition was largely mystical in nature. The best way to describe it was as if she was a mech that could transform between a humanoid and a starfighter, but her alternate form just happened to be a lot more divergent than usual. Whether Marigold was human enough to bleed when wounded or age as she grew older remained to be seen. Whatever the case, the realization that Ves had made a living artifact that could transform into a human-like form caused a sensation among a lot of people. The news spread rapidly beyond the microplanet. Many people who originally had better things to do than watch the live broadcast of a birthday party urgently tuned in so that they could observe Marigold with their own eyes. When they rewatched the footage of her transformations, they immediately wanted to accuse Ves of faking his latest invention. Yet the people on the scene did not convey their objections. They had seen enough to conclude that this phenomenon was likely real. Was it truly possible to transform an object into a living human being, or at least the facsimile of one? It sounded absurd, but anything was possible in the Age of Dawn. Ves was already famed for being able to design living mechs that could become as intelligent as real human beings. It was not that much of a leap to go from designing mechs with human-like sentience to creating an artifact that just so happened to gain the ability to take on a fake but convincingly human secondary form. As soon as people began to accept the reality of this new phenomenon, they immediately wanted to know whether they could produce their own transformable objects. What ingredient did Ves use to make Marigold Larkinson? Was the result dependent on this key material, or could people produce similar results with other ingredients? People badly wanted to know how Ves managed to create this miracle of human engineering. Chapter 7117, The Radiant Medallion. The unveiling of Marigold generated a lot of buzz. What had managed to create this time completely exceeded their imaginations. The potential of this tech was enormous. Many people wanted to know how Ves managed to humanize this artifact and find a way to replicate his methods. Unfortunately for them, it was useless even if Ves told them the reason. They still needed to find a way to acquire a so-called elf, and that was incredibly difficult even if they possessed a lot of territory. Elves could appear anywhere at random. They could pop up in the middle of interstellar space, but could also emerge on the surface of a lifeless moon. While there were means to detect their emergence in advance by monitoring the flow of E-energy, it was impractical to cover every part of human-occupied space with the necessary sensor platforms. The only other way to make this mysterious method more available was to figure out a means to artificially produce these elemental elves. That was clearly beyond everyone's means. Even Ves had no clue how he could do so without acquiring another elf. Even if he managed to obtain one, he still needed to conduct a lot of research before he could succeed in his goal. There were only a few ways Ves could speed up his research. He could either cooperate with the Red Collective or find a way to persuade his mother to share her knowledge. Neither of these options sounded optimal to him. Fortunately, there was no need for him to make a choice yet as he hadn't even acquired another elf as of yet. He would wait until he managed to get his hands on another specimen before thinking about how to use it as a seed for an elf production machine. Perhaps most people who were aware of the existence of elves all assumed they could only be formed through a natural phenomenon dictated by the heavens, but Ves did not believe in this assumption. Anything was possible in the Age of Dawn. After Aurelia held her new artifact in her hand and opened up the canopy to admire the artistry that her father put into it, she threw the umbrella into the air. The artifact shifted back to her humanized form. As soon as Marigold took on her new appearance, she gently floated back to Aurelia's side. The two soon held hands as if they were best friends. The two smiled at each other without reserve. Only a short time had passed and already they felt they had met their soulmates. Aurelia did not forget to turn towards the person responsible for giving her this birthday gift. "Thank you, Papa. This gift is priceless. I like it much better than the original flower parasol. I will forever cherish it." "No, her. Marigold is not just an item anymore. She is alive, and that means she has become my newest sister." Meow. Clixie took one look at the new artifact and reluctantly approved of Aurelia's sentiment. She was slightly concerned that Marigold would command much of Aurelia's affection, but the Rubarthan sentinel cat was glad for the extra protection offered by this superdimensional artifact. Of course, Aurelia was not blind to the cat's concerns. She reached over and pulled Clixie into her arms. She soon began to scratch the cat behind the ears. "Do not worry, I have more than enough room to love you both. Each of you is dispensable to me. I hope the two of you will get along." "I have no problem with that," Marigold said with a smile. "I was made to accompany cats." Her upper canopy was adorned with images of different cats. It even featured a representation of Clixie. The female cat also felt more and more comfortable in Marigold's presence. As Aurelia settled down after receiving her wondrous gift, her mother approached with a gift box in hand. "Your father has worked hard to create a gift that eases his greatest concern for you, which is keeping you protected against the evils of the universe." Gloriana said, "I knew I could count on him for that, so I have spent my time and resources to prepare a different gift for you. As your mother, I want you to do more than survive the coming decades. I want you to follow into our footsteps and rise to greatness in your own way. Whether you do so as a soldier, a statesman or a scientist is up to you, but what is not in doubt is that you will need to absorb and master a large amount of knowledge. Some people believe that only absolute force is necessary for success. I do not agree with that assumption. I believe that you can do anything so long as you have enough grace." Gloriana slowly let go of the gift-wrapped box. It automatically flew in front of Aurelia while begging to be opened. "Go ahead, Aurelia. Your grandmother and I have worked hard to put together this gift." Ves looked at Gloriana. He had heard that she insisted on preparing her own gift even though Marigold was impressive enough to cover for her share. He let her do so as long as she did not overburden herself with too many responsibilities. Ves hadn't known that she would team up with one of Aurelia's grandmothers in order to put together the birthday gift. The question now was whether that grandmother referred to Madame Constance Woden or Oblivion Empress Cynthia Larkinson. As Aurelia gently parted the wrapping and opened the box, it released a small surge of E-energy. Ves immediately deduced the answer. Marigold already began to do her duty as Aurelia's companion and servant by picking up and holding out a necklace with both hands. It was an impressive masterwork that definitely conformed to Gloriana's style. The craftsmanship was refined and perfect in most ways. The chain actually consisted of 6 interlocking layers of very thin links. Each component was extremely fine and made in just the right way. This was particularly impressive as Ves could easily tell that it was made out of superdimensional alloy. Although the necklace did not integrate any electronic components, it did not need to do so. The primary purpose of this necklace was to serve as a carrier for the large and prominent jewel set in the center. At first glance, Ves identified it as a mentalist crystal fragment. That was already a generous gift. The Hunting Association was the only known supplier of mentalist crystals, and its output had always remained limited. It took a lot of trouble and effort for Ves to obtain a whole mentalist crystal, but it had been worth it as it served as one of the key hyper-materials that elevated the performance of the Minerva Mark II. Yet for Gloriana to settle with just a single mentalist crystal fragment seemed disappointing to Ves. He knew his wife well enough that there was no way she would be satisfied with such a simple gift. This was why he examined the mentalist crystal fragment a little closer. He soon found that there was more than what was apparent on the surface. Gloriana processed the crystal somehow. She had subjected it to unknown processes that caused it to gain internal circuitry that reminded Ves of luminaire crystals, though the style and architecture was substantially different. That was not all. The biggest anomaly with regards to the mentalist crystal fragment was that it contained a living and very much active point of light. This golden point zipped around the interior of the fragment as if it was a hamster trapped in a cage. The glowing point did not move in a panic or leisurely fashion. It instead zipped around as if it was constantly filled with energy. As Ves opened up his spiritual senses, he could clearly observe that the mentalist crystal fragment somehow outputted both mind-attributed and light-attributed energy, but in a relatively restrained and controlled fashion. Hidden controls should probably be capable of increasing or decreasing its output. There was no need for Ves to guess where the mind energy came from, but how did the mentalist crystal fragment produce light energy? Was that the radiant particle that the Devosans had gifted him in order to honor their deepening friendship? Ves immediately locked eyes with his wife. He had been saving that radiant particle to upgrade the Amaranto in the future. Gloriana responded with a smile and a whisper. This is better. Ves did not necessarily agree with that. While he loved his daughter to death, he was still a mech designer. The best materials should be used where they could exert their full value. The singular radiant particle was of great value because it could be used to enhance the performance of all manner of energy weapons or mobility weapons of mechs. The only issue with this particular gift was that the light of Sol had infused the extraordinary particle with his own willpower, which made it much harder to tame and harness by others. Ves had actually been hesitating whether it was a good idea to use it to improve the Amaranto in her next upgrade cycle. Saint Davia Stark might not appreciate it if she had to depend on the power of a god pilot in order to overcome the defenses of her opponents. Sure, she might be able to smash a lot of tough opponents in the short term, but she may ultimately believe that she largely owed her success to the radiant particle rather than her own strength in the long term. That would definitely cause her progress to stagnate, making it much harder for her to earn the qualifications to ascend to a god pilot in the future. Therefore, Ves did not have too many solid ideas about using it to upgrade one of his favorite high-ranking mechs. That did not mean that Ves felt pleased that Gloriana had entered the vault and retrieved the radiant particle to use in one of her projects without disclosing it to him first. What if he already made up his mind about using it to upgrade a powerful ace marksman mech? What if he had designed another contraption that could make excellent use of the radiant particle? It was too reckless for Gloriana to just take it for herself and use it in one of her secret projects. However, Ves soon pressed back his irritation. It was not up to him anymore to decide who got to take out the good stuff from the strategic resources vault. The new matriarch of the Larkinson clan was in control of the vaults these days. There were certain goods that Ves owned in his own name, but there were many more precious resources that were owned by the Larkinson clan. Now that Ves was no longer the leader of his own clan, Saint Commander Casella Ingvar decided how to make use of the strategic resources. Evidently, Gloriana managed to convince the new matriarch that it would be a good idea to use the radiant particle to empower one of Aurelia's birthday gifts. Ves had little grounds to complain about. The deed was also done, so it was useless for him to object at this stage. Aurelia certainly became charmed by her second masterwork quality gift. What does this do? She asked, noting that her new piece of jewelry did more than passively generate mind and light energy. Summon your companion spirit, Gloriana instructed, have her interface with the radiant medallion. Your grandmother and I expressly designed it to be compatible with you and your other self. Your companion spirit should instinctively know what to do once she comes into contact with the crystal. Mew, A white-coated spiritual cat emerged from her forehead. Mana looked pristine and pure in a way that reminded people of the effects of the previous ritual. The cat had grown quite a bit since her kitten days. Though she had not grown large enough to match the size of Blinky or Alexandria, it was clear that Mana had reached her most energetic phase of her life cycle. As soon as Mana approached the so-called Radiant Medallion, the two indeed formed a connection with each other. A short delay ensued until the Radiant Medallion finally recognized the companion spirit. Soon enough, the Radiant Medallion became active and glowed in radiant gold. At the same time, the artifact directly channeled a beam of energies into Mana, causing her to inflate and gain a temporary boost of power. Mana slightly began to resemble Emma. Similar to the destroyer of worlds' immensely powerful companion spirit, Mana gained a tiny amount of willpower empowerment. Even though the Light of Sol had his hands full with defending the front lines of the Terran Alliance, a small part of the God Pilot somehow approved of Aurelia and Mana. The radiant particle that he created with his God Kingdom and, imbued with his own willpower, was actively blessing Mana, causing her to swell in power and radiance. The spiritual Persian cat exuded such a powerful white glow that many of the nearby guests felt as if she was the purest and most sacred existence that they had ever had the pleasure of encountering. Of course, the Radiant Medallion did far more than that. Ves could feel that Mana had gained access to a huge amount of power, which she could easily channel into destructive light beams or other light-based techniques. Was this the grace that Gloriana talked about? This was a lot more blunt and direct than he expected from his wife. Chapter 7118. Grandmothers regard the Radiant Medallion was an impressive piece of craftsmanship. Although it was not even close to matching the living traits of Marigold Larkinson, that was not the point of its existence. Ves reshaped the flower umbrella to function as more than just a tool. He wanted it to become an intelligent and vocal companion for his daughter. He did not expect it to become so human, but that was a happy accident as far as he was concerned. Gloriana adopted a different approach towards artificing. She was all about achieving perfection in both form and function. Her definition of perfection did not entail the kind of chaos and unpredictability that life could bring. She recognized that living creations were superior to lifeless ones, but she did not look forward to giving her creations too much autonomy. That granted them too many possibilities, of which a huge chunk led to wasteful and suboptimal outcomes. The so-called Radiant Medallion exemplified her ideal. It was clearly designed and built to contain the radiant particle and channel its powers in a very limited fashion that was beneficial to Aurelia. The young lady could tap directly into the Radiant Medallion to empower her various abilities, but that did not appear to be its strongest application. Aurelia could make better use of it by channeling its power into her companion spirit. Somehow, Mana was able to bear a small part of the willpower of a God Pilot without immediately getting crushed by its inviolable might. Yet just because she was able to channel the power of the willpower-infused radiant particle did not mean that the spiritual cat was able to borrow its strength without limit. The difference in strength between the two was way too much. Mana could only maintain her supercharged state for a short time before cutting off her connection to the radiant particle. If she tried to keep it up any longer, parts of herself might begin to morph into a pale shadow of the Light of Sol. This was absolutely an intolerable form of contamination. In fact, Mana's brief exposure to the willpower of the Terran God Pilot had already produced traces of contamination. The good news was that the companion spirit happened to be strong at repelling impurities, so she was able to cope with her condition much better than other companion spirits. The white spiritual cat only needed to spend a bit of time on recuperation to get rid of most if not all of the sequelae. Utilizing the radiant particle did not come without other risks. So long as it contained the Light of Sol's willpower, then anyone who wanted to make use of it had to be in his good books. If Mana or Aurelia possessed any trait that severely displeased the Light of Sol, then they would suffer heavy punishment if they dared to call upon the power of the radiant particle. On the other hand, if they happened to align closely with the God Pilot's values, then his willpower would definitely cooperate more actively, thereby leading to stronger results. In any case, the advantages far exceeded the disadvantages. Many people wished they could call upon the power of a mighty God Pilot, yet had no chance of even approaching such a powerful figure. The Larkinsons on the other hand had contributed so much to the Terran Alliance that its main protector effectively acknowledged this and issued the corresponding reward. Ves ultimately saw the creation of the Radiant Medallion as a good development. This was especially when he learned that Gloriana had teamed up with his mother to create this artifact. The Oblivion Empress may sound tough most of the time, but her love for Ves and her grandchildren was undeniable. She would never assist in the creation of the Radiant Medallion if it posed an unacceptable hazard to Aurelia. After the excitement of unveiling the Radiant Medallion died down, Ves said a few words before closing the ceremony. There was no need to put up a big fuss about Aurelia opening up her other birthday presents. The other guests started to make noise again as they eagerly discussed what they had just witnessed. They did so while eating birthday cakes and other meals on the terraced exterior of the Crystal Pyramid. Meanwhile, Andraste and Marvane presented their own little gifts to their big sister. Lucky, Clixie and Goldie prepared their own tokens of affection, and so did many other Larkinsons such as Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and Swordmaster Kedis Larkinson. Then there were the gifts prepared by all of the guests. They had been piling up in a storage facility on the northern continent. It would take hours for Aurelia to go through them all, so her parents decided that she could go unwrap them on another day. At this moment, Aurelia giggled as she was surrounded by the cats and her siblings. The latter eagerly admired Marigold and the Radiant Medallion, feeling envious that Aurelia had managed to obtain 2 high-level artifacts on a single day. "I feel so jealous," Andraste said without any hint of resentment. "Mama and Papa pulled out all of the stops to keep you safe and protected. You are probably one of the strongest and well-protected 10-year-old girls in the Red Ocean right now." Marvane sat on Marigold's lap and looked content as the humanized artifact stroked his hair. "All this stuff is so awesome. I cannot wait until I become 10 years old as well. Mama and Papa will definitely prepare a pair of cool artifacts for me as well. It would be incredibly unfair if Ves and Gloriana failed to present gifts of equal value for the most important birthdays of Andraste and Marvane." The parents had taken great care not to show any favoritism to any child, so it was practically guaranteed that the younger siblings would be getting the good stuff as well once they became old enough. Andraste and Marvane understood that to a degree and loved their parents all the more for it. They couldn't have asked for a better childhood. As the 3 children went on to eat their birthday cakes, Ves soon approached and bent down in order to plant a few kisses onto Aurelia's head. "What is it, Papa? I would love it if you can enjoy the rest of the day as a kid, but if you want to gain a head start in building up relations and proving your mettle as a diplomat, you can choose to accompany me as I meet with the various guests. I am definitely expecting a lot of good to come from meeting with the representatives of the Red Fleet and the Hunting Association. Would you like to come and witness the negotiations?" Aurelia did not hesitate and nodded her head. "I do. To me, taking part in these talks is just as fun as playing with my toys." "All right, then. The first meeting starts in an hour. Be ready until then." The birthday girl seriously nodded. After notifying his eldest daughter, Ves turned around and went back to his wife. Gloriana smiled lovingly as she stared at Aurelia and her other 2 children. The birthday party presented a few surprises, but it had been great so far, just as she hoped. Not only were the kids having the time of their life, but Aurelia had definitely made a name for herself to the public. That came with a lot of expectations, but the mother was confident her child was up to the challenge. So what, Ves? The Radiant Medallion, what is there to say, Ves? You have your projects, I have mine. I do not need to tell you everything I do. You do this all the time. Besides, Casella was completely okay with letting me take out the radiant particle from the vault. I do not think it is a good idea to use it to upgrade the Amaranto because it is tainted with the willpower of a god pilot. Saint Davia Stark already relies a bit too much on the Phase King to help her attacks pierce through enemy transphasic defenses. I do not think it would be healthy for her to build up a dependence on the Light of Sol on top of that. As ace pilots move closer to the ultimate threshold, they need to do the opposite. They need to shed much of their dependence on external help and build up confidence in their ability to smash all enemies by themselves. His wife presented a sound argument. Ves actually agreed with her, but that did not take away the fact that she had been a little too hasty in using up such a valuable strategic resource. Yet, Ves had little to complain about since she was right that Ves often did not inform her beforehand about his own crazy projects. Ultimately, Ves did not have a monopoly on the resources of the Larkinson clan. All of that superdimensional matter and other goods had to be used for the collective good of all Larkinsons, not just Ves and those he favored. Was it easy to gain my mother's cooperation? Not at all. Gloriana smiled. The superior mother actively supported my work and took on the responsibility of devising the means to keep the radiant particle and its attached willpower in a cooperative state. Her expertise was vital in designing the architecture of the mentalist crystal fragment. I did not even know you could do that with this kind of hyper-material. She had truly opened up my eyes on what is possible with hyper-technology. Cynthia Larkinson mastered a huge amount of highly sophisticated knowledge. Ves suspected that she knew far more than what she was supposed to when she used to be a high-ranking member of the Wood Shrine. He had little idea how she managed to gain access and master so many obscure secrets, and he was too intimidated by his mother to ask for clarification. While she occasionally leveraged her vast expertise to help Ves out, she frequently denied his requests for aid more often than not. He knew that she was doing this for his own good, but it still made him upset that she was being so stingy when she could do so much more. This was why he felt a little jealous at Gloriana for being able to call upon Cynthia's help. Then again, the Radiant Medallion was not an ordinary high-level artifact. Gloriana made it in order to grant Aurelia additional boosts and greater power in an emergency. The Oblivion Empress cared enough about her granddaughter that she happily lent her vast skills and knowledge to the project. Ves shouldn't have any complaints about that. If Cynthia wanted to pamper Aurelia, then that was not a bad development. Has my mother promised to assist you in making the birthday presents for Andraste and Marvane? I am not certain, Ves. We did not speak about it when we were working on the Radiant Medallion. Andraste's birthday will come up fairly soon, so I will take the time to devise another artifact for our boisterous daughter. Once I have formed a plan, I will present it to the Superior Mother and wait for her feedback. Ves predicted that so long as the project was good enough, Cynthia should definitely be willing to lend a hand. After all, Andraste was the child that was most prone to putting herself in life-threatening situations. She had been raised with the genes and expectations of becoming a soldier, and nothing about her personality suggested that she resisted this trajectory. Andraste needed protection much more than Aurelia. The only problem was that Ves found it difficult to come up with artifacts that could give her a greater boost on the battlefield than Marigold and the Radiant Medallion. Both of them were so powerful that many people might argue that they were overkill for a girl that did not have any aspirations to become a warrior. Chapter 7119. Aurelia's career track. When Aurelia returned to her parents, she looked slightly eager to participate in more grown-up matters such as diplomacy and statecraft. With the Radiant Medallion hanging prominently on her neck and Marigold standing to the side and a half-step behind, she already exuded the presence of a young power broker in the making. Both Ves and Gloriana felt incredibly proud when they saw her. Aurelia had all of the makings to become a successful woman no matter what career she pursued. Of course, that did not guarantee that she would be able to realize her potential. There were still plenty of chances for her to suffer an accident or make the wrong choices in life. This was why her parents did not let their guard down no matter how much they believed in their daughter. Now that we have determined your genetic aptitude, we should finally discuss your education going forward. Gloriana began. Reaching the age of 10 is a watershed moment for any child. Upon his own 10th birthday, your father learned that he had no future as a mech pilot in the Larkinson family, so he chose to dedicate his life to designing mechs. In my case, my mother predisposed me into becoming a mech designer. The designer genes you were born with grants you a notable advantage in social and leadership aspects. That does not mean your only choice is to study management or government affairs. I only want to remind you that you will have a greater chance of success if you take potential synergies into account. It was pretty clear that Gloriana still wanted their firstborn daughter to prepare herself for major leadership responsibilities in the future, but she did not insist on it as much as before. Since your genetic aptitude is scored at E+, you will have a slight to moderate advantage if you choose to become a Carmen mech pilot. Ves explained to his daughter. If you want to pursue this career on a part-time or full-time basis, we will do everything in our power to support you. We will design a custom Carmen mech just for you and continue to update it over time as needed. However, you must take into account that this is a serious lifelong commitment. Your living mech is not a powerful tool, but also an intelligent companion, just like Marigold over here. If you do not think you can allocate enough time to keep your piloting skills sharp, then it is best to leave this alone until you are ready. Aurelia looked surprised when she heard that. Is it not best to bond with a Carmen mech as soon as possible in order to start its growth process sooner rather than later? I do not necessarily agree with that. It is true that a living mech grows stronger at a modest but steady rate over time, but if the machine is sitting around in a mech hangar 95% of the time, much of that growth potential will be wasted. I do not want to see that happen, my dear. It is not fair to both you and the living mech in question. This is why I want you to think carefully on whether you are ready to partner up with a Karman mech of your own. There is no need to feel bad about postponing it for a couple of years or decades. The later you start, the better the mech that your mother and I can design for you. At that point, we have definitely gained a greater mastery in superdimensional technology. Ves wanted Aurelia to make a well-informed choice about her career choices. Whether she wanted to pilot a Karman mech or not had such a massive influence in her development as a teenager and young adult that she needed to know exactly what she was getting into. He did not want her to make a hasty choice and regret it later. What about piloting a mech without relying on a Karman system, at least at first? She tentatively asked. If we pretend the Karman system does not exist, then your prospects as a potentate are much worse. Gloriana explained. It is technically possible for you to pilot a simple frontline mech and learn how to make use of it. You can even become somewhat effective with it. However, the likelihood of that happening is just as much as the probability of a peak ace pilot ascending to godhood. Just because there is a chance does not mean it is realistic to expect this outcome. So long as you remain a standard mech pilot, you will face endless difficulties and setbacks every step of the way. Your only hope of overcoming the limitations of your poor genetic aptitude is to advance to the rank of expert pilot. Becoming an expert candidate slightly helps, but it is not enough. Ves added, when you trigger your first true apotheosis, you have surpassed the physical limitations of your biology. You have taken the first step to transitioning into an energy-based life form. Piloting mechs has become a significantly more mental and spiritual activity as opposed to a physical one. Your genetic aptitude can no longer restrict your capacity to withstand the pressure of receiving, processing and transmitting a lot of data through the neural interface. In short, so long as Aurelia was able to tough it out, she could potentially overcome her genetic aptitude handicap. Potentially. This did not happen very often, correct? Ves grimly nodded. I only know of a handful of cases myself. You have to understand that over the course of the entire age of mechs, there had to be trillions of potentates whose genetic aptitude fell into the E to D+ range. Only a fraction of them learned how to pilot combat mechs, and out of all of them, only the most exceptional and hardworking of them have managed to break through, often while piloting the best and most expensive mechs that their families have arranged for them. I am not saying that this route is impossible for you, but you should understand that retaining your ability to pilot multiple different mechs comes with a huge personal sacrifice. In response to this, Aurelia proceeded to shake her head. I will not choose this route. I should respect the results of the genetic aptitude test. As for choosing whether to become a mech pilot or not, I am torn between two different choices. Both Ves and Gloriana looked at their daughter with expectation. Please explain. After thinking about it, I agree with the opinion that becoming a civilian leader is not that helpful in this place and time. Aurelia explained her views. It is foreseeable that war will become the dominant preoccupation of red humanity for the next century or more. The Red Ocean is small, but every alien race harbors hostile intentions towards us. Society values military leaders much more than civilian ones. The latter are not useless by any means, but, if I want to make a greater contribution to red humanity, I can do so much better from a military track so long as I become good enough in my chosen track. Ves nodded in agreement. He agreed with her sentiments. That did not mean he would be disappointed with her if she chose to attend a normal school. Not everyone was cut out to become a soldier. I was born for leadership. Aurelia said, it calls to me. This is what I was raised to do. I eagerly want to earn my qualifications to command other people. I look up to the Saint Commander and I look up to you as well for being able to do a lot of good while being in charge. After I received my presents, my determination to enter the military has increased. Marigold and this medallion are too precious to be used to protect the life of a civilian. They will not see enough use to justify my possession of them. One is a protective artifact that can turn into a human. The other contains the willpower of a god pilot. Both need to be used on the battlefield to make the best possible use of their powers. That is not true. Gloriana objected to her daughter's sentiment. Both of us made these artifacts because we wanted to keep you alive and safe, nothing more. Your father has made very powerful enemies, and we are afraid that once you set off on your own, they will track you down and target you in order to spite him. The artifacts that we have bestowed you will give both of us peace of mind. Her daughter understood this, but she did not change her stance on this issue. I am split between two different choices. She said, I am thinking of becoming a Karman mech commander, or a naval commander. Ves blinked. He hadn't consciously thought about it, but now that his girl mentioned it, these sounded like apt choices for her. She had everything she needed to become a mech commander with the help of a Karman command mech. Even if one did not exist yet, it was not that difficult for Ves and Gloriana to team up and design one, especially if they borrowed a number of design elements from the Minerva Mark II. As far as Karman mechs was concerned, choosing a mech archetype that typically remained in the rear and avoided direct combat whenever possible vastly increased their survival rate. So long as the enemy did not manage to pull off a decapitation strike, Aurelia's Karman command mech should last a long time. That massively reduced the risk that she would suffer a premature end to her career if her Karman mech as well as its hyper keystone, which could potentially save her battle partner from a complete death. Gloriana frowned at first, but soon eased up as she made this realization as well. While there was no way to guarantee complete safety to a mech that fought as cautiously as possible, she could tolerate the idea of her oldest girl piloting a command mech. If you choose this track, then I will make sure to design a command mech for you that has a luxurious superdimensional cockpit and the best defenses and mobility that we can obtain. The concerned mother said with determination. I will push our clan to sign additional trade agreements with the Red Association and the Cybernetic Empire in order to obtain the latest cutting-edge technologies related to energy shields, armor systems and flight systems. That sounded a bit overkill to Ves. The Larkinsons would have to pay a heavy price to get the truly good stuff from those super organizations. What was worse was that they would definitely charge extra premiums if they knew they were negotiating with a desperate mother. What is your second choice? Ves asked his daughter even though he already guessed her answer. I am thinking about taking up the Fleeters on their offer to attend their naval academy. Aurelia calmly stated, our clan does not have a naval tradition, but that makes this opportunity all the more precious. The Fleeters will welcome me with open arms. Many of the courses that a naval officer needs to master are related to management, leadership and administration. I will also have to master the operation of one or more high-tech warship systems, but I am not afraid of additional study. Ves acknowledged the value of a Larkinson who possessed the ability to run a warship and led an entire squadron or fleet. The Red Fleet was by far the best at raising qualified and highly competent naval officers. So long as the Fleeters gave her an opportunity to serve as a line officer on a warship for a number of years, she could potentially resign her commission and return to the Larkinsons in order to take charge of its own growing fleet of armed and unarmed warships. She could earn lots of merits as a naval commander and earn enough merit and prestige to become the next matriarch of the Larkinson clan. Of course, she could also choose to stay at the Red Fleet and work her way up the hierarchy of this declining but not fallen institution. Who knew whether the Red Fleet might experience a resurgence in the coming years? It would be highly advantageous for Aurelia to become part of this revival process, but only if the Fleeters treated her sincerely. Both Ves and Gloriana had mixed feelings about their daughter's future. A part of them felt regretful that she ruled out a safe and peaceful civilian career, but another part of them felt proud that she was willing to step up and inherit Red humanity's proud martial tradition. In any case, once Aurelia did her duty and served enough combat tours, there should be no problem for her to retire her commission and transition to civilian leadership. Her military achievements would give her an undeniable advantage against every civilian rival. Chapter 7120, Leadership Tracks. Aurelia had reached the most important junction of her life. Deciding which career she wanted to pursue. The stakes were high, technically speaking. If she chose one option but wanted to switch to another a few years in, she could do so, but she would have to start over and suffer many different penalties as a result. There was very little overlap in the education of a future mech commander as opposed to a naval commander. If Aurelia decided to abandon her decision to command mechs in battle and switch to piloting rifleman mechs or swordsman mechs, then that was relatively easy as the early years at a mech academy were mostly spent on strengthening the shared foundation of every mech archetype. The problem was that if she wanted to pursue a career outside piloting mechs, she pretty much had to start over no matter whether she wanted to work in civil society or at the helm of a large warship. Ves and Gloriana would do everything to support their daughter, but other people might not be so forgiving. The best and most prestigious schools refused to enroll such latecomers for many reasons, so Aurelia could only choose to attend worse schools. Of course, the quality of education of a less renowned school was not necessarily inferior. This depended on many factors. The graduates also weren't necessarily the best. After all, people like Ves and Kedis had managed to become the leaders of their generation of mech designers despite their poor education. Schooling only represented one of multiple different variables that determined the career trajectory of any individual. For example, Aurelia could avoid going to school at all and simply proceed to learn what she needed from the veteran Larkinsons at the expeditionary fleet. She could combine self-study and apprenticeships to become the quintessential Larkinson soldier. This was not the most efficient approach, though. Schools existed for good reasons and Aurelia could obtain many benefits there that she could not acquire elsewhere. From joining a powerful alumni network to forging deep and unforgettable friendships with promising peers, Ves wanted his daughter to enjoy the opportunities that he could only dream of when he was young. For this reason and more, Ves deeply hoped that Aurelia would make a decision and commit to it without any regrets. In order to do that, she needed to weigh all of the factors before making her final choice. "I do not recommend you to become a naval commander," Gloriana eventually said. "Why not, Mama? As you have already mentioned earlier, our clan has no naval tradition. Our relations with the Red Fleet are ambiguous at best. Do you truly think the Fleeters will treat you well if you attend one of their naval academies? The vast majority of naval cadets or midshipmen or whatever they are called come from long and distinguished spaceborne clan lineages. These thousand-year-old family organizations are proud of their heritage and consider it to be their birthright to crew and command the most dangerous warships in human hands. I fear that your future classmates will bully you. Even if the academy instructors try their best to break that up, they can still exclude you and ostracize you from their social circles." Aurelia briefly frowned, but not too long. "I do not believe that will happen. The Red Fleet needs Papa. So long as he helps them create another living dreadnought or two, the Fleeters will worship him. This should be enough for my classmates to show their goodwill to me. I am confident in my ability to turn any stranger into a friend." That remained to be seen, but at least she had a good attitude. Gloriana had more to say, however. "Neither your father nor I can help you in a way a member of a spaceborne clan is able to do. We have not been able to teach you or instill the values of a spacer into you. If you choose to become a mech commander, the opposite will be the case. You have access to many mech pilots who would love to give you extra tutoring. From Saint Commander Casella Ingvar to one of your many aunts and uncles in the Woden dynasty, each of them are willing to share their wisdom with you. I may not be able to teach you about piloting, but my understanding of mechs is profound. The same applies to your father. Besides, do not forget about our ability to design the perfect Karman mech for you. Nobody else has access to such luxurious treatment." "Your mother is correct," Ves agreed with his wife for once. "These advantages are not always tangible, but they exist nonetheless. It is much easier for our clan and your mother's dynasty to support you. Even if others disparage our treatment and accuse you of nepotism, this is simply the way our society works. That said, I do not think that the disadvantages of choosing a naval officer track is that bad. The rules are changing every day. Old customs and traditions are falling apart while new ones take their place. The demands and expectations of naval officers have already changed a lot with the introduction of systematic cultivation. With your excellent qualifications on this front, you can distinguish yourself within the ranks of the Fleeters in no time." "That is also what I wanted to talk about," Gloriana said. "Are you truly fine with leaving our daughter to the Fleeters of all people? What if they indoctrinate her into becoming a warship supremacist? What if she completely denounces mechs? What if she refuses to return to our clan and instead commits her entire life to serving the Red Fleet? I do not think the Fleeters will succeed in brainwashing our daughter into developing a bias against mechs." Ves calmly responded. "She has grown up with our clan. She has personally witnessed how awesome mechs can be. At most, she will gain a newfound respect towards warships after witnessing their use by professional spacers. As for whether she will prefer to stay with the Fleeters instead of her own clansmen, that is her decision." "How can you say that, Ves? If she is truly passionate about serving in the RF, then let her. I just want her to be happy. Truth to be told, I am no longer fixated with the idea of having her inherit the clan that I have founded. Since that is the case, I am fully okay with seeing her climb up the ranks of other organizations." His wife did not accept his argumentation. "There is another major problem with your suggestion, Ves. Sending her over to the Fleeters is the same as giving her up as a hostage. The Red Fleet will have undeniable leverage over us. What do we have that can force the Fleeters to take care of Aurelia and treat her fairly? We have multiple means of applying leverage," he told her. "Our clan can deny the Fleeters access to the portals to the Blue Dimension. The Oblivion Gate Consortium can deny them a quota for intergalactic trade. We can deepen our relationship with the RF's many rivals. If it is truly necessary, We can ask a favor from the destroyer of worlds or the evolution which to intercede in person. I do not think it will come to that, though. The fleeters know very well how much we can debilitate them if they displease us. They should be smart enough to ensure our daughter is treated well. Of course, the premise is that she is keeping up with her studies. If that is not the case, then she is simply not a good fit within the RF. Ves seriously proposed to ease his firstborn daughter into the hierarchy of the Red Fleet. This was an unimaginable idea a decade ago, but times had changed. So long as he looked past his bias against the stuffy and arrogant fleeters, he could see how much benefits Aurelia and the Larkinson clan could obtain from forging such a strong connection with the Red Fleet. There was little desire for Ves to do the same with the Red Association. The Larkinson clan already possessed a strong martial tradition centered around mechs. Nobody understood how to make good use of living mechs than the Larkinsons. The same could not be said for warships, which was why Ves developed such an interest in this new possibility. Warships might not be as well regarded today as they were in the past. Mechs had made a lot of advances in the past few mech generations. They had become strong enough to challenge warships head-on with the help of new materials and technologies. Yet that did not mean that warships had become obsolete or redundant. They could take advantage of new technologies as well, so long as they worked alongside powerful strike craft instead of solely in opposition to them. The two could cover each other's weaknesses while lending their strengths to each other. Over time, the Larkinson clan would continue to amass a larger fleet of warships. The Larkinsons could always expand their fleet of warships by earning more RF warship tokens. There was also a chance that the Red Fleet might loosen up the rules and taboos that it had strictly enforced in the past. After the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact declared their independence, both colonial alliances had already signaled their intention to build warships of their own no matter how the RF might think about this development. There was a possibility that the fleeters may accept the reality that third parties will seek to acquire their own warships in defiance of RF authority, so it was best to adapt with the times and permit this behavior. The theory was that as long as the fleeters did not act like complete obstructionists, the new warship owners would hold up their noses and still abide by the RF's more important bottom lines. If Aurelia attended a naval academy, then she would definitely get pulled into this political vortex one way or another. The RF's problems would become her problems, which may ultimately become the Larkinson clan's problems as well. Ves was not afraid of this, though. He also had enough confidence in his daughter's ability to navigate this political minefield. What do you think, Aurelia? He turned to his growing girl. Now that you have heard our opinions about your choice of careers, have you gained enough information to make up your mind? Aurelia held Marigold's hand as she fell deep into thought. I have made a tentative choice. She eventually said, Mama, I know you are concerned about me and the fleeters, but I think commanding warships is where I can best make use of my talents and gifts. I am not saying no to ever becoming a part-time Carmen mech pilot, but I want to dedicate my coming years to learning how to operate and ultimately lead a warship. This is what the Larkinson clan needs. This is also what I am interested in. Let me give this a try. If it truly does not work out, I can always transfer back to the clan and learn how to pilot mechs and command troops from the other Larkinsons. Gloriana frowned while Ves smiled. They were pretty much on opposite sides regarding this issue. Are you sure, honey? Aurelia nodded with growing certainty. I am. That said, I will reserve my final choice until my father and I have spoken once more with the fleeters. I want to meet with Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson and ask how they will accommodate me and what kind of treatment they are willing to provide to me. If their promises and guarantees are sufficient, then I will accept their offer to attend one of their naval academies. Great. Ves grinned in approval. You are being smart about this. You can't just take the fleeters or anyone else at their word. We need to be thorough about this and make sure that both sides truly want this to happen. Come, let us get ready to meet with the fleeters in private. I am sure that they are eager to present their case to us. The RF is in dire straits. That makes them desperate and all the more eager to play nice with potential allies. Chapter 7121. Forced by circumstances. Given the importance of arranging Aurelia's education in the next decade, Ves sought to meet with the RF delegation first. They held the meeting at a garden courtyard built on the central continent but situated further away from the Crystal Pyramid. Mechs and other security forces ensured that no one would be able to approach in order to spy on the occupants or threaten their lives. After a moment of waiting, Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson and her niece Athena Larkinson entered the courtyard. They strode towards the center and greeted Ves and Aurelia before sitting down. As they did so, the pair of fleeters could not hide their curiosity and fascination for the gifts that the birthday girl received. As Aurelia calmly sat in her chair and petted Clixie, who was lying comfortably on her lap, her medallion continued to exude a compelling golden glow. Meanwhile, Marigold Larkinson stood behind her seat like a maidservant who was ready to meet any request. No matter the medallion or the humanoid artifact, neither of them were trivial. Even within the powerful Red Fleet, objects of this caliber could only be asked for. Perhaps the admirals of the Red Fleet might have a way to get their hands on tech that could produce similar results, but their costs were insane while their supply was far too limited. Whenever such a precious item became available, mid-ranking officers such as Astrid could never afford the money and CFA merits needed to redeem such a treasure. Astrid would be lying if she said she was not jealous of Aurelia. As a member of a powerful spaceborne clan and a descendant of Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson, her lineage was a veritable powerhouse among contemporary humanity. She enjoyed excellent conditions from birth and had managed to live up to her potential by reaching her current rank at her age. Yet such conditions and success were only noteworthy among normal humans. The Larkinsons were not normal at all. Ves Larkinson was born a third-rater, but he had already managed to become a Tier 3 galactic citizen while he was still a senior mech designer. And this was just one of many remarkable accomplishments. Although learning that his mother used to be a high-ranking member of the Forbidden Five Scrolls Compact partially explained how he was able to engineer his rapid rise to power, Astrid believed she could do just as well if not better if she enjoyed the same conditions. She just never had a chance to prove her worth. When the fleeter compared herself to Ves, she found that with every meeting, the gap in status between the two grew wider and wider. This was intolerable. If that was not enough, his daughter had all the makings of an extraordinary leader. Many parties with decent intelligence capabilities had kept track of the growth and performance of the scions of the Larkinson clan. Each of the three children of Ves and Gloriana Larkinson had proven to be much more extraordinary than their fellow peers of the same age or even a few years older. They enjoyed too many advantages. They benefited from the secret cultivation heritage imparted by the mysterious Cynthia Larkinson. They also received companion spirits at the earliest possible moment, thereby activating their souls far in advance and enabling each of them to think with at least two minds at once. Although the Larkinsons lacked the tech and heritage to match the augmentations mastered by the RF and the Spaceborne clans, their own secret methods were much more suited for the current age. A part of Astrid felt regretful that she was born in the Jameson Spaceborne clan as opposed to the Larkinson clan. Alarms quickly rang in her mind. She was a Jameson. She was a fleeter. So what if she was at a disadvantage at the moment? If there were any inadequacies, then there was no use complaining about it. Whining did not change anything. There were only so many advantages that she could derive from her birth and upbringing. One of the reasons why she managed to get to where she was today was because she worked harder and stood out among her fellow Jamesons. Now, Astrid recognized that she needed to work harder if she wanted to stay ahead of the likes of Aurelia Larkinson. They might not belong to the same generation, but if the latter managed to realize her much greater potential, then a day might come where the Larkinson scion might surpass her in status and power. There was no way Astrid was willing to let a member of the younger generation outshine her in any way. The RF officer needed to resist the inertia of her rank and fight harder to earn a promotion. Yet with the institution of Archie, the rules and customs governing promotions had become a lot more difficult to manipulate. Even a fleet admiral could not recommend Astrid for consideration of promotion without enough merit. This was why Astrid directed a slightly hungry look at Aurelia. Her ancestor had only issued a casual suggestion, not even an order really, that she should find a way to rope the heir of Ves and Gloriana Larkinson into the Red Fleet. The merit she could earn from recruiting such a promising young child was not small. This was especially the case if the individual she recruited went on to perform well in both her studies and in her subsequent postings. Astrid had to rope Aurelia into the RF. This meeting was probably her only chance to do so. If she did not manage to fulfill this objective, then she could say goodbye to all of the tangible and intangible rewards she could earn from recruiting a highly promising officer candidate. She soon forced herself to calm down. While she was eager to recruit Aurelia, she could not afford to be too anxious and give away too many clues. Hello again. Ves greeted the two fleeters. I hope you have enjoyed the show so far. The birthday party your clan has organized is most assuredly novel. Astrid politely replied, you may have set a new fashion trend with your stunts. Others may not be able to replicate your full splendor, but I believe that the practice of inviting collies to set up rituals may become a fixed practice going forward. Your daughter is lucky to be born in your family. The two began to chat with each other for a few minutes. They exchanged kind words to each other until they were finally ready to discuss more substantive business. In the meantime, Aurelia and Athena stared silently at each other, though they were mindful enough not to speak at this time. Athena looked like she wanted to go forward and pet Clixie, though. The cat looked so fluffy and adorable. Astrid Jameson finally cleared her throat. Ahem, speaking of business, there are a number of issues where we are seeking your cooperation. We are already working with other partners such as the Red Collective and possibly the Cybernetic Empire when it comes to the development of our upcoming counters to the mutated Vorabugs. We may seek your input on this matter, but this is not an urgent priority for the time being. There is a certain class of warship where you can be of greater assistance. Your dreadnoughts, if I am not mistaken. Correct, Professor. We have conducted a large amount of research on the data gathered from examining the earlier iteration of the Dominion of Man from top to bottom. Sadly, the disappearance of Bridgehead 1 has interrupted our studies, and its subsequent return only to discover that the Cybernetic Empress has illegally claimed our living dreadnought has ended any means of gathering further data on the phenomenon that has caused her to become much more powerful than her sister ships. Ves could see where this was going. He began to smirk. You have already analyzed everything you could from your limited collection of data. Repeatedly going over the same old data won't turn up anything new at this point. There is no use delaying your decision any further. You can either embrace this new phenomenon and seek to apply it on your other dreadnoughts, or bury your heads in the sand and maintain the current state of your most powerful flagships. I take it since you are here, you have chosen the former option rather than the latter, correct? Astrid made a calculated display of weakness. You are correct. It is intolerable for us to lose control of the Dominion of Man. In the years she has fallen into the hands of the Cybers, they have converted the crew and perverted the original design of the dreadnought. While we are still doing our best to reclaim our lost property, I will not lie to you and state that this is likely to happen. Rather than pine over the return of our only godship, it is better to focus on what we can do to make up for this loss. And that is making more godships. The lieutenant commander nodded. Just so. We have taken your past words into account. Combined with our extensive analysis of the Dominion of Man, we believe it is feasible to convert two of our proudest flagships into living dreadnoughts by relying on similar processes. We are already actively cooperating with the Artifact Warship Department of the Red Collective to prepare our dreadnoughts for a more thorough conversion. After all, you relied heavily on improvisation to convert the original Dominion of Man. Our understanding of hyper-technology and e-technology has advanced by leaps and bounds. We should easily be able to attain superior results. We have also reserved respectable quantities of low, mid and high-grade superdimensional matter to facilitate these qualitative upgrades. It became pretty clear that the Red Fleet was truly serious about the need to obtain more living dreadnoughts. Despite the very real risks of damaging or losing their precious flagships, the fleeters could no longer afford to procrastinate any longer. The Cybernetic Empire kept gaining ground while the god pilots of the other major factions kept making their own substantial gains. The Red Fleet was the only major organization that did not enjoy the protection of a god pilot, and that was dangerous in this day and age. The fleeters had hoped that the Dominion of Man would serve as an adequate substitute to a true god-level champion, but the Cybernetic Empire's brazen theft had taken the wind out of their sails. All of this caused the fleeters to come back to Ves with a much humbler and more sincere posture than before. Ves realized that he possessed a huge amount of leverage in this negotiation. After all, if they could not gain his cooperation, how else would they be able to turn their dreadnoughts alive? Yet before he could run away with this idea, the lieutenant commander raised her palm. Before we proceed any further, let me be clear that seeking your cooperation is not our only option. With the cooperation of the Red Association and the Red Collective, we have devised alternative means to upgrade our dreadnoughts. They may not go as far as converting them into living dreadnoughts, but they should be able to become strong enough to defend our existing territories and buy time for subsequent advances in science and technology. If we truly have a need for greater power, we can always negotiate a more substantial agreement with the Cybernetic Empire or the Red Association. They may be our rivals, but they are still composed of human kin. Even the Cybers and the Mechers understand that it is better for everyone if the Red Fleet can carry its own weight. That was true. The cybers and the mechers possessed a lot of exclusive technologies and resources that could significantly improve the performance of the existing dreadnoughts under the RF's control. What Ves needed to do was to negotiate an offer that was lucrative for him and his clan, but also generous enough to undercut his competitors. Chapter 7122, Weaponizing Faith. Ves thought about the difficulty of trying to turn a dreadnought alive. Compared to the past, Ves possessed a significantly greater understanding of what he was dealing with. He could also derive lessons from the successful transformation of the Dominion of Man. While that should have made it easier for Ves to transform other dreadnoughts, that may not necessarily be true. The most critical part of turning a dreadnought alive was to turn the spark reactor into a giant-sized version of a bloodfire system. In order to do that, converting the dormant, fire elemental, into a friendly and cooperative true god-level entity was vital. The fire elemental was responsible for fueling the extraordinary characteristics of a living dreadnought. While it was not strictly necessary to rely on the spark reactor to sustain a powerful godship, the problem was that it was nearly impossible to acquire acceptable substitutes. Regular high technology could not possibly do the job. Perhaps the only realistic way the RF could obtain an alternative to a fire elemental was to exchange it with the MTA or CFA, who likely possessed a vault filled with extraordinary objects and materials. The cost of doing so was prohibitive. It was best not to resort to these alternatives when Ves possessed the ability to convert their existing fire elementals. Unfortunately for the fleeters, Ves could not use the exact same approach he used to make Furia. "You should understand that Furia is one of a kind," he said. "She is the wrath of red humanity and the embodiment of human supremacy in this dwarf galaxy. This is an excellent way to convert the original entity's wrath and fire into a friendlier and more productive direction. It also happens to fit the orientation of the Dominion of Man as a dreadnought that relies more on manpower than any other vessel. I do not think it will be that easy to convert the other dreadnoughts given that I cannot use the same trick anymore. There can be only a single Furia." As Ves spoke about the difficulty related to fire elementals, he suddenly made a profound realization. Was there a connection between the frozen wood elf that he obtained from the cybers and the fire elementals that served as the heart of the spark reactors employed by the RF dreadnoughts? The two had plenty of similarities. They were both energy-based life forms that still possessed a corporeal footprint. They were both mono-elemental and lacked compatibility with other E-energy attributes. They were both hostile or at least not friendly towards humans. There were differences as well. Fire elementals originated from the Milky Way galaxy while the elves probably originated from Messier 87. Their power and growth stages were also substantially different. The fire elementals were possibly centuries old and had already reached a state of maturity for much of that period. The wood elf specimen that Ves used to breathe life into Marigold was very clearly an infant. It had only existed for a very short amount of time before it got flash frozen. Despite these major differences, Ves could not help but suspect that they were actually the same kind of existence. Perhaps there may be regional variations between the different galaxies, but Ves could not ignore that they were both fundamentally elemental energy-based life forms. The biggest mystery that prevented Ves from fully believing in this theory was that he did not know where the wood elf and the fire elementals came from. Were they created in the same way? The explanation he heard about the former was probably true, but he had no hard proof that the account given by the cybers was accurate. As for the fire elementals, Ves never got a straight answer from the fleeters he talked to, not that he expected them to know anything serious. This was high-level information. Only the highest ranking and most senior of scientists should know the truth. In fact, Ves secretly guessed that the fleeters managed to acquire their fire elementals by exploiting the fire scroll. He did not forget that after the Big Two rebelled against the Five Scrolls Compact, many of the sacred scrolls went missing or shattered into pieces. The only exception was the fire scroll. The mechers and the fleeters likely prioritize its acquisition above all else because this was the only sacred scroll that could enhance the energy supply and energy levels of all of their tech. Energy was power. The more energy a war platform could channel on the battlefield, the better its performance. It was no coincidence that the defining criteria that determined whether mechs and warships fell into the third class, second class or first class categories was how much power they could generate and expend. This perspective betrayed how much the mechers and the fleeters cared about wielding as much energy as possible. Ves never found out what the MTA and CFA had done with the fire scroll now that it fell into their possession. However, it was reasonable to conclude that they secretly applied the knowledge they learned to promote innovations in energy systems. They may have also utilized its more mystical properties to produce fire elementals. These darlings of the fire elementals may not be friendly and could do a lot of damage if they ever managed to break out of their cages, but they could be incredibly useful if their power could be tapped, which the fleeters had done by stuffing them into spark reactors. Could Ves produce something similar with a wood elf? Maybe not. At the very least, the specimen was far too young. Ves would have to spend a lot of time on nurturing its growth before he could use its power to produce a drastic result. This was way too long, and there was always a risk that the wood elf might break out of its confinement. Ves did not regret the decision to feed the wood elf to the flower parasol. Perhaps Marigold may have inherited at least a part of this extraordinary creature's growth potential. We have taken your words into consideration, Astrid Jameson responded to Ves after she took a sip from a cup of tea. This is one of the reasons why we have sought limited cooperation with the Red Collective. You are not the only expert that we can consult upon when it comes to matters such as this. Our people at the Artifact Warship Department have drafted numerous different plans on how we can deify the key entities in question. We only need to conduct propaganda campaigns on the population of the Red Ocean Union in order to create a new god in the service of red humanity. It is not enough to command humans into worshipping a new god into existence, Astrid. These people have to continually maintain their awe towards the converted deity. They have to pray to it regularly and with sincerity. Lip service is not enough. They truly have to mean it. I have learned that the Cybers continually needed to prod their own population into maintaining their worship of Furia. It is easier now that this religious institution has taken root, but if the Cybers are getting killed off in great numbers or if they abandon their worship, Furia's human sympathies will weaken, causing her original alien self to become dominant. A powerful human ally will instantly turn into an awakened and incredibly angry foe. The lieutenant commander looked grim. She was well aware of the potential risks. We know that, Professor. Many of the obstructionists within the Red Fleet have used this reason to justify their rejection of our plans. They do not want to introduce more civilization-ending threats of our own making. They would rather keep our dreadnoughts weak and inadequate so long as their spark reactors remain stable and free of any elevated risks. It is only recently that enough of these obstructionists have seen the light and dropped their opposition. Their stance made sense. It was indeed the prudent choice to drag your teeth and do nothing. Unfortunately, all of the recent events that took place recently caused the Red Fleet to suffer and decline in power. If the fleeters kept burying their heads in the sand like before, then they would continue to crumble while the groups around them grew stronger. The Cybers, the Mechers, the Terrans and the Rubarthans were not afraid of embracing bold and risky innovation. They were more than willing to break the rules imposed by others as well as themselves if that was what it took to regain dominance. Since the Red Fleet is ready to go forward, which dreadnoughts are you looking to upgrade this time? Ves asked. That is a matter of great dispute. Astrid honestly said, we have our own preference, but others have their favorites as well. Your input can influence the final selection. Which ones do you think you can transform into living dreadnoughts with the least amount of risk and cost? Ves frowned. This was a tricky question to answer. I told you once before that it is best if the overall theme of the dreadnought does not overlap with that of the Dominion of Man. However, there is a lot of ambiguity in this kind of stuff. The doom of Xenos can be interpreted as focusing on eradicating aliens, but it can also be regarded as an extension of human supremacy. The former case causes little overlap. The latter is a serious problem. In the worst-case scenario, red humans will divide their faith between both dreadnoughts, thereby causing their input of faith to fall below the safety level. That may cause both converted deities to lose control and go berserk. That is one of the potential dangers that has prevented us from taking action sooner. We cannot afford to be the source of our own downfall. This was a nightmare scenario. This could very well happen if red humanity lost a huge amount of territory and lost a lot of population in the process. This explanation also highlighted an important variable. Population is the root of a living dreadnought's power. Ves slowly stated, one of the reasons why the Cybers produced so many batch humans in 53 years is to produce more worshippers to keep Furia friendly and in control. Before then, they had to keep her and the Dominion of Man in the most dormant possible state in order to prevent anything bad from happening. I do not know how many red humans can maintain the stability of the proposed new deities. The more powerful they become, the more red humans are needed to saturate them with human faith. This is also why any overlap in themes should be avoided at all costs. People can sincerely worship a god of war and a god of industry, but they cannot worship two gods of war at the same time. This is also why we are only thinking about converting 2 of our dreadnoughts through your methods. Astrid affirmed. We shall limit the remaining dreadnoughts to more conventional and less dangerous upgrades. If there is any necessity, we can always convert them into living godships at a later date. Whatever the case, we first need to make a selection. I have already told you that we are divided over this issue. Which hulls do you prefer to work with? Be honest. Ves furrowed his brows and thought over this issue. To be honest, I think I can be flexible and inventive enough to work with all 7 choices. My opinion towards this matter has changed a lot from the past. I am much more confident in my abilities nowadays. Loosely speaking, I think it would be easier for me to convert the Guns of Armageddon and Heart of Darkness into living dreadnoughts. These were 2 extremely contrasting choices. The Guns of Armageddon was a pure gunboat scaled up to dreadnought-sized proportions. Her tech and design was probably the least complicated out of all of the dreadnoughts. The Heart of Darkness on the other hand relied a lot more on weird and disturbing phenomena that most people used to regard as unscientific. Her existence was living proof that the fleeters had been naughty and experimented with the same powers that condemned the 5 Scrolls Compact. Chapter 7123, 2 ominous Ves's selection surprised the 2 fleeters. Neither Astrid nor Athena Jameson expected him to pick this unusual combination. I can understand the reasoning behind your choices, the RF officer said while furrowing her brows. If overlap is your greatest concern, then choosing dreadnoughts whose names and underlying approach towards combat are divergent from the dominion of man is an imperative. We do not have an issue with selecting the Guns of Armageddon. She is one of the favorite choices alongside the Doom of Xenus among most of my colleagues. However, the Heart of Darkness lacks far too much support. Even with your recommendation, I cannot imagine that will change, because the Heart of Darkness is the only dreadnought that is designed and built to play dirty. Astrid Jameson responded. The psychic weaponry that she depends upon to drive enemies insane are highly classified, but you can easily guess that they are not based on clean human tech. The Heart of Darkness also possesses one of the least formidable offensive armaments of the different dreadnoughts, especially after the Cybers have refitted and upgraded the Dominion of Man. If you want direct firepower, you can already obtain it from the Guns of Armageddon. Ves pointed out, instead of overcommitting to a single attack method, it is better to diversify in my opinion. The Heart of Darkness works completely differently. She seeks to destroy her enemies mentally and spiritually rather than physically. I think the Guns of Armageddon is the most optimal dreadnought to employ against the native aliens due to their reliance on big warships and bigger phase leaders. The Heart of Darkness should work especially well against the mutated Vorabugs, including the stronger variants that have shown resistance against many extraordinary effects. He made a good point. His selection might not be the most acceptable, but he believed that it was the most effective combination that the RF could choose from given the nature of the current external threats. It was useless to perpetually blast so many mutated Vorabugs. The amount of ammunition and energy wasted on annihilating these bug swarms was incalculable. The fleeters had to employ more efficient and cost-effective means to wipe them out en masse. Ves could think of no better solution than the mysterious psychic armaments that could literally drive native aliens insane. However, Astrid and the Red Fleet appeared much less eager to let this dark genie out of the bottle. The Heart of Darkness is an awful first choice, Astrid insisted to Ves. She is a weapon of terror that is more suited to sow chaos and misery behind enemy lines than to directly confront enemies on the front lines. She is also a vessel of revenge. If red humanity falls, the Heart of Darkness will plunge into alien space and tear apart entire alien societies before she is taken down. The Heart of Darkness has her strengths, but she is also an option of last resort. We prefer to win our battles by relying on honorable means. Ves snorted when he heard that. Ha, that is funny. That argument may work if we are talking about the native aliens, but not the mutated Vorabugs. The latter have no concept of honor or restraint. The insects do not respect treaties or any of the unwritten conventions that have mostly kept the use of weapons of mass destruction to a minimum. The bugs are driven by a single hive queen that is cruel and savage on a galactic level. You cannot stay on the high ground when fighting against this kind of adversary. The Heart of Darkness may have negative connotations, but this happens to be her strength. You do not need to treat the mutated Vorabugs with dignity because they are literally space vermin. He truly believed that there was a lot of potential to convert the Heart of Darkness into a living warship. Sure, the risks and dangers associated with her were greater, but her exotic means of attack also made her a lot more difficult and confounding to counter. Ves fell in love with her asymmetric warfare capabilities. She Heart of Darkness may have her problematic sides, but he was confident the fleeters could keep her in check. The converted fire elemental would also gain a domain that was drastically different from that of Furia. The probability that the two would overlap in any way was close to the bottom. Though both Astrid and Athena looked swayed by his arguments, that was not enough to change the RF's stance on the matter. There are other problems, Astrid said with difficulty. Ethical problems. The birth of Furia has led to widespread consequences, though much of them are confined to the cybernetic empire. If we bring a new deity to life that is unequivocally a dark god, how much can we trust him or her to serve red humanity and treat us well? I cannot bring myself to believe that human faith is strong enough to keep this god honest. The deity's entire nature is rooted in fire, evil and disorder. Fair enough. If you are not confident in your ability to control the Heart of Darkness in her activated spark reactor, then I suppose that this dreadnought may not be a good selection. Ves conceded. He personally disagreed, but the fleeters had the final word. If we rule out the Heart of Darkness, which dreadnought will you choose instead? Ves did not have to think too much to come up with an answer. That is a much tougher decision. The Grail of Eternity is pretty much the fleeter embodiment of support link technology. I like her concept and think she has great potential, but only if she is working alongside a large fleet. The Reign of Frost comes across as a less objectionable version of the Heart of Darkness. Her potential for crowd control against the mutated Vorabugs is excellent. Even if these insects are highly resistant towards extreme temperature fluctuations, I doubt they can withstand getting frozen in an instant. This time, Ves's suggestions sounded much more acceptable to the fleeters. Either dreadnoughts are fine as far as I am concerned, Astrid said as her tone eased up. The Admiralty will make the final decisions after weighing all of the strategic considerations. It is true that the Reign of Frost is likely more suited to be used against the mutated Vorabugs, but there is not a strong enough argument to convert her into a living dreadnought. So far, the swarming enemies have relied solely on quantity to overwhelm the Rubarthan defenders. They have yet to deploy any serious champion units that require much stronger measures to put down. That may change in the future, but if it does not, then the Grail of Eternity is a more sensible choice. The Grail of Eternity functioned as a command vessel more than anything else. This made her very versatile, as she could be accompanied by any manner of mechs and warships that possessed compatible support link arrays. The link-oriented dreadnought could be used to support a warfleet composed of vessels optimized to fight against the native aliens in one moment when fighting against the Red Cabal. If the mutated Vorabugs started to make serious progress, then the Grail of Eternity could easily transfer to another fleet that was already configured to fight against these biological opponents. In short, the dreadnought's reliance on other units was not necessarily a weakness. She was the dreadnought equivalent to mech commander and functioned as an excellent force multiplier. Are you willing to put yourself at our disposal when we call upon you to convert one of the aforementioned dreadnoughts into living godships? Astrid finally asked. I will help you guys out so long as my schedule is not too busy. Ves carefully said, it is best to notify me in advance so that I can plan it out ahead of time. I am not doing this service for free, though. There is a lot of risk involved with the procedures, and it takes a lot more thinking and effort to produce superior results than what I have managed to accomplish with the Dominion of Man. More importantly than that, I am not doing this for free. I know how much of a difference these living dreadnoughts can make for you guys. They might be as domineering as God pilots, but they are not that far behind. I do not believe that the alternative plans you have mentioned can equal my work, at least in the short term. Nothing was impossible. So long as the Red Fleet and the Red Collective were desperate enough, they may just be able to develop a substitute that could produce similar results. However, Ves still believed that he was the best provider of what the fleeters wanted the most. That had to count for a lot. We are ready to negotiate with your matriarch and the rest of your clan to provide comprehensive assistance and other perks. Astrid said, we can grant additional RF warship tokens to you, allowing you to expand your premier fleet with additional warships or form a second fleet that is under your direct control. We can also transfer useful high technologies to you or supply you with special materials that should be of considerable interest to a mech designer. We will not give you all of these concessions without restriction. We have scored everything we are willing to offer with a numerical value. We are willing to give your clan a certain quota for the successful conversion of a single dreadnought. They talked a bit more about that. It essentially enabled the Larkinsons to pick and choose what they wanted to put into their wish list. The Red Fleet would only fulfill the requests on the list according to how much it thinks the clan deserved. This quota was highly dependent on the results of the conversion. A stronger and more explosive outcome than the initial dominion of man would earn the Larkinson clan bonus points, but a partial failure would only make the fleeters fulfill a fraction of the original demands. Ves found this to be fair and convenient. He could go back to the clan and discuss with everyone what concessions they should prioritize and which ones they should place at the bottom of their wish list. Now that we have initially taken care of our main business, let us move on to other matters. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson said as he finally directed her attention back to Aurelia. Since you have chosen to bring your daughter to this meeting, I believe that you have taken one of our earlier offers under serious consideration. That was not particularly difficult to guess. Correct. My daughter is considering your offer to let her study at one of the RF's naval academies. However, the information that you have shared with us is lacking in essential details. We know nothing about the academy in question, what the curriculum will be, what courses she is allowed or not allowed to study, and what she will do upon graduation. Astrid smiled back. I see. These are understandable concerns. The fact that you are troubled by them indicates that you are taking our offer seriously. That is good to know. We are happy to provide clarifications for most of your questions. It also depends on what you wish for your child. Do you want to enroll her to our Naval Academy purely to receive the best and most professional naval officer training that our civilization can provide, or are you willing to see her build a career within the Red Fleet? Ves exchanges glances with his daughter. We are still undecided on this matter. It is why we want more information from you. We do not know enough to make a solid decision. I want to hear how Aurelia will fare among you fleeters in either scenario. If she is permitted to serve within the Red Fleet on a temporary or permanent basis, will she be able to receive combat postings, and will she be able to choose her berths? Can we request her to transfer to one of the ships of the Blue Jay Fleet, or is this decision completely out of our hands? These were all serious questions from a concerned father. While he was willing to lend the Red Fleet a measure of trust, he still wanted to hear Astrid explain what kind of treatment the fleeters were willing to extend to Aurelia. Chapter 7124. The new fleet. When Ves issued his initial demands regarding Aurelia's treatment within the Naval Academy and Red Fleet, the lieutenant commander eventually raised her hand. Stop, please, Astrid Jameson requested. It is clear that you have a lack of understanding how the Red Fleet operates these days. Our internal systems and culture has changed significantly since the Great Severing. Necessity has forced us to enact reforms and optimize our human resource management policies. For one, we cannot show any blatant favoritism towards any member of the RF. That applies to myself, my niece Athena over here, and your daughter if she chooses to enroll in our academy. That caused Ves to blink. Is it because of Archie? Astrid nodded. It is good that you are familiar with our most important smart AI. You are correct. Archie and many other assisting smart eyes have taken over vital responsibilities, the most important of which encompasses the evaluation and allocation of personnel. In the history of the Common Fleet Alliance, decisions related to promotions and postings have always involved a large amount of lobbying, influencing, horse trading and outright nepotism. I will not lie and state that the Jameson Spaceborne clan has never engaged in such practices, but I do not think that anyone disagrees that such practices heavily suppress grassroots personnel. This was not a new problem. Such phenomena took place in any organization and state, some more than others. This was simply a part of human nature. The strength of an institution and the degree of enforcement of the rules largely determined how prevalent it was for cliques and interest groups to gain special advantages over others. Ves liked to think that the Larkinson clan was set up to function as a meritocracy and that every worthy Larkinson received a chance to promote up the ranks, but the cold hard truth was that this was an unrealistic dream. A hierarchy was shaped like a pyramid for a reason. There was no need to employ too many leaders, middle managers and other officers. The competition for these positions was fierce, and those who managed to edge out their competitors might not necessarily perform any better, but they had the advantage of wealth or connections. From what Ves understood about the Red Fleet, there was not enough combat postings based on active-duty warships to go around. The Red Fleet encompassed a large number of non-combat vessels such as transport vessels, factory ships, mobile shipyards, orbital space stations and other infrastructure. Each of them needed to be crewed as well, but the fleeters who served on them had a much harder time earning merits, thereby hindering their promotion speeds. As such, A lot of fleeters were willing to pull out all of the stops in order to attain a combat posting or a designated spot on a specific warship that had a history of being active and performing well for many years. Ves attempted to play this game by requesting a favorable future combat posting for Aurelia in exchange for generous concessions. Yet Astrid appeared completely unmoved by the offer to supply more phase water, superdimensional matter and other goodies. Do not misunderstand, Professor Larkinson. We welcome your cooperation. We still want to strengthen our trade relations with your clan. However, I have an obligation to protect the integrity of our internal affairs. It is not possible to provide extra treatment to your daughter. Doing so will make it unfair to other cadets that may deserve the limited teaching resources that our academy can deliver. Only students who have earned good marks and shown good work ethic may gain access to rewards such as additional tutoring, access to more restricted courses and entering a more elite educational track. I see. Look on the bright side, Astrid said with a reassuring expression. The Red Fleet will not show any favoritism, but we will not treat anyone unfairly either. Every interaction is monitored by Archie or one of the other smart ice. Certain behavior that we consider unsavory no longer takes place because those who perpetrate them will earn a negative evaluation. What I mean to say is that we may not be able to give your daughter special treatment, but none of her classmates will be able to enjoy it either. At the same time, Aurelia will not be targeted or unfairly disadvantaged in any way. She will be treated just as fairly as Athena. The young naval cadet in question echoed this sentiment with a silent nod. She obviously agreed with her aunt. Though this situation did not sound ideal to Ves, it was not too bad either. He could save a lot of resources now that he knew that it was useless to bribe the fleeters to ensure that Aurelia received favorable treatment. Okay, I get it, he said. I do not know Archie too well, but from what I have heard and witnessed from afar, it takes its duty seriously and has done a good job of maintaining its partiality. I am still kind of surprised that you fleeters are willing to let a smart AI remain in charge of such a vitally important function of your super organization. Archie does not operate with impunity while its main instance resides in an inaccessible silo. The RF officer responded. Our AI developers and computer scientists are constantly updating and improving his programming. Commodore Zonrad Rees has received multiple commendations for suggesting multiple promising upgrades and optimizations of our artificial intelligences. So what is the Red Fleet's current relationship with Smart Ice? We believe we can coexist and work together to remove every source of darkness from our dwarf galaxy. Letting humans run the Red Fleet is unfeasible due to our enormous reliance on technology. Letting ICE run our essential systems without adequate supervision is a recipe for disaster. No. We have come to believe that we can attain the best results by working together. We have based much of our new ideology on how mech forces have come to embrace the living mechs designed by you and your Larkinsons. You have shown us all that we do not have to fear non-human intelligences so long as they are made by us and are subjected to our influence. She truly meant what she said. Ves still found it amazing that this lady used to take the lead in attacking his living mechs. The 5th Enforcement Fleet under the leadership of Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson had always been the least tolerant towards breaking taboos and embracing extraordinary phenomena. Yet that was exactly what the fleeters under the sway of the Jamesons were doing. In the span of only a few years, they went from completely rejecting cultivation science and all of its dangerous baggage to actively embracing its benefits. Of course, Ves knew that the fleeters truly had little choice in the matter. They had to keep up with the rapid progress that took place since the start of the Age of Dawn. Ves leaned forward and stared into Astrid's eyes. If you guys can give enough assurances that Aurelia will be treated no worse than any other fleeter if she attends your naval academy, then I am willing to let my daughter study to become a qualified naval officer. The same must apply to her future postings if she chooses to pursue a career within the RF. While I am willing to believe in your verbal statements and promises, I would like to have it formalized in a contract. He wanted everything to be in writing. Just to be sure, he could never be too careful when it came to his daughter's future. Although his request directly betrayed his lack of trust towards the Red Fleet, Astrid took it in stride. If that is what is necessary for you to believe in our systems, then that can be arranged. She said with a smile. The Red Fleet is fair. Those who have proven themselves to be competent and ready to take on greater responsibilities will naturally receive promotions when they are ready. Fleeters who embody our ideals and propagate our values will earn greater priority than those who drag their feet or exhibit too many selfish traits. I understand, Ves said. You are saying that if Aurelia wants to rise up the ranks and receive the best combat postings, she will have to earn them fair and square. I do not have any objections to that. As long as she is given a fair stage to compete against her peers, I am confident in her abilities. What do you think, Aurelia? His daughter agreed with his father. If the Red Fleet has opened up and is willing to give external personnel such as myself the same opportunities as the members of the Spaceborne clans, then I have no grounds for complaints. Do not worry, young lady. There is not much we can do to improve your conditions, but we do have limited room for maneuver. Astrid revealed, my ancestor holds great sway over the RF and can push to implement policies that can indirectly help you. For example, she can propose the establishment of new courses where you can develop your talents better. She can also found new departments where you have more opportunities to leverage your strengths, or assign special missions to the ship you are assigned to that just happens to give you a podium to excel. These were fairly innocent tricks that show clear bias but still fell within the revised rules of the Red Fleet. This was why Ves did not believe that the RF had become a full meritocracy. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson would still do her best to give her fellow Jamesons a few more chances than others. Of course, those Jamesons still needed to be competent enough to translate those opportunities into actual gains. If the members of this Spaceborne clan had started to grow complacent, then no amount of maneuvering from the Fleet Admiral could help her descendants climb up the hierarchy. As Ves and Astrid talked about the new wind blowing through the corridors of the Red Fleet, they soon touched upon a slightly sensitive topic. Is it possible for Aurelia to earn the qualifications to serve aboard a dreadnought and preferably a living dreadnought early in her naval career? He asked. That caused both Jamesons in the courtyard to frown. These are the most desirable postings of all. The lieutenant commander carefully replied. The vast majority of officers and ratings assigned to them have completed multiple tours on different warships. The spacers serving on our precious dreadnoughts cannot afford to make any mistakes. This is why they have significantly less space for young and untested trainees. It is much more prudent for recent graduates to accrue vital experience aboard other hulls. That said, what you have said is not impossible. Enlighten us. What conditions does Aurelia have to meet to get an early posting on a living dreadnought? I cannot mention any specifics as I do not have access to this information. I can only make an educated guess. First, she needs to graduate in the top 10 or top 5 of her cohort. She must prove her intellect and her capacity to learn and apply the many lessons she has learned. Second, she needs to master one or multiple specializations that are notoriously difficult to learn. It would be best if those specializations match the strengths of the dreadnought in question. For example, if your daughter wishes to serve on the Grail of Eternity, then she should earn high marks in any courses related to support link technology. All of that made sense. The dreadnoughts recruited their personnel based on necessity first and foremost. So long as Aurelia pursued a focused educational program and did her best to turn herself into an ideal addition to a dreadnought crew complement, then Archie or another smart AI would naturally allocate her to the flagship's personnel roster. Of course, doing so was easier said than done. The competition for a combat posting on a dreadnought was intense. Many intelligent fleeters fought for the same goal. They were all older than Aurelia and had spent considerably more time on strengthening their qualifications. She had her work cut out for her if she wanted to become a part of the crew of the most powerful warships of the Red Ocean one day. Chapter 7125. A new strategic partnership. The mood in the garden courtyard had grown warmer. Both sides were satisfied with the initial promises they obtained from each other. Although they still had to hammer out the details in a formal agreement, they had already completed the most important steps. The lawyers and the other bureaucrats only had to follow the lead of their principals and make sure the legal terms aligned with the verbal commitments. Ves knew that as long as both sides completed the contract and signed it, the Larkinson clan would become a lot more aligned to the Red Fleet than before. The nature of their relationship would change. Ves and the Larkinsons had long maintained a special relationship with the Red Association for obvious reasons. Now, their relationship with the Red Fleet was bound to catch up in a massive way. The fleeters wanted living dreadnoughts badly in order to make up for the heartbreaking loss of the Dominion of Man. In order to satisfy this priority goal, the fleeters were finally willing to drop their caution and suspend many of the annoying rules that used to play a useful role but had now become impediments to their recovery. The fleeters were generally a lot more hesitant about cooperating with third parties than the mechers. Ves applauded their willingness to change this stance and gather the courage to entrust vital responsibilities to external parties. Naturally, the Larkinson clan was not willing to do all of this for free. Even though he and Astrid did not go into the specifics during this conversation, the negotiators from the Larkinson clan would definitely fight hard to secure as many concessions on the wish list as possible. High technology, warship designs, super-class materials, RF warship tokens and training quotas were all up for grabs. Since the Larkinson clan lacked a naval tradition, then why not remedy that and build one from scratch? It was probably impossible to ever catch up to the Red Fleet or one of the major players, but that was way too extravagant of a goal. Ves would already be happy if the Larkinsons were able to field a single proper warfleet. What was more important was that his daughter could be the one that led this initiative. It might take a few decades to realize this grand plan, but once it bore fruit, Aurelia would effectively be in control of one of the military arms of the Larkinson clan. That could serve as her springboard to become the next matriarch of the clan, though it was not strictly necessary for her to take over leadership. If the Larkinson clan failed to maintain its impressive growth rate, then it may be better for Aurelia to stick with the Red Fleet and rise up the ranks by serving on its warships. It would be great if she could find a way to get assigned to a living dreadnought. Out of the 7 that still remained in the hands of the Red Fleet, Ves believed that the Grail of Eternity fit her best. She could make excellent use of her talents and extraordinary capabilities so long as she occupied a high enough position. The Grail of Eternity was the ultimate flagship. The Dreadnought was such a powerful command and support vessel that any fleet could win extremely lopsided battles, just like the Premier Fleet. Was it possible for Aurelia to become the High Captain of this precious warship one day? Ves did not dare to dream about this possibility. He knew that it would take many decades for her to earn consistent merits and climb up the ranks. Besides, there were many other RF officers whose qualifications were vastly superior. None of them wanted to give up on this precious opportunity. They never stopped investing in themselves. They took extra courses, studied in their free time and made significant contributions that placed them higher on the list of candidates. It was unrealistic to expect his daughter to be able to overtake all of these seasoned fleeters. The only way she could beat all of them while she was still relatively young was to become more competent than all of them. If she truly wanted to take over command of the powerful dreadnought, then she needed to develop a special skill or ability that synergized extremely well with the massive vessel in question. If she mastered a unique ability that could increase the combat effectiveness of a dreadnought by 50% or more, then that would definitely be a compelling reason to put her in charge. This was not an impossible scheme. Even if Ves had no clue how to accomplish this goal, he still had plenty of years to think about it. As far as he knew, the RF should not have a rule that prevented him from giving his daughter additional aid. A better way to approach this problem was to persuade his mother to lend her formidable expertise. So long as she agreed to work with him to develop a special solution, Aurelia would definitely be able to develop a powerful ability that could secure her place within the ranks of the fleeters. Of course, that was assuming that she had any desire to join the RF. Ves turned back to his daughter. She appeared enthused about the prospects of attending a naval academy. "Are you still on board with this, Aurelia?" "Yes," she nodded. "I am more and more convinced that this is the right path for me. As attractive as it is to become a mech commander, I do not think I am cut out to pilot a Karman command mech, even if it is a custom one designed by you. I lack the warrior mindset that Andraste has in abundance." "I see. You don't necessarily have to stick to a single choice, you know. Once you think you can afford to divert enough time for it, you can always come back to request a Karman mech of your own. We will always be ready to design one for your needs." Aurelia was not certain whether she would accept this offer. It was not unheard of for the Red Fleet to field their own mechs, just like how the Red Association fielded its own warships. Both super organizations recognized that mechs and warships both had a place in their lineup. That did not mean they had to like it. The fleeters avoided mechs out of principle whenever possible. Even the introduction of Karman mechs did not change that. If their potentates possessed enough conviction to never make use of their favorable genetic aptitudes, then their norms should be no different. Unless the Red Fleet suddenly decided to embrace Karman mechs for whatever reason on a large scale, it would be politically disadvantageous for Aurelia to pilot her own Karman mech, even if she did so on a part-time basis. Ves felt a bit regretful if Aurelia did not make use of her meager but still valid genetic aptitude. The ability to pilot a Karman mech might come handy in emergencies and other situations. At the very least, Ves would feel reassured if she had an escape option. A superdimensional Karman mech equipped with a cruise drive should easily be able to flee the battlefield and make it back to safe harbor by itself. Then again, an interstellar shuttle could do the same, so it was not strictly necessary for Aurelia to pilot a Karman mech. As Ves and Astrid continued to exchange words, the latter seemed pleased enough to make an additional promise. Seeing that you are willing to entrust your daughter in our care, we will do our best to increase our presence in your Blue Jay fleet. The lieutenant commander said. Commodore Zonrad Rees and his small squadron hail from the Admiral Mealy of the 7th Light Fleet. I am sure that he and his men have comported themselves well while being assigned to your escort force, but the Babylon excavator and her escorts are rather light on firepower. Does that mean you will try to transfer a battleship to the Blue Jay fleet? We cannot make any promises, Professor. The Red Ocean is undergoing rapid changes, and so is the Red Fleet. Battleships are still vital to the defense of many star systems, though we are enduring mech less pressure than before after we have withdrawn our fleets from Terran and Rubarth in space. If there is any time to transfer a battleship to your Blue Jay fleet, it is now. However, you will have to add this demand to your wish list in order to make this happen. I highly recommend you do. It would be too dangerous for you to travel across the Red Ocean without sufficient protection. He took her words seriously. Ves was also rather dissatisfied that the RF maintained a very small presence in the Blue Jay fleet. A battleship, especially one that was designed and built by the fleeters, possessed great significance. This was a vessel that could intimidate many humans and aliens. Its presence also conveyed a lot of indirect protection to Ves. Few people wanted to mess with a mech designer that had received so much appreciation that the RF was willing to dispatch a real battleship to keep him safe. Of course, the addition of a battleship would also piss off the Red Association. Ves did not look forward to straining his relationship with the mechers, but he felt it was important to diversify his contacts and strategic partnerships. If the Red Association began to fracture as he suspected, then Ves needed to lean on another powerful patron in order to keep him and his clan safe. Although Ves did not keep up with fleeter politics, he had the feeling that the RF's factions had much less reasons to fight against each other. At most, their ideologies and favored strategies might clash against each other, but Fleet Admiral Argyle and Fleet Admiral Jameson had too much to lose if they split up with each other. They would lose the economies of scale and find it difficult to support their overhead. Just thinking about divvying up their assets and personnel was enough to keep them stuck for a long time. Ves and Astrid finally addressed the final topic of the agenda. The latter placed her hand on Athena Jameson's shoulders. Do you have enough time to impart a custom companion spirit for her? The earlier you can do so, the better. It would be ideal if her companion spirit is mature enough to be productive straight away. Blinky had been spending much of this time examining Athena very closely. The Star Cat thoroughly understood the young fleeter's spiritual condition. You were right to bring her to me, he told her. She possesses remarkable talent. Her spirituality is strong enough that it should be easy to give her a complete companion spirit as opposed to a seed that needs time to develop her power. Can you explain your requirements to me? I need to know what sort of companion spirit you want to commission. Astrid turned and faced her niece. Athena, share your request. A companion spirit is a deeply personal matter, so it is only right for you to specify your own demands. The young girl nodded in gratitude before she faced Ves with a serious expression on her youthful face. To my understanding, companion spirits can possess different inclinations than their human counterparts, is that correct? Yes, Ves confirmed. This applies to the cultivation method as well as elemental affinity. Your companion spirit can follow a completely different route from your own, allowing you to create excellent synergies with yourself. You can also choose to double up on your existing inclinations, allowing you to deepen your comprehension and mastery over a single specialization. What do you prefer the most? Broadening your capabilities or deepening your mastery? Athena considered this question for a brief moment. The latter. A warship is not crewed by a single individual. It is not necessary for a spacer to become proficient in dozens of different areas of expertise. What is more prized among the Red Fleet is becoming hypercompetent in a single specialization. Redundancy is important, but there are always enough crew to satisfy other responsibilities. Good answer. Let me see what I can do, then. Chapter 7126, Athena's Strength. Athena Jameson was a chi cultivator. She already possessed a strong spirituality by nature, but she actively developed it early on by practicing a chi cultivation method that was unfamiliar to Ves. While he could not glean too many details about the chi cultivation method devised by the Red Fleet, Blinky was perceptive enough to figure out that it had to be centered around a specific application of time. Yes, time. This was the first time that Ves had met a proper if somewhat young and immature time cultivator. That was not all. Athena's cultivation was very focused. She did not try to bite more than she could chew. She was still young, so her capacity to understand extremely abstruse concepts was far from the best. She already faced an uphill battle in getting started with a cultivation method based on the time attribute. As far as E-energy attributes were concerned, time consistently entered the top 10 in popularity and desirability, even managing to beat out space. Unfortunately, just as space, ordinary people virtually had no chance of developing any special powers based on time. It was just too difficult to get started. From what he heard, the few success cases within the Red Collective all relied on powerful external reagents in order to help them get past the insanely high threshold. Ves believed that the Jameson Spaceborne clan must have invested a huge amount of capital in order to get Athena started on her exclusive cultivation method. It made no sense if that was not the case. She was too young, and even if her inherent talent gave her a leg up, that was far from enough to wield a fraction of the power of time. It was not his business to get to the bottom of this matter. No matter how the Jamesons managed to get one of their descendants to become a time cultivator, the important part was that they managed to attain initial success. Athena managed to overcome one of the most difficult hurdles, but she still had plenty of other challenges ahead of her journey. The difficulty of making further progress was undoubtedly high. She would definitely have to push herself beyond her limits on a repeated basis in order to overcome her many bottlenecks. Yet all of it would be worth it. As long as her special cultivation method was powerful enough, she would gain increasing proficiency and control over specific aspects of time. If Blinky's examination of Athena's structured spirituality was correct, then the young naval cadet had chosen to forego much of the advantages of time in favor of viewing short glimpses of the future. In other words, Athena had aspirations to become a prophet of sorts, but not the mysterious and confounding kind like Ylvain. She only wanted to observe a preview of what might happen a few seconds or a few minutes from the present. Clever, Ves said as he directed an appreciative gaze towards Athena. My experience with prophets and foresight is mixed. Don't get me wrong. You can get an early warning and find out a great deal of stuff from a prophecy, but the further you look into the future, the costlier it gets. The consumption and difficulty gets even higher if you try to predict the actions of phase leaders and high-ranking mech pilots over such a lengthy span of time. If you limit your future glimpse to just 30 seconds in the future, then that is an excellent way to minimize your consumption and reduce the reliability of your predictions. Both Astrid and Athena looked surprised at Ves. You have a sound understanding of some of the main variables involved with Athena's specialization. The female lieutenant commander said, We have indeed devised a time-oriented cultivation method for her that seeks to grant her more accurate and reliable insight into what will unfold in the short term. This is all she needs in order to become a more effective naval officer at a station where she is able to make good use of the information she has obtained from her near-future vision. Whether that is at a gunnery station, the bridge or a command station, even a few seconds worth of foresight can mean the difference between victory and loss. She explained a bit more about the principles and goals of Athena's special cultivation method. While she did not recite the specific mantras and cultivation steps, she supplied enough specific information to Ves to get a better idea on what sort of companion spirit would best complement the young girl. Ves grew more and more impressed with the layout of the fleeters who had devised this cultivation method from scratch. They were already scientists with a good grasp on theoretical physics. In order to devise a time-based cultivation methods, they went deep into the Red Fleet and Red Collective's archives and read every scripture that contained even a hint of prophecy and time manipulation. Much of that knowledge was obscure, abstruse, incomplete and likely incorrectly translated. There was so much that could go wrong if they attempted to make use of all of the bizarre and contradictory information. Yet the scientists ignored all of it. They instead collated everything they learned and cut all of the dubious, dangerous and outright fabricated contents. That left them with only a fraction of rules and principles that sounded at least somewhat consistent and reliable. This was what they used as the core building blocks of the time-based cultivation method that Athena successfully practiced. This explained why her spirituality was so focused and lacking in complexity. The RF cultivation scientists did not dare to mess with powers beyond their comprehension, so they cut everything aside from the bare essentials. That was already enough. Perhaps the ability to see what would happen 30 seconds from now might not be powerful in absolute terms, but it could absolutely make an enormous difference in many battles. The ability to time an attack salvo for devastating effect or predict an incoming enemy attack salvo in advance could make an enormous difference for any warfleet. Being able to predict the movements and actions of powerful enemy phase lords in advance could help warships survive the onslaught and launch much more effective counterattacks than normal. While Athena was unlikely to develop the power to change the passage of time or travel back to the past, she gained a lot of stability and reliability in the process. Ves bet that as long as her cultivation had advanced past a certain point, she should even be capable of witnessing the future actions of god pilots. This was what mattered the most. The ability to reliably foresee the actions of strong opponents was incredibly valuable and could not be replicated with technology. Prophecies had a tendency to be inaccurate or get a number of important details wrong because they only foresaw a small range of many possible future scenarios. Athena should not suffer from this problem. Looking several seconds or a minute ahead at most drastically cut down on the divergent scenarios. Specializing in near-future predictions also enabled Athena to become extremely good at distinguishing the more accurate scenarios from the inaccurate ones. All of this meant that Athena already possessed excellent potential without factoring in a companion spirit. Of course, there was always room for improvement. This was where Ves could lend a hand. Rather than rely on the uncontrollable growth process of a companion spirit fruit, the Jamesons wanted Ves to engineer a custom solution for Athena. He already came up with a proposal. From what I can gather from my observations and your explanations, Athena's ability to glimpse into the future can only be triggered on command. She needs to consciously execute a technique or spell that will enable her to find out what happens a second in the future or whatever. Is that correct? The young lady nodded. That is so. Our cultivation scientists may be able to expand upon that in the future, but that is not certain. I may need to develop my own techniques because my comprehension of time will soon be greater than others. That was one of the downsides of pioneering a new field, specialization or cultivation method. Athena certainly had her work cut out for her, but perhaps Ves could make her burden a little more bearable. I can make a companion spirit that can leverage her power differently. He said, I am thinking about engineering a solution that enables her companion spirit to gain a sort of danger sense. This will be a passive ability that is constantly active. No matter whether Athena is distracted, preoccupied or asleep, her companion spirit will always maintain a level of alertness towards threats or highly detrimental events that has a high likelihood of taking place in the immediate future. Astrid looked slightly intrigued. That sounds useful, but not so much for an RF officer. I would have a different opinion if you imparted this capability to a mech pilot, but the pace of combat is much slower on a warship. Incoming attacks are much less likely to breach the defenses of a vessel even if they come at a surprise. I am not discounting the usefulness of this danger sense ability, but I do not think it is worth dedicating an entire companion spirit towards this outcome. Fair enough. Ves shrugged. Another suggestion would be to give Athena more time to process the information that she has gained from her future vision and issue detailed and well-considered orders to any subordinates. After all, what is the use of an advance warning of a dozen seconds when you hardly have any time to think about how to form the best response? That generated a bit more interest from both Jamesons. Is it possible for a companion spirit to speed up the passage of time around myself? Athena asked with hopeful eyes. Ves raised his palms. Probably, but trying to make one is likely beyond my means. I do not possess enough comprehension in time manipulation and the time attribute to create such an extravagant companion spirit. At most, I can create a seed that may develop and sprout in the desired direction, but this will take a very long time, and the outcome is not guaranteed. What I have in mind is more modest than literally accelerating the passage of time on a physical level. I think it is much more attainable if we accelerate your thinking instead. It would be like connecting to a supercharged version of the ED-net for a brief moment of time. That sounded a lot more realistic. Both Astrid and Athena thought about the proposal. This ability sounds useful but underwhelming. Astrid eventually said, Athena already possesses a high-quality cranial implant. Her chi cultivation method has also expanded and sped up her thinking through different means. I know, but the companion spirit can potentially make a huge difference if she is specialized in this task. Ves responded, while I cannot give you an estimate on how powerful the effect may be, I think it will be possible for her to spend hours on planning while only a handful of seconds in reality. This ability is incredibly useful even if she does not make use of her foresight. A battle between warships may be slower paced, but there are always moments on the battlefield where sudden changes and occurrences necessitate a rapid change in plans. If those plans are too hastily made, then that could lead to a cascade of mistakes. Athena will never suffer from that problem. She will distinguish herself in command as a powerful thinker and a strategist who can always lead her fleet to victory. He painted a very optimistic picture about Athena's potential future as a naval commander. Battles in space often revolved around information and timing. Athena's grasp on time enabled her to strengthen her grasp on both, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver enemy commanders in many different situations. A companion spirit that could make all of this possible should be worth a fortune. Chapter 7127. The Blitz Watch. After Astrid and Athena Jameson eventually became swayed by the ability to speed up thinking, Ves went to work. It was possible but a bit difficult for him to create a companion spirit by relying on the spirituality of Athena alone. To her credit, she did not only rely on her naturally strong spirituality, but also worked hard to cultivate and expand her strengths. Yet it was a bit of a stretch for Ves to create a companion spirit for a woman who only specialized in short-term foresight. Fortunately, the fleeters were quite knowledgeable and brought a variety of different materials and curiosities. Armored guards brought the secure containers into the courtyard after going through rigorous checks. Ves inspected each of the materials. They were mostly exotics or hypers that possessed a special connection with time. Some naturally accelerated the passage of time a few meters around them. Others messed with Ves's perception and caused him to see a few milliseconds ahead or behind. The value of these materials were extremely high. Each of these special materials could be used to help an individual get started in a time-based cultivation method. They could also be used to promote their understanding of specific aspects or concepts of time. Though Ves wanted to spend a lot more time with them, he had a job to do, so he went to work. He picked up a hyper material that accelerated time in the immediate area and began to extract this quality and blended it with the branch of spirituality that he split from Athena. It had been a long time since he created a custom companion spirit, but he did not get rusty at all. He was still familiar with the basic theory and methods. He and Blinky had grown considerably since last time and were able to complete much finer and more delicate steps with less risk of complications. In the end, Athena only had to go through a period of pain as Ves literally rearranged and upgraded a part of her soul. It was worth it as far as they were concerned. At Athena's request, Ves created a mostly inanimate companion spirit for her. It took the form of an archaic but decorative silver pocket watch. Ves had embellished its design with jewels and symbols that possessed a clear naval theme. It looked good enough to become a masterwork as far as he was concerned. It was too bad that it was only a spiritual product. A part of him felt a bit regretful that it did not take the form of a living organism. It would have been more animate if that was the case, but Athena very clearly did not want to split her identity. While the stopwatch was technically a second personality of sorts, Athena simply treated it as an object that happened to be governed by a smart AI. Though Ves disapproved of her behavior, he only issued her a single warning before dropping the matter. It was ultimately up to Athena herself how she wanted to treat her other self. "Done," he said with satisfaction. He showed no hint of fatigue. "That went well. Thank you for being prepared and bringing so many different materials related to time to me. This commission is much easier to complete with material assistance. Is this stuff for sale, by the way?" Astrid Jameson immediately shook her head. "I am afraid not. We are under strict orders to bring all of the unused samples back without exception. I am not authorized to trade them to you under any circumstances. Their strategic value is so high that it is unlikely that you will be able to trade for them. We will not give them up even if you are willing to exchange weapon-grade superdimensional matter for them. Time-attributed materials are so rare that just bringing them here was a challenge on its own." Ves was not so sure whether the fleeters would remain so obstinate. It could be just a negotiating tactic meant to persuade the Larkinsons to offer up the good stuff in exchange for these time-based resources. As the RF guards carefully brought the containers away, Ves examined the new companion spirit as Athena gradually grew more familiar with its initial capabilities. "I hope that you are satisfied with what you have gained. What name have you chosen for your new companion spirit?" "I shall call it the Blitz Watch," Athena said. "I am thinking about commissioning an identical pocket watch in reality. If it is designed and assembled correctly, the physical watch may be able to amplify my companion spirit." Ves nodded in agreement. "That has been my experience as well. Will you accept this commission, then? We only ask you to recreate this companion spirit in reality. I do not think I will accept your second commission, but not because I dislike this job. I have a busy schedule, and it is only going to grow even busier due to all of the agreements that I expect to make by the end of this year. I have already solved the most important problem for you. The Blitz watch in its current form is more than capable of taking care of this young lady. Any master artisan will be able to create a worthy recreation of your companion spirit. Though the pair of Jamesons briefly looked disappointed, they quickly adjusted. Ves was right, the Jamesons managed to secure their most important goals. There were no more items on the agenda for this meeting. After a bit of small talk, Astrid and Athena rose up in a clear signal that they wished to depart this site and urgently regain connection to the Red Fleet. Ves and Astrid shook hands while Aurelia and Athena cautiously exchanged contact information. Will the two have any chance to become classmates? Ves asked as he and the lieutenant commander observed the pair of kids. Possibly, the RF officer responded. Athena has already started her studies at one of our naval academies situated in Xianxia. I can arrange to have your daughter transferred to the same school, but the two are unlikely to sit in the same classrooms, at least at first. After they have passed the initial semesters, then the probability of meeting each other will rise, as every naval cadet must make their own decisions on which courses they wish to pursue. The older naval cadets all follow their own curriculums as only they understand their own wants, needs and capabilities the best. He could understand why this approach could enable the two young girls to intersect with each other. However, Ves did not think that Aurelia would only be able to make a single friend while she was enrolled at the Naval Academy. She was too charming to ignore. Combined with her parentage and her social skills, Ves believed that she would be able to find her place among the fleeters. Of course, that was assuming the high and mighty RF did not make any serious attempts at inconveniencing her life. After the Jamesons finally departed from the courtyard, it felt a lot emptier than before. Aurelia shed her slightly naive and childlike demeanor and carried herself as if she was already an adult. The fleeters are desperate. That was an understatement. The fleeters are stuck in a tiny slice of human-occupied space, with two colonial alliances having cast off the shackles of the old order. All of this means that the Red Fleet is only effectively able to draw resources from the Red Ocean Union, and not entirely at that, as the fleeters cannot afford to spread dissatisfaction among the states that remain. All of this means that the RF has their supply of raw materials cut off by a huge margin. This is especially bad for the fleeters as they are reliant on building lots of large hulls to replenish the losses they suffered at the front lines. The Red Fleet simply hadn't been tested in this capacity. They had to go into this adverse situation without any preparation or game plan. Even now, they were probably scrambling to reduce the size of their warship designs and possibly cancel or postpone existing battleship construction. Those huge multi-kilometer warships undeniably had power, but they were vastly more expensive to build, run and repair. Aurelia made a profound observation. Circumstances have dragged the Red Fleet off its pedestal. It is now learning how to operate much like other states, and organizations that no longer have access to nearly unlimited resources is strange to the fleeters. Not all of them are handling this transition well. Ves smiled. The Red Two are long overdue a humbling lesson. So long as the fleeters are able to adapt and survive this difficult period of time, they should be much more in sync with our changing environment. Aurelia took a considerable risk by choosing to attend an RF educational institution as opposed to the many alternatives. If she wanted to become a competent naval officer, then she could have applied to the naval academies set up by the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact and the Cybernetic Empire. Sure, these star empires might not have a strong and up-to-date understanding on how to operate warships, but they all had long memories. Their databases should definitely contain a lot of old knowledge that should still remain relevant to this day. The merchant marine and military support services likely played an indispensable role in restoring their capability to train and crew warships. There were many differences between operating an armed ship and unarmed ship, but there was a lot of overlap as well. The traditions were not completely different. Spacers, who previously served on shipping vessels or carrier vessels, should easily be able to crew a warship after going back to school for a couple of semesters. That did not mean that all spacers were cut out to be soldiers, but they might not have any choice in the matter. Red humanity still faced two implacable enemies. If the situation continued to deteriorate despite the emergence of the Cybernetic Empire, then it was conceivable for more and more spacers to be conscripted and assigned to warships. These big vessels needed lots of personnel in order to run properly. There was only so much automation could do, and the fleeters still maintained reasonable boundaries when it came to giving their increasingly more famous smart ice access to the systems of their precious vessels. Are you optimistic about the RF's future? No, his daughter responded. I am not pessimistic about it either. I simply do not know what will happen in the future. My main purpose for the time being is to receive the highest quality of naval officer training. Even if the RF crumbles apart in the next 5 years, the operation of the Academy should remain stable. At worst, the Academy may be looking for a new owner. If the RF manages to stabilize its situation, are you interested in entering into its service? Who knows, Papa, I will wait until I am close to graduation before I make this decision. I do not know enough to make an informed decision at this time. That was a prudent and probably the most correct answer. Ves smiled at his daughter. I love you so much. I am happy that we have managed to arrange your future education. While your mother and I most definitely want you close to us for a while longer, we are still able to bear your decision to study here in your install so long as you are safe and happy. This location is central enough that it should be easy for the Blue Jay fleet to drop by and give us an opportunity to visit you every now and then. Perhaps I might have to look into buying fixed property or even setting up another branch of our clan. Property prices in this central star node has gone through the roof, but I am sure our clan is able to afford a modest estate. Chapter 7128, Delinquent Hunters. After concluding a massive deal with the Red Fleet, Ves began to meet with the other representatives. He asked Aurelia whether she wanted to stay with him or leave and enjoy the activities on the other continents. It might be fun for her to accompany Athena for a day. She refused with the shake of her head. I want to be present while you negotiate with others. I want to see how it is done. It is not often that I am allowed to witness these talks. As for Athena, I should be able to meet with her plenty of times once I attend the Naval Academy. With that said, Aurelia settled into her seat. There was never a dull moment as Clixie offered her back for pets while Marigold embraced her new role as the young lady's companion, maid and protector. The next appointment came with the arrival of Deep Wanderer Soto Nil. He and his fellow hunters still garbed themselves in their savage leathers, hides and bone trinkets. Though the hunters had been forced to disarm in order to step foot onto the microplanet, they still exuded an air of repressed danger and savagery. They briefly glanced at Aurelia and especially her new medallion. They also directed a wary glance towards Marigold. The hunters somehow recognized how dangerous the humanized artifact could be, especially since she possessed a lot of autonomy. Even so, they reserved most of vigilance towards Ves, knowing that he was a phase lord who could put up a mean fight if he was desperate. The hunters couldn't help it. They were predators. They had hunted prey that were bigger and stronger than themselves. The biggest difference between the hunters and the apex predators that fell to them was intelligence. The Deep Wanderer was able to travel deeper behind enemy lines and hunt prey on planets normally held by the native aliens before slipping away completely unnoticed due to being smart about it. The hunters did not utilize the best tech, nor made use of the most expensive gear, but they were consistently able to fell giants by targeting their weaknesses. No true hunter was truly harmless. No hunter ceased to think about the best and most efficient way to kill you. No hunter was a fool. As the hunter entourage entered the garden courtyard, they did not hide their contempt at the surroundings. What other people regarded as a masterful and harmonious display of horticulture, the hunters only saw a pale mockery of Mother Nature. The untamed planets possessed an abundance of wild power. Each exo-beast could mutate into a more powerful and unrestrained version of itself. Once they turned into mutated beasts, they quickly dominated the ecosystem. If they won enough battles, they eventually evolved into calamity beasts, which were literally capable of producing localized calamities that could out nearly any hostile force, be they other exo-beasts or human mechs. As for the next step, no evolved creature had yet crossed this massive threshold, mostly because the hunters usually wiped out every calamity beast to prevent the worst from happening. Unfortunately, the Hunting Association was not able to stretch too deep into alien space. The hunters all feared that the alien races would remain ignorant and complacent about the true threat posed by leaving mutated beasts and calamity beasts unchecked. Yet their fears about the Red Cabal and the other alien races botching this responsibility had taken a backseat. Ever since the mutated Vorabugs revealed themselves to be a massive threat to any organic being in the Red Ocean, the hunters entered into a bad mood. None of their hunting strategies worked against these implacable swarm creatures. Their weapons and other strange capabilities worked more or less, but when they were being flooded by millions of small but still fairly resilient bugs, no weapon system could last that long. The mutated vorobugs represented a bug in the system. They did not enrich an ecosystem. They drained it of all of its vitality and biodiversity. No creature could survive their voracious hunger. Every organic matter disappeared in their gullets, only to be digested and used to produce more of their kind. This turned the vorobugs into a massive existential threat. There was no way to reach a compromise with it. At least the native aliens were civilized enough to understand and abide by the concepts of ceasefire and treaties. As for the vorobugs, they devoured the copies of treaties. Perhaps it might be possible to conclude a deal with the mysterious alien entity that reigned at the top, but if there were limits to what the hunters could accomplish. If it was possible to solve the mutated vorobug problem this way, then the huntsman would have already taken action by this time. The fact that the mutated vorobugs remained a serious threat and that the hunters sought out Ves in particular meant that the hunting association had no other choice. The bugs needed to be fought against, but all existing mechs and solutions were not suited to be deployed against this enemy type. This was what mech designers like Ves was for. People like him never believed that any single enemy was unbeatable. The main reason why Red humanity is struggling to fight against the mutated vorobugs is because we have yet to design and field the right solutions to the problem. Ves spoke with confidence as he addressed the hunters. My mergewater mech concept can be one of those solutions. It has its flaws and shortcomings, but its strengths should be undeniable. I had hoped you guys would see its value back when the native aliens were the only enemies we had to worry about. The hunters most definitely heard his unspoken accusation. Instead of addressing it directly so that they could clear the air between the two sides, the Deep Wanderer chose to sidestep it. This was a convenient action. How soon can you begin development of your mergewater mechs? Not so quickly, Ves honestly responded. While our cooperation on this elemental Karman mech design project has stalled for a number of months, I have already formed initial agreements with the Cybernetic Empire and the Red Association about 2 other elemental Karman mech design projects. I need to be fair to them and prioritize them first before it is finally your turn. Can you not design them concurrently? Ves shook his head. No, my time is limited and my work output can only be split into so many projects at a time. I am already committed to working on the Promethea Mark II project, the Lionheart Mark II project. Furthermore, I may also need to participate in the design of 2 first-class multipurpose mech design projects. Granted, I am not the lead designer of those projects, so I do not have to spend too much time on them, especially now that our clan has welcomed the return of freshly promoted first-class mech designers. The same cannot be said for the development of my polymetal mechs and bloodfire mechs. Although he was still able to rely a lot on external mech designers to do the heavy lifting, the elemental Karman mech design projects ultimately had to carry his touch, so he did not dare to neglect them on this front. He could not afford to be lazy and let others make the majority of the design choices. He still needed to retain his ownership of the final iterations of the elemental Karman mechs. The hunters did not quite understand his perspective, but that was okay. Ves had given them an explanation. It was up to them whether they wanted to accept it or not. He clearly did not like it when the hunting association showed so much disrespect by stalling their initial collaboration for so many months. How could Ves possibly tolerate it when the hunters suspended work on their collaboration project without giving him a proper explanation, before hastily trying to revive it just because circumstances had made it important again? This was absurd. Ves did not want to accept this arrangement because it would prove that the hunters could push him around without suffering any consequence. Deep Wanderer Soto Nil most definitely understood the reasons behind Ves's frustrations. Yet he still had a mission to accomplish. The importance of your mergewater mechs has risen, Professor. He respectfully said as he subtly lowered his posture. The stakes are high, many planets are at risk. The vorobugs not only threaten to wipe out countless humans, but they are also threatening to devour unique alien ecosystems that possess one-of-a-kind biodiversity. The loss of so many lives will ultimately inflict irreparable harm to our civilization. The longer we are deprived from deploying a proper counter against the mutated vorobugs, the more the Rubarthan Pact and all of its territories will turn into a collection of lifeless globes. The Red Ocean Union and the Terran Alliance will be next. Ves shook his head. He refused this desperation argument. The Hunting Association is far from the only major human power to fight against this new major threat. The Rubarthans are not helpless. They have gathered the courage to declare independence, knowing that they would have to take a lot of stuff on their own. Granted, they may not have expected for the mutated vorobugs to pop up, but I do not think that would have swayed them from their initial decisions. Even if the Rubarthan Pact cannot repel the mutated Vorabugs alone, the Colonial Alliance is more than willing to enter into a deal with the Cybernetic Empire to obtain much-needed military aid. Although Ves was not privy to the secret talks between the two sides, he did not think they would stall much longer. The warfleets and most likely the war planets of the Cybernetic Empire were bound to relocate to the Rubarthan frontlines on a large scale in the coming days or weeks. Perhaps the Rubarthans may be forced to pay a heavy price up to giving up a lot of territory in order to receive this aid, but the most important part was that they could always retake more territory once Red humanity gained enough space to launch counterattacks against its enemies. Of course, the Rubarthans might not think this way. They could be proud and stubborn about a lot of different issues. We have amassed a large reserve of high-value organic resources. The Deep Wanderer spoke to Ves. We are aware that you have a particularly strong interest in our mentalist crystals. If you are willing to expedite the development of Mergewater mechs, we can assign you a couple of extra quotas for the next round of issuances. No, Ves simply replied. You are correct that I have developed an interest in mentalist crystals. I can never have too many of them, especially if they are whole and undamaged. However, no amount of mentalist crystals can make me do more work in the same amount of time. I have already explained to you that my schedule is full. No matter what, I will reserve this collaboration project after I have completed the other two elemental Carmen mech design projects. The mechers and the cybers will get their toys first, assuming that they are fully committed to their development. He did not expect them to repeat the behavior of the hunters. The mechers prioritized good relations with Ves and would never neglect him in this manner. They understood mech designers the best and would never tick him off by unexpectedly postponing development due to stupid reasons. The cybers badly wanted to get their hands on Bloodfire mechs. They had been stuck in isolation for over half a century. Now that they returned to real space, they eagerly wanted to complete the goals that they had set many years prior. In other words, Ves expected to be able to cooperate well with these two groups. This put the hunters in an awkward position as they were the only clients that become delinquents in his eyes. It would take far more than a couple of mentalist crystals for the hunters to return to his good graces. Chapter 7129, showing displeasure. If Ves wanted to, he could have tried to accommodate the hunters. Ves understood that if he completed his Mergewater mechs sooner, the hunters would be able to deploy them a lot faster against the mutated Vorabugs. That would have given the Rubarthans a lot more relief. The war against the bugs was extremely serious considering the Rubarthans already struggled to defend against the native aliens. Sure, the sudden onset of the Vorabugs also caused the native aliens based around the Rubarthan Pact to hastily reorient their forces against the more acute threat, but that was not much of a consolation. The native aliens had become a known quantity to the Rubarthans. The Red Cabal may be made up of extremely old and powerful phase whales, but their strategic thinking and their biases had already been analyzed to death. That made them predictable, manageable, exploitable. Not so for the mutated Vorabugs. They were completely new and adopted vastly different units and paradigms. The mech forces and fleets of the various forces in the Rubarthan Pact were ill-equipped to fend off this brand new threat. Even now, entire planets were getting drained of their biomass, no matter whether it came from exoplants, exobeasts or innocent human beings. Given the existential threat faced by the Rubarthans and eventually the rest of Red humanity, Ves should be looking forward to cooperating with the Hunting Association. The faster he completed the development of his Mergewater mechs, the faster the hunters could mobilize against this rapidly growing threat and help to stop the swarms from advancing any further. Creating Mergewater mechs would also bring him one step closer to realizing his design philosophy. Yet Ves refused to do so. There was a lot more at play than the need to complete this ambitious mech design project as soon as possible. The Hunting Association was way too arrogant for its own good. It had been pushing its weight around due to its monopoly on the supply of mentalist crystals and other rare organic resources. Ves refused to play their game. He did not want to reward the hunters for their bossy and insulting behavior. If he wanted to be treated fairly by the hunters, then he knew he needed to stand up for himself and make his stand. All actions had consequences. The hunters may have forgotten about that, but he was more than willing to give them a reminder that not everyone was willing to act slavishly in order to gain their favor. In any case, Ves had made enough friends. During this Xianxia trip, he had managed to improve and expand his relations with almost every major human group. This gave him a lot of leeway. He could afford to piss off the hunters. Although this would make it more difficult to get his hands on mentalist crystals, he should still be able to obtain them through third parties as long as he was willing to pay a hefty premium. The hunters clearly understood the reasons why Ves adopted such an aggressive stance. They could not blame him for it because they were indeed at fault this time. It was quite awkward for the normally aggressive and inscrutable hunters to lower their heads and admit fault. "We shall report back to our headquarters and wait for our superiors to decide how to respond to your complaints," the Deep Wanderer ultimately said. "Rest assured that we have listened to your words. Our people will be in contact with you. The Hunting Association appreciates what you can offer. Then act like it. Do not assume that I will cooperate with you to design a mergewater mech just because it is promising. I have other options when it comes to bringing forth an elemental Karman mech that is based on the water element. The people being threatened by the mutated Vorabugs may not appreciate your stance. I am not the savior of red humanity," Ves emphasized as he refused to let the hunters take the moral high ground. "I am just a mech designer. I am one among many. There are countless other mech designers throughout the new frontier that are racing to develop their own counters against the unending swarms. I am sure a few dozen among them are able to come up with brilliant creations that may prove just as effective against this new threat. This is the strength of red humanity. We have so many competent warriors and creators among us that we can always count on each other to carry the burden of protecting our race." With that, the conversation quickly came to an end. There was not much Ves and the hunters to talk about. The hunters eventually left the garden courtyard in a grim mood. None of them were happy, but so what? They brought this upon themselves as far as Ves was concerned. Meow. Clixie relaxed her tense body after the scary hunters had left. The Rubarthan sentinel cat could tell that each of these powerful hunters had killed hundreds of exo-beasts. Even if Clixie was much different from those savage creatures, this distinction may as well not exist to the hunters. To them, as long as they faced any non-humanoid organisms, they couldn't help but think about completing another sacred hunt. Clixie slowly relaxed as Aurelia scratched her under her chin and behind the ears. The future naval cadet looked thoughtful as she witnessed a strange and disharmonious exchange of words. "Was it truly necessary to go this far into showing your displeasure, Papa?" she softly asked. "You clearly wanted to collaborate with them on developing your mergewater mechs. Couldn't you have given them a window to offer reparations in order to repair relations and move on with the design project?" Ves shook his head. "If I was dealing with more rational people, then that would be my preferred solution. Emotions should not play a role in negotiations at this level. However, these hunters piss me off too much. They treat the Red Ocean as their hunting preserve and base their entire behavior off this selfish stance. They are like bullies in a sense. If you don't stand up to them, they will continue to push you and take you for granted. Even if I have gone too far in rebuking the hunters, it is still worth it. At worst, we won't be friends anymore, but that is not a big deal to me because I have many other friends. Will the hunters try and make a more earnest effort to reconcile with you, Papa?" He shrugged. "I genuinely don't know. It depends on how extensively their leaders have become indoctrinated in their strange new culture. If their pride has grown too strong, then they may not be able to bring themselves to apologize to me. That is fine. I will just shelve my plans for developing a mergewater mech and devise an alternate water-based Karman mech." His daughter took in his words and continued to think about them. She did not necessarily agree with his decision, but she could accept his argumentation. Ves proceeded to go through a number of other appointments. These ones were shorter and less consequential, but it was still important for him to give the visitors their due courtesy. Unlike his tense meeting with the hunters, Ves adopted a much friendlier and more welcome demeanor. There was no reason for him to act antagonistic against people who offered a lot more sincerity. The delegations from the Terrans and the Rubarthans received slightly more attention from Ves. There was not much for them to talk about, though. Ves had already dealt with the Terrans often back when he resided on New Constantinople 8. The development of the Arboreal project was making brisk progress. The first woodsap mechs should go out fairly soon, thereby becoming the first advanced Karman mechs to make their debut to the public. The Rubarthans arrived with a much more humble attitude. Everyone knew that they were begging for help from anyone willing to offer it. There was no room for misplaced pride and conceit this time. Survival was all that mattered. As such, the Rubarthans eagerly wanted to confirm whether Ves was still planning to travel to the Rubarthan Pact and see what he could do to help in the effort to repel the mutated Vorabugs. "My plans have not changed," Ves told the Rubarthan diplomat. "I will be leaving shortly after the conclusion of my stay in Xianxia. That said, Do not expect any miracle solutions from me. Even if I can come up with a fantastic mech concept, it will still take at least half a year for me to flesh it out. It may take even longer as I have many existing design obligations. He actually did not know what he was supposed to do once he traveled to the Rubarthan Pact. As a mech designer, Ves did not possess any direct means of intervening in the current crisis. This was pretty bad, because the Rubarthans most acutely needed help in the immediate term. As long as they managed to buy enough time, they could complete their various preparations and mobilize whatever reserves they could squeeze out of their population. Even so, Ves did not think he would waste his trip in the event that he was not able to provide substantial help shortly after his arrival. He needed to observe the mutated Vorabugs with his own eyes and figure out how they worked. Only then would he be able to design mechs that could fight against them properly. Though the Rubarthans could not hide their disappointment at their inability to secure more immediate gains, they expressed understanding and still intended to roll out the red carpet for Ves after he and his Blue Jay fleet arrived at the Rubarthan Pact. We look forward to welcoming you to our renewed Star Empire. A growing number of heroes have gathered in front of our second frontline. We hope you will be able to help us slow down the swarms and save more citizens and infrastructure. Ves smiled and nodded. We are all red humans. Your people are currently most in need, so you can bet I will be there. Let us hope that we can all make a difference. After Ves concluded a number of short but fruitful meetings, he finally ended his obligation for the day. That's it, he said with a tired breath. I do not particularly like diplomacy, but it is better to spend the effort to build friendly ties rather than get stabbed in the back by those you have spurred. Is this why the Larkinson clan tries to avoid making enemies whenever possible? Yes, he said, it can get rather tiresome to remain friends with so many different groups, but it beats the alternative. That said, I have recently been reminded that the vast majority of them are fair-weather friends. You can't rely on them that much if you are in real trouble. This is why I have made efforts to deepen my relations with a handful of parties, but the Red Fleet in particular. Why the Red Fleet? Aurelia asked. Is it because I am about to study at their naval academy? I have to admit that this has played a large role behind my decision. Ves responded. The Fleeters are not as desperate as the Rubarthans, but they are definitely down on their luck. Now that they are not as secure in their superiority as before, they will develop a greater appreciation for my assistance. If they ever manage to regain their might and leading position, then they will not forget the friends that helped them recover. Besides, the more important I become to them, the better they will treat you, if not directly, then indirectly. His daughter looked slightly impressed. The RF will not treat the person who can convert their dreadnoughts into living dreadnoughts badly. You are an important partner to them. I think that they will show much greater sincerity once they transfer additional warships to the Blue Jay fleet. Chapter 7130. The importance of relationship building. Ves experienced a sense of fulfillment after the birthday party came to an end. Aurelia and the other kids had a lot of fun. What he was most pleased with was that his oldest daughter was not a doll and actively sought to participate in more grown-up affairs. A part of Ves lamented that Aurelia did not make the most of her childhood to be a kid. The weight of expectations along with her abnormal development caused her to mature a lot faster than other kids of her age. Still, the Red Ocean was nothing like the Milky Way during the age of mechs. Red humanity lacked the strength to enforce peace. The native aliens were already bad enough. The arrival of the mutated Vorabugs put human civilization in the new frontier into an even more precarious situation. As such, Aurelia herself already recognized that she could not afford to be carefree during her most formative years. She had already inherited a strong sense of responsibility from her father. Growing up within a clan as active and enterprising as the Larkinson clan shaped her values and personality in ways that did not conform to average society. Ves did not know whether to praise or condemn this development. In any case, he was glad that Aurelia eventually chose a development track that would allow her to gain the initiative if she ever found herself in the midst of combat. So long as she was not helpless when confronted by enemies, then he would not have to worry himself to death over her safety. When Ves and Gloriana got back together in the evening, they watched over the microplanet from the Tarrasque. Now that the party had ceased, the mechers in cooperation with the collies began to dismantle everything. The entire miniature planet had to be reshaped in order to accommodate the demands of the next deep-pocketed client. This entailed terraforming at a rapid speed. Entire continents had to be made and unmade. New oceans took shape, an entire city's worth of structures assembled at a rapid speed. The collies had to be involved in order to remove the formation anchors that had previously been used to conduct a mysterious ritual. The workers carefully disassembled the crystal pyramid along with all of the other formation anchors hidden beneath the surface. Although the spell array was not useful for other purposes, the precious exotics and hypers used to make the formation anchors could still be recycled or repurposed. They could even be altered to perform similar rituals at other locations, though that required formation masters to do a lot of troublesome recalculations. In any case, the mechers had already conveyed their appreciation to the Larkinsons for the information they collected from the ritual. They never told him what they were looking for, but Ves guessed that they had been trying to expose cosmopolitans and sympathizers to the cybernetic empire among other traitors. The Red Association was not doing so well these days. The continuous setbacks put the mechers in a weak position. This was the time to consolidate their internal affairs and make sure that those with different intentions did not get any chance to inflict any damage. Of course, Ves still did not think the Ra would be able to magically solve all of its problems. He had witnessed more and more signs that the god pilots and star designers were increasingly pursuing their own goals. Whether that would lead to the fracturing of the Red Association remained to be seen, but it was undeniable that the different factions were increasingly growing further apart. Ves might be able to gain a much better overview of this hidden trend if he was an insider, but unfortunately that was not the case. All he could do was to stand by the side while the mechers continued to engage in their secret dance. Oh well, there was nothing he could do about it. All he cared about at this point was that his collaboration with the mechers on the development of the first polymetal mech remained unaffected. The Web Mistress was the guarantor of the mech design project, which meant that the mech supremacist faction would take the lead on the collaborative mech design project. That eased his concerns as the mech supremacists got along with the others pretty well. They only cared about the primacy of mechs, which was a common goal shared by other factions. The mech supremacists weren't as numerous as the expansionists. They did not push for radical innovation like the transhumanists. They also did not try to steer the course of red humanity as insistently as the survivalists. The mech supremacists only cared about keeping mechs on top of warships and other alternative combat platforms. They were perhaps the purest faction of the Red Association as they were more keen to uphold the standards of the mech industry. Ves regarded them as the glue that contributed the most to keeping the Ra together. Hopefully, they would be able to prevent the other big leaders from going their own way, though they may have already failed in the case of the Huntsman. When Ves dutifully summarized the gains and losses from the latest talks, Gloriana looked slightly pleased. It is good that more and more groups seek to cooperate with us. It shows that they deem us useful enough, she said. The new deals will allow us to gain access to a large amount of advanced technologies, high-grade resources and technical support. We need all of that to design superior expert mechs, ace mechs as well as first-class multi-purpose mechs. It is not enough to rely on our internal capabilities. We are far behind the larger groups when it comes to access to proprietary technologies and amassing stockpiles of strategic resources. We can obtain some of the best of the Red Association, the Red Fleet and the Cybernetic Empire by designing the mechs that we always wanted to realize. That is an ideal outcome as far as I am concerned. She was mostly correct, but Ves did not let down his guard because of that. Everything had a price. We are growing much more reliant on our external partners to speed up the growth of our clan and raise the sophistication of all of our mechs. He told her, we are becoming dangerously dependent on our allies to maintain our core operations. If we ever lose our allies or turn into galactic pariahs, all of our operations will be crippled at once. If we are forced to do everything ourselves, our output will become a pale shadow of our peak. Then that makes it all the more important for us to maintain as many partnerships as possible. Gloriana easily concluded, do you think we will experience any challenges on this front? Ves paused in order to consider this matter. Not in the short term, but who knows what will happen in the future. I think we should be careful and not make too many assumptions of how the future will unfold. If the native aliens or the mutated Vorabugs are able to breach our defensive lines and ravage large portions of human space, a reckoning will come that can completely reshape the balance of power in the new frontier. We cannot rely on our allies to take care of us when they already have their hands full with saving their own hides. His wife did not take this too seriously. I am sure we will be fine. What we need the most is time. All of the gains we have made today will make us stronger. Think of how rapidly we have grown since the start of the Age of Dawn. If we are able to develop in peace for a decade, I can scarcely imagine how much bigger our clan has become. While it is unreasonable for us to expect to catch up to the likes of the cybernetic empire, I am sure we can rival a small first-rate state in power if nothing else. That was a bit difficult to determine. The Larkinson clan at least needed to develop its own territories in order to match a first-rate state in terms of population, resource gathering, industry and other factors. How quickly can we complete the revisions to the Riot Mark III project? He asked instead. It was hard at first to implement the new alloy formulas into the mech design, but now that I have become a little more familiar with the teachings of the Resonance Smith, my progress is accelerating. Borrowing the processing power of the Red Association has also sped up my work. I should be able to complete the revisions in 5 days or less. If you are in a hurry, you can assist me in my work. We should be able to complete our work roughly a day faster if that is the case. Venerable Rosa Orphan is dying with impatience, you know. Then she can temper her patience a little longer. Ves coolly responded. While we have completed most of our chores in your stall, there is still plenty of stuff for me to do before we depart for the Rubarthan Pact. While you are working to complete the latest revisions to the Riot Mark III, I would like to spend the remaining days we have left over at the Astral Octagon. That caused Gloriana to frown. That means we will be delaying our departure. The mutated Vorabugs will continue to devour more Rubarthan lives and territories. We are not their only hope, Gloriana. This is important. I have been away from the center of the Red Collective for too many months. The mechanical avatar that I have left behind over there has allowed me to keep track of surface events, but nothing beats being present in person. I need to visit my office and take a look for myself. I have heard the collies are currently in a heated debate over the possible inclusion of the cybernetic empire. The Red Collective was founded with the intention of giving it jurisdiction over systematic cultivation. In exchange for allowing the RC to become the primary authority in charge of regulating human cultivators, the new super-organization gave every participating state or organization access to its research, resources and other forms of assistance.